On the kickoff after the field goal of 20 yards, a flag has been thrown on that kickoff by Butker. And the ball is going to go out to the 40.
Short free kick from the landing zone by the kicking team.
And because of it, they place it 1st and 10 there. So what a break for Denver. Wow.
That's a huge mistake. Butker normally just smashes it out of the back of the end zone. That time trying to get crafty, and it backfires, giving the Broncos great field position.
3rd down and 6. Estimate the back. Pressure got by Karlaftis. Throws and caught. Caught by Sutton. Right in front of McDuffie. What a throw by Nix. 14-yard pickup on 3rd and 6, and it was a beauty. 35-yard field goal Lutz. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
I'm still just pissed. You were better. Like, you were better. You did what felt like everything you had to do to win that game. Were there things that could have been better? Yeah. Do you wish you strung together a drive in the second half at some point just to keep them at an arm's length? Sure. But damn it, man, like, you did everything better than the Chiefs yesterday. And it might have been slightly, but it was better. I thought you played better defensively. You held Mahomes more in check. I thought your quarterback outplayed Patrick Mahomes yesterday. The only thing you didn't do was block on a field goal. And I told you guys all week leading up to that game, it felt very coin flippy. Like, I don't think you're that far off from what the Chiefs are. Because if I were to rank teams and who are the best in the NFL right now, I don't care about record. I don't think the Chiefs, in the way they're playing currently, okay, maybe it'll change. Maybe they'll get to week 15 and they'll hit another gear. Who knows? But it felt like you were better. And you got nothing to show for it. And there are no style points in the record book. If there's any solace in yesterday, because the first thing I thought was, dude, if that is the type of play that keeps you out of a postseason berth, you're just going to remind yourself and play it on a loop over and over again. The solace you can take is virtually everybody else you needed to lose that was behind you in the AFC lost. Colts lost, Jets lost, Bengals lost. Like, everybody that was right behind you trying to sniff around for your spot took an L. There's a lot of good things that I want to talk about in that game. Like, I felt that was a massive growth game for Bo Nix. And I know people are going to point to the scoreboard and say, oh, yeah, then why is there only 14 points? You want to know why? Because the Chiefs' defense is elite. That's why. Really good. But you know what Bo Nix did? And this is what I was so happy about despite a loss. When it came down to crunch time, think about this moment for a second. You're trying to figure out, is this team like, are they really a playoff team? Are they a playoff team by circumstance? You got a rookie quarterback, and he's in one of the toughest environments in the NFL in Kansas City at Arrowhead. He's playing against what could be known as the greatest player who's ever lived in Patrick Mahomes. And at the end of the game, you needed to make a play. And I tweeted this out before it happened. I said, no matter what happens at the end of this drive, it was 3rd down. Get a first down, milk the clock to 2 seconds so you don't give the ball back to that witch, and it's all left up to you. And the play he made on 3rd down, rolling to his right, escape pressure, and I mean throw a bleeping seed to Courtland Sutton for a first, is such a big-time play for a young player to make in that moment and in that environment. And against that defense, Chris Jones was a monster yesterday. Now, I got some questions about some plays in which, why is Adam Troutman trying to block him one-on-one on the outside a couple of times? I have no idea. But the fact that he made the play in that moment to set you up for what felt like a chip shot. Will Lutz is a damn good kicker. But when your entire left side of your special teams unit literally falls down, again, you're just sick. And Sean Payton, after the game, had a couple of thoughts as to, first of all, just the overall feeling. When you felt like you were the better team and you just have something like that happen at the end of the game, what does it feel like? Here's Sean Payton.
Thought we played well, on the road. We accomplished a lot of, we felt third down was going to be important. We won that battle. Felt like we outplayed them, but we didn't finish. And we had an opportunity to right at the end. We kind of controlled the ball, and we got to be able to finish. That one will take a while.
Yeah,
it'll sting. When you do this long enough, hopefully you're at the better half, not the other way around. There's some tough losses like that, but told our team I was proud of how they fought. Thought we outplayed them, but nonetheless, you got to beat a champion, and we weren't able to do it. So obviously, gut wrenching.
He's right about all of it. This one's going to take a minute to get over. I think what this, despite a loss, what it can do for you, you can still take this and, propel forward with your schedule. And, you got a game that's a huge one now against Atlanta at home that I feel like this team is going to be a million times more motivated for. And I know I'm going to get these all day. You guys are going to hear me say this a lot, so I'm going to apologize before we even start. I got textures writing in about refs. I get it. Bad calls. This is something I accepted going into the game. You're playing against Kansas City. You're playing against Mahomes. They're going to get calls. They're just going to. But the refs have nothing to do with you getting the left side of your line trucked for a game winner. They have nothing. I can't blame it on the refs when you were closer than an extra point away from walking out of there with a win. You had to execute one more play. You couldn't do it. And not only could you not do it, it looked bad. I don't want to throw all of this on somebody like Alex Forsythe, but here's the story. The Chiefs saw on tape that he got trucked over in a couple of weeks prior to this, and they made it a plan. If we need to try and get a kick blocked, we're going to go right there. Texture says, I haven't taken a Broncos loss this badly in many years. I'm starting to finally believe in this team again, and that's the thing. Despite the loss, how much did they give you yesterday? Just to look forward to just the future of this team, whether it's, this year making a postseason spot or not, but just it's the way the team is being built overall. I was honestly kind of skeptical of Sean Payton after last year. I thought it would look better than what it did, given them having a Russell Wilson at quarterback. I thought it would look better. And so at the end of the day, we're 10 games into this season. And I feel the arrow pointing very highly up and in the right direction as far as where this team is building to go, especially when they get a little bit more cap space under their belt. They get a couple more drafts under their belt. And the arrow pointing up is directly tied to, I'm becoming a Knicks guy. We wanted to see progression, and there's a lot in that game that I saw that gave you belief. But if you can make the plays in clutch moments, I mean, that's one of the biggest details you have as a quarterback. And the fact that he did that, game on the line at Arrowhead, and he drove you down the field into chip shot field goal range to win it, did everything possible to do his job, is pretty remarkable.
And then, Brett, it was just one of our Twitchers brought up an old friend, and that reminded me of something. What made this infinitely worse is the game hits triple zeros. The Broncos lose in that gut-wrenching fashion. Then the channel switches to the Steelers game, and Russell Wilson immediately chucks a 32-yard dart to the receiver who, let me check my notes here, they had acquired at the trade deadline.
Right. Mike Williams, right?
Yes, that's the guy that they got at the deadline, and then Russell Wilson is out here throwing Permane Brothers bombs. That was just, keep shoving it in our face, NFL. Why don't you?
So I was kind of keeping an eye on that game. Russell didn't play amazing, but he made the throws when he had to, and then he got the hard count that got him to jump off sides on fourth down, win him the football game, and now the Steelers are 7-2. I think Russell Wilson's unbeaten so far this year, right?
That was a rookie for the Manders who jumped.
Yeah. He's 3-0 in his starts, and their offense definitely looks a little bit more competent than they did with Justin Fields under center. But yeah, you knew this was coming, didn't you? As much as you want to look at the Steelers and just be like, yeah, I think it's over for them, it's never over. Like, Mike Tomlin's going to get them to 9 wins, and they'll make a postseason spot, and they'll do their job. But, God, this one hurts. And it makes you truly think. Because I watched a game last night. You guys know I'm a Lions fan. I watched a game in which Detroit threw 5 picks in, 35 minutes. And they still came back to win. And my buddy texted me. And he said, do you want to know how I know the Lions are really good? Because that's some Chiefs way to win a football game. And it totally is. For whatever reason, if you have that special combination of good and lucky, you're now propelled into Super Bowl conversations. Like, when you can play a C- game and still win against a good team, it's nuts. And the Broncos aren't quite there yet. But God, are they better than I thought they would be. And I just had that feeling all week. I'm just like, this is a game of matchups. And I just think you match up well. Like, you know what they did yesterday? And again, I give a lot of credit to Sean Payton for this. They switched things up, and it worked. I thought Estime getting the bulk of the carries yesterday was really smart. I thought it was really interesting. Beginning of the game, Marvin Mims is lining up in the backfield. Really going to Devon Vele a lot during that game, I think, is really smart. But, guys, they got constant pressure on Patrick Mahomes and constantly made him feel uncomfortable. The Chiefs' offense never found a rhythm. You held, outside of a couple of swing passes to Kareem Hunt, and I think both of them that were sort of big breakers. I thought the guy played well, but Sternad twice on those swing passes to Kareem Hunt couldn't finish a tackle. He broke off and got big gains out of it. But as far as on the ground, they couldn't run the football. You did so many things well, and you did more than enough to win that football game, and that's just what makes you sick. Like, you should be 6-4 in prime position for a playoff spot. And you still are. Again, you look at the standings this morning, everything that you kind of needed to happen yesterday if the Broncos were to lose did. So I'm going to pull up that NFL playoff picture percentage thing where the Broncos are still at 7th. They're still at 51%, according to this, to make the postseason. But that's because the Colts are 4-6 and they look terrible. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go back to Anthony Richardson or not, but after a couple of early picks from Joe Flacco, they might. I told you Cincinnati losing was huge. The Jets just being dismantled by Arizona puts them at 3-7. Like, everybody else is so far back in the rearview mirror that when you look at Cincinnati and Indianapolis, you just got to keep them at an arm's length. But, dude, if you won last night, I bet you that percentage to make the postseason is probably in the 70s, given everything else that happened. But good Lord. Texture says, I don't heckle the refs too much, but that illegal contact downfield after Mahomes was in the middle of being sacked was ridiculous. I agree. I totally agree. But again, you're going to hear this probably 100 times from me today. You had a chip shot to win the game, man. Like, you had it. You're not going to be, when you play teams like Kansas City, on the right side of calls. You're just not.
Exactly. And it makes me think of when the Nuggets were on their way to winning a championship and they faced the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals.
Yep.
Kaz said that every game. He said the Nuggets are going to have to beat the Lakers and the refs. It's possible, but that's the only way you're going to win. So eventually, if you want to beat the Chiefs, you're going to have to beat Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, and the officials. And it's an uphill battle, but that's how it's going to be until the Chiefs come crashing down to earth in 2040 when Patrick Mahomes retires.
It's just how it is, man. Like, you're going to have to overcome those. And what hurts is they did. They did. And you just couldn't finish. So I'm going to throw the text line out, 303-504-0925. Give me a call, whatever you guys want to do. Open forum today. You want to talk about Broncos? By all means. Buffs with a win and Iowa State with a loss over the weekend now puts you in Big 12 championship game position. That's another one. Nuggets with 2 really close wins over the weekend. The Avs get a 6-4 win on Saturday. Like, there's a lot that we can discuss, so it's all open forum day for you. Choose your own adventure book. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
You got to go back to work, and all they want to see is effort and intensity and passion and love for the game of football, and that's what they're going to continue to get from me and everybody in the locker room. That's why it doesn't hurt you if you don't care. It doesn't hurt you if it doesn't mean anything to you. It doesn't hurt if you don't put in work, and want the good results. So everybody in that locker room's hurt because we do all that stuff. We put in the energy and the effort, and we're out there practicing in the snow, and we're doing all this stuff, and it's hard and it's difficult. And so eventually it's going to go in our favor, but right now it hasn't. So the easy thing to do is give in and stop and say, well, you know what, the world's got it. It's hard. But I feel like our locker room is going to respond better, and we're going to consistently just find ways to improve, find ways to keep going toe-to-toe with teams like this, and then you never know. One time it'll go our way.
You got to hang in there. You have to. By the way, are traffic guys British now? That was a shock. I was like, who is this?
It's kind of nice. It actually softens the blow. A British accent telling me that the left lane's blocked. I need more of that.
No, I liked it. It's like I needed a warning. I'm pretty sure the only British person that's been on our program was former Rapids play-by-play guy. I can't remember his name. Help me out, Nelly.
Oh, Richard Fleming?
Richard Fleming, yes.
Oh, man, he was the quintessential demure soccer broadcaster. Oh, man.
Oh, me and Marty, our favorite thing was I think it was a pretty good impression of the goal call from him. And I loved Richard. I thought he did a great job. And everything got thrown out of whack because of the Apple TV deal. But he would say something like, from the corner, Lala Abubakar, oh my word. Oh my word. Rapid score. He said, oh my word. And it's a great goal call, actually. I loved it.
Now, I'll quickly go down this rabbit hole. So you remember soccer, Major League Soccer was the first major sport to come back in 2020, and they had the bubble in Orlando.
Yes.
And the Rapids were in that. And so Richard Fleming actually did play-by-play on the radio for us instead of TV. And I remember I was producing those games, and I'm used to Connor Cape. Connor Cape, when he comes in, he likes music. He likes energy. He wants to start the game with some dubstep or some rap or something, and he goes, greetings, Rapids fans. So I had that same thought in mind. So we're coming into the first game, right? Sports are back. I'm going to put
tough.
in, Purple Lamborghini by Skrillex or some hype song, and it's like, here's the voice of the Rapids, Richard Fleming. And then he comes in and he goes, good evening. The Rapids are taking the pitch down in Florida. I'm like,
it's not the same
not
vibe.
Really, yeah, it's very different.
But all right, look. So I told you guys, whatever you guys want, let's go ahead. Let's talk about it, because the Nuggets get a huge win, couple of huge wins over the weekend against Miami, and then they find a way to close out yesterday against Dallas. And obviously, it's a good Dallas team. They're very difficult, and they're especially difficult when Kyrie Irving doesn't miss a shot. That makes them very, very hard to beat. It felt like Kyrie was going to steal your soul, and thankfully you get this big block from Payton Watson at the end of the game where he just gets, a sliver of DNA on the ball that gets it to sail a little bit wide, and you finish the game. But let me say this about where the Nuggets are going. Jamal Murray back in the lineup is good to see. That starting five looks like the same type of solid unit that you'd expect, but bigger than that. The most important thing with Jamal is at the end of games, the Nuggets are deadly again. We saw what happened when Jamal was out of the lineup and it's close late. They had a hard time finding a way to put the ball in the hoop. But they have a very specific plan now with him and Joker in the lineup, end of the fourth quarter, got to get a bucket, got to find a way to keep scoring. And when he's in the lineup, it's just easier. But you get a couple of things from the games over the weekend. First and foremost, Nikola Jokic is playing at a pace that feels unsustainable. I don't know how much more he's averaging 30, 14, and 12, guys. Averaging 30, 14, and 12. Just for the record, I don't think anybody's capable of doing that. It's a 10-game stretch now. And he's shooting 56% from the floor and 56% from three. So every year you think this guy is going to start to taper off, and he just doesn't. So he's playing at an all-time level. Christian Brown continues to be just a godsend for that starting lineup. Being able to push some of the responsibility, at least offensively, down to guys like Westbrook and Strother coming off the bench, I think is huge. They still got to find a way to get deeper. You can't play 8 guys in a regular season game, okay? You have to find a way to get guys more minutes. Zeke's getting a little bit of run now, but I don't think they should just be done with Saric. They need to see if Saric is somebody that they can play or not. You just can't keep him idle on the bench. But the other thing here is Michael Porter Jr. has put together a really nice stretch of games. And hitting shots in clutch moments when he has to. I saw a stat the other day. I think I saved it. So Porter, here it is. This is from Jake Coyne, who's been on this show. Over the last 5 seasons, Michael Porter Jr. has an effective field goal percentage of 80.8 in the final 60 seconds of games where the score is within 5 points. It's the third highest among 219 players with at least 10 attempts over that span. When you need Porter to hit a shot late, he hits the shot. He's got ice in his veins. Nuggets now rattle off 5 consecutive wins, and everybody's able to take a collective exhale on what's happened throughout the course of this year. Some injuries, guys out of the lineup, slow start, all of that stuff. But in the month of November, so the last 6 games, Porter is averaging 21 points, 6.5 boards, and 3.5 assists, which has never been a huge part of his game, but he started to turn that part around too, where he's finding the open man. Had 2 blocks last night. He's shooting 47% from 3 in that stretch. 52% from the field. He's stepping up. Everybody's like, he's a max contract. Play like a max contract. Well, he's doing it. Stepping up when the Nuggets need him to. And when they have Jokic, Murray, and Porter on the floor at the same time, him getting 17 points like he did last night is totally fine with me. Because the ball can only go to so many guys. Joker took 21 shots. Murray took 17. Porter took 11. That sounds about right. And the Nuggets are just playing really, really solid basketball. Now, defense is concerning, but I knew it would be the second that AG leaves the lineup. When he's out, you're losing a very versatile defender. But they've been able to rattle off wins. The Avs over the weekend, they get a 6-4 win. As you want to talk about a slow start, they didn't get a shot in the first 8-9 minutes of the game. They didn't have a shot on goal. And then the second period started, and they had a million shots in 30 seconds and put up a 5 spot in the second period, because when this team starts to get healthier and healthier, that's what you're going to see. And goals from McKinnon and Lehkonen, and one from Mikko, and one from Kale, and one from Malinsky, and then you get the empty netter by Mikko at the end of the game. That's what it should look like. Now, they're still doing the rotation, right? They're still doing Ananen gets a night, Georgiev gets a night, a whole bunch of different stuff. But they're playing, and I said this in the game against, why am I blanking on this? What was the 1-0 loss? Help me. Winnipeg. Said this in the Winnipeg game. It looked more like the Avs brand of hockey. Like they're starting to creep closer to it, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's when, Lehkonen gets back in the lineup. And now, Bednar, who we'll talk to on Wednesday, said basically in no uncertain terms, Val's playing on Friday. So you can get him and all the special things that he does, parking in front of the net, getting deflections, screening goaltenders, all the dirty work that Val brings is going to be back in the lineup soon. So as you're starting to get healthier and healthier, I think you're going to see this team look a little bit more like the Avs that we've come to know for a while. I mean, getting a win over, that was a 10-2 Carolina team that you played heading into Saturday's game. Not an easy assignment to go out there and win against them, and you found a way to do it. So, a whole bunch to look forward to with how these teams played over the weekend, and I'm going to include the Broncos in that conversation. Especially, I mean, look, man, you wake up this morning and you had a really good weekend for the most part, outside of one awful, god-awful loss. But you know what else you got? We talked about that game with Iowa State and Kansas. We said, man, don't sleep on Kansas because Kansas is a team that has played everybody close this year. They get you in a position to be in a Big 12 championship spot now. You get the win at Texas Tech. We'll get some audio from Deion Sanders here soon. But you get the win at Texas Tech. You go to 7-2. You deal Iowa State another conference loss, and now you're number 2 in the conference. And BYU damn near blew it against Utah. But in the meantime, told you, we can go to the phones if you guys would like. 303-504-0925. Let's get to Flax, who's up first today. Hi, Flax.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and also shout out P. Watt with an amazing 4 for 4 behind the three-point arc.
Yep.
And also on today, just wanted to shout out the fellow veterans. Thank you for your service, and just everyone have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you, Flax. Absolutely. Shout out to everybody who is has served, is serving. God bless all of you, and thank you for your service. I always love the Fox NFL pregame show when they do that one show from the aircraft carrier every year. So I'm not a West Coast. I've never been a coast guy, okay? Barely ever been to either coast. Much more the Pacific Ocean than the Atlantic. But I went to San Diego once, and I saw one of those mothers coming up, and I was like, that's a city on the ocean. That thing is massive.
I love whenever the Avalanche are doing their hero of the game, and we're coming back from commercial during one of our broadcasts. Connor McGahey will shout them out, and just hearing him in his epic broadcaster voice going, "We thank those who have served, who are currently serving, or who will serve this great country of ours." I just love whenever Connor does that every game.
Well, listen, man. Payton Watson, I think, has been more good than bad, but certainly stepping his game up in the absence of Aaron Gordon, and shooting the three with confidence is huge for him. You know, I was hoping once he got that chance, he'd be a little bit more aggressive, and certainly in the games over the weekend, he has been. You know, he was 6 of 7, I think, from 3 in these 2 games, and just doing his job, kind of being that roaming, I jump up, get a hand in your face guy. You know, he had a really, really slow start to the year, especially shooting the basketball. That had me a little bit concerned, but it's, again, man, I was on the Altitude post-game show on TV on Friday, and we were talking about Christian Brown a little bit, myself, Katie, and Demps. When you get within the Jokic stratosphere, everything that you do basketball-wise should be better. And that's certainly happening for Payton Watson, whose efficiency numbers have went through the roof ever since being in that starting lineup. But hopefully what happens is when Aaron Gordon does come back, he gets to take that and continue it when coming off the bench with guys like Westbrook and Strother and everybody else. Julian, by the way, is still not at the peak of what I think his game should be coming off the bench. You know, he's had a little bit of struggle with his shot over the last few games, but he's brought a threat to the bench unit for scoring the basketball. And you needed to have one of those. It couldn't be just Russell Westbrook, head down, bowling ball his way to the rim and hope that something good happens. You need to have somebody else that you rely upon to make some shots off the bench. And his numbers might not be amazing at this point in the season yet, but he's certainly somebody that you need to pay attention to. You have to. And he's been able to do some other things. You know, he's gotten some big rebounds, offensive boards. He's played some good defense at times, but more than anything else, just get off the bench and be a threat. And he's done that. So, look, man, with what happened over the weekend, I want to give a reminder to people about the Broncos game and where they find themselves right now. and why I think, as bad as the loss felt, it wasn't empty. I'll explain next. Somebody on the Safeway Twitch feed says, I called Zero Res and asked for the Brett Kane special. The guy just gave me a bad Broncos take and hung up. Okay, two things. First of all, the special is the altitude special. That's number one. Number two, why are you booing me? I was right. Yeah, I'm the Hannibal Buress meme. Everything that I said was true heading into this game. And I was yelled at incessantly for saying it. But it's exactly what I thought the game would look like. Low-scoring game, two good defenses, but the advantages that you had were there. You were able to get pressure on Mahomes consistently. You made a couple of clutch plays. Like, God, that's why the game drives me nuts, man. I can't get over it. Is the position you would be in and the feeling you would have this morning if you walked out of KC with a dub and a resounding one, not one you backed your way into like you would have earned against an undefeated team who's a rival in a tough place to play, in division, all of that, and you'd be 6-4 in comfortably. I would say borderline lock for the postseason if that field goal goes in at the end of the game yesterday. And instead, you just got this sense of misery.
Of all the people that I was expecting to catch a stray at 6:45 a.m. on a Monday, not Zero Res. Did not expect that.
Shout out to my friends at Zero Res. They really do. They do a fantastic job. You should give them a call.
And they have good Broncos takes.
That I don't know. I call and see it for yourself. Maybe they do. Maybe somebody should take this job from over there. I have no idea. But I'm telling you, and this is where I want to bring a silver lining, because I don't want this to be all doom and gloom today, because I don't... This wasn't the Ravens, man. Like, as brutal of a way to lose as that was, we're talking about a play. And here's the main difference. This is perfect that this text came in. I feel like losing the game like that could derail the entire season. I don't. I feel like that can galvanize them. I don't think that team's made this way. Broncos teams for the last, I would say, like 8 years have felt like the ones where something goes wrong and then it throws everything out of whack and nobody can get the train back on the tracks. I don't think the team's made of that. I think they're going to look at that pissed off, and I think they're going to come out to try and work Atlanta next week at home. And maybe that's where I feel like the team is different. This does not feel like a woe is me football team. Like whatever bad that can happen will. I don't see it. You know, the Chiefs have done this to about 5 different teams this year. Felt like you have no business winning that football game, and you do. And you know what? They want to sell their soul to the devil and find a way to do that over and over again. Like, okay, fine. But it's why when people talk about who's the best team in football, I will not say Kansas City. They aren't. There are plenty of other teams better. But they always just seem to have the one thing that goes in their favor that gets them a win.
Brett, I asked you this when you got here, by the way. Who had the more fraudulent win, the Chiefs or your Lions?
Oh, I think they're equal. Like, I do. Both teams were outplayed. Now, I would say probably more fraudulent is the Lions one. I don't know how you throw 5 picks and win a football game against a good team on the road. That's ridiculous. And C.J. Stroud kind of puked all over himself in the second half, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. Outside of the last play of the game, the Broncos didn't do anything that really hurt them. Okay, a couple of penalties here and there, sure. Oh, we let Kareem Hunt get a little loose on a screen pass. All right, that's football, though. That happens. But I'm just... Oh, you're just sick. You were better. Plain and simple. You were better than the defending 2-time Super Bowl champ. And I think if you play that game 9 more times, I think it looks the exact same way 9 more times. And it's a matter of some of those games, your field goal is not going to get blocked, and other ones it will. Like, there's just going to be something stupid like that happens. I don't know. It's a brutal way to lose, a brutal way to lose. But the silver lining is this. I do think this team comes back better for it. I do. I do think that considering everything else that happened over the weekend, things that you needed, if you were going to be dealt a brutal loss like that, you needed other things to go your way to keep you in position. The Broncos wake up this morning still in the 7th spot in the AFC, currently in the last wild card spot, because the Colts are terrible, because the Bengals lost again, because the Jets are awful. Do you know who the next closest team behind the Jets is to challenging you for a playoff spot, the 3-7 Jets? Is the Patriots. Who, by the way, if you listen to Brady and his bets on Friday, what did I say, Nelly? Long shot of the weekend was who? The Patriots to upset the Bears in Chicago. Boom.
And by the way, what was your lock of the week?
The Broncos to cover.
Broncos to cover. 9.5? Sheesh. Easy money.
Listen to your boy over here every once in a while. I can cook up something good.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
But you got essentially two teams that are, I don't even know if it's breathing down your neck, but they're close to you for that final wild card spot. I'm not worried about Indianapolis. They're terrible. They're awful. Cincinnati, you worry about because their schedule's pretty easy down the stretch here. And God help us. I think that a playoff spot's going to come down to week 17. The game before the last one where the Broncos play against them. And I can't remember if that game's at home or not. In Cincinnati, December 29th. You take care of your business. I feel like that game could be one of those you win and you're in type of situations. But you could have been sitting here at 6-4. You could have been. By the way, Sean Payton, post-game, can I hear his 2-second response off of what happened on the blocked field goal at the end of the game, please?
There's penetration on the left side.
Yeah. Again, I listened to the whole Sean Payton presser after the game. I thought his tone was right. You know, you could tell he's gutted. But I do think there's this glimmer of, you know what? I got something I can believe in, though.
You could tell, though, there were a couple times he wanted to uncork a full can of Payton whoop-ass, and he held himself back. And a few questions later, a reporter followed up and specifically said what happened with Alex Forsyth.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what Payton said.
I haven't seen it, so you obviously are asking me about. I knew there was penetration on the left side, so I'll watch the film.
Well, that is tough, a tough position to be put in as a coach, because here's what happens. You know, a play happens in the middle of the game. Somebody can bring you the iPad and be like, yeah, we saw this and this and this. When a play happens that quite literally ends the game, so kick, blocked, rolls out of bounds, you were on the field, shake hands with the other team, and then you head directly to the press conference. He doesn't get a chance to see it on the way there, so I kind of get it. He's like, you're asking me about something that I don't know what happened. Had he gone to the locker room for a minute afterwards, he's probably going to see a replay of it. You know, obviously today, he's going to see it over and over again. But I heard one, too. He was talking about Bo Nix, and, like, I thought Bo Nix was calm, solid, everything you wanted to see. Each week, I'm more and more of a Bo Nix believer. Again, I cannot emphasize enough. You got the game on the line against Kansas City, and you know that even if you hit a field goal at that, I forget where they were at before that third down on the final drive, but they were down there. Let's see here. So there is a minute 53 left. You're on the 30-yard line. It's 3rd and 6. You don't convert the first down there. Let's say you hit the field goal. Well, that puts you up 17-16 with a minute 50 left for Patrick Mahomes to drive down and just get in field goal range. Like, that's death. that you might as well, if you don't get the first down, no matter what happens, walk off the field, say good game, we'll try and beat you the next time. And for him to roll out to his right and hit Sutton with that dart for 13 yards and a first down and what feels like you milk the clock for a chip shot field goal and the game is over, it's such a massive play for development. It's so huge. So make no mistake, I am bummed beyond belief in that loss. But I'll tell you this much. I'm encouraged about a lot too. And especially encouraged about the way that he played. So 303-504-0925. Between the Buffs now sitting here after 9 games this season in a position to make the Big 12 championship game and possibly a college football playoff appearance. Nuggets with 2 wins over the weekend. Avs with a dub over the weekend. There's a lot to discuss. And you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. A lot to get to. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
On the kickoff after the field goal of 20 yards, a flag has been thrown on that kickoff by Butker. And the ball is going to go out to the 40.
Short free kick from the landing zone by the kicking team.
And because of it, they place it 1st and 10 there. So what a break for Denver. Wow.
That's a huge mistake. Butker normally just smashes it out of the back of the end zone. That time trying to get crafty, and it backfires, giving the Broncos great field position.
3rd down and 6. Estimate the back. Pressure got by Karlaftis. Throws and caught. Caught by Sutton. Right in front of McDuffie. What a throw by Nix. 14-yard pickup on 3rd and 6, and it was a beauty. 35-yard field goal Lutz. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
I'm sick. I'm still sick. I can't get over it. They're showing it all over the TVs in here this morning. Guys, you were better. Like, you were better than the Chiefs. Bo Nix outplayed Patrick Mahomes in his own stadium yesterday. And I know that there's a whole bunch of pain that's going to surround today. I'm encouraged by some things, which we'll get to later, but let's get the pain out of the way. Because the way that finished, you did what you had to do in a very tough place to play against the 2-time defending Super Bowl champ. You get yourself the play by Bo Nix on 3rd down, which was, even if, how about this, guys? If they don't get a 1st down, there's a minute 50 left on the clock for Mahomes to drive down the field and get a field goal. And the rookie rolls out to his right and throws a bleeping seed to Cortland Sutton, to where you're thinking, all right, melt the clock, chip shot field goal, you get out of here with a win. What a huge progression game for Bo Nix and this entire football team. And for it to finish that way is just, Bo
Nix answered the call. He was equal to Patrick Mahomes yesterday.
Yep.
Equal. Patrick Mahomes was not special. He missed on 2 touchdowns, wide open. One to Travis Kelce late. There was nothing special about Patrick Mahomes. But I'm not sure what hurt more. I'm not sure. And I'll ask Mosier here because I want to delve on this first. As a fan, when you get your heart ripped out, when we saw the Nuggets lose the way they did last year in the playoffs, when we've seen tough finishes to Avs games based on ridiculous offsides calls and all that business. When you watch your team lose like that, what's worse? The act of losing the way they did, a dude getting trucked on the way to a blocked field goal, or Patrick Mahomes running around the field celebrating as if he just won his 10th straight Super Bowl? What's worse?
I feel like today, this just sucks.
Yeah.
What it does, Vic, the answer to your question is both. Answer is both. Watching him run around was ridiculous. He's ridiculous. That whole team is ridiculous. The whole
how far is that
the whole
horseshoe
Taylor
up
Swift
there?
crap. The we've got to follow her every step of the way from outside the building to inside the building.
I am so tired of her
done with
right
that
now.
crap.
It has nothing to do with her.
Exactly. It doesn't. No,
it
doesn't.
It's not personal. It's a lovely young woman who makes great songs,
Right.
but I am so tired of that.
Just
get the hell off my television.
Every part of it.
Get
dude.
the hell out of here.
Every single part of it. They had him. Listen, Brett, I didn't think that it was going to be this way. I really didn't, only because I don't. The outcome, I guess, I thought they just find a way to win if they're lucky or it's fixed, or whatever the case may be.
The game felt like a coin flip, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And I'm going to give you full
You were
measures
right.
for that.
D-Mac was right.
Coach Sanford was right. You were all right. Yes, you were all correct.
We were barking at the moon.
They should have won that game.
Yep, 100%. That was a 50-50 game.
How in the and Vic, here's the thing. I can't remember the last time. I cannot remember the last time. Who's blocked a field goal this year? I mean, how about this way? Who's blocked an extra point? Because that's what it was.
It's a chip shot.
Yeah. Okay. Who's done that? When was the last time you saw the entire side of a line collapse?
I've got one for you.
Hey, Vic, it wasn't just one dude. Brett and I we just looked at it one last time. 3 dudes could have had their hands on it. 4 dudes were in on that thing. How does the entire left side collapse like that? It never, ever, ever, ever happens. Ever.
I'm going to tweet it for you. 1990, Broncos at Buffalo. They're leading late. David Treadwell is lining up for what seems to be a 19-yard field goal. Just a chip shot. Off the left side, here comes Cornelius Bennett diving, blocking the kick, and taking it back for 6.
That's one dude. That's not 4 dudes.
So I just watched it again. Here's what I don't get this. They snapped the ball. And I don't want to put all of this on Forsyth, but I mean, Forsyth is the one who got mowed over, okay? He didn't move when the ball was. Did he not know the count? Did he not? Like
he didn't know the ball was snapped.
Rocked. That's what I'm saying, right? Because he had no forward momentum. He just it was like a rocking chair, pushed straight back.
Special teams let the Broncos down. Let's just go down the list. Defensively, they were toe-to-toe. In fact, I thought the Broncos' defense was more impressive. They made more explosive plays defensively.
The pressures,
Benito could have had 50 sacks.
Pressures.
Yes. Nick Benito by himself could have had 10 sacks. 2 were taken away. 3 were taken away. 2 because of the grasp crap, and the other one because of a horrendous call made by the official. Just horrendous. So defensively, the Broncos were great. You hold the Chiefs to 16 points, you deserve to win that game. Offensively, we saw progress. Now, second half, 3 straight punts. They didn't move the ball until they needed to move the ball, but they did. They moved the ball when they had to. But special teams was a joke. A missed 60-yarder. Now, granted, it's 60 yards, but it's still a miss. And then the missed chip shot. Your special teams lost that game. You cannot do that. You cannot have that kind of implosion in this league in the magnitude that it was. Yes, you can't. Cannot happen.
I'm not gonna blame him for missing a 60-yarder, but I know you guys felt the same way. I thought that was getting taken back to the house.
So it was close. one more missed tackle.
Yeah. But here's the thing, man. There's just something to playing Kansas City. And this is what Super Bowl teams have. They're a good team that is also incredibly lucky. Like, incredibly. And I know you're going to say, oh, well, the Chiefs are undefeated. Are they really? Yes, they're lucky. This has happened like 4 or 5 times this year where they've had the right call at the right time with a penalty, or they've gotten the ball back in a lucky way, or a blocked field goal at the end of the clock. They've had that. And so when you put yourself in position, like the Broncos did, I don't want to keep being moral victory guy or nothing like that, because it's sickening the way that you lost. But I was so encouraged with the way that Bo Nix played. Me
too.
I was so encouraged because we all thought the same thing, and I mentioned it at the start of the show. When you need to get a first down, because even if they didn't, they're at the 30-yard line. It was 3rd and 6 with 1:53 left. If they don't convert there, and let's say they hit the field goal from 47 yards, so they go up 17-16, you might as well just walk off the field and say, good game, guys. Chiefs win.
Brett, it's the little things, though. You mentioned it, and we'll get into the development and the maturity of Bo Nix, because I agree with you. We'll get into that as this show progresses. But I feel bad for those of you driving into work right now that have to hear the anger part of the show, because that's where I still am.
Yeah.
There's little mistakes that when you put them all together, they compound and they lose you games. Missing certain plays at the end of the half, running your 2-minute offense at the end of the half, and doing it diligently and moving it up the field into field goal range to get you those points. What happens? Well, Vele made a clutch grab, but someone is in the neutral zone. That was Cortland Sutton, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody drops a pass. Was that Sutton again?
Sutton had 2 big drops yesterday.
You go from what should be a 40-yard field goal, to close the half, to 60 points off the board. There are so many little things that add up during the course of the game. Those little things at the end of a game is what costs you. But I can't get over the fact that we're walking into this situation with the same thing. We had the same thought. That horseshoe is so far up there, you know what? Mm-hmm. It is lodged up. Where is it? Like if you did an X-ray of the organs.
That's what I want to find out.
Where is the horseshoe right now?
I think what we need is it's called an MRI.
Yes.
And you go into this big tube, right?
Although a horseshoe would probably get sucked out with an MRI, wouldn't it?
Actually, it probably would because of the metal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
So maybe you don't do that one.
Either way, yeah. Well, for them, I think I'd like to see it happen.
Right.
I don't know that I've seen a team with that much luck. I mean, listen, they blew up the side of the line and they blocked the field goal. Is that luck? That's not luck. But it is luck because it should never happen.
Yeah, but you could tell they coached it up. They had it coached up, and the Broncos, coaching is...
Understood, Vic, understood. But my God, man, they've dodged so many damn things over the course of this year. They've dodged so many things. And listen, I know good teams find a way to win. Good baseball teams, you know what they do? They win by a run, don't they? Mm-hmm. One run wins. That's a good damn baseball team. I like to measure teams that way.
Kansas City will get beaten.
Of course they will. They will.
That is not a... This isn't the Patriots team that went to the Super Bowl undefeated.
No, it's not.
That's not that team. That team is not that great. Their offensive line, to me, is in shambles. I mean, I swear to God, Nick Bonito could have, he could have told the left tackle, hey, I'm going to do this move, just so you know, and he would have pulled it off.
That left tackle at times, oh my God.
Well, they had to put in the backup. I think Wanya Morris is his name. He got hurt early in the game. They put that backup in. You're like, who the hell is that guy?
Not only that,
terrible.
But it was like a statue. Benito's just like, whoop, right around him, whoop. I mean, he turned the corner on him so easily. I'm like, this is great. And Benito's there all day long, all over Mahomes' jock. And, you escaped a couple of times and made a throw. I get all of that. It's just... Vic, it's hard to comprehend this morning because you wanted it and you had it, and you're a 6-4 football team. You're looking good. If they win, if that kick isn't blocked, I'm telling you, they're in the playoffs.
Yeah,
they're in the postseason, and now
they still very much could be again as this show progresses.
But listen, you got one game on Cincinnati, and you play those guys.
Yes,
so it's probably all going to come down to that.
As the show progresses, we'll move into anger and just unrest into hope. And why I think that game is going to embolden the Broncos rather than hurt them.
I agree.
I think they're coming out of this game knowing, hey, that team is not better than us. We just went toe-to-toe with them. We thought we were the better team. We just jacked it up. So I'm not worried about their mental space. I'm not. I think they're fine. I want to talk about how a team like the Chiefs can gather and get all the breaks. Did you guys hear or read that story? Every time somebody says the Chiefs get great calls, I always slough it off. Come on, it's professional football. Stop it. You just hate the Chiefs. But after watching that game up close yesterday, I was like, what? There were a couple instances when Bonito had Mahomes wrapped. All right, he has him wrapped. And the new NFL rules legislate, they don't want you really targeting quarterbacks because if you hit them hard, you're going to get whistled. So he did the modern NFL thing. He wrapped him.
Right.
So what happens? He takes Mahomes for a ride. Mahomes does the merry-go-round and then throws the ball out of bounds. No one even in sight, out of bounds. How is that not in the grasp?
Because I think you're right, Vic. You're right. But I'm thinking to myself when I'm watching the play go down, they can make a case for what?
He's throwing it nowhere.
I know, but he's getting hit, and that's what affects the trajectory of the ball.
He's in the pocket still.
Kelsey was there, sort of, but it goes way over his head, out of bounds.
We all know what happened there.
I know.
Okay, here's the second one. Did you guys read this? This is all over the place, and I wasn't going to make a big deal out about it. I didn't even retweet it. I was like, nah, I'm not going to retweet this. This is silly. Now I changed my mind. Screw it. Did you guys read about this ref? The down judge, Sarah Thomas, who reffed that game yesterday. Did you read that story?
Yeah,
No.
Taylor Swift FaceTime, and yeah.
Is that appropriate? For those who didn't see it.
Yeah, what happened really? I thought it was fake. I thought it was.
No,
I didn't.
She saw Taylor Swift before the game. She FaceTimed her family. Taylor Swift said hi. I mean, is it professional? No. Do I think that Taylor Swift had some deal? If I do this,
No,
then you need to give us a good call.
Of
no,
course not.
It's not professional.
I'm not alleging anything. There's no. Yeah, you're totally right. It just bothers me.
Yeah.
Does it bother you?
Wait. The official was standing next to Taylor Swift and FaceTimed her family so that Swift could say hi to her family.
Yes. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just you shouldn't do it.
I think it's inappropriate.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong. It's inappropriate at that time. You're in a uniform. You're reffing a game. What are we doing here?
Right. It would be like if, a ref before a Nuggets game, Prime's sitting courtside and he FaceTimes his family because his dad's a big Cowboys fan or something, right? Look, is he going to give the Nuggets a call because Dion? No.
I believe she's
very
fair.
Unprofessional.
I'm not knocking her judgment as a referee or an official. Not one bit. I just think show some tact.
Okay, well, let's do this.
That's all.
Vic, the other things that bother you, save them. And we got Choose Your Own Adventure book today, guys. Text line, phones are open to you, 303-504-0925. Nuggets, Avs. Buffs are now in position to make the Big 12 championship game over the weekend.
There's a lot of good stuff that happened, but it feels like this sucks all the good.
It just was a
It
damper on the
takes
weekend.
the good and just sucks it right out of you.
So we'll get to all that coming up.
They say Father Time is undefeated, and that is the truth. But you can tell Father Time to go get bent for a while. Your body changes as you get older, and low testosterone, well, that does happen, but there is something that you can do about it like I did. You can call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you waking up tired? Maybe even a decrease in libido, some brain fog, that kind of thing. It's totally fixable. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and find out what I'm talking about. They got a 10-question, 2-minute test. I saw treatment for my low T, and it works. They're experts at getting you back to being you. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. Most men wait like a year to get tested, and that's ridiculous. Don't do that. Fight back right now. The appointments are easy. It's just $99, includes medical consult, low T, and PSA test. It's very comprehensive. And if you sign up that day, your appointment is absolutely free, so don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. You'll be glad you did.
Nelly.
I have nothing against this young lady. I don't. I actually like some of her music.
That's
I
great.
do,
Sure
but
you do.
I just can't. I can't anymore.
Listen,
Guys,
I'm going to go
can't.
full Kerry Strug on her. I don't
can't do
care.
it.
Dude, I'm
I
sick.
can't.
I'm just sick of it all,
Okay,
man.
there's a million things happening. We're upset about the Taylor Swift music,
Yeah,
Nelly.
and she gets lumped in, yes.
Someone
Because
said,
we're
"Well, why
upset about the loss?"
Why do you care? Why do you even mention her?" I mention her because she's shown on television throughout the course of every game. You can't help but mention it.
The other thing is, yes, I think everybody has noticed there's a man with a British accent now doing our traffic reports, which I think is actually kind of lovely, but it did throw me for a shock for a second. Moshe,
Dude, I thought that was you, like, doing traffic just as a...
Who the hell is that guy?
Moshe, would you like to share with the audience what you said to Nelly right before the
No,
break?
I don't.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Paul Revere, you want to say what you were yelling at me off air?
It's Veterans Day. 250 years we kicked their ass.
Does our new traffic
put
guy
out
know?
Fireworks?
Does he know that we drive on the right side of the street here, or is he still...
No, Vic,
No
I
offense, I
think
just don't-
you missed it. This is why the Paul Revere joke was so good from Nelly. Moshe goes, it's Veterans Day. We kicked their ass 250 years ago.
And I said, what's more American than making him eat it and still tell us what the traffic is? Yeah.
No, shout out. We're just having some fun, traffic guy.
We are Vic D. Is his name Vic D? We got another Vic?
By the way, just some,
and happy Veterans Day, by the way, for those who serve and have served, and especially those who paid the ultimate price.
Absolutely. And I want to, can we, honestly, there's a difference between Memorial Day. Veterans Day is for everybody who served, okay? And that's awesome. Thank you so much. Like my old man, he's still kicking. He was in the Navy back in the 60s on an aircraft. He was a red shirt on an aircraft carrier. Great stuff. But Memorial Day is for those who paid the ultimate price. That's what that, and that's,
Yes.
of course, in May. So let's just not confuse the two, but there you go.
I got you.
Yeah, okay.
Just quickly from last night, some breaking news from the NBA that has some Nuggets implications as the Nuggets win twice over the weekend. Chet Holmgren suffered a right iliac hip fracture.
Do you know what that is?
No idea.
That's the wing on your hip, the outer wing.
Well,
Did you see his fall? He was trying to block a shot, and he goes up, makes contact, and comes down straight on his side. And that's a large man.
Yeah.
That's a big fall. And he's not exactly – he's brittle, put it that way.
He looks brittle. Brett said you could break his leg with a paper airplane because he's so thin. But, I mean, that's the wing on your hip. So to crack that, that's a thick bone. That's heavy duty, man.
They lost.
He's out 8 to 10 weeks is the prognosis.
That's really a tough loss for them. That's heavy duty.
So he's out 8 to 10 weeks, and this is starting to add up in the Western Conference. John Morant, the Nuggets will see Memphis twice in the next week, twice in Memphis. He's out week to week with a hip injury himself, pelvic injury. When he went up for a dunk, and same type of situation. He fell awkwardly. So Zion, who they'll see Friday night, is out week to week, probably indefinitely with a hamstring. So key losses to big opponents on the Nuggets schedule coming up.
So I want to get to some other stuff from over the weekend in a second, but just quickly, and look, we're going to bounce around the stages of grief today, where I'm going to sound bipolar. Sometimes I'm going to sound rosy. Other times I'm going to be yelling.
I feel like I am because this was, dude. I went to sleep last night, and it was not easy to get to sleep, to be honest with you.
No.
And again, I guess I'm just taking it quote hard or whatever. No, I'm just trying to make sense of a blocked field goal, which never happens.
Well, just let me say something.
I guess on a 65-yarder, and you got to boot that thing low. I mean, if a guy skies in the air and gets a big paw on it, that's one thing. But you got collapsed. You got bulldozed, Brett.
But hang on, because this is where I'm going to sound like this is the rosier version of Brett coming out today. Because Vic, you said something that I completely agree with. Because a texter said this in the appetizer. He said, this loss feels like the kind of loss that derails the season. And I said, I totally disagree.
No, the opposite.
And you know what's funny? For the last 8 years, the Broncos have felt like a team that if something goes wrong, the wheels fall off. And I don't feel that with this team. I think they will come back and play against Atlanta with a bleeping fury. I
totally agree.
Truly do.
Totally agree. Well, they better. First of all, they better. We hope they do. I think there are so many things to love about that game, but The day after a game is really not the day to hash that out. We got the rest of the week.
Fair.
The day after the game is still pain. And it was so painful for me. I'm going to ask you guys this. All Broncos fans driving around, listening to this show. My brother told me this, and he was so right. Because he called me right after the game, and he goes, you know what? You know how I know the Broncos are back? I go, how? He goes, because I finally feel that pain in my heart after a loss. Like, the Broncos have lost many games over the last 8 years. Many games. This has been a torturous run. But the pain that yesterday's loss brought was unlike any of those games that preceded it over the last decade. Completely different. And that's when you know that the Broncos have grown, that the Broncos are at a different spot because of that pain. And it makes total sense.
I agree with you. Like, in a very dumb way to put it, feeling this bad is kind of a good thing because you had an expectation for your team.
And an investment.
Yes. You had it.
It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a fluke, right? We were watching a fluke unfold. We were watching a game going, oh, my God, look how lucky they got there. Oh my God, look at that.
It was not fool's gold. No. It was real. What they did was real. How they did it was real. And they missed some opportunities. But you know what? So did Kansas City. That's the way a tough football game goes sometimes. Yet they went there, and it was not a fake situation.
They played that game 9 more times. I think that most of them looked the exact same way. I mean, really
if they had gone to Kansas City last year or 2 years ago and lost 38-10, you're like, yeah, they stink anyway, blah, 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 blah. And you start to believe now. And so, yeah, you take it harder than you did before. Correct.
Let me nip this in the bud right now because it's the third text I've read regarding this, and I've got to bring it up. Mosier, you are the expert to react to this. What makes that Broncos loss worse, says texter 8924, is listening to 3.5 hours of Kevin Harlan glorify the Chiefs. I cannot believe some of you are going to take your pain out on a dude calling a football game on what is supposed to be a neutral broadcast, who is one of the best, if not the best, in the business of calling games.
Yeah.
What do you expect him to say? How do you expect him to react when a field goal is blocked? And some of you are chiming in saying, oh, he got too excited. How do you expect him to react to that? Score.
I thought it was a great call.
Are you kidding me? You're going to put this on the announcer?
Well, beyond that, when you have the game finished the way that one did, and if there's any solace to take in this, at least, guys, all the teams that were beneath you in the standings also lost. The Colts looked terrible. The Bengals lost on Thursday Night Football in that weird Ravens game. And good Lord, did the Jets get throttled by Arizona. So the good thing is you're still in the same position that you were heading into the weekend. But if you were 6-4, you're damn near a lock, it feels like, to make the postseason.
You're in. I think you're in, man. You're in. The solace I take is that Indy stinks. The Bengals scare me. I mean, the Bengals, that game at Baltimore. That game at Baltimore. So, but you'll see them. You'll see them. We talked about it this morning. Game 16, week 17.
Yeah, it feels like, I know this is looking way far down the line, but it just feels like everything is lining up for that Cincinnati game. The game before the final game of the season is like a play-in type of situation.
I hope when the Chiefs come to town, because everybody's talking about they may have it all wrapped up and nothing to play for, I hope that's not the case. I hope the Chiefs do have something to play for when they come to Mile High. I hope that game is meaningful, because that team doesn't scare me anymore. Does it scare you guys?
No. But here's what if you beat the Falcons this weekend, you're going to be properly motivated. And the Falcons just lost to the Saints. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. So you're 6-5. You'll beat the Raiders 7-5. You'll beat the Browns 8-5. You'll beat the Colts. There, you can put them out of their misery right there. You're 9-5 football team before you got to go on the road to the Chargers and the Bengals.
Well, but before we get too far ahead of ourselves on that stuff,
let me get ahead of myself.
Okay,
I'm mad. I'm mad enough to get ahead of myself.
Go.
If they beat the Falcons, and I think they're going to, you're going to beat the Raiders' butts. You're going to beat the Browns' butts. You're going to beat the Colts' butts. You got those 3 at home, dude. This is all looking good. It's setting up well.
You know what was really interesting? Obviously, this was a massive game. for multiple reasons. It's where you are in the standings. It's just that feeling like, God, if you could beat Kansas City twice in a row at Arrowhead would be nuts. And the changes, I don't know about you guys, I was really surprised beginning of the game. I'm seeing Marvin Mims line up in the backfield.
Yeah, I loved it.
I'm seeing Audric Estime take the bulk of the carries during that game.
He's your new RB1, by the way. Do not go back.
And
Do
I
not go
loved
back.
it. I loved it.
It is. You need that power. You know why you need that power? And albeit he didn't break any, but he did enough to make them respect the play action, which worked. That touchdown toss to Cortland Sutton, go back and look at that. That play is made because the linebackers move up, the safeties move up to challenge Audric Estime, who they show it to, pulls it out, touchdown Sutton.
I told you last week, Moshe, as bad as that miss was to Franklin in the Baltimore game that we all felt like could have changed the fabric of how that game sort of played out, I said, if he gets that throw again, I think he's going to hit it, though. That was the exact same. It was the exact same play.
Yep.
It was third. Well, I think Baltimore's fourth, but it was 3rd and short. It was 0 coverage, bring a blitz, 1-on-1, and he put the ball on the money.
He didn't overthrow this one. He just nice little slingshot. That's all it was. And it was perfect. It was in the exact right spot. Look at Bo showed so many growth moments yesterday. Mm-hmm. At the end of the game, I said it out loud. I said, if Bo is going to show us anything right now, they haven't moved the ball at all in the second half. 3 drives, 3 punts. You're down. You got to do something special. And guess what? He did. Now, depends on what your definition of special is, but he moved the ball down the field. On that 3rd and 5, he made a play. He stepped up in the pocket and found Cortland Sutton. They're in no man's land at that point. They have to have a first down. He got him a first down. He did everything they were supposed to do. The other thing, I keep hearing people say, well, the Broncos should have kept going, when they got in that field goal range. No, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. It was a chip
shot.
Exactly right. I hear people saying, oh, they should have scored a touchdown. And really, no. You want to milk the clock, take everything off the damn clock, get it down to the second, and walk off with an easy field goal. I would have done it the same way they did it 100 out of 100 times.
There is nothing to criticize about that. In fact, that's what all these clutch quarterbacks that we talked about in the past 10, 20 years, whether it's Mahomes, Brady, they do that a million times. They drive into chip shot field goal range. They get the hell off the field and say, all right, finish the game for me.
Yeah, turn it over their dude and call it a day.
Yep.
You can't just have a massive breakdown on one side of the line because you're lined up awkwardly. The left end, by the way, went to the outside. And this is blocking 101 on extra points and field goals. Everything from inside out. You don't want anybody coming on the interior. That's the easiest path to the football. So you block inside out. You don't want anybody coming inside of you. Well, what does the left side of the line of scrimmage do? Go back and look at it. The left end, I don't know what the hell he's doing the way he's lined up. Forsythe's on his ass as soon as the ball is snapped. The guy next to Forsythe was lost in the shuffle. The entire left end was caved in. It was a complete breakdown. Complete.
Yeah.
God, it just shouldn't happen. Ever. It just shouldn't happen. At least nobody tried to choke out Lutzer.
And I wonder when they go back and look at the whole operation. When they look at the whole operation of the kick, did it feel like it took a little extra long for that kick to be attempted?
It did. It just kind of felt that way, a little bit. It did. Vic, did you see what happened in the Niners game when their field goal kicker missed 3 straight field goals?
I missed it. No,
well, Tebow Samuel tried to choke out the long snapper.
No. He didn't try. He successfully
He choked out the long snapper.
Put his hands around the long snapper's neck on the sideline. Yeah.
So what were they bad snaps?
He got in a fight. He was actually saying to Lutz, what's their kicker's name?
I don't know.
Jake Moody.
He was getting on Moody for 3 straight field goals being missed, and then the long snapper sort of came to the kicker's rescue saying, we know our job, and then he choked him out.
Somebody just wrote in, hey, you guys are overlooking the obvious. 3 of the Broncos wins were against opponents with a combined record of 6 and 21.
They should have won.
Unbeaten team. Who cares? They just took the only unbeaten team in the league at their place and should have won the game.
Who said that? Where is that?
It's Chris. I don't know, Chris.
Chris, I'm coming. You're mine, baby.
Chris, what are you watching yesterday?
Chris,
they were the better team. I mean, I can watch that game, and if you didn't tell me which team was a Super Bowl team, I wouldn't know. Mahomes wasn't special.
What
about Mahomes made you go, wow? You know what? He had a couple Plays where he got out of sacks, great. He missed Worthy on a wide-open touchdown, threw it out of bounds. He missed Kelsey wide open in the back of the end zone, overthrew him. Mahomes was pedestrian yesterday. He was not that good.
Dude, he's looked that way all year. That's what I've been trying to tell people. I'm like, the Mahomes you're scared of is not the Mahomes of this season. It's the Mahomes of the past. And I'm not saying that he's not good, okay? Obviously. If I were to take any quarterback right now to be the quarterback of my football team, it's him. Still. But that Chiefs offense is not nearly as explosive as they have been, and you saw that on full display yesterday. You saw it. You saw that they were giving up pressures left and right every time Mahomes was dropping back. You know what else they didn't do at all yesterday? Did you guys notice this? Chiefs couldn't run the ball. Kareem Hunt couldn't do anything. He had 2 swing passes that he broke a tackle and got 20 yards off of. They couldn't run. Like, the defense did everything in their power to win that football game. And you can look at, God, you know it was a big missed opportunity. And I can't blame them. It's tough for D linemen. Oh, but Zach Allen almost had that pick. Almost had that pick. And goodness, you could have closed the game out on that.
There were a couple plays inside the red zone where the defense, I thought the defense was superb, but there were a couple plays. Again, the ridiculous contact, illegal contact call, which would have knocked them out of field goal range, was a ridiculous call. You gave them points. You gave them points. You said, here are points that you do not deserve based on a ridiculous call. First of all, it was a flimsy call to begin with. Very, very minimal contact.
Yeah.
And it happened at the exact same time that Mahomes got hit.
It's not just that they get the calls, it's they get them in the times of need.
You know what happens in that situation,
It's when they get the calls.
Yes. Here's what happens in that situation. Here's what should happen. Referees huddle. You get together. Okay, I saw some defensive I saw some contact. It wasn't bad, but it was contact. We got to call it. Other ref says, but dude was already wrapped up when it was made. Let's just go ahead and pick up that flag.
Well, that's where I think it's on the head official, because the guy who's throwing the flag isn't watching when the sack is happening. He's only watching the secondary, so he probably doesn't know. He just sees there's a illegal contact and then whatever. I don't know. A lot more to break down with this game. 3-0.
And that led to a touchdown.
I know, but I'll say what I said in the appetizer is you play the Chiefs, calls like that are going to go their way. It's just going to, okay? They're 2-time Super Bowl champions. They got Mahomes. They're going to get calls. You had the chance to win it at the end, and you got trucked at the line of scrimmage on a chip shot field goal. A lot more to get to with this. Nuggets, Avs, Buffs now in position for the Big 12 championship game over the weekend. Whole bunch to get to. Stick around. That is the sound of Tulatero. It is your favorite lottery app, at least it should be, because you can get all of your favorite Colorado Lotto games directly on your phone, skipping the lines, the convenience stores, and doing it from the comfort of your own home, workplace, wherever. And the Powerball tonight, the jackpot, $103 million. And if you download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in your first lotto game. Again, $103 million up for grabs in the Powerball tonight. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC for your free credit to try and get your hands on that $103 million. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Adam Schefter coming up at 8 o'clock. Get a recap of the NFL weekend with him. Where do you guys want to go here? You want to go Nuggets? You want to go Avs? You want to go Buffs over the weekend, now in position for the Big 12? What?
Avs are back in it tonight, or they're back at it tonight, I should say. Nashville's in town. You want a little revenge for what happened last week. I started thinking more about this. Just give me 2 minutes. Cale Makar's shorthanded goal the other night.
First of his career.
The great Peter McNabb. I don't know, somebody tweeted that. They were wrong.
Oh, okay.
The great Peter McNabb would say he loved moments in a game. Moments. You're about to go down 3-0, and then the game's going to be over, right? He intercepts that pass, and he kicks it to his blade, and he takes off. From beginning to end, the interception, and from that point on, there's like a handful of guys on the planet that can make that play. Come down with a clapper and blow it by Martin like that?
Yeah.
Bro, that is such a high-end play by a superstar player that it's hard to even comprehend, to be honest with you. And so that changes the course of everything. And then, of course, McKinnon does his thing, and then Malinsky goes zoop, zoop, backhand, top shelf. You're kidding me. Then we're tied. Whole new game, obviously.
Well, I was going to say, what about McKinnon weaving through traffic to finish on his own? There's only a handful of guys that can do that, too.
No doubt. Carolina didn't get in till that day. 11:30 in the morning.
By the way,
Crazy.
The big news on top of the win over the weekend is Bednar said in basically no uncertain terms that Val will be playing on Friday.
Yep. He back.
So we'll talk to Bednar about that on Wednesday. But, Vic, I was at the game on Friday.
Yep.
And then...
By the way, you did a great job in the postgame show.
Oh, thank you. Had the same feel to me Friday and Sunday. It's like defense is obviously taking a hit without AG in the lineup. That's pretty clear. But they are scoring at a pretty remarkable rate.
Ran into my friend Will, who's a listener and a big Nuggets fan. He reminded me of this. He said, you were right when you said that a couple weeks ago. I said, what? I said, what? I said, on the show, I said, guys, after that 0-2 start, remember I said, give me 10 games.
Yep.
Give me 10 games to assess what the Nuggets are before we jump to conclusions about everybody. And so here we are at 10 games. They start the season 0-2, losing 2 at home. They're now 7-3.
Mm-hmm.
They're a game out of first place.
Yeah.
In the Western Conference. They've won a 5-game homestand. They've won 7 out of 8. The team is red hot. They're finishing close games and finishing on the winning side of close games. Here's what we know through 10. Russell Westbrook is going to be a roller coaster, but he brings more good than bad.
Yep.
End of story.
He had a tough shooting night last night.
But he does a lot.
But he does a lot of
more
other
good
stuff.
than bad.
I dig.
Trust me, dudes. I've watched that team huddle, and he is the heartbeat on that huddle. He is in every single timeout. He's important to this team. Dario Saric, I have no idea what you're doing with that. No idea where you're going.
I don't either. Maybe they'll figure it out as it goes along.
He's Strawther
hit a couple of big shots last night. That rotation was only 8 dudes. It was only 8 dudes.
Christian Brown has been a revelation. His numbers across the board are better than KCP's.
Yep.
And one thing he does better than KCP, guys, he finishes. He finishes in fast breaks. Payton Watson, he didn't have a preseason, and now we see him start to flourish. He was 4 for 4 from 3 last night. Game-winning block on Kyrie Irving. So there are pieces, there are players that are coming together. MPJ showed maturity, didn't see the ball even though he started red hot, but made the clutch shot at the end. And then, of course, the one what else can you say? Nikola Jokic's line last night, 37, 18, 15, 2 steals, a block.
What the hell is this?
What
is this? What am I watching?
What are we doing here?
What am I watching with this guy? Just to give you guys some clarity, it's 10 games into the season. Jokic is averaging 30, 14, and 12 on 56% from the floor and 56% from 3.
It's insane.
Let me add something else, because I watched some post-game shows, and of course, when you watch basketball and the way people consume basketball, it's all about offense. Everybody's about scoring. Kyrie Irving was unstoppable last night.
Oh my God!
Until the end, he was on a heater of no heaters, and he was unstoppable. He had 16 points in the fourth quarter. Kyrie Irving finishes with 43 points and 5 assists. Nikola Jokic, 37, 18, and 15. So I'm going to ask you guys, just stand back, answer this question. Who had the better game?
Joker.
Obviously, it was Joker, obviously.
Why?
Because he did everything. He scored the basketball, he rebounded the basketball, and he shared the basketball.
Let me explain to those neophytes who don't understand how the basketball math
Well, you
works.
got to be 10 years old if you're a neophyte.
Yeah.
If you're a kid who thinks that Kyrie had the better game.
But Kyrie was incredible.
He was incredible. But the best player on the court was Nikola. Wasn't close.
Of course he was, right.
If you add up total points created by Nikola Jokic last night when you combine assists and points, 76 total points that he created.
Jeez.
One person was responsible for 76 points. Kyrie Irving, when you combine his 43 and 5 assists, he had 55 total points. So it wasn't even close who produced the most. The math doesn't even... Obviously, Nikola Jokic was the better player. But we, sometimes in the NBA, fall in love with scoring, and that's it. And that's where Nikola gets lost in the shuffle with a lot of these people. I love the line that Michael Malone used after the game. He was asked, what do you think about Nikola? He goes, yeah, it was all right. I guess some people will vote him fifth in MVP voting now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, this may be the Broncos' loss talking, and I admit it. But I hate I hate Luka Doncic. I hate him. I hate him.
Luka.
He's got a lot of James Harden in his game, doesn't he?
I hate Luka's he's my new public enemy number one. I hate him. I'm no fan of Nurkic. What the stunt he pulled the other night against Nurkic and the Suns
the flop.
And then I watched him last night, Vic. I determined I hate his guts.
How is he allowed?
I absolutely hate him.
I thought the NBA had enacted a no-tolerance flopping rule, and I don't think I've seen anyone ever uphold it because that was one of the most egregious flops I've seen in recent history. That makes some of LeBron's stuff look lame. Well, and yet he has the how do you have the nerve to come back and play like nothing happened?
Let me just give you 3 things real quick before Mosier starts going off on Nurkic. Number 1 with Luka. They're up 120 to 118 with, I don't know what it was, a minute 18 left. And Luka's offensive possession is I'm going to dribble around the logo and then just shoot it from there, which was a bizarre decision to me. Number 2, you see the difference, and I know that people are still wondering when Jamal is really going to turn it on. He's hit some tough shots over the last couple of games, but I'll tell you where it makes a huge difference. They've been winning these games close. Remember what happened against Minnesota earlier this year? Jamal was out, and they didn't know how to close the game offensively. This is where he makes a huge difference. Close game, they know exactly what they're going to do. Bam Adebayo talked about it at the end of the game. He goes, it's really tough to stop Jokic and Murray at the end of games because you don't know who you should be keying on to stop. But end of games, that's where Jamal Murray really matters. Lastly, everybody was waiting for Porter. Hey, he's a max contract guy. Why doesn't he step up? In the last 6 games, he's averaging 22 a game on around 50% from 3. How's this stat, though, from our boy Jake Coyne? Over the last 5 seasons, Michael Porter Jr. has an effective field goal percentage of 81% in the final 60 seconds of games where the score's within 5 points.
That's pretty damn impressive.
That's
really impressive.
He was running a lot of cardio when he didn't see the ball for 2 straight quarters.
That's 3rd among 219 players at least 10 attempts in that span.
They have to get him more involved. That's on them.
Yep.
That's not on him. Because I hear people say, well, where did he go? He disappeared. He's there. Listen, I'm at the games. I'm watching up close. He's open. That's on the Nuggets. And Michael Malone said it after the game. He said he takes accountability for it. The guy starts red hot in the first quarter. What do you have, 15 in the first? And then doesn't touch the ball.
Yeah.
He hit the game-winning shot.
But I'm with Vic. This has been sort of a constant theme with him. How many times have we talked about Porter's off to this hot start and then literally doesn't take a shot for 2 quarters? And I think that, I don't know what happens, man. It's just like they forget he's there.
I'm going to tell you what happened in the second quarter. The second unit came in, and they were awful. There's just no chemistry there. And the lead was evaporated quickly. And here's what happens, because they leave Michael Porter in with that second unit. But the opposing team knows who's going to take the shots. So they really make a point to guard him closely, and he never gets a chance to even touch the ball with that second unit.
Right.
All of it being said, I hate Luka. I hate him. I dislike him. In fact, he's right there. He made me feel pity for Nurkic. How dare you make me feel pity for Nurkic? I hate that guy.
Well, let's get to a break. We'll talk to Adam Schefter coming up.
Sorry, Luca. You lost me.
The weekend that was in the NFL with Adam Schefter next. Let's take a look at some of these lines for tonight, starting with the Avs. They're minus 143 on the money line on the Circus Sportsbook. The Rams, 2.5-point favorites. And you know what I did? Because the Buffs are now in position to make the Big 12 title game. I was like, what are the odds on the Circus Sportsbook for them to make or win the entire damn thing? Plus 7,000. In the discussion. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook. All the game props you can imagine, live betting, and the best odds in the game. You can't find better odds anywhere else than the Circus Sportsbook. So if I were you, I would download that Circus Sportsbook right now and get throwing some cash around. Circus Sports. Download the app or go to circusports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second down, 7, Mahomes. Flag you see, Mahomes on the run and being crunched right there by Brandon Jones. New starter for the Broncos comes from the Dolphins. Gain of 2, flag thrown on the play.
Can you let me know if he's close?
Yes, Patrick.
He's asking the official. Right, he's asking the official, hey, can you let me know when the guy's close? They hit me. Come on.
Oh, we got to do more of that.
Yeah,
Second and 12 now.
I don't know if I've ever heard that.
No, but I love it.
I never asked an official, hey, can you tell me when the defense is getting close?
Adam Schefter, who joins us every Monday following the NFL weekend. Adam, why?
Oh my God.
Why do we have to experience that? What do we need to do to remove the horseshoe from the Chiefs? What do we got to do here? Help me, Adam.
Well, the Broncos beat them last year, right? They beat them on a Thursday night a year ago.
Yeah, but it didn't feel the same. It didn't feel the same a year ago. Mahomes was sick, blah, blah, blah. This one felt different. Adam, the Broncos, I thought, were just as good as the Chiefs. Bo Nix, I thought, played Patrick Mahomes level. I didn't think Mahomes is that special. How are they doing this? How are they undefeated? How are we here?
I'll just say, when you watch that game yesterday, Denver took it to them. Denver was physical. Denver was pushing around Mahomes, which is why he's asking for help from the official. Hey, give me a heads up here, I mean, it's still hard to believe they lost that game. It doesn't bring any solace to Colorado this morning, but the fact that they could play like that, be in that game, tells you that they're going to be a tough team here in the second half of the season. That's what you want to believe. That's what you want to take out of it. And I think you have to try to take some positives out of it, because they didn't, but they should have won the game. They should have won the game. They had the game. And how Kansas City is doing it, they've been a great franchise for a long time. And I know that Bo Nix played with Patrick Mahomes, but Patrick Mahomes still is the best quarterback in the game. He's still the guy that you'd want. Their defense is good. They have playmakers. Denver played as well as the Chiefs did and just didn't take advantage of it.
Go ahead, Moshe. Or you want to stay silent?
Well,
are you still brooding over there?
Adam, I'm really pissed. It hurts because I think they win that game. They're in the playoffs. I'm going to declare them in. Indy's not going to catch them. Cincinnati, so on and so forth. Just the way things set up.
How do you feel about the playoffs now?
I still feel pretty damn good. I think that if they can get by Atlanta this weekend, and Atlanta is helter-skelter, if they can get by Atlanta at home, they're going to beat the Raiders. They're going to beat the Browns. I mean, they've got a chance to be 8-5, 9-5 football team here because they play Indy, so they can put them out of their misery. They got a lot going for them still. I still feel good about it. I'm just heartbroken because, Adam, it's so rare that you see the whole left side of a line collapse like that on what essentially was an extra point situation, right?
Yeah. The amazing part of yesterday was, and this league is just, it's incredible. You get a blocked extra point that was a field goal to win a game. You get Pittsburgh getting Washington to jump offside to seal a victory. I'm watching this you're not going to jump. You're not going to jump. You jumped. I cannot believe you. Just don't move. What do we think? And it's easy for me to say I don't play. I got it, but everybody knows what they're going to do. And he did it.
Well,
go ahead.
You got
field goals. You got field goals in that game in Houston that were unbelievable. One just inside the right, one side. These script writers are incredible. I'm just telling you, it's unbelievable what they come up with. You can't even imagine these things. New England, Chicago's reeling. Holy cow. It's amazing.
It's crazy.
Well, I was going to ask you, Adam, as far as a more bizarre way to win for two teams that are seen as two of the best in the league, the Chiefs winning the way that they did and have throughout the course of the year is weird.
Yeah. Yep.
How do you throw 5 picks in 40 minutes of football and win that game against a good team on the road? That was even more bizarre to me than the Chiefs game.
I don't know if it says more about the Lions or more about the Texans. It says something about both, to be honest with you. The Lions could go into Houston, play a team that I picked to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. So they're a good team. And that team had the Lions on the ropes done. But we see this over and over. Like, that's what the league is. The margin is so small between these two teams. Like, the Chiefs, even though they're unbeaten, even though they're going for a three-peat, I know this will sound, they're not that much better than the Denver Broncos.
They're not. They're not. And that's what makes this NFL. I mean, that's why the NFL is king, Adam. That's why it's king, because the questions loom throughout the course of the season. Like I made the case earlier, this Chiefs team is not like that Patriots team that carried an undefeated record to the Super Bowl. They're not even close. No. Right?
No.
So what's wrong when you look from afar at this Chiefs team? What's wrong with them?
Well,
what's wrong with the unbeaten team?
Yeah. Well, that's a serious question. No, I can't believe I'm asking that question.
You're right.
I'm going to give you a few things right off the top of my head. They're not getting good play out of their offensive line, their left tackle, number one. Okay? They don't have a left tackle that they can rely on. Mahomes is under constant pressure. They're missing their starting running back, who broke his leg and is going to be back in late November, early December. They're missing their top three receivers, arguably. Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice, Juju's gone. And so they trade for DeAndre Hopkins, who I don't care what you say, nobody wanted the guy other than Kansas City, really. So they're playing with Kareem Hunt, who was on the street until the season began. DeAndre Hopkins, who not many people wanted. They're missing all these players. I mean, a lot of injuries, leaky offensive line play. And again, in a league of parity, there you go.
It's a lot of knock me over with a feather stuff. Dallas Cowboys are in shambles. The New York Jets got throttled. And obviously, they're not very good. They got throttled by the Cardinals. Cardinals look pretty good. I mean, it's just, I guess you go into the season, Adam, thinking certain things, and then all of a sudden, reality takes a different turn, right? I mean,
Mark,
Cardinals are actually damn good.
Yeah, I was going to correct you there. You said the Cardinals are pretty good. And in their last three home games against the Chargers, Bears, and Jets, now not exactly juggernauts, but still, their last three home games, they have not allowed a touchdown.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay. Do you know the last time that happened?
I have no clue.
The Cardinals?
No clue.
Never.
1926. Almost 100 years ago.
Back when they were in Chicago, right? Or in Illinois somewhere. They weren't even.
I don't even know where they are.
Yeah,
I'm not that smart. But over 100 years. Like, here's the general rule: if your defense is doing something that hasn't been done in 98 years, that's usually a pretty good, really good or really bad, right?
Yeah.
In this case, it's really good.
I got a question for you because I don't know how the NFL fine system works. I know that if you get in a fight on the field, that you're going to get fined over it. What happens if you're a wide receiver and you choke out your own long snapper? What about that?
Oh my! It's funny. I just, hold on. You just reminded me of something. Hold on. that was the.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel choking out his own long snapper.
Watching Deebo get mad. Well, he got mad at the kicker, Moody, and then the long snapper says, "Hey, man, we know our job." And he says, "Oh, yeah? How about this, jugular?" It's like, oh, my God. What the hell's going on?
I was sitting on Sundays. I watch the games in what we call the war room at ESPN. I have Mike Tannenbaum to my right and Herm Edwards to my left. And I said to Mike, "What would you do?" And we turned to Herm. Herm's like, "I'd suspend him. I'd suspend him." Mike said, "I'd bench him, and he'd be brought back in like Tyreek Stevenson." So I think Kyle Shanahan's got an issue there that he's going to have to address. And I was wondering, because it's not often that you get a wide receiver going after the kicker and long snapper. It's kind of like the cool guys versus the nerds in school.
Dude,
yeah.
No, I mean, you bring it up. I mean, how often do you see turmoil fights on the team's own sideline? Do you remember Kevin Gilbride and Buddy Ryan? I was in Austin when I saw that thing unfold. That was one of the craziest scenes ever. That's a coach punching another coach in the face. Yeah.
That was amazing. Amazing. I remember that too, Vic. So, oh my God, yeah. Well, that was in the early 90s, I believe, right?
Yes. That was a long time ago. But player-on-player crime, especially teammates, that is something special. But again, it's the gift that keeps on giving in the National Football League. And here we are. We're coming down the final stretch, and we still don't know really who the best team in football is. Because in the
Detroit.
NFC, well, you think Detroit is? You
Yeah,
think so?
I do.
Why is that?
I do. Just most ways to win, most weapons, tough, gritty, persona, the head coach. Like, again, I know Kansas City's got the best record. Detroit's got the best record. Someone's got to win in Detroit to get to the Super Bowl in the NFC. Good luck winning in that building indoors. By the way, Vic, this is my opinion on November 11th.
Sure.
I reserve the right to change my mind on December 11th or January 11th.
Of course you do.
So, yeah. So today, I think the Detroit Lions are the best team in football.
Yeah, what's with the inquiry, Vic? What are you doing?
It's not
man?
an inquiry. It's
Hey,
just
that's
the beauty of
it's like-
football.
it's like you put him on the stand. Why? Where were you the night
That's
of the
okay.
15th?
You know what I love about the Lions, though? You're right. How many teams, name a team in the league outside of maybe Detroit or, I don't know, Kansas City, that can throw a ball away that many times, that can give the ball to the opposition that many times and still find a way to win a game?
It's just, and by the way, like every Monday I put out on Instagram, on Twitter, the Dan Campbell post-game locker room speeches. I could watch those all day. Like, it is unbelievable just to watch that guy talk. It is incredible to me.
Okay, so if you're Sean Payton, if you're the Denver Broncos, and you're glancing over the standings and you see what the Steelers have done with Russell Wilson, what's running through your mind?
Good for him. I don't think he's thinking that at all. I think he's thrilled that he's got Bo Nix. I think he's thrilled he moved on. Wish Russell the best, and I really believe that. Like, I don't think there's anything like, I can't believe this guy's doing that. Like, I don't think that's going on.
So what is he getting in Pittsburgh that's allowing him to thrive that he didn't get here?
Again, I think we just look at Pittsburgh and the organization that it's been and the system that's been in place and the defense and the way they win. They just play tough. Like, I don't know if Denver's defense had played this way last year, would Russell still be the quarterback? Probably not. Like, he freelanced too much for Sean and Sean, once you get in the doghouse, it's kind of tough to get out. So, I think that those sides are, and it's been great for both. It's been great for both. Russell's gone on to Pittsburgh. He's thriving in a system where they hadn't gotten great quarterback play. He's an upgrade over what they had, and he's allowing them to be in the position they are. And Denver moved on and drafted Bo Nix, who they love. The Broncos love him. I know Scott Hastings doesn't, but the Broncos do. And we'll see how that works out over time. So I think everybody seems to be better off right now moving forward.
I know it's really early, but if the Bears had a chance to draft somebody else at number 1, would they?
Well, another conversation on the worm, and it's a great part where you're sitting around a bunch of really bright, cool, nice people, like with Field Yates. He was talking to me about some exercise either he had done last week or was doing this week, a redraft. And if you had the draft to do all over again today, who would be the number 1 pick? And we of course, Jaden Daniels would seem to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah. I know you got to get out of here, Adam. We always appreciate your time, though, every single Monday. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, guys, sorry about the loss. I don't love that Atlanta got smacked around by New Orleans yesterday. That is not good. You wanted Atlanta to go in there and kick New Orleans' ass.
I agree.
And feel great about the fact of where they were. That's not what that is almost as disappointing as the Broncos result, I think.
Yep.
And it just sets up an even tougher matchup on Sunday.
Yep. Adam, you're the best. Thanks for the time.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter.
Going off on what Adam said, though, if you want to be a playoff team, you got to win games like Atlanta, no matter what they're coming off of.
Yep. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
When we come back, I need you to do something for me, Brett, in your best accent.
Okay.
Please.
Get to it next.
All right, so here's the story, Vic. The Dallas Cowboys are a wreck, and I'm here for it. I think it's awesome. Jerry Jones said, we don't think we're going to fire the coach in the course of the season. When he fired Wade Phillips, he says he's never not regretted that. Okay, so he doesn't like to fire a coach midseason. But they got kicked yesterday at home. And CeeDee Lamb dropped a pass in the end zone because at that stadium, the light from the sun shines through one of the ends and blah, 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 blah. So Lamb says, what in the postgame we need to
He said he is 1,000% in favor of curtains for the windows so that the sun isn't shining through.
So then Jerry Jones is asked about curtains at the stadium, Vic. You ready?
Yeah, I heard this. It was hilarious.
This is a direct quote.
Okay, Brett, and Brett does Jerry Jones pretty good. Here we go.
We'll let you tear down the damn stadium and build another one. You kidding me? By the way, we know where the sun is going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. We do know where the damn sun is going to be in our own damn stadium. Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues.
Have you ever been there?
No.
Okay, so the old stadium they played in had a horrible problem. You remember the old one?
Oh, sure, yeah.
You remember that?
I remember that, absolutely.
Watching on television. I mean, like, what is going on here? So they built the new one, and it's still a problem. It's still a problem with the sun. And they don't care.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, what? I know, like, maybe it looks pretty on TV, but you obviously have an issue when you're trying to throw passes and guys are looking directly into the sun.
I love the fact that Jerry melts down. I mean, he's having a really, really difficult time. And I hope he has many years left in him. I hope he does. But he's no spring chicken. And the Cowboys stink. And I think that he makes decisions based on, am I going to win again before I die? I'm not kidding. I think that goes into his thought process, which is why you trade for Mingo when your team is out of it and you're giving up assets that you need for the future.
You trade
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
I reckon you will.
You trade a 4th-round pick for a receiver who's barely done anything, and then what do you do immediately afterwards? Put Dak Prescott on season-ending IR.
Listen, man. It's his team. It's his stadium. He can do what he wants, but he's like, we know where the damn sun is.
Can I ask another question?
Shut up about the sun.
Shut up about the sun.
34-6, the Eagles got him. It was never even close. They kicked him. It's hysterical.
Hang on a second. Hang on. How bad is Trey Lance if he can't play over Cooper Rush?
I don't know. Why even trade for him? If you're going to stash the guy away. Listen, I know Zach Wilson has been terrific for the Broncos in terms of being a good quarterback. The quarterback room seems to be really good. But these guys are being stashed. I mean, Trey Lance has hardly played any football in his life.
They trot him on the field late, and you're thinking, okay, well, here we go. And then they leave him in there for like 2 plays.
It was like a gimmick run with him 2 plays. It was stupid.
It's like my boy Chad Kelly who got the kneel down. Oh, did you see his leg?
Oh, dude, that video.
Yeah.
When I can't watch that video. You can't, like, if you sit there and rewind and watch those videos, I don't know how your stomach works. That was disgusting.
So Chad Kelly, CFL, right?
He's playing for the Argos, Toronto Argonauts. He's playing well, too.
He was trying to hold his leg together.
Yeah, his leg came apart.
Yeah.
It was, just a devastating injury.
His own linemen couldn't even look at him. They were all turned away.
Brutal. Hey, just quickly here.
So it's basically what happened to Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, same thing.
The tibia and the fibula snapped cleanly in half, and Vic, his leg.
Okay, I can't talk about it. It's like swag. Making me sick.
All right.
What didn't make me sick yesterday was if you were listening to CF Peeping on Friday, you would have heard at least myself and Vic tell you, hey, you know that game against a 2-6 Kansas team that Iowa State's going to play, and everybody assumes that Iowa State's going to roll? Go look at the games that Kansas has played this year, because they've all been like a 2, 3, 4 point loss. And you needed a win at Texas Tech, and then You need an Iowa State loss to put you in the Big 12 championship position. Guys, we're here. This outside shot at the CFP is now becoming a lot more inside shot. Like, control your own destiny shot.
We
have the opportunity to win out and make the bleeping playoff shot.
They are in charge of their own lives right now. They control their own destiny. And by the way, they're now number 18 in the country. They're going to win against Utah. Utah got screwed. You think the Broncos got screwed?
Yeah.
The Utah got screwed.
Yeah, so explain this to people who might have missed it, because I want to play some audio. So go ahead, Modi.
So it's 4th down, and BYU's quarterback gets sacked on his own goal line, right? The Utes are going to, with like a minute and 50 seconds to go in the game.
What do they call this game? Utah, BYU?
I don't know. I don't know what
The Holy War.
The Holy War.
Okay.
That's right.
So, but they call a defensive holding penalty. It was like, again, one of these phantom holding penalties.
Yeah.
You're like, what the? So the athletic director from Utah, Mark Harlan, has been fined $40,000.
Well, how many times have you seen this?
Never, ever.
AD in the post-game press conference goes, "Give me a mic."
I got this.
And he said this.
I've been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
That's
and $40,000 later, he got fined. 40 gur, I believe it was.
Yeah, and Utah's lost 5 in a row. They had a chance to upset their rival. They did it. I mean, they played a great game.
Hey, bro.
And I think they got Scrooged big time. That's my opinion.
I don't know if it's just officiating in general or if it is indeed Big 12 officiating, but oh my God. Can we talk about the tortilla toss, which was cute for a while, right? You're in Texas Tech. We know about the tortillas. I'm with you, Brett. I don't think Prime knows what a tortilla is.
No, he said in the post game, tortilla, am I saying that right? I don't think he knows what they are. Or maybe he does, he didn't know the name.
So the tortilla toss was cute. You know, you start the game. Look at all those little Frisbees. But then the entire game?
Yeah.
And then bottles, and then other objects, and then you got Travis Hunter grabbing a tortilla, putting it in his pants during the course of a play?
Well, here's what Dion said post-game about that.
They've thrown everything but my mom at me. You know, in my career, you got to understand, I played baseball and football, so batteries and all kind of stuff. So this is normal. So we tried to prepare our young men for that. Thank God, a tortilla, that's what you call it, right? It's soft. It's not hard. But when they start throwing the water bottles and those other objects, that's when you got to alarm the officials and say, okay, now, tortillas are one thing, but, you know, but water bottles and other things, that get a little crazy. But I'm thankful. I think Joey grabbed the microphone and tried, and it was a timeout, and one of his kids was down, and he said, man, I apologize. I said, no, I had to do it last week. So I had to do the same thing. I had to grab the microphone and talk to our students as well about throwing things. So he handled it professionally, and that's indicative to who he is.
Yeah, he's talking about the Texas Tech head coach. You could hear him in the background.
He's boys with him, by the way. They're good friends.
You could hear him in the background. They're going, stop throwing stuff on the field! Like, he had this really high-pitched voice. It was crazy. So then,
why is that okay, by the way? Just
I don't
to
know.
throw tortillas.
I don't know, but they were throwing
tortillas.
They were throwing water bottles and beer and all kinds of stuff. Did you hear what the official said to Coach Prime? He's like, they're throwing bottles at our guys. He goes, well, your guys are blowing kisses to the crowd. And I'm like, oh, my God.
You know,
this, like, what do you
I'm glad
expect
you
him to
brought
do?
that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you remember how many times, like, when the Broncos were playing opposing teams, Shannon Sharp would motion to the crowd and goad the crowd? The crowd's not allowed to participate in the game by throwing things.
Yeah.
You just can't do that.
Who's the New York Jets defensive lineman who went to the crowd and said, you? And you.
Oh, yeah.
And you,
I forget.
No, not you, behind him. Yeah, you. Oh, funny.
Now, it's been a common theme here in Colorado. You remember the snowball game with the Raiders.
Sure.
The crowd got involved.
Lincoln Kennedy is still all over that.
I was at the Broncos San Francisco Niners game in I think it was the late 80s, when Ray Wershin was getting set to kick a field goal, and somebody threw a snowball, and it hit right next to the place of the ball.
Yeah.
And he missed the kick.
Well, this is going to sound like a really dumb comparison, but I do remember this when I was a kid. Just thinking of tortillas flying around. Orlando Brown, who missed like 3 years because he was blinded by a flag. You guys remember that? That
Sure.
offensive lineman?
Yeah. What, are you going to get decapitated by a tortilla? Calm down.
I'm just like, you should be allowed, even though it's cutesy, to throw tortillas on the field when the play is going on. You shouldn't be able to do it.
Did you guys get the feeling, even when the Buffs went down, what were they down? 13-0?
13-0,
Okay.
yeah.
Even
That was
when
at the
they
end of
were
the first
down-
quarter.
Even when they were down, I swear, I sat there and said, they're going to win this game. Just get through this. Get through this hurricane of tortillas. Get through the storm, the actual white tortilla storm.
Yeah.
And you'll survive. And once they started moving the ball, you could sense it, right? You saw it. You saw the momentum turn. They took full control of the game. Here's the only disappointing aspect of that game, and it's something they have to clean up. They have to. The lack of poise that they show late in games, the clock management, and some of the mistakes they make, the little things.
Yeah.
You got to, if you want to really get to that other side, you got to cut that out of there. You can't have that anymore. You can't have unsportsmanlike calls that give the other team a chance. Saw that again.
Yeah, well, Vic, I'm telling you right now, they're 5-1 inside the conference, and they control their own destiny. I mean, this is, Brett, they're there. Are they going to beat Utah at home this weekend? On the 16th? Yeah, this weekend. Are they going to beat Utah at home?
Yeah. They should, yeah.
Now, you've got to go on the road and win at Kansas, that's tough. I mean, you're right, Brett. Kansas played well, right? They played really well.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're home against Okie State. But if you win out, you're going to Jerry's World with all the sun and the lack of curtains and all that.
I think they can beat BYU.
Now I do too. I watched BYU and I watched the way that
Nothing
Utah
special there.
handled it. No. I think that they're definitely beatable. This is a real thing.
Moj,
you got to win out.
The CU Buffs are in a spot right now. And again, this is a team that not many people thought they'd contend for a Big 12 title. I don't think anybody on this show thought that, right? Let's all raise our hands. I didn't think they could.
Not a chance. Not a
no
chance.
No way. I didn't think they could. They've proven all of us wrong. They've just done something that hasn't been done in nearly 30 years. They've won 4 straight road games in pretty much blowout fashion. They haven't done that since Slick Rick Neuheisel.
Well, outside of Shiloh's return, that game was getting close, man.
Yeah, it was getting really close.
It's 34-27, and then he brings it back, so that seals everything.
Yeah,
but you're right. But you're right.
Close, but
you're right. And it all started. With the Colorado State game. They blasted UCF. They blasted Arizona. They beat Texas Tech. I mean, this is pretty damn impressive. They've got everything. Everything that they've wanted is laid out before them for them to go and win and take. Now they just have to do it. It's incredible to me. I can't believe it.
Down without question. But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Joey McGuire has a microphone. He said, students, stop throwing stuff on the field. We're going to get a penalty.
Am I right? Was he just...
Stop throwing stuff on the
Be
field.
confirmed.
Please. So look, Buffs are in great shape. How about these 2 games? Please. I've been waiting for this all year. Miami with Cam Ward is fun to watch, but they got that Chiefs quality. They should have been had like defense. 3 different times.
They got no defense.
Georgia Tech finally got them. They won 28-23, deals them their first loss of the year. So Miami's going to drop, I think, pretty big in the rankings here. Still be a top 12 team, but saw that coming. Here's the thing, though. Did you guys see? And I was watching this live. I saw 2 things that I haven't seen in a long time in a football game, given the rule changes. I saw helmets pop clean off of 2 different players this weekend. Did you guys see, number one, Kyler Murray from the blind side?
Yes, I did see that.
Gets rocked and his helmet went pew. But that Georgia Tech game.
Oh, my God.
So there's a play in it. If you guys missed it, Nelly, I'll DM it to you.
I saw it.
You can pull it up on the screen, or you can just, Nelly, just search it out. It's Georgia Tech helmet off.
Is it not one of the most brutal things you've seen?
Well, here's the factors that went into this, and we'll show it if you're watching on Altitude TV or on Twitch in just a second. So he gets face mask first.
Correct.
So his face mask is kind of off, and the chin strap is blinding him.
Correct. The Miami player is falling down and yanks on his face mask.
The Georgia Tech running back.
Correct.
So his chin strap is now blinding him, and so he breaks the tackle despite being face masked, turns around, and at that immediate moment, it was like trains on the tracks. And his helmet flies, and what made it even worse, he had the whiplash stuff, and he had dreads, which made the whiplash seem even worse than what it was.
When you have the dreads flying through the air like that, it emphasizes the...
So, Vic, did you see this? Watch this. Watch this hit.
I did.
And then...
Guys, this is going to sound...
I mean, his own lineman almost caught the helmet.
This is going to sound... I don't know how I'm going to come off. I saw that hit. I saw it time and time again. And I know the result of the hit. It looks barbaric. It obviously could have been very dangerous. If that helmet goes 1 inch higher, that guy breaks his face.
Yeah.
Okay. But how do you possibly time that if you're that how is that his fault?
No, leave it here, Nelly. Leave it here.
How is that the defensive player's fault that the helmet came off and that he turned in that position when he's approaching the ball carrier?
That's not why you got targeting. You got targeting from this still picture. It's that his head is literally buried. I know you hate it, Vic, but his head is literally buried down.
I understand that. So you're saying that his head should be on one side of the player or the other,
He's
right?
just got to keep the face up. That's the call. He's got to keep his chin high.
So
and
if his face, so what you're telling me then, the defensive player has to be like this. So he has to put his own neck on the line, literally.
Well, no, this is why they're making the rule. This is where your neck is in danger, is when you're popping it like a bobblehead. They're saying if your neck is up like this, it's a safer way to play than it is down, because that's where you get spine compressions.
Gotcha. But the one thing I can't fathom is, like, if you have your neck on one side of the ball carrier, right? How do you judge that when the ball carrier's spinning into you? How do you?
No, I get.
How do you time that?
That I don't know. I'm not even saying that I like the rule, Vic, but this is exactly what they. It's not that he hit him in the head.
The game happens too fast, though, Brad. The game happens too fast.
I'm with you.
It's easier said than done. Everybody says, "Oh, put your head in the right spot." Do you understand how quick that happens?
You're preaching to the choir. It's just 1,000 times out of 1,000 that's going to get called for targeting.
You're starting to sound like Joey McGuire.
Please!
Anybody can take a still shot of any tackle in the NFL or college football and say, "Oh, that's illegal."
I get it.
I could take a still shot of any tackle. "Oh, that's illegal." That's easy to do.
Be confirmed.
And Astro makes a good point here. If he keeps his head up there, what happens, Brett? If he keeps his head up instead of helmet down, what happens on that tackle?
Then he hits him in the face. Like
that guy breaks his face.
I get it.
So tell me what's legal and what's not legal then.
I'm going to tell you what I've told you over and over again. I agree with you. I agree. I just know that's getting called every single time. I just know it. But I haven't seen 2 helmet pop-off hits in the same weekend of football in a long, long time. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Get back to the Nuggets, Avs. But how about the Buffs, guys? We're 9 games into this college football season. 3 left to go. And they are in real position to be a college football playoff team. Who'd have thunk it? Back after this.
They say Father Time is undefeated.
All right, as bad as we're feeling today with the Broncos loss, I want to get back to the Avs and Nuggets in a second, but I just came across something that I cannot ignore. I cannot. We're down bad today because the Broncos should have walked into Arrowhead with a win and been 6-4 as opposed to 5-5. We all know it. They played better than the Chiefs did. Their quarterback outplayed the Chiefs' quarterback, which is very, very hard to do when that quarterback's Patrick Mahomes. We know all this.
Well, I don't know if he outplayed him. He played him level.
No, I'm going to say he outplayed him. I think he made bigger plays and bigger moments. I do. So, whatever. We can agree to disagree. That's fine.
There's Bo Nix, the development of Bo Nix is, we obviously see it. It's
on track. It's on track, yeah.
There's one thing he needs to fix. One little thing. He has to better recognize when the jailbreak blitz is coming.
Yes.
And you can't sprint backwards.
That's his instinct. It's just to run away.
But Vic, on that play, I know what you're saying. The one big sack.
Yeah.
They showed the end zone look though, and I don't know that there's much he could do.
Well, just fall.
I mean, dude came.
Don't go 17 yards.
Okay, I mean, but dude came untouched.
Again, I mean, don't take a 17-yard sack.
He'll learn that. Guys who are athletic think they can escape all that stuff,
and he can sometimes. I mean, he's a great scrambler.
But this is the NFL. You got a safety blitzing. You're not going to outrun a safety who's got momentum. You're just not going to do it. So it's incumbent on him and the coaching staff. Hey, jailbreak's coming. Jailbreak. If you see it, pull a Manning. Just fall.
Okay, but listen. We're upset today. We aren't the most upset fan base in the league. That is reserved for Chicago. Chicago's pissed this morning.
Yeah, they are.
Because Chicago, if you listen to Brady and his bets on Friday, I said the long shot that you should take this weekend on the money line was the Patriots, who were 6-point dogs.
Drake May went into Chicago.
Drake looks pretty good.
Yeah, the Bears look awful.
But hang on. The Bears look terrible. Caleb Williams looks terrible. And on Mondays, on ESPN 1000 in Chicago, they have Matt Eberflus on the show. Cap and Hood is the name of this radio program. So Eberflus jumps on, and I want you guys to hear the anger come out as they're talking to the coach. Listen.
You know, we're looking at this week and this week only. We do have evidence on tape that we've played good football during the course of this year. We got to pull those experiences.
Coach? Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now. All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Damn!
I mean, come on, man. This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? I mean, what are we doing? Seriously. Get the man a phone that works, please. We'll try to reestablish for Matt Eberflus momentarily.
Hang on. Now go to where I wanted you to cue it up about 140. And hang on.
Just this is the guy's radio. This is Eberflus's radio show.
Yes,
yeah, it's his own show.
So
this is like when Bednar calls in.
So when Bednar calls us, this is like the host reacting to the coach in this match.
Correct.
Yes.
Wow.
So he's pissed. I don't know which one it is. If he's Cap or Hood, I don't know who he is, but he's pissed. And about a minute passes. They still haven't gotten him on the line, and he sounds like this.
Because it's freaking embarrassing to have a charter franchise look that god-awful, unprepared, uninspired, and it falls at his feet. It does. Say it.
And the answers are the same,
Christ's sake.
They're the same answers, though, because for a couple years, he never put it on himself.
You can just stop right there. Eberflus, the head coach, called into his own show, and his phone cut out, and they said, your phone's as bad as your offense.
That dude is, I don't know what listeners want to hear. I don't know if that's considered a badge of honor for that guy to act that way. I thought that was blatantly unprofessional.
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke. I'd fire that guy if I ran that radio station.
Imagine we had Bednar on, Moj, and you two, and the other guy is trying to
talk
play
about
the calm
unhinged.
Guy.
Calm down, dude. I get it.
His phone cuts out for a second. Hey, coach, your phone's as bad as Georgie last night. Like, if I'm doing that to him.
That's pathetic. That's embarrassing for the radio station, to be honest with you. That's an embarrassment by that guy to act like that.
Mosier.
I thought this was a joke. I didn't think that was actually Eberflus.
No, that was actually Eberflus. Yeah. Here's the other thing. Chicago.
So if you invite a guest onto your show, and I get it, but this guy he's the coach. That's his show.
Mm-hmm.
Mosier, is that appropriate, or am I missing this? Listeners, am I missing something here?
I think you need to have some tact, is what I think. You need tact, and there was no tact there. I understand the angst and the anger. I understand that. But that crosses a line for a guy who, you have a working relationship with.
You know what this is like?
Because all that really is, you're just taking cheap shots. Do you really want to learn? Listen, I think he's probably not wrong. It does lay at Eberflus's feet. You managed 3 points against the Patriots, and you lost to Drake May and company. And I know that May's looking
your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
Why would you say that to the coach? Do you think the coach wants to lose? Do you think he wants to get pasted on his own show?
No.
You know what that's as bad as? That guy reminds me of these people, these yahoos, these morons, these idiots. And if you're one of these people, this is you. So Alex Forsythe has a horrible play. He's a gluttony for punishment yesterday. How about these yahoos who send him DMs and social media links?
Yeah, just ridiculous.
Threatening him, saying he's a... What are you people doing? What does that accomplish? What do you gain from that? What is the... Like, do you go home happier, or does it make you feel better to do that?
Oh, it's a childish reaction that, it's like the guy where the kid spills his juice and then he yells at the kid. It's like, you're just doing this to make you feel better. This isn't helping anything at all. It's just you have some sort of intense anger you need to get released, and you're throwing it at somebody who probably doesn't deserve it.
You don't think the embarrassment... You don't think the embarrassment of getting trucked like that on national television in that moment is embarrassing enough for Alex Forsythe that you have to pile on by sending him a DM?
I got a follow-up question to this, by the way.
Just losers do that. Losers.
Follow-up question. I know it's early. Okay, we're, 9, 10 games in the year, whatever it is. But this could be an argument for organization helping the guy or hurting the guy or whatever. If you had the choice right now, I could give you Bo Nix or Caleb Williams. Who do you choose?
That's a great question. Hang on a second. If you put Bo Nix in the Chicago situation,
yeah, that's why I don't know.
Does he have any growth whatsoever? And if you give Sean Payton,
Caleb Williams.
But I'm just saying, if you give him that skill set, does the offense look different for the Denver Broncos?
Bo Nix doesn't turn the ball over.
No, he does not. I still think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in this draft.
Well, that's a pretty safe assumption so far. But all I'm saying is, I know it's early, but if I was given the option between him and Caleb Williams, I don't know if I'd make a different decision. As much as the raw talent that Caleb Williams possesses, and there's something to be said, and this is why, guys, I know that Chicago's this long-standing franchise. They've been so incredibly stupid over the past 5 years. Think about what they've done. They keep a guy, a coach that's on the hot seat, when they have a high-end draft pick, and they're thinking about taking a quarterback. They keep the coach for another year, draft the QB, fire the coach after year one, and have the guy reset. That's what happened to Justin Fields with Matt Nagy, remember, before.
Correct. That is correct.
Before Eberflus got there. And then Eberflus felt like he might get fired last year. They keep him to draft a quarterback to only have what inevitably is going to happen. He's going to get fired at the end of this year.
I'm sure he will.
And they're going to do this story over again. It's like, this is how stupid teams operate when they're trying to rebuild. Hey, Carolina Panthers, same thing. Keep a coach. Draft. You fired your coach, Frank Reich, 8 games into the season last year with a rookie QB? And now you got, and to their credit, I'm actually happy for Bryce Young. He's won 2 games in a row now. But you got a brand new head coach in year 2. It just makes no sense.
If Bo Nix had the kind of talent around him that Caleb Williams has,
that's the weird thing.
I mean,
man.
they've got Roma Dunze. They've got DJ Moore. They've got
DJ Moore.
They've got Cole Kmet.
Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen's getting up there, and he's missed some games, but
DeAndre Swift
is a stud. They've got a ton of guys.
It's
I don't
pretty
get
clear that
I don't
Sean
get it.
Payton is a much better coach than Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, he by a mile. Yes, correct.
Like, if you just go hat for hat here, what did they play yesterday in the backfield, the Broncos? They played Audric Estime, a 5th-round pick, and a receiver at running back. They played, for the wide receiver core, a 7th-round pick in Devon Vele was your second-best target. And we're talking about the Bears having Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze, and they can't figure it out. Like, that's pretty nuts, and it is credit to Sean Payton.
I mean, the guys who've been toting the rock, McLaughlin and Javonte, they had 3 touches between them.
Mm-hmm.
3. That's it. I do too. And you're still dueling the Kansas City Chiefs down to the wire in their own building. It was right there for you, man. You did everything right. The picking up of that first down late was so big.
I have a question.
Everything was right, Vic. You did. I'm proud of these guys in a way that hey, man, you can see them growing. The poise of Bo Nix late, picking up that first down. Taking care of the football, but putting them in a position to win. They deserved a better fate. That's all there is to it.
As we go to break, here's a question. I want you to think about this during this commercial. Come back with a message here. Apathy is the worst thing you can have in sports. If you're apathetic towards your team, your sport, you're gone. Emotion is everything. I've not been that emotionally invested in a Broncos game in many, many years. I haven't felt pain like that after a Broncos game in many, many years. That's when you know they're close. That's when you know it means something. When's the last time you were that hurt by a Broncos loss? That's the question I have.
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while.
What game? When?
Long time.
We'll answer when we come back.
This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? I mean, what are we doing?
Let's take a look at some of these lines for tonight, starting with the Avs. They're minus 143 on the money line on the Circus Sportsbook. The Rams, 2.5-point favorites. And you know what I did? Because the Buffs are now in position to make the Big 12 title game. I was like, what are the odds on the Circus Sportsbook for them to make or win the entire damn thing? Plus 7,000. In the discussion. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook. All the game props you can imagine, live betting, and the best odds in the game. You can't find better odds anywhere else than the Circus Sportsbook. So if I were you, I would download that Circus Sportsbook right now and get throwing some cash around. Circus Sports. Download the app or go to circusports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right.
Right, the Denver Broncos got with Scroochie on the left side of the line.
I like this new traffic guy.
You do?
Don't be rude.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
It's a different vibe.
It is a different vibe. I'm doing like, I can do like a Cockney accent, right? It's how you say. And he's got very proper Queen's English.
Mm-hmm.
And he's yes, Arapahoe Road it's very fuzzy right now.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if I was on the road and that's a report I heard. Oh, there's a traffic.
There's
a lane closing?
I want an Italian accent guy doing our traffic.
Hey, Nelly, boost my mic.
Vic, keep pushing your sinuses.
Traffic today is very, very busy. There is one lane on the 225 and I-left connection that is shut down due to a brutal accident. Find other passage in different ways. This is your traffic update on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
I like that.
I love that.
All right, now do the crazy Italian guy.
So we do. I said, watch out on I-25.
No, this music is too solemn. It's too solemn. We need the crazy bada boom, bada hey.
At the Santa Fe, there's a big wreck. Watch out. You got to get to the left.
What's the matter, you?
I mean, listen, slap me in the butt and call me Judy, but the last thing in the world I expected coming off a heartbreaking Broncos loss yesterday is Vic, this guy Vic D going, yes and right, on I-25.
I understand.
He's not a bad guy. I just didn't. I don't know who he is.
He's
a new guy.
To Vic's point before the break, it's an odd feeling, and it's bad, but it's also good. The fact that most, if not all, Broncos fans this morning feel sick to their stomach with how the game ended yesterday is a feeling that, I hate to put it this way, you want it. You want it. It means you care. It means you think your team is good. It means you have expectation of being good. I was trying to think, Vic, last year when the Broncos went on a little bit of that mini run to put themselves back in the conversation.
Yeah.
When you had that Patriots game, you lost, and that hurt. But it
wasn't as devastating.
Like this.
It wasn't as devastating because of the opposition, because you really didn't believe deep down. You're sensing something now. You're sensing a belief that's coming to fruition in real time. You saw your team go toe-to-toe with that team on their turf. Let me just go down the line here. I asked before the break, what is the most painful loss since yesterday's loss? What kind of loss in Broncos history gave you that kind of feeling? And I have to go back to Super Bowl 48 because I expected the Broncos to win that game, and it was over.
But that's also a Super Bowl. It's not a regular season game.
I'm just telling you what. I'm telling you, the last time the Broncos lost a game that gave me that kind of feeling. That was it.
I mean, Andy Reid indicated that they saw something in the Broncos setup that they could exploit. He said, let me try to find the quote.
Talking about the blocked field goal?
Yeah. He said we did when asked if they saw something, but it's also something we work on like crazy. It normally doesn't work quite like that one. No, it doesn't. Where you have complete jailbreak. 4 different guys are in on it. 3 different guys could have got their hands on
it. A special teams meltdown yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
A special teams meltdown at the worst possible time.
And Sean Payton was correct. I felt like we outplayed them, but we didn't finish. That one will take a while. It'll sting, and it should. Hopefully, and again, I know that the Falcons are going to be PO'd, that they got pushed around by the Saints yesterday. But the Broncos are going to be, if I'm the Denver Broncos, I know it stings, but I focus that. I turn that anger like Bobby Boucher when you insult water. I take that and use that on the field, man. Take it and just go get them on Sunday. Get yourself right back.
So let me go through the 9 games that Broncos have now lost at Arrowhead and why the preceding 8 pale in comparison to yesterday, obviously. All right, yesterday was pain. The year after they won the Super Bowl, they lost at Arrowhead on Christmas night, 33-10. It was a blowout, didn't matter. The next year, they lose 29-19 in Vance Joseph's first year as coach. The next year, Case Keenum throws for 411. They lose 30-23. Anybody remember that game? I barely even remember it.
I don't recall it, Vic.
Then 2 Drew Lock starts back-to-back years. 23-3 they lose, 22-16. Then Teddy Bridgewater loses with Vic Fangio, 22-9. Then Jerry Rosburg. This was a close game. In fact, Mahomes rallied for 2 touchdowns in the fourth to win that game. Broncos lose 27-24. Anyone remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that one. And I remember I was surprised that Rosberg got him to play so well, at least in my opinion. And shut the stream off to Illinois. Don't let Martin Harris mention the guy's name.
Last year they lose 19-8. But this year was different. Even though it was a low-scoring game, the lowest of all of them, this year was different because you feel like you can go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah.
You feel it.
You feel a sense of belonging, okay? Like you belong to be discussed with teams that are making the postseason. Now, you might be on the lower tier of those teams. Yeah, you're not the Ravens. You're not Detroit. You're not the Bills. You aren't these teams at the very top. You want the Chiefs, at least record-wise. But you feel as if any team you go and play, you should be able to compete with a chance to win, which has not existed here for a while. And we can play Sean Payton from the top. Give us the opening thoughts that he had after the game, because I think that everything he said was correct in the way that he felt about it. So here's the head coach, Sean Payton, after the game. Oh, 1 second. All right. It was just about, and he said it, felt like we played better. I felt like we were the better team.
I agree.
And it did have that feel to
I
it.
also thought, you know what, and again, this is me. Somebody said last night, I have the receipts, Mosier. You don't think Knicks is any good. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You have to, a rookie quarterback is going to have to show me from day one that he is capable and that he's making progress. That's what this year is about.
He's progressing.
Oh, I forgot to mute my
I thought you
got
all that fixed. I thought you got that cleaned up.
I thought so too, dude. I'm on so many steroids right now. This stuff is still. I mean, look at me. Look what's going on.
You look terrible.
You look like Ted Kennedy.
You know what my nose is right now? It's the left side of the Broncos field goal unit. That's what it is.
No, because they're actually blocking. Yeah. Your nose is blocking.
Brett, what I saw at Bo Nix yesterday, and again, it wasn't a perfect game. It wasn't super pretty or anything like that, but I saw maturity. Mm-hmm. I saw poise. I saw a better touch on his long balls. The one to Sutton was great. You know, I mean, he missed it last week. He hit it this week. I see growth there. It's very, very encouraging. There's a lot of things, in my opinion, that went right, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And watching Nick Bonito get insane was heartwarming for me, man. The guy's a terrific player.
Dude, I haven't seen something like that not since Von Miller.
You know what's weird, too? Is Nick Bonito wearing number 15?
I love it.
To me, it makes him look faster.
It does.
Doesn't it? Is it an optical illusion?
No,
if he's wearing 56 or something, if he's got an old Al Wilson jersey on, he doesn't look he looks faster and quicker and
I need to ask you a question.
Studly. I don't know how to explain it.
If it's not Patrick Mahomes back there, and you're seeing Bonito come off the edge, and you're like, oh my God, he's going to kill him. Do you get the sense that these guys know it's Mahomes and they sort of ease? I mean, I'm not saying they ease up, but they caress him rather than hit him. Is that just me? Is that just the way I interpret that? Because for once, I want someone to hit him in the small of the back, the way Elvis Dumervil once hit Tom Brady. Everybody remembers that sack from the left side, to where his entire inside feels it.
I don't know if they're letting up. I think it's more of, look, Bonito got burned once because what he tried to do, he tried to go for the strip and didn't get him wrapped up, and
so
Mahomes is squirrely.
He popped out to he got out of it, popped out to the right, and made a good play.
So don't go for the strip then. Find the small of the back, put your helmet on one side so it's not a penalty, and run right through the small of his back.
Well, this is what I'm getting at. I think it's more they know that he's pretty good at getting out of sacks, and it was making sure you're wrapping up as opposed to just hitting. Because I watched, now this is a different player, different type of play, but I watched Sternad on a big throw to Kareem Hunt on the outside where he was on the sideline, and Sternad tried to just throw a shoulder into Kareem Hunt, and he didn't move Thought he was just going to hit him out of bounds. Bounced off that, kept going. I think there's some of that going on. But let's hear Payton right after the game.
Thought we played well, on the road. We accomplished a lot of, we felt third down was going to be important. We won that battle. Felt like we outplayed them, but we didn't finish. And we had an opportunity to right at the end. We kind of controlled the ball, and we got to be able to finish. That one will take a while. It'll sting.
Ty, stop right there. Stop right there. I don't think that's fair.
What?
I mean, I don't think Payton should have to beat himself up for that. We didn't finish. He did finish. You picked up the first down. You put it an extra point, and your line got blown up.
You did everything right.
I don't.
You did everything right.
Let me
you
give Sean
coached
Payton.
it right.
Yeah, let me give Sean Payton a pass.
I agree.
The play
you coached it perfectly.
The play calling on that last drive was terrific. The execution was terrific. Everything went right.
Everything. Your special teams let you down. Your coaching let you down. Your execution let you down. The one element, and I thought through the first half of the season, special teams has been brilliant. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Not yesterday. It was the worst phase of the game.
Yeah. I'm not going to beat him up too much over a 60-yarder falling short.
No.
It's tough.
But you can't lose a game like that.
You can't.
You can't. You can't have that breakdown. Can't do it. Ever.
Before we get the break, Nelly, I sent you a DM. Can you pull one of these up on the screen behind us again? Because I saw something I don't think I've ever seen in a football game. I was showing it to Mosier earlier. So the Sunday night game was just stupid. Interceptions galore, turnovers galore. It was a mess. But there was one moment in this game, late in the game.
Are you getting to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Late in the game. C.J. Stroud is trying to avoid pressure, Vic, and I don't know if you saw this because the Nuggets were on, I think, at the same time.
Vic, if you haven't seen this, you probably didn't watch this.
I have no idea what the plan is. So the interior of the Houston defensive line is bad. But C.J. Stroud's trying to avoid pressure. And look at this, Vic. As he's getting sacked, his own offensive lineman rips the ball out of his hand.
Strips him. He strips his own quarterback on purpose.
What's he doing? What's he doing? What is his plan when he's trying to grab the football away from C.J. Stroud? That he's going to rumble for 20 yards and a first down?
Right there, okay? Look
at his hands. He's ripping the ball out of his own quarterback's hands. What's happening here? Never seen that in my life. And I would love to know. I hope.
Look at him. Look at him. He's yanking it out. He caused a fumble.
Did he get it?
Yes, he caused a fumble.
Well, they got the ball back, but he stripped his own quarterback. I don't.
By the way, your Lions got fortunate through the. It was a horrible missed PI call late in that game.
You know
horrible.
What?
Horrible.
I get it. And at the same time, cry me a river. You had 5 picks, dude. Why the hell is it coming down to that moment?
I know. But you got to acknowledge that was a horrible missed call.
I would have been pissed if that was the other way around. No call.
I
would.
Hang on a second. Eric Sims, you're delusional. You all raked prior coaches for lack of offense. Super bounty fraud offensive genius scored 14 points. Hey, man, Kansas City's defense is really
Hey, so what did Kansas City do offensively?
Exactly. What did they? And by the way, Kansas City has a top 10 offense in this league.
What did they do against the Broncos? The Broncos were fine. Now, 3 straight punts to start the second half, not ideal.
Yeah.
But when you needed to move the ball, you did. When you needed to win the game, you put them in position to win.
Eric, they deserved a better fate.
All
That's all
on
I'm telling you.
special teams, the end.
Yep.
I don't know how to explain this any more succinctly to you guys. The Chiefs' defense is arguably the best in the league. And you aren't putting up 28 points on them, okay? It's just not going to happen. They're good. They're really good. You need to capitalize when you can, and they did. Yeah. The Broncos did that. Could you have wanted more, like Vic saying, second half, not have 3 straight punts? Yeah, of course. Of course.
I'm putting that game on Sean Payton. Sean Payton coached his ass off yesterday.
I thought he did too.
I agree. All right, 303-504-0925.
And all you Chiefs honks, stuff it.
From the Backus and Schenker Studios, their passion is justice. Nuggets with a big win last night. We'll get to it next.
I saw a better touch on his long balls.
He'll be the inbounder. Throws it off over to Kyrie. 5 seconds left to go. Three-pointer wins it. He goes for the win. Missed it. Rebound tip, no go. There's the horn. Denver sweeps the 5-game homestand. They take care of the Dallas Mavericks tonight by a final of 122-120.
Nikola Jokic.
This song still hits hard, man.
Has had at least 13 assists in 6 of his last 7 games. He is averaging 30, 14, and 12 on the year. 56% from the field and 56% from 3.
He's a sick mamma jamma.
It is, I think, as close to perfect basketball as can be played.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do any better than what he's done.
He said he was good last night, not great. That's what he said. That's what came out of his mouth.
I thought he was pretty damn awesome. Vic, you've seen Good Will Hunting, right?
Yeah.
Where he goes to the professor with the piece of paper in his hand.
You know how easy this is for me?
You know how easy this is for me?
This is a bleeping joke.
You know that well,
he has
scene?
no idea.
Okay, he probably has no idea.
Those are dead eyes.
Somebody put the audio of that scene over Joker in the huddle, describing, getting animated to his teammates. The guy just thinks the game so much better than anybody else. I mean, and how long was Powell in there? Powell only played 14 minutes. It didn't matter. I mean, watching Joker twist these kids inside and out in the paint, it's unbelievable, bro. It's sick. Bro.
Jokic was asked after the game if he's had a bad game this year.
Have you had any bad nights this year?
I think who played second game and we lost?
Clippers, you had 41.
Oh, no.
He had 41 in a bad game.
Yeah, he said, I think the second game where we played the Clippers, he had 41 points.
You know why he said that? Because he doesn't value scoring. It's not the end all.
Yeah, he had 4 assists in that game. Yeah. That's why he thought he played
Scoring
bad.
is not the end all. And that's why last night, again, when you compare his numbers to Kyrie Irving, who had 43, right? Kyrie was unguardable. But Joker, his numbers were much more pervasive. His numbers affected the game much more than Kyrie Irving.
Well, do you think, and I don't want to question Kyrie's character, but do you think he slept well last night?
Oh, with how he performed,
did his job.
You mean?
Yeah, with 43 points, you think he put his head on his pillow?
He's probably having a tough time. Look, dude, he's probably having a tough time beating himself up over that.
Yep, but just to give you an indication.
What I'm telling you is Joker beats himself up over going for 41, yet the team loses.
Just to give you an indication of scoring and impact on scoring, the assists leads to points, right? Here are the scores, high scores from last night's game. If you were to value assist as points, like how many points do your assists lead to? Here's how it goes. Irving had 43 points that he scored. The second leading scorer last night, Joker's 18 assists, which led to 39 points. The third leading scorer, Joker with 37 points. You see what I'm getting to here?
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, it's nuts. And look, when you have guys out of the lineup, it's good that Jamal's back in. But, you're still out AG. You need other guys to play well. And I'll say this, I know the bench is still whatever. But I think that you give this another, Vic, you said, give me 10 games. Yeah. Give me another 10 games, and I think Strother is going to be a very consistent scoring piece off the bench. He looks like he's getting more and more confident with the role that he's jumping into. If he's open, he typically knocks down the shot. And that's something that they didn't have a Strother off the bench last year. A guy who could shoot, just straight up shoot.
As soon as he gets confident, you can see it's coming. It's close.
Yeah.
Just hit that knockdown. Like Payton Watson has it now. Payton Watson 4 for 4 from 3. And I would argue to you, Payton Watson doesn't get that many looks either. He doesn't. So there's a lot of pressure when he shoots the ball. And he makes them now.
Payton Watson also has that added benefit of, I'm playing a lot of Jokic minutes now. Mm-hmm. That's going to help. Just for some reason. I know that three-point shooting is just about, can you make it or not? But it's not a coincidence that every time somebody jumps in the starting lineup with Jokic, their three-point percentage just shoots through the roof.
It seems like the ball goes in for them, right? I mean, isn't it funny how that works? I'm going to, again, be on record. Nelly, can we put up the list? I want to put Luka on the list.
Oh, no, not yet. What's the deal? What burned you so much?
I hate his guts. I don't like him. I don't like anything about him. Because I don't.
Dan Hyatt, who does our stats, he gave me some numbers yesterday that
I'm watching the game last night. Hold on, Vic. I'm watching the game. And I just look at him. I look at number 77. His number, 77. Hooper. There's nothing about him I dig. Nothing. Watching him walk into the building.
Would you take him on your team?
No.
Yeah, you would. Shut up.
Yeah, shut the
Yeah,
hell
shut
up.
up.
What are you shut up.
Shut up.
Shut
I probably
the
would. I
hell
probably
up.
would.
Shut up.
I just don't like him at all. God, I'm so glad they won last night. So glad.
So Dan shared these numbers with me about shooting guards in the NBA, like off guards, number 2 guard. Christian Brown's an off guard. Right now, would you take, just right now through 10 games, Christian Brown, Klay Thompson, Mikal Bridges, Devin Booker? I'm giving you some shooting guards.
Devin Booker's pretty damn good, Vic.
What if I told you that right now across the board that Christian Brown's numbers are comparable to the best shooting guards in the NBA?
I would believe you. Klay Thompson's he's getting old, man. So put him out of the equation. But
I would also tell you put Devin Booker next to Joker, and I'm sure things would go.
But can he do some of the other stuff?
Well,
No,
I don't know.
you're right about that.
Brown's all over the place. He's very impressive.
I've said this a million times already this year. I don't think Christian Brown could play. I didn't think he was capable of looking this good. I really didn't.
Guys, there's one thing that I can tell you through 10 games, one thing that KCP does better than Christian Brown. Producing steals.
Mm-hmm.
He's still among the league leader in steals. Other than that, and I know Christian has to prove it through the entire course of a season, but he's currently above 50% at threes. The other thing's free throws. KCP didn't miss free throws, ever.
Yeah.
Other than that, he does everything better across the board.
Well, they certainly seem to have found, look, at least within the starting 5, which is the most important thing. I know we get caught up with bench stuff. You know what? Their bench was, they had Bruce Brown when you won a championship, who was obviously very good for his role. But what wins you the championship and what makes you a championship caliber team is your starting 5 playing well, because they play 35 to 40 minutes a night. That looks fine. Like, that looks totally fine. Even with AG out of the lineup, it looks fine.
One problem. And Malone said it last night. They're playing Joker too many minutes already.
Well, then.
He said it. He's worried about it. They're
I
extending
agree.
him too many minutes already.
Well, Dario Saric
But
isn't
play
seeing
more
the
than
floor
8
at
guys
all.
in a night then.
What's your
Like-
answer if you want to win a game? Last night, what would you have done?
Well,
You
hopefully
tell me.
we'll get to a point of the
Everybody
schedule,
says it's
Vic.
easy. Everybody,
Well, hold on.
everybody says it's easy. But here come the Mavericks. They take a 5-point lead. You're like, oh, my God, get Joker back in the game. What do you do?
Well, again, he's the ultimate security blanket, safety blanket. I dig all of that, but hopefully we'll get to a point in the schedule where you can start to, chill out a little bit, right? I mean, where you can, I'm looking at the Cavs, Pistons,
Really? Because look at their
Jazz,
road
Hawks.
schedule for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
Where are you going
it
to chill
looks
out?
tough. I know it's tough.
There's
I know.
games that I think you can do that, but it can't be the majority of the games. Like, I said this from the beginning. You got to be willing to risk maybe losing a couple of games this year that you could have won with Jokic playing 40 minutes to not have him play 40 minutes. You just got to be willing to do it. And for Malone, it's impossible because he's one-track minded. It's game tonight. How do we win? Well, if I put Joker in, then we probably
Okay, so what would
win.
you? I'm just curious because listen, I'd like to play devil's advocate here. You don't want to run him into the ground. Clearly, what would you have done last night?
I don't think it's a one-night thing, though, Vic.
Okay,
Like,
what would you have done the previous night?
I would have said in any one of these games previous to last night, maybe don't play him 38 minutes.
Who plays?
Well, that's the
I
thing.
give
I
Saric
don't.
another shot. You play DJ for 8 minutes, like something.
They've quickly soured on Dario Saric for some reason.
Yeah, that's too quick. He's got to still play.
Yeah, they've soured on him. I mean, here we are, Vic, 10 games into the season, and the guy's a DNP CD every night.
Well, just to tell you.
And so something has either gone horribly wrong or he's completely lost his game. I mean, at least he should be able to go in there and give you some minutes. Just don't be a liability. Why can't he just do that?
When you spend more time on the court, your numbers are automatically going to improve, and his numbers have. That's why Joker's numbers right now are on pace. They're better than any numbers he's ever produced through 10 games, okay? But his minutes are also up. Last year, 34 minutes a game in the first 10. This year, he's up over 38.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't do it. Like, again, you can pick and choose some games. If you think that, this night against this opponent, it's really important that we get the win. Okay, fine. But, for example, Vic, on Friday, they won by 13 points. And I know it was kind of up and down and up and down. You win the game by 13, and Jokic is playing 40 minutes. Did he have to play 40? That's what I'm talking about.
Last night?
No,
2 nights
Friday.
ago.
Friday against Miami.
3 nights ago.
Well, it was a close game.
It was 118 to 103 with 7 minutes left.
What was the final score?
135 to 122?
They got it to within 5 at one point.
Yeah. Vic, I'm telling you, with 6 minutes left, you were up 15 points, and it never, I don't think it ever dipped below 10 after that. Like, and I get it. You want to close a game out and stuff like that. I'm just saying, you can't have playoff rotations 10 games into the year and have that be a consistent thing. And I know it's a trust factor, but you have to put the guys on the floor to see if you can trust them or not. And I'm telling you, Sarge has looked terrible this year. Fully acknowledged. I'm not pulling the plug on a 2-year deal worth $5.5 million when you have no cap space 3 games into the season. That's all I'm saying.
There's something bothering him.
Well, maybe there is.
Go find out.
But then play DJ. You know what I mean? Like, do something else. You can't play him 40 minutes a night.
When I look at DeAndre and I look at the minutes he gives, I don't mind those at all. I know he's up there a little bit. I just
protect
he's
the
there
rim,
for, yeah, he's
dunk,
there
and
for a reason.
rebound.
Yeah, just do something.
How do you feel about the Nuggets today versus after the second game of the season?
Well, nothing is really coming easy, Vic. I
felt the same.
I'm still taking some deep breaths, right? And even when they win, there are things about the game that I just don't like whatsoever. I liked last night, and I liked Friday night, but I didn't like the game before that.
Do you guys remember when I was yelling and screaming after like the 3rd game of the year? And I'm like, do you guys really think that this? I wasn't talking to you, but the freak out that Nuggets fans were having. Yeah. I'm like, do you guys really think that this team is just bad all of a sudden? Is that what we're thinking? Like Jokic is on this roster, putting up these numbers, and the team's bad? They'll figure it out.
Yeah, but you know what else bothers me? It's those fans who just, like, Moshe, you got a sense of that. Oh, it's hard, though. These games are, well, it's supposed to be hard. So, winning close games that's not a skill?
Yeah.
Kansas City does it. It's not a weapon?
No, it's a skill. No, it absolutely is, Vic. It absolutely is.
So,
I brought up the baseball point, 1-run games. I mean, it's a very positive trait.
I'll give you an example. Nuggets beat Miami the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, Jimmy Butler got hurt. Big deal. Really? That same Miami team went to Minnesota last night without Jimmy Butler and beat the T-Wolves.
Mm-hmm. See, I agree with this text, though. It's, what's the point of having Dario, DJ, and Zeke when you're scared to play any of them? And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, you can't be – it's beginning of the year, man. You can't be scared to play, guys. Go out there and just see what they can do. Even if they struggle, like, let them see if they can figure it out. Because then you're going to get to game 58.
Zeke played last night.
I understand. But there's 3 different guys that you can play as a backup big, and, like, one is playing a night, and he's getting, like, 9 or 10 minutes. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm like, this is the issue that we had for at least last year, is you get to the end of the season, and the playoffs are about to start, and you go, hey, can we trust Payton Watson to play? And the fact that he didn't play for a lot of the year, you just didn't know, right?
Right.
And so then you get to the postseason, and then you say, well, I can't play him because I can't trust him. He didn't play enough. And I was like, well, why didn't he play enough?
Hey, can I pivot real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's talk Avs.
Hey, who's the leading scorer in the National Hockey League, Vic?
Nathan McKinnon.
It is Nathan McKinnon. He's got 29 points. We had 1 and 3 the other night. Remember he had a 5-assist game a couple games ago, right? The 3 games ago. He had 1 and 3 the other night. It's hard to believe he's on pace for 160, which is insane. He had 140 last year, and we thought that was insane, right? Now, Hart Trophy win. He's on pace for $160 right now.
Yep.
I mean, what this guy is doing on a night-in, night-out basis is unbelievable. Is it possible he's like Joker? How old is Joker again?
29?
Okay, Nate is 29, by the way. Nathan McKinnon is 29 years old. Is it possible? It blows my mind. Is it possible he's getting better from year to year off of the MVP season?
Is Jokic?
I was going to say they
both
are.
Well, that's what it feels like, right? I mean, Joker is Jokic's a better player right now than he was in his last game last year when he won the MVP.
You see what's happening with genetics. I did not hit my athletic prime until I was 46.
And what did you accomplish with that?
Won the DAC championship, fall and spring league.
No, you're supposed to. We have a sound buster.
Oh, lots.
What did you? Yeah, lots. By the way, just real quick, I know we're on Avs, but a texture says AG comes back. He's your backup big. That's not a backup.
No.
Okay, that's a starter
it
that's
is in
still
the playoffs.
playing more
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't, that's not what I'm talking about. You don't take another starter and say, "Here, you take the minutes from," because then you have a problem of him playing too much. You need backups to play.
To be fair, one of the reasons why they went with the 3-man bench last night is because they have 4 days off.
Okay, fine, but then we can't be talking about I played him too many minutes tonight. You know what I mean?
I get you.
So anyway, Moj, to the Avs.
Well, we need a little payback tonight on this Nashville Predators team. Right?
Mhm.
I mean, the Avs deserved a better fate in Nashville, did they not?
Yes.
I thought they did as well. So hopefully they can offer up that payback. And if you want another positive, Georgie's game in Winnipeg was terrific.
I thought so, too.
He was great.
Okay.
Yeah, it's his best game in a long time.
I know he gave up 4 to Carolina on Saturday night.
Forgive.
I thought he was good.
I did too.
I thought he was good. I mean,
dude, you didn't have a shot for what, like 9 minutes?
What it should have been probably, if it's not for him, it's a 3-0 Carolina lead after 1. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Because that's what it felt like to me.
Sure.
I know that Drury scored and you know, it was a pretty damn good play by the Canes, but I thought he was fine. I don't know who's going to get the go tonight. I'll find out when I get to the rink, but it looks like he's found himself, and it looks like the confidence is there. It's about how he's playing in the blue paint, not how many he's giving up. It's how does he look? What does he look like? What's he doing? All of this stuff is trending in a very positive way for him.
I know that you don't know either. We'll talk to Bednar.
And he went and joined Kiefer and Johnny Mitchell on the set the other night. Did you see that? Georgie came upstairs to the new set at Colorado Social. Yeah, and the crowd's going, Georgie. It was really cool. And there's a lot of people there. It was really cool.
That's a cool setup, by the way.
I love
like
that fan involvement up there.
Yeah.
And for those of you who go to Ball Arena and you can't find it, it's on the club level. And in the fourth quarter of every game, third period of Avs games, anyone in the arena is invited. You come up there, they let you up there, drinks are flowing, you can participate in the shows. It's so much fun.
I don't know what they're going to do with Kakinen. If Georgie is, I don't know how you do a 3-man goalie rotation and keep everybody sort of sharp.
You're not going to. I mean, Jared Bednar made that pretty dang clear that you cannot afford to.
Well, he's gotten one start though, and I don't know if Georgie's going to start again tonight or if it's going to be Juice or whatever. But
I'm thinking it's going to be Georgie or the Juice. I don't think the Kakinen right now is part of that rotation. And again, if you do want to send him to the Eagles, then he's going to have to clear. Is what he's going to have to do. So you may lose him anyway. So who knows? We'll see.
Game tonight, puck drops 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Hey, so a couple things here. The one of my favorite people in the NFL, Xavier Leggett, the first-round pick out of, or not, I don't know if he was first-round, second-round pick, I think, out of South Carolina that now plays for the Carolina Panthers. Born and raised in Carolina, and he's now playing for the Panthers. Well, they took a trip to Germany, and if you guys remember,
Small town Carolina.
small
town.
Yes, very small town. He was worried about German food. He didn't know if it'd be good. So here's him trying some German food. And all I can think of is there's a German reporter who's talking to him. And Vic, this German reporter, think about this. He's bilingual, speaks German, speaks English. But imagine trying to learn a second language and you speak it fluently, but then you come across Xavier Leggett, who is country English, right?
Yeah.
And this was what it sounded like.
I had some chicken wings. Do I need to cook it? Let me try. Okay. I like that one.
Do you had any food since you arrived?
I had some chicken wings. They had a little different taste to them. Like y'all use a different twang of barbecue sauce. But they right here, I like it right here.
Those are... I don't know which one. Is he speaking German?
What he said was, I had some, can you cue this up for me, Nelly? I had some chicken wings earlier. Your barbecue sauce has a different twang to it, is what he said.
I love this kid. I absolutely
He's
love
the
him.
best.
The way he says wings.
Chicken wing earlier.
Wing is. He sounds just like Ward Burton did, man. These are Carolina dudes, deep Carolina dudes.
I'll play it again. The first thing he's doing, he's trying
Sounds
a bit.
Creole.
He's trying a bit of that German sausage, whatever. What do they call that?
Schnitzel?
I think so. Yeah, but it's sort of like the meat it's like beef jerky essentially. Whatever.
I had some chicken wings. Do I need to cook it?
Did he say do I need a cougar?
Do I need to cook it?
Okay.
Oh.
I like that one.
Do you had any food since you arrived?
I had some chicken wings.
Wangs.
They had a little different taste to them. Like y'all use a different twang of barbecue sauce. But they right here, I like it right here.
Okay, all right. I had a different twang. What was the next set of words?
Had a different twang to it. Hang on, Nelly. I don't want to replay the whole thing again.
I like this one here. Yeah, you liked it.
Yeah, just cue up the chicken wings part. Go ahead.
That's funny.
I had some chicken wings.
Chicken wings earlier.
They had a little different taste to them. Like y'all use a different twang of barbecue sauce. But they right here, I like it right here.
But this one right here, I like this right here.
I had some chicken wings.
Earlier.
I wish he was a Denver Bronco so bad.
I do too.
I'll be rooting this guy on at Carolina forever, man.
He said two words, and ever since he said these two words, I was in love with this guy forever. He said, instead of asparagus. And he said, I can't have fish. Why? Because I'm allergic.
Fellas, to put a pin in that dreadful Broncos finish, I can't wait to hear from Sean Payton today because he's had a chance to look at the tape, right? He couldn't look at the tape yesterday. So I want to know the entire breakdown on that final play. I want to know where it came from, how it happened. I tweeted something. I want you guys to go look at it, the opposite view, the all-22. And I'm wondering if they had to do it all over again, would they move the ball to that right hash? And I get it. All right, the kicker wants to kick it from the right hash. That's where he's most comfortable. But doesn't that give the opposition sort of like now we know which way he's got to kick the ball. Now we know he's got to push it this way. So we're going to really hit the right side of the line harder.
I think that's overanalyzing it. Your kicker likes to kick it on the right hash. Put it on the right
Great.
hash.
Well, then I got to hear what Sean Payton has to say about what caused the breakdown. I also stole this book from my wife. She got this for her birthday, and I said, this is perfect. You can read. What does that say?
People I want to punch in the face.
Yes. It's a book, and I don't know if she bought this for me, but I've stolen it.
Is Luca on page 1?
No. This is a guy that I've defended on this show because I've always respected the hell out of his game. But after yesterday, after watching him parade around the field as if he had something to do with that win, I've got him on this list right here. Patrick Mahomes is on my front page of people I want to punch in the face. Is that fair?
Can I say I agree with you and just offer up a devil's advocate approach? Remember, devil's advocate means you don't believe in this, but this could be an argument on the other side. Is it him being excited that his team made a play, being excited for his teammates? Could you argue that?
Yes, you could.
I just didn't like it.
Fair. I didn't either.
I would have reacted the same way. I'm not saying that it wasn't the proper reaction
Maybe
for him.
you should feel, Vic, that Patrick Mahomes, who's done it all multiple occasions, 3 Super Bowl championships, is excited about this win because you're a pretty damn good team, and he realizes they just got hella lucky. Hella lucky. Maybe you should take that as a compliment that he's jumping around and is that pumped.
Yeah.
Because he respects what the hell you did all day long against them.
Again, when they go do x-rays, and if they do just precautionary x-rays for Patrick Mahomes today, they will find that horseshoe lodged way up in the organs, way up there.
Yeah. I would say small intestine territory by now. Because
What was the
keeps them
word?
farther up.
What was the word you dropped on Friday during the appetizer hour? You were talking about Gary Busey. What was the system?
Oh, yeah. Gary Busey once threatened a reporter. He said, I will rip your endocrine system out of your body.
So Patrick Mahomes has a rabbit's foot in his endocrine system.
Vic, we all have had, this has been the year of colonoscopies, 2024. I've had one. Vic had one. Riker had one. Riker loved his, Vic.
Okay.
I'm saying Patrick Mahomes probably needs one because if they do go scoping inside of there, they're going to find horseshoe or rabbit's foot somewhere, way up in there. I saw a better touch on his long balls.
Hey, before I was told we have a bountiful fact checker, so we'll get to that in a second. But one more thing on the German stuff. Do you guys like showboat refs? Because I kind of do every once in a while. I like who's my boy in the NBA? Bill Kennedy. I like Bill Kennedy. I like Terry McAuley.
That's Wes McCauley.
Or Wes McCauley, sorry.
Who's Terry McAuley?
How about
Terry
young
McCauley's
Hockey
the NFL analyst, like the guy who was on TV.
Yeah,
you're going to go to young Hockey and what he pulled off, right?
Let's get 5 for fighting.
Sean Hockey, son of Ed.
Okay. Didn't Ed have the guns?
He was the biceps guy.
He was the guns. Okay.
So his son is now a ref in the league, and he was doing the game in Munich, and he dropped one of these on you.
Fehlstart, Angriff.
Oh.
5 Yards treffen. It's by the center. It's 3rd down.
Oh, look at Sean Hockey hooked on phonics.
Showing up.
He dropped a German false start call.
Ja, das ist sehr gut. Sehr gut.
Hey, all love to Germans out there. My boy Kaz, who's a native German.
Mm-hmm.
You have the ugliest language in the world.
It is, yeah, it's odd.
It is disgusting.
I can say that as somebody who's half German. It's odd.
I took German in high school, and I don't know why.
It sounds like you're vomiting.
It does.
Out of your throat.
It's an angry language. Very angry. Ja, das ist sehr gut. Have you ever seen that little thing where one girl says, yeah, one girl says something in English, one girl says something in Spanish, and then the German girl comes in, and it's like 87, syllables long for, let's say, like fish or whatever. It's pretty true.
Yeah, it's like butterfly, mariposa. Yes, this fighting's right.
Yeah, a lot of anger behind it.
You know what?
The
only thing I can remember saying. What's this? You read it?
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I just read a text. It's the most American text that we're gonna get. Ed did the same thing in Mexican when he was in Mexico City. I believe you're looking for Spanish.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
The only thing I can remember how to say is, Ich habe eine große Bleistift.
Does that mean?
It means I have a big yellow pencil.
Okay.
Wow, bro.
Fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We had a lot of cases of jackwagons getting loud and yelling today on the show. Sometimes the calls came from inside the house. Sometimes they came from elsewhere. So let's do a segment within a segment. It's time to play Who Wore It Better? I've put them all together, and we will let the people decide.
It's easier said than done. Everybody says, oh, put your head in the right spot. Do you understand how quick that happens?
Down, without question.
This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? What are we doing? Seriously.
Are you kidding me? You're going to put this on the announcer?
Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Unprepared, uninspired, and it falls at his feet. It does. Say it.
Who wore it best, fellas?
I think number one, most unhinged is the Chicago radio host. Number two, just from sheer volume and screech, has to be the Texas Tech coach. I think Vic
Joey
was last.
McGuire.
Yes.
Joey McGuire. Yeah.
Joey McGuire's second.
But was I right, though?
Stop throwing things on the field! No, the last thing, though, that's the thing. Him yelling that, the last thing he said is my favorite. Please! Like, he's pleading with his guy. Please!
Fine.
Hey, guess what?
What?
The Buffs, after that W, are a 7-2 football team and in position to go to the Big 12 championship.
Dude, if they win out, they're going to be in the Big 12
And
title
nobody
game.
wants to play that team. I'm telling you.
They're going to be
Nobody
playing at
wants to
Jerry's
play them.
World, AT&T Stadium. Dude, they have a chance to go to the playoff and be a top 4 seed.
Tell you something right now,
Just
Vic.
flipping unbelievable.
You said something when they were down 13-0 early. They had
Never felt panic.
4 straight drives that ended in a punt. You want to know why? Because you know they can put up 3 touchdowns in 5 minutes if they want to.
I saw Shedeur Sanders on the sideline with his teammates, and he was just chill. And I said, okay, they're fine.
Yep. By the way, you guys surprised Ole Miss? Took down Georgia like that? Like
the
that?
SEC,
Yeah,
the
like
SEC
that I
is
am, yeah.
just-
LSU got bombed at home by Alabama. Wow. Bombed.
Who's good in this league?
Brian Kelly looked
Outside of, I guess,
completely-
Oregon. Oregon keeps smashing people by 35 points. So maybe
Oregon's
them.
the real deal, dude. Of course, they just go and get a new quarterback every year.
Told you this, by the way. Old Google me over there in Indiana. This close to giving up that win, giving up a win
But
to
they
Michigan.
didn't.
They didn't. They held on.
I think they're fake.
I don't think they're fake. I think they're real.
That close.
But your hair's fake.
CFP rankings come out tomorrow. We'll see where the Buffs stand after that. You can find any of the show if you missed it. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Talk to Adam Schefter today at 8 o'clock. Go tune into that if you missed it. And all phone calls from guests brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Have a wonderful Monday. Avs, 7 o'clock puck drop tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We love you all very much. Talk to you tomorrow.
Happy Veterans Day, everybody.
Bye.
I like that one.
Do you had any food since you arrived?
I had some chicken wings, Julia. They had a little different taste to them. Like y'all use a different twang of barbecue sauce. But they right here, I like it right here.
Jokic has it at the point, 10 on the shot clock. A bucket here, you can win the game. Hands it to Murray. Murray picks up the dribble. Now Porter, 3 on the clock, jumper. Good! Michael Porter Jr.
Intercepted by Cale Makar. Here he comes shorthanded. Makar, blast it. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! It's a shorty for the Great Eight. The first shorthanded goal of the season for the Colorado Avalanche.
35-yard field goal Lux. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lux the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
The perfect Colorado sports weekend. It was there. It was right there. It was perfect. It was a chip shot. The Nuggets had won 5 straight. The Avs scored 5 goals in the second period. The Buffs hammered Texas Tech on the road despite a million flying tortillas. They got help. ISU got beat. And the Broncos did everything perfectly. They got down to a 35-yard field goal. And because it's the Chiefs, it doesn't go your way. That was one of the most heart-stopping, heart-wrenching losses I can remember in recent history, Coach Sanford.
It is Overreaction Monday, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm going to start with the Denver Broncos, because the Denver Broncos did something that myself, D-Mac, and the toe dipper Brett Kane all predicted. They were going to outplay on the road at Arrowhead Patrick Mahomes and the number 1 rated defense and the Kansas City Chiefs, the 2-time back-to-back Super Bowl champs. And they did. And they couldn't execute one of the most basic tenets of football, and that is field goal protection. This isn't Conference USA on a Tuesday night. This isn't Maction on a Thursday. This is the National Football League, Raj. You got to be able to protect, snap, hold, and kick and win a football game, and you didn't do it. And my Overreaction Monday is that I guaranteed this victory, and I also just about guaranteed a playoff appearance for the Broncos. I look at the remaining 7 games, Raj, and we could break it down, but I don't like what I see.
We will continue to break it down. We'll get into the Avs. We'll get into the Nuggets. We'll get into CU, everything that happened with the CFP. We'll get those rankings out within a handful of hours, see how high CU is actually going to climb. They're currently number 18 in the AP, but they control their destiny to the 12-team playoff. Coach, listen, you and D-Mac and Brett, I applaud you. You were right. Every single way, you guys were right. They outplayed Kansas City. They kept them to hardly anything on the ground, while third down, Mahomes, when he was in third and manageable, was dominant. You kept them to third and long situations. You kept care of the football. Special teams was great up until the final second of the game. You got contributions from Devon Vele, from the tight ends. Audric Estime got great run at the end of the game and iced it pretty much for the Broncos. You guys hit everything on the head, but you left one thing off the table. All 3 of you. How could you be so short-sighted to think that it was going to go your way? You overlooked the biggest thing. It just always goes Kansas City's way, whether they force the issue or whether it's luck. You overlooked the biggest tenet of the last decade of Broncos and Chiefs football. It just goes the Chiefs' way. And you guys, I'm sorry to say it, were idiots to overlook it.
Well, I think you're the idiot, Raj, and also the short-sighted one to use the term always in sports. As you know, in 34 years of age, I believe, Raj, is that right?
34
years of age?
31, baby, 31.
Oh, I gave you a couple.
Still spring chicken.
3 years of experience and life and wisdom there, Raj. But the short-sightedness is that always aren't meant to be forever. Always and forevers are never, ever going to hold up. And this was the moment, Raj. This was the moment where you turn the page on what's been a just a brutal decade of Chiefs-Broncos rivalry on the Broncos side, and frankly, for the rivalry of the game. Man, I was in Las Vegas all day yesterday. My wife and I got a few hours away to go to the Strip. We went to this really neat beer garden, the beer park. If you're ever at the Paris Hotel, it's a really cool place. They have like 75 TVs. Oof. You have every single NFL fan represented, every franchise upset. You know, they have their jerseys on. The only game that was being talked about the entire day was the Broncos-Chiefs game. And people saw me with my Broncos gear on, and everybody, same reaction. I hated that game because I wanted the Chiefs to lose, except for the Chiefs fans. There's one fan base that was rooting for the Chiefs. And it was the talk of the NFL yesterday. It was brutal. I had a chance to rewatch that play multiple times, and it does happen. My dad, who's still coaching ball, that's why I'm here in Las Vegas. I'm watching his high school playoff I did on Friday night, and they won 31-0. But we talked about the one play, the one unit on special teams that throughout the course of the year that just gets a little bit complacent is your field goal protection unit. You do it in practice and you go through the motions because you don't see live rush, Raj. You never do. And so it's an interesting play that it catches up to you when it catches up to you. And in the case of the Denver Broncos, a little bit of technique issues on the left side between left tight end Alex Forsythe and left wing Matthew Pert. It ultimately catches up to you, and it might end up costing you the postseason. And that's an overreaction Monday.
I don't know if it's going to – I really don't know if it's going to cost them the postseason because as I sit here on a Monday morning, having had my heart ripped out of my chest, I was sitting on my couch watching this game, and I sent out the tweet. I put it in a notes app because I was ready to eat crow all day because I called you guys naive, and I called you short-sighted, and I said, how could you possibly think that this Broncos team with a rookie quarterback was going to waltz into Kansas City and win for the first time in darn near a decade? I spent the entire week doing it, but as did Moj and Vic, as did Scotty and Tyler. We didn't say there was no chance that they could do it, but the excitement that you three put out there, I spent the entire week telling you that you had no chance, and I was ready today to sit here and just eat it. After getting my heart ripped out of my chest, though, I feel more confident in this team than I have all season long because of how they walked into Kansas City on a bad field, how great Bo Nix looked in that game. He looked confident. He kept care of the football. He threw downfield. The biggest thing that happened was he checked a box. 3rd and 1. Streak route. Sutton gets wide open, 4 yards of separation. That is wide open in any league, let alone the NFL. And he hits him right in the bucket. And that was one thing that we hadn't seen him do yet this season. He started checking boxes off.
You bring a really, really good point up, Raj, is how many times this season has Bo Nix gotten into the right play, had the correct read, sees a receiver that creates separation, and then, overthrown by 3 to 5 yards. That was beautiful. He looked calmed. He looked confident. His feet looked good. That was his best game as a Denver Bronco. And the biggest moment for me was he through 9 games up until this game, Raj, he did not have the chance, talking Bo Nix, to lead a drive, game on the line, behind with a certain amount of clock that you have to manage. And he did it perfectly. Sean Payton and Bo Nix were chef's kiss end of game management. Did he do anything amazing in that final drive? No, but that's exactly what great quarterbacks do. You become a check down merchant. You throw your flat route so that you can preserve the time if needed. You manage the clock. You stay out of bad plays. Exactly what you did, and you had the ball inside the 20-yard line at Arrowhead, a completely stunned stadium. You saw the shots on the TV copy when you were watching it of the fans just looking like, what is happening here? Of all teams that we're going to lose to, it's going to be the Denver Broncos, and you didn't get it done. And it just is the biggest gut punch.
13 plays. 5 minutes and 57 seconds off the clock. It was done to absolute perfection. He gets flushed out of the pocket on 3rd and 1, climbs up, finds Sutton on the right hash, a perfect throw. They run 2 more running plays. Estime finds a way to get a first down. You utilize both of your timeouts. It was done to absolute perfection. And what's amazing And again, it brings me back to I can't believe you guys overlooked the singular tenet of Chiefs football right now. It just goes their way. Not always, but right now, it just goes their way. Whether it's a flag at the end of the Super Bowl or Alex Forsythe getting pancake blocked while on field goal protection. It just finds a way to go their way. You did everything. You didn't even have to worry about giving the ball back to Patrick Mahomes. You didn't have to worry about going into overtime and losing in that fashion, much like the Kansas City Chiefs staved off a week earlier. You didn't have to worry about that at all. You did it. And even when the witch doesn't have the football in his hands, some magic goes their way. And it's so hard to accept today.
No, it completely is. You deal with a team that has experience in every kind of moment that you can imagine. And that's what the Kansas City Chiefs have. They have experience in those moments. They know how to get through various plays. And in the case of Leo Chenal, the what is he now, a third-year player? I coached against him when he was at Wisconsin. I was coaching at Minnesota. And yes, if you saw Leo Chenal in person, you'd be like, that guy could run through another man's face and block a field goal. That's why your technique has to be that much better in that moment. And the Broncos as a franchise have not gone through those same moments yet in over a decade. Or in 9 years. And so these are all learning moments. I just don't love the fact that this was a incredible defensive performance in the midst of an incredibly dominant defensive year, minus the one awful game against Baltimore in Baltimore, who's proven to be exactly that, a dominant offense week in and week out. I just still think that this is a Broncos team that's going to be learning these lessons in real time, which is not a bad thing for Bo Nix and his development, but it is a bad thing in terms of wasting an opportunity to potentially make the playoffs. Because, Raj, look at the final 7 games, man. Show me where give me 5 games that you just say they're winning those 5 games.
You don't have a breath to take. At Las Vegas it should be a win. Atlanta's a tough game, although if you look at the pass rush, they hit Patrick Mahomes 9 times, sacked him 4 times in that game on Sunday. And that's a guy who, while he's not Lamar Jackson, is very elusive in the pocket. You look back to the Nick Bonito near sack that he almost had that Mahomes just zips out of and finds Travis Kelce on the right side of the field for like a 24-yard gain or something like that. The one player who's not going to be doing that is Kirk Cousins next week at 2 p.m. against Atlanta. He ain't going to be doing it. You're pass rushing against a statue.
Raj, how good is Nick Bonito, man?
He's so good.
Dude, he's one of the – he's got to be the best pass rusher of the next generation in terms of how he's playing right now. We know the Max Crosbys. We know anybody with the last name Watt or the last name Bosa. But, dude, Nick Bonito is a bona fide – he is an elite – I'm talking elite rusher of the passer. And it's playing out in big moments, man. Nick Bonito, glad that he's a Denver Bronco. Sign him ASAP to a long-term deal because you got one of those Crosbys. You got one of those Bosas, and you want to hold on to him. Everybody's fired up about Jonathan Cooper. Zach Allen's been phenomenal. The real one, the guy that's caught my eye since training camp, that's Nick freaking Bonito. That dude is a absolute edge rushing Jesse.
We've got so much more to get into. The Nuggets win 5 straight. The Avs have a huge second period against the best team in the Eastern Conference. They find a way to beat the Carolina Hurricanes at home. They'll play tonight again against the Nashville Predators at 7 p.m., 6:30 pregame show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Mark Bertinoli there, Connor McGahey on your call at 7 p.m. this evening. We had CU go into Texas Tech and hammer the Red Raiders in a wild game. The Big 12 was all sorts of crazy. We'll get into all of that and the best and worst things that we saw from the Broncos and their 16-14 loss at the hands of the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford live in Las Vegas. And Alex Ryan here. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Well, that's a ruthless song to bounce back with, KJ. Ruthless song to bounce back with. You're going to go Shake It Off by Taylor Swift the Monday after the Broncos lose? You're killing me.
That's what they're telling us in Kansas City. You guys just got to shake it off.
We'll let them play that in Kansas City, KJ. We don't want that in the
Son
Denver
of a gun.
airwaves, okay? I mean, they could play that in whatever stupid radio station they have in Kansas City where all they do is glaze Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid every single. Can you imagine listening to that radio show? Hey, oh my, how great was Patrick yesterday? Oh my gosh, Andy Reid, what a great game he called. Oh, this defense, Spags. Like, that's their radio show, Kansas City radio.
The radio
stinks.
show is, what did you learn about the Chiefs? They learned we can win football games even when Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to have the ball. I said it. You need to give him 13 seconds to win a football game. You don't give them any seconds and they won the football game. That's what I'm still trying to swallow this morning. And you said that you're worried about the playoff prospects for the Broncos moving forward. They currently sit a 51% chance. It's a coin flip to see whether or not they get in. They're in the 7 seed. The Chargers well ahead of them in the 6 seed with 2 games in hand at 6-3. But the 2 teams that are actually still viable for this, the Bengals, who lost this week in a heartbreaker to Baltimore, Indianapolis at 4-6, and you see both of those teams. So Denver still does control their own destiny, much like CU does on their way to the college football playoff this year. If you take care of Indy and Cincy, you're in. Hell, if you even take care of one of the 2, you're likely in.
What I don't like right now, Raj, is that I said that the playoffs for this season, and then I'm going to say it, the next franchise up from the AFC West was going to be determined this year with new head coach Jim Harbaugh taking over the LA Chargers. How is Justin Herbert going to look? Are they going to get that true commitment to the ground game, being the bully on the block? And right now, their arrow is trending up even more than the Broncos. Even if their games aren't against as good of teams, they're finding ways to win football games. And I think that the Broncos are getting left a little bit right now, currently. And yesterday's result, if you just execute a field goal within 35 yards, you win the game. And I think the arrow is so far up for the Denver Broncos. And that's football, man. The term control your own destiny. Yeah, that applies in the Big 12 conference when you're playing against teams that aren't very good, Raj. They're not very good. These aren't elite teams. These are not perennial top 25 teams that you're going up against in the remaining
Neither are
season.
the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, I'll tell you who is. You still got Joe Burrow. You still got Justin Herbert. You still have potentially another one against Patrick Mahomes. We'll see. And you got Kirk Cousins and the Falcons starting this thing off. The only really bad team that you have remaining on the schedule, there's 2 of them, are the Raiders and the Browns. And the Browns do have a very good defense, and that could be a coin flip game in and of itself.
So outside of the field goal, which is, it's very clearly you wake up on Monday and you try not to fire everyone on the special team staff as a head coach there because it's such a glaring mistake. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Is there anything that you saw in that game that you did not like? Because most of it we did. Most of it you loved how it was game planned. You loved how I called it a 4-minute offense, but it was a 6-minute offense at the end of the game. It was done to perfection. Is there anything that you didn't like in particular from that game yesterday outside the field goal?
I don't like that you had 14 points early on in the contest and you finished the game with 14 points. I don't like that. I mean, that's how you lose football games. And I think, while Sean Payton certainly can look at the entirety of his organization and point to the fact that you were a mere field goal away from winning that game and protecting the left side of a field goal. And I'm going to keep saying that because it's sticking with me. But you also have to look at yourself a little bit. And this is what I would do when I was a play caller that was a head coach. I would say, what could we have done different in the area that I directly am responsible for calling? And that's, how could we have scored more points? How could we have gotten that touchdown right before halftime in that 2-minute drive? And that's where I think Courtland Sutton, he's got blood on his hands for how he performed right before halftime. The false start penalty or illegal formation, he wasn't lined up offside or in a correct position when the ball was snapped to spike it. That's 5 yards. You move away from field goal range. And then he had an opportunity to catch a pass that he just flat out dropped. That's 3 points. How many did you lose by, Raj?
Lost by 2.
You got to find a way to make those types of moments yield points in these types of games against really good competition that has the utmost belief. And the stat that I always go back to is that 78% of football games are won by the team that is able to successfully get points out of a 2-minute drive before halftime. And that, to me, would have been the way that the Broncos win this game, is they go in and they win the momentum going into halftime. You've got a lead, and you just scored, and you create a little bit of hysteria in the opposing locker room. And you just couldn't execute that. So really, end of game situations, you didn't. There were 2 end of game situations, and you didn't operate and execute when you needed to, and it cost you the football game.
If you look at the final drive for Kansas City in the first half, while you wouldn't call it the final drive of the game for Kansas City and the final drive of the first half, I don't think you would call either like a 2-minute situation, right? Because obviously there were 6 minutes left on the clock, but it was their final drive. They walked away with 10 points in those final 2 drives. And they executed while Mahomes overthrew a couple of touchdowns in the red zone. You got away with that. They executed big time. And what I didn't love, while the defense was good, I thought Jaquan McMillan had his worst game of the season. And unfortunately, he slips on the goal line. I don't know if he doesn't slip on the bad turf, does he get in front of that Kelsey pass that breaks the Chiefs' all-time record? Probably not, but he's at least within arm's length rather than Kelsey having no one with him. You have a blown coverage on 3rd and 13 with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Broncos bring the house. They get great pressure on Mahomes. He throws up a ball, and McMillan, while the play's going on, throws his hands up. I don't know how that play got broken up or how it got blown up. I don't know if you've watched the All-22 yet on that one, but McMillan's looking for his help elsewhere. He kind of looks at Riley Moss and goes, what the hell happened there? I didn't see anyone outside McMillan that should have been on that play.
It was a zone coverage, and that's the biggest downside right now to the Denver Broncos defensive strategy is because they pressure so much, because they play such tightly contested man coverage. It overall keeps the points down, Raj, because they have great pass rushers and they have great cover players. But in 3rd down and 9+, when the Broncos do become a zone, keep the lid on the defense type of a defense, they just don't look comfortable playing zone coverage. They don't look like it's something that they major in. They don't execute it. And that was the downside of the performance, was 3rd down and long defense several times in that performance. That I just say, stick to your guns, man. Pin your ears back, get hits on the quarterback. Don't allow him to stroke the football in the pocket, and play man coverage, because that's what got you there. That's what got you the lead. That's what held this Chiefs offense to 16 points, which is the number that Broncos fans hate when it's their offense scoring 16 points. You just did it to the Kansas City freaking Chiefs in their own building. Stick to man coverage. Stick to it.
Outside of McMillan's bad game on my side, the only other thing that I had to nitpick, and honestly, I'm looking at a loss like this, and it is nitpicking, because 98% of what Bo Nix did yesterday was phenomenal. A 17-yard sack and a 16-yard sack are unacceptable. Only one of them truly comes back to hurt you, but you can't do it.
You're playing against the ultimate hero ball quarterback, right? You 2 weeks in a row, you're looking at the quarterback on the opposite sideline, and Lamar Jackson and now Patrick Mahomes. And those quarterbacks, they've made so many of those, like, why would you do that? Oh my God, it's a touchdown, right? Like there's those moments. Bo Nix is not there yet, right? And there are times where I think he tries to spin out of a sack. He reverses out of a sack and ultimately ends up losing 7 yards just by virtue of that spin out. He just got to know he's the kind of quarterback that can do great things with his feet, but he's got to be the guy that just does not make a bad play worse, because 17 yards on a sack is inexcusable. You just can't let it happen, especially when the contact was made at 7, right? It was more like 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and then the attempt to play hero ball ends up getting you out of field goal range. It ends up changing the math on field position. Those kinds of mistakes, I guarantee you Sean Payton he's coaching that very hard today.
He's in the middle of his Zoom conference right now. I'm sure those conversations will have been had in that presser. If we can find any of the audio, we'll play for or play it for you later on in the show. I want to switch gears to CU, Coach. They go into Lubbock, a million tortillas flying around, a crazy situation. There were some insane referee situations in the Big 12, but that aside, the Buffs take care of their own business. They currently hold the 2 seed in the Big 12. If they win out, they are in that title game. Iowa State falls to Kansas. BYU should have fell to Utah. But CU looks every piece, the part of a Big 12 champion.
They absolutely do, Raj. And here's I would say for a lot of outsiders, the most surprising way that the Buffs have gotten this done down the stretch of winning just Big 12 game after Big 12 game is that they did, again, what I've been calling for the last 3-4 weeks, is that Coach Prime, his defensive coordinator, Robert Livingston, and his offensive coordinator, Pat Shurmur, have all consistently outcoached Big 12 coaching staffs. Team looks more disciplined, and you could point to certain, pictures of the sideline and ball boys and I'm talking about what happens between the white lines, between the actual whistles. The CU Buffs are playing more disciplined football than their opponents. They're calling a better game. They're avoiding the big mistake. And Texas Tech was outcoached. Big time outcoached. And I thought it was an impressive performance from Coach Prime and the Buffs. And CU is in the driver's seat to play BYU in the Big 12 championship game, and I think it's going to be fantastic.
BYU shouldn't even gotten out of Utah unscathed. A lot of people were really upset about that phantom call. BYU's got the ball inside their own 10 late in the game. There's an illegal holding call or an illegal contact call. I can't remember what it was against the Utes there. I thought they got bailed out.
They did, kind of by the situation, but letter of the law, when you go back and look at the multiple angles of that holding call, it's more about the timing of the call and the situation. Utah, they have BYU pinned inside their own 5-yard line, and you see a quarterback in Jake Retzlaff for BYU that's just he's dead to rights in his own end zone. And the holding call probably doesn't affect the play, but letter of the law, they got the call correct. You know who didn't get everything correct? Is Utah Athletic Director Mark Harlan, who stormed off the sideline when normally head coaches meet up. He stormed off the sideline and ended up getting in the face of the referee, and then beats Kyle Whittingham to the press conference room and ends up berating the Big 12 and its officials, and he goes on to say that they shouldn't even have been in that game. It was sheer pandemonium in the Big 12 conference. It's a weird conference. It's an awesome conference. It's must-watch TV.
This is what the AD had to say.
I've been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
A $40,000 fine, Coach.
Yeah, and that's not going to be paid by Mark Harlan himself. There's no way. You probably have a Utah donor. Some Utah donor is just going to front that within 5 minutes of hearing that even come out. I'm appalled by the lack of professionalism by an athletic director. Don't make the story about you. And I get that you want to stand up for your guys. You made the story about you, not your team. And you know why you did that, Mark Harlan? Because you don't have a really good path forward for your football program. You have Kyle Whittingham who wants to go off into the sunrise his own way, and you're 4-5 right now. You're going to get the break speed off of you in Folsom Field this weekend with big noon kickoff. You got Morgan Scalley, your defensive coordinators, the heir apparent, the head coach in waiting. We all know that's never worked. The head coach in waiting's never worked in college football. So quit making the story about you. You got a football program that is trending in a very bad direction.
So much more to get into. We'll continue breaking down the Broncos and Chiefs game, but on the other side, Avs get a huge win over the weekend over Carolina. They'll take on Nashville tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And Nikola Jokic, his last 9 games on a historic pace. Nuggets have won 5 straight. Michael Porter Jr. With a beautiful floater puts the Nugs up by 2 late in that game. And they find a way to hold on. Peyton Watson, great defensively. Again, we'll get into both those games on the other side. It's the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj.
2 for 1 is open. You got to shoot it, though, Kyrie. He goes to the left, shoots a 3. Blocked by Watson. Loose ball down to Porter. Outlet pass over to Murray. Bucket here, Denver takes the lead. Difference between game and shot clock is right at 4 seconds. Denver wants to wind it down and hit a game winner. Jokic has it at the point, 10 on the shot clock. A bucket here, you can win the game. Hands it to Murray. Murray picks up the dribble. Now Porter, 3 on the clock, jumper. Good! Michael Porter Jr. Denver leads it by 2 with 6.5 seconds to go.
122-120 last night. Nuggets improved to 7-3, just one game back of first place in the Western Conference. They beat Dallas last night. 5 straight victories. Christian Brown, 14 points. Jamal Murray, 38 minutes and 18 points, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. But the big story of the night, outside Michael Porter Jr., starting red hot and then finishing with a big-time bucket. Nikola Jokic goes off for 37, 18, and 15 as we welcome you back into the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi. Coach, listen to the last 9 games for Nikola Jokic. You ready?
I am ready. Give me some good news, Raj. I want all the good news.
We will. Yeah, this is a good news segment. We've been talking about how the Broncos bungled it at the end of a great game. This is a good news segment. The Avs win, the Nuggets win, CU wins, all those things. 37 points, 18 rebounds, 15 assists last night. He goes 30, 11, and 14 the previous game, 23, 20, and 16 the game before that. And the final of 4 straight triple doubles that he's had up until this date, 28 points, 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 13 assists. Prior to that, he puts up 3 games of 27, 26, and 29, coming off of 41 and 40 in terms of point output in those first 2 games of a 9-game set. He has 6 triple-doubles in his last 9 games, and he missed a triple-double on 2 of those that he didn't find a way to get all 3 stat categories by just 1 stat, whether it was a rebound or an assist. The guy is on absolute fire. Like, this is bona fide MVP stuff. And just when we were at the beginning of the season, oh no, what are the Nuggets going to be? Are they playing like a play-in team? Are they going to have home court advantage in the first round? Well, they're a game out.
Nikola Jokic right now is doing things that not just a multiple MVP recipient does, but somebody who enters into these bigger discussions about greatest players of all time, greatest bigs of all time. And he's doing it at the beginning of the year in a time that you might wonder, after all he's achieved in his career, after, the last 2 seasons being long sprints, that he may be banged up at the end of them and, kind of ease his way into the next year. For anybody who questions if Nikola Jokic loves basketball and is fully committed to basketball, or if he just does it because it's vocation, you're crazy. This dude is an absolute, he loves the game of basketball. He loves his teammates. He loves this franchise. And he goes out in these early season games like he does in the late season games, and he puts it all out on the line. This guy is an absolute joy to watch. He's a joy to cover. He does everything in the game of basketball so brilliantly, and I can't say enough good things about him.
Watching him bring this young unit along with him gives me all sorts, like, you see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles meme of what's the old rat guy?
Master Splinter.
Yes, thank you.
I love Master Splinter,
there we
man.
go. All right, I'm happy you got that. You know the meme where it's him taking along the young turtles with, like, hand in hand, and then the next photo is the turtles with an old Splinter kind of walking him off into the sunset. I know Nicola's not walking into the sunset with, like, a cane in his hand, but watching him bring along Christian Brown and Payton Watson in these big-time moments, I know it's the beginning of the season, but it is clutch time. It gave me that kind of feel.
The best part about that Master Splinter imagery,
thank you,
is you think about who are Michelangelo, Raphael, Donatello, and who's the 4th Ninja Turtle? I know KJ knows. Yeah, it's okay. You think about that. You already said it's Payton Watson, it's Christian Brown, it's Julian Strother, these young guys, and I almost feel like the 4th young guy, quote unquote, air quote, young guy, is 30-some-odd-year-old Russell Westbrook as the other Ninja Turtle because he's got so much
The
dang energy.
35-year-old guy.
He's a 35-year-old that's like been rejuvenated. He's like, this is fun. I like basketball. I like the NBA. This is great. And of course, Nikola Jokic. I love this for Nikola Jokic. It's a new challenge. And when you are that good of a player, can you say that there is some complacency and even maybe boredom in being that good and having the same crew with you? Maybe. This is almost a new challenge that Nikola Jokic is just embracing and loving, and it gives him life. It gives him energy, and it's a lot of fun to watch. May we say that the Denver Nuggets are actually an absolute joy to watch this season. Like really fun basketball.
Peyton Watson, 40 minutes. He goes 4 of 4 from beyond the arc. A huge block at the end of the game on Kyrie, and Kyrie went off. Kyrie was unstoppable last night. That was vintage Kyrie Irving. 43 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He was their best player, and that's with Luka Doncic on the court, missing a triple-double by just 1 assist and 1 rebound. Kyrie was unstoppable up until the end, and when he pulled up for that wing three, I thought it was going in. And somehow, both of these blocks at the end of the game for Watson have been, they've been high point. Like, you shouldn't be able to get to that basketball. His length, Brown's length, so underrated on this team. They're both outperforming expectation. Christian Brown is, if that's what you get out of Christian Brown, watch out, man. Honestly, watch out to the point, like, you might not be able to keep him on the team a handful of years from right now.
Thank God you drafted him, right?
Thank God.
you can control the contract. It's not just a free agent. It's like, caught lightning in a bottle, and all of a sudden you're like, dude, we can't keep this dude. He's a cost control player. He's a phenomenal player. He's from Middle America, so he's playing in it. Really, one of the there aren't very many franchises that are in this region, right? Being from Kansas, being a Kansas Jayhawk. He's the second best player on this team right now. And he has been for all 10 games that the Nuggets have played. And I don't think that's he does so many different things without the basketball, and then now he's doing it on the offensive side with the basketball. He is just awesome to watch. Russell Westbrook, he kind of took he took a little bit of a he let the other guys go out and do it. Jamal Murray started out red hot as well, had points early. I like where this team, Julian Strawther, 2 of 5. He gives you, more 12 points off the bench. Zeke Naji, he's starting to maybe find a little confidence, particularly on the defensive side. And as a guy that can be in around the rim, there's some good things happening with the Nuggets.
Strawther is a less heart attack inducing player off the bench than Bones Highland was. And you were missing that scoring punch off the bench, certainly from beyond the arc. But Highland was such a roller coaster ride. And it doesn't feel as though Strawther is going to be that way, especially if he can find his footing defensively, if he can stay out of foul trouble in the early parts of his minutes. The earlier returns have been very good on him thus far. I do see a couple of questions on the text line. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line every single day. One price, one person, in 1 hour. Yes, they've won 5 games in a row. Yes, they're 7-3. Yes, they're just 1 game out of first place. But on this 9-game tear that Nikola Jokic has gone on, in which he's got 6 triple-doubles, are you playing him too much? Because, you can start to lose your mind when the Nuggets lose these games, much like we did at the beginning of the season. And we were nervous about it. How long is it going to take to gel? You lose to Oklahoma City. You lose to L.A. You find a way to bungle a game at the end at Minnesota for the second time in as many games, dating back to that Game 7 in round 2. Are you playing him too much to get those wins? And I wonder how you balance those scales.
I believe yes. And am I concerned about Nikola Jokic's overall health? I'm not. He's a machine. He's proven to be a machine. Just feels like every time you turn on a Nuggets game, Nikola Jokic is in the starting 5. Like no matter what time of year it is, he just is a dang machine. He doesn't miss extended periods of time. He has missed little fits and starts, so I'm not saying he's played every single game over the last 5 years, but he is just so consistent. You hear from Scotty Hastings and Vic about how well he takes care of his body, the workouts he does before and after games. The dude is completely committed, but the biggest miss thus far, and really I would say the only real miss in the 2024-25 campaign the Nuggets are in right now is where the hell is Dario Saric? Like, what is going on? He almost looks like he's the emo kid on the Nuggets bench. He's got the emo haircut. I'm wondering if he's going to have some black eyeliner soon.
The
Dario
swoop
Saric
that takes away half your eye.
He's got to take on a little bit of the load here for the Nuggets. And frankly, there's something going on, whether it's health, whether it's overall just I don't know what it is, Raj. I'm not going to speculate, but there's very little trust from Michael Malone and Dario Saric at this point because there hasn't been anything other than coach's decision, not playing off the bench or not even dressing up. So what is the issue here, Raj? I don't understand it because he is the kind of player that you could at least spell Nikola Jokic.
I wonder if the fit isn't as smooth as you thought it was going to be. If he doesn't have the same pace that you thought he was going to be able to run the offense like Nikola does. And I do suppose that this might be the one folly with having a team built around Nikola. There isn't another guy like him. You can't just put another dude in his spot and expect it to work while you would hope that it's a dime store version of it. He's so good. And he makes up for so many deficiencies and raises all boats and makes all the guys around him better when he's on the court. I worry that if you're even hoping for a dime store version of that player, that it's almost impossible to find. And
you know what makes it so interesting, Raj, is Nikola Jokic is not just the greatest basketball on planet Earth. He also is the greatest offensive scheme on planet Earth in and of himself because of his ability to create for others, to read. There's a style that you play solely because of his brain and his basketball IQ. And to your point, you can't replace that.
You can't. And again, I think Saric lacks the pace right now. You know what he reminds me of, Coach? And I hope this isn't the case. Do you guys remember what Ryan Johansson looked like at the beginning of the season last year? Where it was kind of working point production-wise. It wasn't crazy. But there was a disconnect, whether it wasn't a fit in terms of the style of play or the player had simply lost his pace. Ryan Johansson lost his pace last year, and he could not keep up with how fast this Avs team plays. And I worry that Dario Saric might be in that situation. Do I think he deserves another 10, 15 games of run to see if it's just like a fit and a chemistry issue? Yes, I do. You must see if that can work out. But he may just not have the pace right now. And if that's the case, you have to lean on Zeke Naji and DeAndre Jordan. You can't play Nikola for 35, 38, 40 minutes a game and hope that he's going to stay completely healthy going into the playoffs. Look what happened with Chet Holmgren. I know he's not Chet Holmgren, but Holmgren's out, 8 weeks now because of a pelvis fracture? You don't want to have to test the durability of Nikola Jokic, which outside of being the best basketball player on planet Earth, also what Coach said, the best system on planet Earth in the game of basketball, he's also one thing that a lot of guys in the NBA aren't. He's available all the damn time, and you don't want to mess with that. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. It's the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get back into the Broncos and Chiefs. We'll preview the Avs taking on the Nashville Predators. I'll tell you the latest from Morning Skate on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sprinting through the day's biggest stories on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford. He's live out in Las Vegas. He'll be back in studio tomorrow. Broncos fall to the Chiefs on Sunday 16-14. Nuggets get a big win, 5 straight. The Avs get 5 goals in the second period against the best team in the Eastern Conference after they should have walked away with a huge win against Winnipeg. They end up getting shut out, unfortunately, against a Jets team that can't find a way to lose right now. But as much as the Nuggets have turned it around, the Avs are getting healthy right now, Coach, and they're starting to win games.
Our Ball Arena residents are playing some good brands of sport right now, and they're fun to watch. I love the fact, and we've talked about it for a while, that the Avalanche are going to continue to get players that are returning to the lineup as this.
I think we just lost Coach KJ. Let's try and get him reconnected. Again, Coach, off-site down there in Las Vegas. He'll be back in the studio tomorrow to take his thought process in the Avalanche. You're finally getting healthy right now, and it's exactly what you need to do. Val Nichushkin's coming back in 4 days. Jonathan Drouin is knocking on the doorstep. Georgiev, by the way, this from Connor McGahey. Alexander Georgiev will get your start this evening. He will get his 3rd straight start for the Avs tonight as they host the Nashville Predators. Coach, you back?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can certainly hear you. Take it away.
All right. Yeah. I was just talking about how much I love where the Avs are as just overall as a franchise, just continually getting pieces back. But also while you're getting those pieces back, you're starting to find certain players like an Ivan, other players that they're going to integrate into what your plans are. And now you have better, more experienced 3rd and 4th liners. I think it's all for the Avs.
Yeah, you have to find a way to continue to, much like the Nuggets are doing, foster young and cheap talent. And Mikko Rantanen is going to command a big deal in the offseason. I was talking about it after he scored a huge goal in that second period against Carolina, is that like there's some people out there that don't think Mikko Rantanen is worth $12 million. And I'll tell you, the organization, they don't think that way. They know that 100-point seasons do not grow on trees, that 50 goals do not grow on trees. Teams wait decades for players like that, so they will find a way to re-sign Mikko Rantanen. And the way that you do that is that you continue to find these players in the 5th, 6th, 7th undrafted rounds, much like Ivan and Nikolai Kovalenko and Prishapov, these guys that are stepping up to the plate. If you want to keep your big guns here, you have to find a way to keep those young guys working. I think Ivan is an 82-game player for this team. We saw the veterans get back on the ice today at morning skate. Landeskog, Nichushkin, Miles Wood, Jonathan Drouin all skating. Landeskog did some morning work with the goaltenders in front of net. Wasn't skating hard, but you're getting these guys back. The cavalry is coming.
How would you evaluate, Raj, if you were to give a letter grade? Let's start with Nikolai Kovalenko in this period of time that we've been able to watch him play. What would you give him as a grade?
B-. I don't love him. I don't love him on the defensive side of the puck. I love him offensively.
What about Ivan?
Ivan is for an undrafted player. That dude's a solid A. I think Ivan is an 82-game player. Even when they're healthy, I don't want Ivan being sent down at all. That guy does everything right. He's a 200-foot player. He's responsible defensively. He chips in on the offensive side. He's going to be a player that has to be on your power play 2 unit even when you're healthy. I love that guy. He gets an A for me without a doubt.
Who else would you put in the category, the Avs, of guys that have been a revelation in that youthful, cheap, controlled salary type of a conversation?
I think Sam Malinsky, without a doubt, being a guy, an undrafted player out of Cornell. Sam Malinsky being a bottom 6 pairing guy. He's been the mainstay when you've switched in multiple defensemen in that 5th or that 6th spot. Sam Malinsky's the one that kind of sticks around. I think he's also the reason why, if you're going to have to make room to keep these big guns around. Malinsky is a guy that allows you to do that with your depth on the back end because he does things that are very similar to maybe a Sam Girard, or he's got a similar skill set to a guy like Cale Makar does. Malinsky, for me, I think he's a solid B+ right now. I'd like to see him do a little bit more offensively. He stepped up in a big role in the Carolina game, but I'd like to see him chip in a little bit more in terms of his shot production. For the other young guys, I don't know. Parker Kelly's been fine. Joel Kiviranta, I wouldn't classify him as a young guy. He's a vet. But if you want me to give an overall grade on the Avs, what they've been, I think they're a B, and that's all I can ask for with all these injuries.
We were asking for the Avs to just stay afloat.
They are afloat.
It was, what was that, 10 days ago?
They're afloat,
Raj,
man.
You are better than afloat. And the Nuggets, you were hoping that they would learn to play together without KCP as part of this, with Jamal Murray being at least out for a couple games, Aaron Gordon out for a bit of an extended period of time. And they're doing a whole heck of a lot more than just playing well together. They're finding an identity.
Coach, Broncos, let's get back to them. 16-14 loss against the Chiefs. I want to get back to things that we liked from this game. We already showed the things that obviously didn't go well. The field goal, McMillan's play, the fact that they're playing too much zone rather than man-on-man defense in the secondary against a quarterback like Mahomes, not things that we liked. This is one player that I was really intrigued about.
Yeah, we keep wanting to get him involved. He's a handful, and those we'll have a chance to see the film. Look, it was as a coach, you hurt for your players.
Audric Estime, 14 carries, 53 yards. He was the bell cow back at the end of the game when you needed tough yards to continue to keep the clock rolling, to force Andy Reid to burn timeouts. 1 carry, 1 yard for Javonte Williams in that game. I think you're seeing the end of Javante's time here as a Bronco.
100%. And it's unfortunate because Javonte Williams had a nice ascension before the injury, but it's been so uneven. And if anything, it's just been a slight arrow trending in the wrong direction for Javonte Williams. Audric Estime was really good. Was he dynamic? Was he elite? No. But he is that body type of what you want your one to be. And the big question about Audric Estime for me was, can he take care of the football? And he did a phenomenal job in this game, which was a hard-hitting game. It was a physical game. It was against one of the best fronts in defensive fronts in all of football. And he did a really good job of securing the football. You could tell that it was in the back of his mind the entire game. You could see it.
High and tight, baby, the whole time.
Yeah, you call that double. He was double cuffing. That's when you have the normal high and tight, and then that second arm is just covering the flesh of the football. Audric Estime was not going to put the B on the G because he knew that he had a chance to go get a good J, and that's running back 1 for the Denver Broncos. How about the duck position that I talk about so much, which is it's a bit your running back 2. He's your change of pace guy. That showed up to be Marvin Mims.
I know. That was going to be my second one. That was my second check mark that I was going to have from this game of young guys, unsung heroes that I think you should utilize this type of game moving forward. If you're going to make the playoffs, that's how you get Marvin Mims touches. That's the way you use these end arounds. You use him as a Deebo Samuel type of running back in the off. Put him on Bo Nix's right hip and then put Audric Estime on his left hip and run whatever you want in terms of motion.
Yeah, bring back some old Coach Mike Sanford Sr. Vis-a-vis Utah with Urban Meyer and Alex Smith in the backfield and run a little triple option football from shotgun. It could get real weird out there. It'd be a lot of fun. I love that. Use Marvin Mims as that weird motion guy that can enter the backfield, leave the backfield, be a part of your even Cinco package, which is 5 wide receivers. And now you have the 5th receiver that's a part of that package. It's a viable run threat. And now you can bring him into the backfield. And that's what Bo Nix did so well at Oregon.
And what it does is it forces you to move Bo from the point of the snap. And you saw that it was early on in the game, right? I want to say it was Mims that they brought in motion from left to right. It was a design quarterback sprint to the right side. Bo gets to the hash mark. Everyone's on that side of the field. He knows his check down is Devon Vele. 20 yards to his left and finds him there. I want to see them utilize that all the time. As you've said, Bo does well when he is on designed runs and when he's moving his feet, not in a scramble sense, but moving his feet around the pocket and gaining yards while he's throwing on the run. You force yourself to do that if you use Mims as your duck guy.
And you also mentioned another name in that conversation. And I don't think we can take for granted just how good Devon Vele has been in these last couple of weeks. Devon Vele is the most sure-handed receiver on this Broncos roster. He's a 7th-round rookie, Raj, that had zero fanfare when he was drafted. Zero. Like, who? Who's that? Who did they draft? Who's that guy? And then you look at the stat line from Utah, and just like Utah is this year, they didn't have a quarterback last season. Cam Rising was in and out. You're getting so much production out of a rookie player that is not just a really exciting player, but he's also really dependable. Devon Vele has been I would call that an unbelievable George Payton pick.
He's Tim Patrick. He's the same exact guy. Same college, same draft position itch. I know Patrick was an undrafted college free agent, but 7th rounder may as well be one of those guys. 6'4" type of guy, sure hands. He's the reason why Tim Patrick is no longer on this team. And if he plays like that, you don't miss him.
But I would argue, Raj, and I thought about this in the fourth quarter when I'm watching some of this, balls are going towards little Jordan Humphrey again. Could you not have had Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, and Devon Vele instead of having little Jordan Humphrey on this roster right now?
Humphrey's hands don't concern me. His speed concerns me. When he's in the open field, he looks like Kroll is faster than him.
He's a guy that played running back the majority of his high school career, was recruited as a running back to the University of Texas. He's just not a bona fide wide receiver. He's a bit of a tweener player. Sean Payton likes using him as almost like a big receiver at the line of scrimmage that can chip in protection and release. You can do that with Tim Patrick. Devon Vele can do that. I just still don't understand the spot for little Jordan Humphrey on this roster. It's my one personnel complaint on the season. From what we saw in training camp, Tim Patrick at the end of training camp was far outplaying little Jordan Humphrey. If you had chosen Tim Patrick over Devon Vele on the active roster, I would have had a problem with that based off of training camp. But I would have had no problem if you would have put Tim Patrick, Devon Vele, Cortland Sutton on the field at the same time, and you have 3 bona fide route runners that are big, they're physical, they're dependable. That's the biggest complaint that I have from the offseason.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firms. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. On the other side, KJ's NFL Notes brings you through the biggest highlights and news from Week 10 of the NFL game week. KJ, we will get into all of that in just a couple of minutes. Again, join us, twitch.tv/altitudesr on the Safeway Twitch stream.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:15, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford, who's out in Las Vegas. He'll be back in our studios tomorrow morning. KJ, take it away.
Well, story number one, Raj kind of teased it earlier. Sean Payton had his Monday Zoom presser, and right out of the gate, the media, they didn't mess around. Sean, did you have any concerns coming into the game about the protection on the left side of your field goal unit?
Look, I think fair question, and we're constantly each week making corrections, making not just with the field goal unit, with the offense, with a certain protection, with a certain coverage. And so, and look, when something like that happens, and it's not the first, like it could be a trick play or it could be whatever. It's pretty common for the team that had success with it to say, hey, we saw, and credit them for that. You know, they exploited an area that we obviously felt was fixed and stronger, and yet not fixed enough. And so, look, I read all the comments afterwards, and I think that look, it's tough to lose a game that way.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing the post-game interviews from Andy Reid and from Leo Chenal in particular, that there was a weakness on that particular unit that was on tape. And of course I didn't study that. I watched the All-22, but just like a lot of us, sometimes I just gloss over the field goals and extra points that are made. But these people are trained assassins, killers, these special teams coordinators, and they identified a weakness. And I saw it as a weakness in fundamentals on the left side of what the one play I saw, which was the blocked field goal. And I thought that you have to secure your inside gap first. And that's what I thought that Matthew Pert, he left Alex Forsythe a bit on his own island. Alex Forsythe, I thought his pad level was too high. And he also, in his step that he took with his inside foot, I think he hung that step in the air too long, and then it essentially gave him way to get teabagged and knocked over. And then there's a massive gap right off that D gap area between the left tight end, which was Alex Forsythe, and the left wing, which was Matthew Pert.
Is it really that you saw a weakness or that you just made a play at the right time? Because if the field goal is successful, we're not hearing about how the Broncos have a weakness on the left side of their protection unit.
I agree. It's one of those
sometimes
plays
you just make a play.
It's a play that you never get credit for doing your job well if you're Alex Forsythe or Matthew Pert. But certainly the whole world all of a sudden is going to talk about that play. Where I found it interesting was the fact that Andy Reid and Leo Chenal did indeed say there was something they saw on tape. And then you heard Sean Payton talking about it, that it was a weakness that they had that they thought they had addressed. You didn't address it well enough.
So why didn't you block the 60-yarder? Why didn't you block the extra point after the touchdown to Devon Vele? If it's a weakness, it's a weakness.
They tried to, but you know what does happen? And it's as a head coach and as an offensive coordinator, when I've been in games with go ahead, or winning field goals and you're sitting there waiting for it and here it comes, you just know that there's a different level of those endorphins are kicking in for the field goal block unit. There's a different level of adrenaline and just overall, like how hard that unit is going on that particular moment versus maybe the PAT in the first quarter. It is different. You can see a difference.
It's like end of the game 6-on-5 in hockey as compared to a normal 5-on-4 power play where you're like down by 1 minute and a half to go. While it's the same man advantage, right? Like you have an open guy that you can go to. There's a little bit more intensity with 90 seconds to go in the game rather than a power play coming, 7 minutes into the second period. I understand that.
It's the old saying that I hate in sport, that people say it's the same, but it's different. Well, in this case, it really is different. It really is different. It hits a lot differently in that moment.
KJ, what's next?
We've been playing like ass these past couple weeks, like real bad.
Well, listen, that was too timely. With that being said, Bo Nix was asked about the defense yesterday after the game, and he finally admitted the one thing that Sean Payton has been refusing to for the last 9 weeks.
I mean, they're phenomenal as usual. They have kept us in all the games, and they've made it. They gave us the ball back, with any score won, and it was impressive to see them. They held them in the red zone several times. Didn't give up explosive plays. They were stout today. They got sacks, plenty of sacks, and they're at some point we just got to go down there and score on our own. We got to go and help them out and get some points in between us. And so it's a team game, and we all know that. And, I thought, the defense played really well again.
Bo, don't be so hard on yourself. You did it at the end of the game. Your offensive unit drove the football all the way down the field and gave yourself an opportunity to beat the Chiefs like I had predicted. And instead, the Cheeks are going to remain the champs. They're going to be the AFC West talk of the town, the NFL's talk of the town, because they are now still undefeated. But your offense did what it needed to do. You just couldn't get the special teams play when you needed it.
Honestly, the defense did as well. The defense was fine. Benito was great. Cooper was great. Zach Allen continues to be a revelation. They hit Patrick Mahomes 9 times in this game. They took him down to the ground 4 separate times. Both sides of the ball, offense and defense, were good enough to win this game. Granted, not scoring or putting up 14 early and then not putting up any at the end of that game hurts you. Not putting up points at the end of each half hurts you. So there is some nitpicking to go there, but you played well enough to win this game. It's not on Bo. I don't walk away from this game still wondering if Bo Nix is the guy. Sure, does he have a little bit more to prove as the season goes along? He does. But this was a game that brought my confidence in him through the roof. He went toe-to-toe against Patrick Mahomes in his own building and arguably was the better quarterback in the game. You were fine. The defense was fine.
One of everybody's least favorite stats, the old ESPN QBR, right? Not even the QB efficiency rating, but the QBR and the efficiency rating. If you compare Bo Nix on the road in his first rookie start against the Kansas City Chiefs versus Patrick Mahomes, the MVP after MVP, Super Bowl champion after Super Bowl champion, Bo Nix won in both the QB efficiency rating and the QBR. It was a great performance by Bo Nix. And the biggest part of his game that I was impressed with as much as this defensive front from Kansas City was lauded for their ability to create pressure, and the secondary that has a ton of ability, he didn't put the ball in harm's way, Raj, not once. He did a really good job taking care of the football, and that's what gave you a chance to win this game.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That is mountainhighappliance.com. KJ, what's next?
We've been playing like ass these past couple weeks, like real bad.
Oh, Cowboys, was that you? I mean, do you guys agree with that? Because I think you do. You lost to the Eagles 34-6 yesterday, and it led to a reporter asking Micah Parsons about Mike McCarthy and him being in the last year of his contract. In the words of Stephen A. Smith, they're going to always let you down.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Whoa! Micah Parsons doesn't care about Mike McCarthy's stupid feelings. He could care freaking less. I'll tell you who else doesn't care about Mike McCarthy, or really doesn't even care about anything Cowboys related, is Stephen A. Smith. I don't know if you guys saw this. Our very own D-Mac, who you can hear in about 28 minutes here on these airwaves, he tweeted out the old, Stephen A. Smith advocating for Prime to be hired by the Cowboys. Just saying. And so it begins, Raj. So it begins.
Stephen A. wasn't the only one this morning. Rex Ryan was on ESPN talking about how Sanders should be in line for the Cowboys job. Paul Feinbaum was talking about how maybe Florida State could lure him or the NFL could lure him away from CU, although Prime has said that the Florida State bridge is pretty like heavily burned right now. Never say never, but that doesn't look all that enticing to him. Also, like Norvell's going to stay there. They're going to give him at least another season.
Yeah, they might not. I mean, Norvell had to fire basically every decision maker on his staff this week. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. He fired like offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, and defensive coordinator.
They also lost all of their players, and they have so much money sunk into Norvell that I don't think the Seminoles are going to move on from him this year.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense for Coach Prime. Like, what does make sense is the next step in his son's journey. It does. I mean, you just have to you have to read the tea leaves. Where has Coach Prime coached? He coached at Prime Prep Academy in Dallas when his son was playing quarterback. Coached at Jackson State when he had his son and Travis Hunter and Shiloh Sanders, who ended up playing his final year there. And then he comes to CU. The next step is the National Football League. And me being in Las Vegas right now, Raj, just hanging out with a couple of locals, real degenerates like myself, but Raiders degenerates. Even the thought of bringing in Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders franchise, it got them all kinds of fired up. And they even said, I'm going to go check out the futures bet on Coach Prime being the head coach at the Raiders. I'm going to wager a little something on that. There's going to be a lot of heat, a lot of noise over the next couple of weeks about this very topic.
There's some news about possible quarterback flip. Who's Julian? What's his last name? Julian Lewis. Thank you. I was going to say Julian Love. Julian Lewis. There's rumors today about him possibly flipping from USC to CU. I don't know. He still could stay here. Like the job isn't finished here in CU, man.
One thing I'll tell you about Julian Lewis, he's a really good quarterback. He's a really good, senior in high school right now, but he is not Shedeur Sanders. And I'm just going to lob it out there. He will never be Shedeur Sanders.
All right.
And if you got Shedeur Sanders playing quarterback for you, you got a chance to win something significant. And that's exactly why CU is in the position they are. And a lot of other things too. The defense has been phenomenal. The offensive line, which was so criticized going into the year through the first 4 weeks of the season, they've grown up and before everybody's eyes. But Shedeur Sanders is just different, man.
There's still a few things that they need to clean up. The taunting penalties are going to come back and haunt them.
BS, though, man.
I know,
but
BS. Listen, they're gonna. Those flags happen, man. Those flags happen.
Like, let the kids be kids, man. Like, seriously. Like, there's certain taunting penalties that I disagree with. The one that I watched, I'm like, they're gonna really call that in that moment. That was ridiculous.
I think their open field tackling in the secondary is questionable as well.
Shiloh's a bit of he just seems like he's always looking for the big hit, not the one that gets the opposing ball carrier to the ground.
No doubt. How many times did he miss a tackle in the open field?
Just wrap and tackle. Like, nobody cares about your big hits because a lot of your big hits end up being targeting penalties, and you miss the first half of the next game, and you're out for the rest of the game you're playing.
What's next, KJ?
We've been playing like ass these past couple of weeks, like real bad.
There comes a point in every breakup where the person you eventually get with, they do something silly. And it happens at the same time that the person you broke up with does something great. The Broncos get the field goal block. Literally within 5 minutes, Russell Wilson wins the game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's Russell Wilson doing what he does best as America's second favorite football pastor, talking about the George Pickens catch that will be nominated for Catch of the Year. Is not even close.
Russ, that first touchdown to George, did you try to back shoulder him? Could you describe that catch you made?
Yeah, I mean, he's special, one of the best receivers in the National Football League. Give him a chance. He made a great play, tried to put it in his vicinity. He does a great job beating guys on routes. Man, George is he's been really showing up in special ways, man. I just got so much confidence in him, who he is, the competitor that he is. His practice habits have continued to grow, and he's a warrior out there, and just how he prepares. All of our guys are. I mean, I think Van, Calvin, Payton, all the tight ends, and just the guys up front. It starts with those guys up front, and so George is just another young star that we really believe in.
5 guys in the course of 25 seconds?
I'm disappointed that he didn't go from left tackle to right tackle and list every one of the offensive linemen. But is he wrong about George Pickens?
No.
And on the same token, was everybody talking about George Pickens last year as an elite top level receiver? Were they even talking about him when Justin Fields was playing quarterback? There is something about Russell Wilson, just like I thought he unlocked some of Cortland Sutton's abilities, that I think that Russell Wilson does end up finding a guy, and because of his ability to play the second play and because of the things that he can do in the red zone, talking about Russell Wilson, he does unlock certain receivers' abilities to be special. I think he did it with DK Metcalf. Russell Wilson's playing really good football, man. And there can be all the negativity around Russell Wilson's tenure at the Denver Broncos, but he's playing really good ball for the Steelers, and they look like a formidable team in the postseason. Not just clearly they're going to make the postseason, but to make some noise in the postseason.
They just continue to win. It's a team that at the beginning of the year, I thought they were going to have quarterback troubles and miss the playoffs in a tough division. And no, they're in. They're 7-2 right now. They are not missing the playoffs whatsoever. Russ looks comfortable. It looks like he fits in that system with Mike Tomlin. The defense continues to be unbelievable. The pass rush is terrifying from Pittsburgh. It hurt that I watched that yesterday. Did it hurt more watching Russ improve to 7-2? Or did it hurt more watching the Sunday night game after you had a chip shot to win the game against the Chiefs? And then you see back-to-back 58-yarders and 52-yarders from Detroit in a game in which they throw 5 interceptions and still find a way to squeak away with the win. And both of those Bates kicks were 3 inches away from hitting the upright. That killed me last night.
Not only were the kicks 3 inches from the upright, I can also say this with a clear conscience, Raj. There was nobody within 3 yards of the kick point in the protection unit, and that was hard for me to watch because that the Houston Texans in their own building, they were amped up. They had their adrenaline cooking, and you protected it with perfection. That's what championship teams do. That's what playoff teams do. And the Denver Broncos couldn't get it accomplished. That was hard for me to watch. I did actually love listening to Bates after in his interview. The guy was a brick salesman like several months ago. And he's just called off the streets, and now he's kicking game winners on primetime television in the National Football League. It was a great story.
How do you get into selling bricks?
I don't know, man.
What's that pipeline? What's the internship?
So I've heard of brick layers.
I can tell you. Listen, it starts one day you're walking down the street and guys like, hey, come here for a second. I got something for you.
Let me show you something.
Let me show you something. Let me tell you something.
It's a heavy trench coat. We're live from the Baxton Shaker Studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Alex Ryan alongside Mike Sanford. It's the morning sprint. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Preview the Avs and the Nashville Predators and hand things off to PhD.
Second down, 7, Mahomes. Flag you see, Mahomes on the run and being crunched right there by Brandon Jones. New starter for the Broncos comes from the Dolphins. Gain of 2, flag thrown on the play.
Can you let me know if he's close?
Yes, Patrick.
He's asking the official. Right, he's asking the official, hey, can you let me know when the guy's close to hit me? Come on.
Oh, we got to do more of that.
Yeah,
Second and 12 now.
I don't know if I've ever heard that.
No, but I love it.
I never asked an official, hey, can you tell me when the defense is getting close?
Listen, I'm not blaming it on the referees. I won't be that guy today, but what I will say is I can't believe how short-sighted you, Coach Sanford, D-Mac, and Brett Kane were to think that even if you played the perfect game, which the Broncos pretty much did, play the perfect game. I can't believe you were so short-sighted to think that going into Kansas City with a quarterback who literally asks the referees to tell him when there's pressure in the pocket, that you thought you were going to get out of there with a win. What were you thinking?
Yeah, enjoy your victory lap there, Raj.
It's not a victory.
Is that fun? Is that a victory lap you wanted to have today? Did you want to tell the listeners I was right? Oh, there's no way that the Broncos can beat the Chiefs. I was always right. The Broncos should have beat the damn Chiefs, and they just need to protect on a freaking field goal, a chip shot field goal, and then Mike Sanford, D-Mac, and Brett Kane are correct.
Until
and
the
I don't
most
care
Chiefs
about what
thing in the world happened.
I don't care what Patrick Mahomes said to the refs. Conversations like that happen tongue in cheek all the time. Have you ever heard of sarcasm and humor? There's little things where you wink at a ref. I mean, that's not the reason this game was lost by the Broncos. And now you can sound off the alarms that I was right all along. The Broncos were never going to beat the Chiefs.
You guys were right. That's the issue, though. And it was shocking for me to hear out of your mouth earlier today, and I know it's an exaggeration Monday, an overreaction Monday, that now at 5-5, despite playing damn near the perfect game on the road in Kansas City, that you are less confident in their ability to be a playoff team this year. I know obviously losing doesn't help your playoff percentages. That it's very, very easy to realize that. But I still think the way that they played proved to me that even though the schedule is difficult coming up, that you have to go through the teams that are around you to make the playoffs, they proved to me they're good enough, Coach.
Agreed. But against the Ravens, nobody thought they were necessarily good enough. Against a marquee, bona fide postseason Super Bowl contender. You look at the remaining schedule. You got 7 remaining. Let's go through that schedule, Raj. Falcons at Empower Field. What would you say the percentages on a Broncos win you would put on that?
Broncos are 1.5 favorites. I don't know. 50. I think it's a coin flip. I think it's 50-50.
50-50.
I like the opportunity for the defense to get after Kirk Cousins.
Agreed.
He's a statue.
Agreed.
I think you can take him down to the ground constantly.
You lose that game, you don't feel good about postseason, obviously, which is why I think the game against the Falcons is the game to say if the Broncos are going to be a postseason team or not. It's as simple as that. This is a humongous game. And anybody who thinks that at this stage of the season, you should be like, no, we're actually just good with Bo Nix, just being our future at the position. We have our franchise quarterback. Anything on top of that is it's sugar on top. I disagree. I think that right now, the way that the Broncos defense is playing, a postseason is the standard. Making the playoffs for the first time since 2015, that's the standard. You go to the Raiders. You play in Las Vegas. What would you put the odds on winning that game?
70-30. You should
Perfect.
hammer Vegas, and I think the same percentage is home against Cleveland the next week.
Okay, so you're 50-50, 70-30, 70-30. Colts with Joe Flacco now playing.
I'm not entirely certain Joe Flacco is going to be the quarterback on December 15. That hasn't gone so well for Steichen.
So 60%, 60-40 Broncos?
Yeah, it's a home game. I think they'll be favored by 4 points in that game is my guess off the top of my head. So at the worst right now, I think you are through week 15, 8-6.
8-6. And then you go and play at SoFi Stadium against Jim Harbaugh and the Las Vegas Superchargers.
Loss.
probably 40% chance of a victory.
Yeah, I don't love that game for them at all.
And then you got the Bengals coming into town. The Bengals, their schedule opens up a little bit. They might be able to reel off a few victories in a row. And then they're potentially playing that game for a postseason spot. What do you got the percentages on that one, Raj?
At Cincinnati, it's probably 40.
It is at Cincinnati. It is at Cincinnati.
It's probably 40-60 in terms of win versus loss. I think that Cincinnati at home has the advantage there. But at that point, like Cincy might be out of it at that point, right? It does open up for them, but they've got 2 tough games at LA, home against Pittsburgh in their next 2 weeks. If they lose either one of those 2 games, I don't know if you have to worry about Cincy being a true threat to you. You just have to worry about taking care of business against Indianapolis and then week 18 against Kansas City, who's going to be sitting everyone.
You're right about that. So, will 10-7 will be good enough to get you in the postseason?
10-7 it should be, without a doubt. You should be in as the 7 seed at 10-7.
Okay.
I think they can do it, man. They proved
the games
to me
that just worry me right now. The Falcons game worries me a lot. The Browns game worries me a little bit.
Just because
I'm
of
not
the
saying
defense. It's a home game, primetime game on Monday night. You
Just
might get
worries me a
flexed
little
into another big time game. Week 17 is probably a primetime game, right? At Cincy, both of those teams likely will be still alive for that final seed in the AFC. That's probably a primetime game.
You still have Jameis, right? Jameis is probably playing quarterback, and he's looking to bring his gospel message, his traveling revival.
I love that game for the
Power
defense,
Field.
though. As much as I don't love that game for the offense in terms of the pass rush coming at Bo Nix, I think the secondary eats Jameis Winston alive.
Yeah, and the Colts game scares me a bit. I think it's going to be a tightly contested ball game. I do. And then the Chargers game, I can't see it. I think I really do believe the postseason is going to hinge on the Falcons game. Period.
Next week is where it comes down to.
That's what I believe.
This is
because
where
think if you lose that game, what's happened? What's going on in the mentals of the Denver Broncos players? You lost 3 straight. You had the Chiefs beat. If you lose the game against the Falcons by any way in a dramatic fashion, your overall collective vibe as a franchise is not where it should be with a team that, in my opinion, is playing as well as it is.
This is what McGlinchey had to say about that.
I mean, if you're hanging your head at this point in the season, I don't think you belong in this league. We're 5-5. We're right in the thick of it, and we kind of control our own destiny here as this goes out. And we have an opportunity to go and win a lot of football games, and with a lot of season left. And that's what we're going to try and do. There's this week's now. We'll watch this tape. We'll get over it, and by Monday night we're on to Atlanta. So, and that's all we can do, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to put our best foot forward and try to win more ball games.
There's no head hanging right now.
No, I agree with that. But that's to my point, is that this Falcons game, this is where the season hangs in the balance. Because yes, after that Chiefs game, you went toe to toe with the defending champs. You played against an undefeated team, and you should have won the game, and you didn't get it done, and you got your heart ripped out in the process. You got it ripped out and stomped on. I don't believe the Broncos are going to hang their head after the Chiefs game, after the loss in Kansas City. But if you don't play well, and you got a very talented team coming in Atlanta, Bijan Robinson's coming, Drake London's coming, Kyle Pitts is coming. This team is freaking talented, and they're coming into your building.
Avs take on the Nashville Predators tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey. Alexander Georgiev gets his 3rd straight start. Jonathan Drouin was a full participant in morning skate, but in a red uniform, likely not playing this evening. Miles Wood was on the ice prior to the big group getting on, so not playing tonight, but he's getting close. Gabe was on before the main group as well, working with the goaltenders. The Avs are getting healthy. They're winning hockey games. Minus 145 favorites tonight on the money line at home against Nashville. I expect them to hammer the Predators after deserving a win at Bridgestone Arena a handful of games ago. But that'll do it for us, for KJ behind the glass here at the Backer and Shanker Studios, for Coach Mike Sanford out in Las Vegas. Can't wait to see you tomorrow, brother, in studio. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m.
35-yard field goal Lux. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lux the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
Kevin, they've done it all season long, finding a way to win football games. Offense, defense, and now special teams.
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements for setting up the show. They'll construct this show like they construct whatever you need to do in your home. AAAHomeImprovements.com. As we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's as bitter of a loss that I can think of in Denver Broncos history. And with that, Tyler and Scott, it's good to see you guys here today. We have more good things than bad things to talk about, but the bad thing is pretty awful.
Rough one, man. No, I'm still not over it. That was brutal. That was about as painful as the loss, but on the positive side, I guess it only hurts if you had belief, right? And it's been a long, long time since we've had an opportunity to believe.
Well, while you guys dwell on the negative, as you two tend to do,
you got to be kidding me.
I'm like saw 3 unbelievable games this weekend. 4. I saw four unbelievable games.
You are a trip.
2 by the Nuggets, 1 by the Avs, and 1 by CU. That I was a little worried at half, and then all of a sudden I went, okay.
There you go.
And now all of a sudden I'm reading an article today, and they're talking about they got a way to get in the 12 to get in the playoff. That was a great weekend.
Nuggets turned it into the Heart Attack Kings over there.
Yeah,
Don't obfuscate. Don't try to gloss over things.
I'm not glossing over things.
You're obfuscating.
Hey, let me ask this. If you win 4 out of 5 times in the stock market, you going to make money? If you win,
it's not a collective thing.
It depends on which one you got the most money in.
If you win 4
not necessarily. If I win heavy on one, which I shouldn't have, well, then I'm going to lose.
$1,000 in each one.
Well, then yeah, you had a good weekend.
There you go. 4 out of 5 in a season on any team.
Listen,
that pretty good.
Listen, I understand.
I'm sorry, y'all are negative.
I understand the positive vibes because trust me and Mike Sanford both feel vindicated that we were right. That's good, but the ultimate
both indicated right about what?
The Broncos game. We both picked the Broncos to win, and they did.
Well, if you remember Friday, I did too. So I know
Monday.
You want to remove a rib and do something to yourself.
It was
moral hot take victory Monday.
It was 59 minutes and 59 seconds of perfection and 1 second of horror.
No dumb question. Does D-Mac have 2 or 3 less ribs than most human men?
Well, think about things he could do with that.
What he does do with it.
Yeah, I know.
That was a great weekend.
Mike and I were right. You guys.
Do you remember what I said Friday?
You picked them to win. You get there too.
And I think I said something like 17-13 or something.
Did you? Yeah, I said 18-15. I don't
squeaky over here. I don't have headphones on. I can hear you squeaking over
there.
Hey,
I don't do that often.
And that
I am not the culprit around here.
And that was not a chair squeak. Feel better though, don't you?
A little bit.
Yeah. See, 5 out of 6 things that went well.
Here's what sucks though. And so rarely is it just like on one guy.
Yeah.
So
Sean
rarely. Well, we can go deeper on that, but let's just call the player for what the player was. And I don't want people, and I've seen that people are doing mean and nasty things on social media and all that.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly out there right now for Alex Forsythe, it is.
But it was one player not doing his job.
Not quite as simple as that, but I understand why you go there.
How is it more complicated?
Well, there's 2 players involved in it, for sure.
You're going to put Pert on that too?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, he's definitely. Look, I've done that job, that specific job, my entire career. I've been the tight end position, and it's by far the most difficult position.
Forsythe.
I've done Forsythe's job my entire career, and it's by far the most difficult position on PAT block or on field goal protection. And what it is you're an iron cross, and you die slowly. That is the entire goal of it, okay? So there's all these clips floating around right now. People have gone back and they found Forsythe getting trucked like 7 times in the last few games, right? That is common. It is very, very common at that position. Your goal is you got to step with your inside foot, then you got to take your left foot and you got to open up at a 45-degree angle. Now we put our arms out and we go iron cross, okay? We are giving them our chest. We don't have the ability to use our hands to block, to try to protect ourselves because we're trying to block 3 human beings, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's the only position on the field that is your job. So him getting knocked on his ass is commonplace at that position. Now, the way that it happened, obviously not commonplace. Were there things that went wrong? Yes, there were. Did Matt Pert have an involvement in it? 100% he did. He's in that job. Pert's got the wing, and they always get tempted to go for the widest guy. But any special teams coach will tell you, you got to block inside out. So when you've got 3 guys coming on the iron cross, well, you have got to help that guy out.
Okay.
Well, and I just say this again.
You're something else, man. You are a trip.
If it's one guy only problem, and it's like the brilliant social media warriors out there that know everything.
Mm-hmm.
If they are correct, then who's the guy that's responsible for keeping him out there?
I'm right there with you. And when it happened and I saw it for the first time, I was like, that is a player really sucking. However, there's more behind it. There is. First of all, if the Chiefs can scout it and they can see it, then certainly you should be able to scout it and see it yourself.
Goes back to they ain't the only one that scouted.
Okay.
Then why are you doing it?
Okay. I agree with you.
I didn't have a huge issue with all the stuff that is getting floated, the previous ones. The previous ones where he gets knocked down and everybody's floating those things around. Like, oh, this guy's terrible. How didn't they get him out of there? That's like you die slowly. It's a slow death, and it's okay, right? So I really didn't see anything on film per se. And no, I was not scouting the field goal block team. But of the clips that are floating on the internet, I didn't necessarily see anything that was screaming, you've got a liability over there.
Okay. Well, the Chiefs did. They called it out. Andy Reid said, we saw it. The dude who made the block, forget his name, but that dude said he saw it.
When you watch film?
That's what they said.
So if it was that visible, again, my
said
only
he was
point
light on
is,
his toes.
The only point for me, once again, is if it's been visible to opponents, then
I'm with
why
you.
wasn't there adjustment by the people in charge to make that adjustment?
And Sean Payton, he was on the conference call. The conference calls are tricky because I was just going to flat out say that, by the way. I didn't get to ask a question today. I was there, but the question I would have asked 24 hours later clearly would have been, if the Chiefs saw it, why didn't you guys see it?
Well, he kind of said that they did. Sean said after the game, we thought we had corrected the problem. So that is admitting that, yeah, we knew that we had a weakness over there.
Well, let me just say, have you guys ever done any plumbing?
Yeah.
So you know this.
I paid people to plumb. Go ahead.
I put in a new garbage disposal the other day.
Oh, congratulations. It's easier than you think. Once
super
you do
easy.
But you ever have a gasket go bad on either a sink or an outdoor outlet and this stuff, and basically you go down and you spend whatever it is, 9 cents, and you get you a new gasket, blah, blah, blah. Knowing there's a problem, taking the gasket out that's been split on one side, cleaning it all off, but then sticking it back in the sink. Guess what? You still got a leak.
Gasket.
You still got a cracked gasket. What you're supposed to do is what? Replace the whole gasket,
well,
right?
let me tell you this, because there's more to this story, too. There was a reason why Forsyth was there, and it's because Luke Wattenberg came back and was your starting center. And they decided to inactivate Calvin Throckmorton, who's a much stouter guard, but he's not a center. So they decided to roll with a backup center rather than a backup guard, thinking, well, the center will be just fine doing the special teams thing. And it came back and
was it Forsyth or Wattenberg last week against Baltimore that just got you talked about last week, that one pass where they came right up the middle, put the center all the way back into Bo Nix on about his 4-step of his 5-step thing, and he turns around and sprints. Was that still Forsyth?
I actually don't remember the specific play you're talking about there, but if it was against Baltimore, yes, it was Forsyth.
Right. Yeah.
Because Wattenberg was out until this week.
So there you go. So that's the same guy that got pushed about 20 yards back into the.
I'll tell you this just from a personnel
God bless
standpoint.
him.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, you do not put guards and centers at the tight end position on field goal protection. you put guys with length at that position.
Exactly.
So you
That's
put
a good point.
you put your tackles there. Matt
or
Pert,
a big stout.
but Matt Pert, your backup tackle, he was playing the wing position, which your wing position is generally played by tight ends. Okay, so that's the way it usually goes. Matt Pert definitely has got a more traditional body for what you would put at that tight end position, because what I was trying to describe earlier of the iron cross deal, you're blocking with your arms out like this, trying to block 3 guys, and you need as much length as you can possibly get there.
You want Payton Watson length blocking just 2 great shots on Friday and Sunday to make this an absolutely wonderful 4 out of 5 weekend.
Mm-hmm. Look, our special team's been tremendous, and it sucks that it comes down to it, because I don't want to sit here and act like, man, our special teams coach sucks. No, but our special team's been good. Do you have anything that's bothering you about our special teams up until now?
Not until now.
Not until now.
But
right?
it's the worst thing that you can imagine.
Sure, it sucks. And bad things happen in football.
Like,
Can I throw it? Yeah.
Huh?
We got on Todd Bowles a couple weeks ago for not going for 2.
Yeah.
Couple reasons why you'd say that. One, you're playing the best team in the league or whatever. You got a chance to actually get in and beat them. Why you play it safe, whatever you want to call it, right? We got to get on. Not the same situation. And I understand the clock. We're down to about 35 seconds. Why in third down just take 2 little steps and fall down and lose 2 yards as opposed to, boom, quick snap, let's see if we can do a little fade in the corner, boom, boom. What if we get a touchdown there?
That's an interesting question.
You're a suck team that hasn't been in the postseason for 8 years. Why not, everybody's bunched in?
All right. It's like run a little play action and put it together.
Like they did on the one touchdown.
It would have
right?
to be. It would have to be a play that would have no risk whatsoever of a turnover.
Well, when the one touchdown,
risk.
something like that, when they caught
the 3rd and 1. Yeah, it was 3rd and 1.
And everybody's kind of bunched up, boom, boom, just a little man-to-man on the outside, ding, ding, boom.
3rd and 1, if you got guts, is a great opportunity to go play action and take a shot down the field, because a lot of times you'll get man coverage on it, and you'll get exactly what you want. See, Cortland on that one, he beat him with a straight ball, and that's not Cortland's specialty. He's not a speedster like that.
You get a first down, big play, boom, boom, boom. Now you're first down, you're down and win the game territory. I understand that. Second down, you run, you pick up 3 or 4 yards on the first run.
Let's diagnose.
Then you got to give it in.
The last drive, like Dickens said.
Charles?
Okay.
Or Sider?
Him too. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Was that Dickens?
I don't know. It's
think
PhD on 92.5. We'll get to it next.
Dickens?
All right, T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If more than the Broncos has you down, this is the answer to feel brighter and more up about life. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because erectile dysfunction is worse than Alex Forsythe trying to pass block or whatever it was. Pass block, rush block, special team. Just stand there.
Field goal protection.
Thank you. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They can have you last an hour or more. I mean, Forsythe couldn't last a second. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So I want you to schedule a consult today. The visit's only $99. You get a medical consult and a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, your office visit is free. 5 locations. They're there to serve you. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
when something like that happens, and it's not the first, like it could be a trick play or it could be whatever. It's pretty common for the team that had success with it to say, "Hey, we saw," and credit them for that. They exploited an area that we obviously felt was fixed and stronger, and yet not fixed enough. And so, look, I read all the comments afterwards, and I think that it's tough to lose a game that way.
Scotty, you thought you were bored last week when we were breaking down guard play. You think we'll be starting out the show talking about field goal protection?
What? Yeah. Yeah.
This is play of the game. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, it's not boring today. We'll break it down forever today.
Takes a whole lot of conversation away from other areas.
It does. Scotty and I were just talking about it. Look, Bo Nix deserves a lot of credit because he stepped up to the moment. And this is not the time that I'm trying to take a shot at Bo Nix. I'm not, because he stepped up. That was his chance to go define himself as one of the big league quarterbacks, and he stepped up to the challenge at the right time. But
like Russ.
But there is a but. I mean, the second half, you had 53 yards of total offense, and 43 of them came in the final drive. You had 10 yards of offense in the second half going into that.
But let's talk about that final drive. You got 6 minutes, and you don't want to give the ball back to Mahomes. You don't really want to score a quick touchdown. Not really. They could not have engineered that drive better. That is exactly the way you would draw it up. They converted on big third downs multiple times. They made the Chiefs use all their timeouts. They got through the 2-minute warning, and they were in place to take a knee. Could they have taken a shot? I don't know. It would have seemed a little crazy to me, and I would not have wanted to stop the clock.
But had they hit it and scored a touchdown,
I guess I would have been.
Are you not jumping up and down right now?
Yeah, but Scott, if they left 30 seconds on that clock for Patrick Mahomes, I would have been pissed off.
But if they'd have left 30 seconds on Patrick Mahomes, he has to get a touchdown, I'm okay.
They literally did everything perfect. There's nothing that could have been different. I love every single part of it. Maybe outside of knowing your deficiencies and putting the ball in the right hash, that was probably the only mistake in hindsight, because if you do not put that ball in the right hash, well, the one weakness that they've been trying to attack the entire game, that is no longer an issue because you can't overload it if you're not on the right hash.
But they clearly did that because it favored them for some reason.
The kicker wanted it.
Yeah, so, I mean,
listen, Bo Nix had two of the best throws he's had all year long. I thought the Cortland pass was absolutely...
At the end of the first half? The one he dropped?
The touchdown one.
Oh, the touchdown. Beautiful.
Well, it was as good as I've ever seen.
Put some touch on it.
And the slant, was it early in that last drive? Or was that before the second score? And that slant across the middle, it might have been to Cortland also. Two of the best throws he's had. Again, I'm going to say this, and especially with what you are and who you are and where you're going, you're developing a rookie quarterback, blah, 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 blah. If you're putting in what's the dude from New Orleans, the wide receiver that's Sean's boy? Little Jordan Humphrey.
Little Jordan Humphrey, sorry.
If you're playing him ever again the rest of this season in front of Vele, you're the dumbest coaching staff in the history of mankind.
He made one nice play.
Vele can
nice
play.
Bailey made a great play.
He hit that one swing pass, and he took off. I was like, dude, he's a little faster than I thought he was.
Are you talking about Little Jordan Humphrey?
No, I'm talking about Vele.
Oh, because early in the game, Humphrey had a similar play
They
also.
hit Vele on the side, and he went whoop, and all of a sudden it's a 13-yard gain. I went, okay. And that one big third down he picked, that ball's a little behind him. Guess what he did? Went out, got it with two hands like you talked about last week and the week before. Receivers help out your quarterback once in a while. That was a great play. Great play by him.
I agree. I'm a fan.
The one thing that I buy in on Bo Nix 100% on is he ain't afraid of a big moment. Okay, so I think we've learned that. We've had various little samples of it. This was as big of a sample as you could possibly get.
He didn't freak out.
He did not freak out.
I think Sean Payton freaked out more than he did.
And look, he looked equal to Patrick Mahomes for whatever that's worth. That doesn't make him equal to Patrick Mahomes, but he was equal to Patrick Mahomes in that game. But man, golly, if you can you imagine if you just had a semblance of an offense in the second half? A semblance like that game should have been in the bag like that.
Perhaps, but they get paid too. So I said going into the game too that you were better off going 3 and out than doing something stupid and turning the ball over. So I know it's frustrating in the second half that they weren't more productive like they were in the first half. But then again, they didn't turn the ball over either.
Yeah, but
and guess what the outcome was?
It wasn't just that though, D-Mac. I mean, they didn't do a thing. They had 10 yards of offense
until it mattered the most.
Right.
And when they had to.
And by the way, I'm not taking that away from them. I'm giving them all the credit in the world. Like that was a big time moment, and I buy that there is not a moment too big for the guy. I buy it.
We spent 27 minutes here, and I'm just going to take a pause for 2 seconds to say the defense is legit. And give them a lot of credit. I guarantee you, people who watch that game, in fact, I got my buddies that I'm on my vine with, right, all Kansas City Chiefs fans. They go, dude, you guys play some defense.
Yeah, and Nick Bonito lost some stats because of a penalty on one.
Which is a horrible freaking call.
Literally,
Come
like
on.
I can't figure it out. I can't. I still can't figure it out.
Call.
Terrible call, Brandon Jones.
But, I gave you guys that stat 2 weeks ago that Mahomes has had 43 interceptions called back due to penalty.
Yeah. So Bonito, what a game he had
in his career.
So he had that one that was called back. Mahomes got out of a sack,
and that's
which was crazy.
That was their first scoring drive because it kept the drive alive.
And Mahomes somehow being spun down on a sack throws the ball. I mean, they were in his face the whole time. KC is Fugazi. They are gonna and likely they're gonna lose by Fugazi. Likely they're gonna lose by 30 to Buffalo this weekend in Buffalo. And things will start crumbling on them soon enough. It ain't going to keep going for them. And it should have fallen apart on yesterday. The last drive, though, was a thing of beauty. And for an inept offense in the second half that was really struggling, when KC took that lead, I was like, this is over. This is over. The offense has done nothing. They're not going to do anything. And for them to execute one of the most beautiful drives to win a game that I can recall, to be screwed up by poor play or poor coaching to leave a guy in a bad situation makes me want to throw up. It's sick. It sickens me because they deserve better. And in all honesty, if you're not down with Bo Nix as the future for this team, I think it's a you problem, not a Bo problem.
Let me ask this. If I were to tell you 3 catches and 55 yards, are you not saying, well, we might want to get it to that person?
Listen, nobody's arguing with you about Avalanche.
But hold on. On their scoring drives and big moments in the game, you know who also they put into the offense that they've not had into the offense much this year? And you can not like that position and say they've got to improve that position, and we've talked all about it. God dang, the tight ends came up on a couple big moments with some big plays, and I'm sitting there watching going, thank you, getting them involved. And if they got to get the tight ends the rest of this way involved in their offense somehow.
If we want to talk about good, sweet moments, when the Chiefs turn or accept a penalty to make it 2nd and 15 instead of 3rd down, and your response is go to Troutman for, 20, 30 yards, whatever that
34.
was? Was it 34?
34.
That is like fist pump, up yours, Andy Reid, up yours, Chiefs. Take that. That was one of the more sweeter moments.
Yeah.
There were a lot of really sweet moments in that game, that being one of them. So the more I just grind on it, the more I get bummed out about it because they deserve better, man. The Broncos were the better team. They were. And it was 1 second of absolute pure horror. But they figured out how to win that game, Tyler.
But that's also, and I will say this, having been around sports a long time, that ending was, like it or not like it, preventable or not preventable. I've seen 1,000 times of teams that are still down here that are still trying to claw themselves up. That crap, and that's what it was, like that always happens until you kind of turn a page and get up to another level.
Yeah.
I've seen too many teams, they're building back, and they have no luck.
The unfortunate part about it, and this is why I thought that either the Baltimore or Kansas City Chiefs game was going to be incredibly, incredibly important. And I didn't want to just, give up on either one of those games because now the pressure's real. And look, it's impossible to not want to make the playoffs. It's impossible to not be sitting here thinking about only the playoffs this year. It's crazy. Yeah, we all want to make the playoffs now, and now you got no margin for error. I heard Mike talking about it, and I was almost mad at him because I was going to talk about this on the way in, but I'll give Mike credit for it because he talked about it first. The importance of this Atlanta game is now insane.
Oh yeah, of course.
It all comes down to this.
Yeah, it's a turning point game.
The margin for error is gone, and if you don't find a way to beat Atlanta now, well, now we're not only going to be talking about. Well, now it's going to feel like a disappointing year. I'll put it that way. It'll flat out be disappointing.
It's a turning point. I'm not sure for just this season, which is exactly what you're talking about. This could be a turning point for this franchise going forward.
All right, I can give you the bright side of this, though.
Big game?
Yes, it's a huge game. Okay. It's whatever you want to say it is. You just went through – it's funny because it's easy to just take a season in quarters, but I really don't see it that way. I see different stretches, and you just finished a stretch. It was a 2-game stretch, not a 4-game stretch. You have a 4-game stretch coming up. I think it's easy to look at this as a 4-game stretch because after these 4 games, you have your bye week. Their bye week's in week 14, which is so late, but okay.
But I don't think that's bad for this team.
Okay. You've got 3 games at home, and your 1 road game is in Vegas, which at this point, could you ask for a better road game to go on? So you're right, man. This is it. Here we go with this season. Because you lose to Atlanta, and then we
got to figure out how to play start to finish football, and that's been the missing piece so far. That is like the Tebow comparisons are so far gone. It's like you can't even talk about it. But unfortunately, even that game was a Tim Tebow experience. It was, and not the player, not comparing the players, just the experience, right? The experience of bad. Holy crap! Where did that just come from? And now the next step for Bo is we got to have consistency. And it's not just Bo, it's the offense. I'm not putting it all in Bo next. It's the offense. We've got to get there. And if you can't figure out a way to at least have some ebbs and flows, you can have good and bad moments in a quarter, but you can't miss an entire quarter. If we can't get there, this team will not make the playoffs. I don't care who they're playing.
Whose defense is better, the Chiefs or the Broncos?
I don't know. They're both right up there, but I'd give it to the Broncos.
Okay. Because Bo Nix looked the same, if
technically speaking, the Chiefs are better on paper.
Okay. Bo Nix looked the same, if not better, than Patrick Mahomes. So both defenses are okay. And that particular game, there were big stretches where the Chiefs couldn't get anything going either. But they're really good on third down, but so were the Broncos on third down yesterday. They were.
Yeah.
So if you look at the game in total, the Broncos were better. Bo Nix looked better going against an equal type of defense that Patrick Mahomes went against. And it was on the road. And it was a game-winning drive in the fourth quarter on the road.
The one thing Patrick does better, and this is from years now of experience, is he handles the blitz better. I mean, there was two sacks that Bo took where he saw it coming. He just turned his back to the line of scrimmage, which now you know there's no play down the field. There's nothing going on.
But you know what he didn't do?
But Patrick doesn't do that.
Okay. You know what he didn't do, though? He did not turn the ball over. I know what you're saying, and perhaps you got to do better on that. We said Mahomes would give you a turnover, and he did. Zach Allen dropped it. And I get it. You're a defensive lineman. That ain't your game. The hands, the whole thing. But you were given an opportunity, and you didn't take advantage of it either.
CU lineman caught it. Same thing.
That's 3 points right there. Another 3 points is Cortland Sutton dropped a.
Is it 3 points?
Yeah, you stop them from scoring 3 points. Yes.
Oh, you stopped them.
You stopped them from scoring 3 points.
I thought you meant it was.
No. Well, I'll give you another one.
Us getting
Cortland Sutton, who had a pretty decent game overall, but you got to catch that ball, Cortland. At the end of the first half, you got to catch that ball. You can't drop that ball, and that's 3 points there too. You gave away essentially 6 points to the Chiefs, and you still should have won the game. You got those 6 points, you win the game. I think you hang in there. I believe. But you can't do it. You can't give away opportunities.
Yeah, you got a really good chance at it. Vance Joseph's defense has been incredible. The Chiefs were number 1 on third down going into that game, and they were still pretty good on third down in the game. They were 7 of 16. But going into the game, they were over 50% on third downs. They've been doing really, really well. But what the Broncos did, great on defense, is another thing that they need to improve on offense. They held the Chiefs to 1-4 in the red zone, and that is why the Broncos were in that game.
And they've been good at that this year.
That was why. Not because of anything else, but because of what our defense was able to do, holding the Chiefs to 1-4 in the red zone.
The Chiefs were 7 of 16 on third down. The Broncos were 7 of 13. It was an extraordinary game overall against a really good team on the road. And that's why it's so bitter, because you did earn this victory aside from 1 second of horror. Let me give you something, though, and relate it to basketball. You say sometimes when you earn that, things go your way when it needs to. The Nuggets were 2 very makeable three-pointers from losing both of their games over the weekend. Kyrie, who couldn't miss last night, had a pretty good look at the buzzer.
And the shot was blocked. You know that, right?
Okay.
So there was an
It
effort.
hit the rim, didn't it?
It hit short of the rim, hit the
Short of the
glass.
rim? Okay.
Hit the glass,
All
short
right.
of the rim, caught up, bumped up in the air, and blah, blah, blah.
And who was it on Friday night? By the way, 16,000 people in that blizzard getting down there on Friday night? Are you kidding me?
Friday
You people
was
are sick.
Miami, which you kind of controlled. You let them back in, then you just kind of move. But the big game Wednesday was...
Wednesday is what I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I'm
and
thinking
again,
Wednesday.
another block by Payton Watson on Shea.
It's pretty funny.
But again, you're absolutely right. There's a team.
No, what was the game though that it went in and out? Maybe it wasn't Wednesday. Maybe it started the home streak. Was it against Toronto?
Toronto.
Right at the buzzer.
Yeah.
And who had that look? It was a good look. I don't know. Whoever it was. Listen, man, the Nuggets are winning things probably because they've earned it, because they're just, that's who
they're doing what
like
the Chiefs. They're the Chiefs.
They're the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They're a little bit
just
like the
finding
Chiefs.
a way. They're just finding a way. They're refusing to lose.
And they're doing it with the world's best player.
You know what made
Mahomes.
yesterday just like couldn't get much worse? You get the field goal blocked. You got Patrick Mahomes running around like you won the freaking Super Bowl. Like, congratulations, Patrick Mahomes. You beat the Broncos for the 150th time. And then they flip straight to Russell Wilson, and we get Russell Wilson throwing a bomb to freaking George Pickens. I think that was a George Pickens play. Winning a football game, and we got Russ doing the little Antonio Brown finger dance. Like, oh my gosh, they're just rubbing it in our face right now.
What a throw, though.
You know what's funny? I actually find myself happy for us right now.
Of course, I do too.
Yeah, I'm like, that's cool.
Of course, so do I.
I do.
I'm
kind of like, that's cool, man. Because
Did you hear one of the announcers? Or maybe it was ESPN late or somebody, one of the pundits go, they got to start thinking about now they're going to have to offer Russ a big contract. I'm like, oh my gosh.
We'll see what they do. Russ was garbage his first year here, no doubt about it.
They won't move on.
His second year, they showed promise, but there was no faith. There was promise, but no faith.
And the more and more you see it, it was that one game that Payton challenged him like he challenged Bo Nix.
That's right.
Bo Nix stepped up to the challenge, and he will be Payton's boy forever, and Russell Wilson wilted.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, as bitter as that loss was, I'm going to guess there are more positive vibes about Bo Nix in the future for this team if you really look at it, because that can be corrected. I mean, it's got to be one of the – I get it. You get your ass kicked on the play. I get it. The Iron Cross, the whole thing. But overall, in the scheme of football plays, blocking for a field goal has got to be, of all things that are difficult, one of the easier things to do.
Here's what my take on Bo Nix. Bo Nix, and I'm not comparing exactly, but Bo Nix can be your Brock Purdy, which now means
great.
Make sure Estime holds on ball, because dude, he put a spark in that offense. I thought I liked.
He wasn't let go on that bad boy. That ball was wrapped up with Estime.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But he had some nice runs, and he hit holes, man, with a little speed that Williams doesn't hit.
Oh yeah, there's no going back. That cat's not going back in the back.
And now you find you an offense. What did Hopkins do, by the way, with Mr. Shadow on him?
He was all right. I mean, nothing special.
But now put some talent around Bo Nix, and he can be your Brock Purdy. I mean, he's not gonna be Dan Marino.
Hopkins had 4 catches for 56 yards with a long of 31 on 5 targets. That's all right. It's okay. He didn't kill you though. Nothing killed you. Nothing killed you.
No.
Nothing killed you. Kelsey didn't kill you. Kelsey was all right. I mean,
he had 8 catches.
But for
Kelsey was
64,
pretty good.
8 for 64. That's not going to kill you.
Denver has to get their tight ends involved in the offense.
All right. Well, we can dig into it deeper. There is obviously some great news going on there.
There was also some experimental stuff going on in that game that was interesting.
Okay. We'll dig into all of it.
But overall, 4 out of 5 great things this week.
Well, we'll talk about one of them, but it's probably the stupidest thing that exists in the landscape of sports in Lubbock, Texas. It really is one of the more confounding things of all time. Details next. All right, it's D-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Toby Hurdle, his project managers, what they've put together is just, it's ridiculous. It's so good. 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience. They're the premier design and build contractor in the metro, helping hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. The reviews are outstanding. Dwight and Erie. Our experience with our master bathroom update was great. Our project lead guy kept us informed at all times, and everything worked out wonderfully. We thank you so much. We also recommended them, and our neighbors got their patio done last fall. There you go. Get the good word out from master bedroom, opening up rooms, knocking down walls, putting in that man cave, whatever you need. It's AAA Home Improvements. The only issue, their schedule fills up quickly. So reach out today for a free no-obligation estimate. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
There for the right tackle, Houston. 2nd and 19, Travis Hunter. Tunneling through. Hunter has goal line eyes. Touchdown.
Let's go to Lubbock. There were some moments of frustration because, they were, CU basically admitted they were trying to stat pad. Prime did admit that after the game. Hey, we wanted to get Shedeur to 300. We want to get Travis to 100. They recover the fumble. The kid picks up a penalty, which was a bummer. It goes from the 15 to 30, and then it's bombs away unnecessarily. And at the end of the game, it's a one-score game with the Red Raiders having the ball in their hands. That's frustrating. They got the turnover. Shiloh did his tribute to his dad. It's all good.
He was pretty good at that, by the way. Shedeur tried doing that. What was that, last year? He couldn't do it. Shiloh, that was pretty solid.
So CU is amazing, and we'll get to what's going on nationally. But let me just bring this up real quick. The tortilla thing is the stupidest thing that is allowed that I've seen in sports. If you want to take tortillas and just huck them at each other in the stands, I got no issues with that. And I like fun. I do like fun. Travis Hunter picked up a tortilla that was on the field and tucked it in his pants.
If you get a little hungry, it's a nice little snack.
Shedeur autographed one. It got to the degree.
Shiloh threw a water bottle back. He did it playfully also.
He did it playfully, but that's because it was hucked on the field in the first place. The Texas coach, Joey, what's his face? Whatever his name is.
Please stop throwing things on the field.
Had to scream at his crowd.
Down, without question. But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Joey McGuire has a microphone. He said, students, stop throwing stuff on the field. We're going to get a penalty.
Please!
Here's Shedeur talking about sliding a tortilla.
I was watching, at Texas or something else, throwing bottles on the field, and it was flags and everything, but we come here, and it was just like, they have a whole cleanup crew. Like, they know what time it is, so that was a bit odd. I didn't never heard of that, But
odd?
Yeah, it was
different. Canada?
Did you autograph it?
So they've been doing this down there for a long time. And this whole thing started years back. There was some ESPN announcer that said the only thing you got in Lubbock is Texas Tech and a tortilla factory. So they're like, all right, well, fine. We're going to embrace the tortilla thing. And they started launching tortillas at the beginning of the game. I don't recall, now I think I only played there once in my career, but I don't recall it getting out of control like this. But you are right. I mean, if you let them throw one thing, of course they're going to throw other things.
And that's what happened. They threatened to clear out sections of the student section if you kept at it. The coach had to yell at them. The tortillas are coming onto the field of play during plays.
I'm kind of impressed by that, though. Like, if you think about it, those tortillas, they got to have some decent weight on them.
Yeah, probably good, thick, expensive.
Well, that's right, because I'm going to make my tortilla fly a little bit. Who knows what I'm putting in my tortilla to make it zip around there a little bit.
A little battery inside?
You never know.
All I can hear is my grandmother going, there's starving people all over the world, and you're wasting food.
I cannot believe.
I thought it'd be hilarious if one of the CU players picked it up and started eating it. I was wanting somebody to do that.
I just cannot. One time kickoff, I mean, I'm rolling my eyes. Okay, whatever. It went throughout the game.
Yeah.
I could not believe the referees allowed that to get out of control.
It got chippy, and it went in University of Colorado's favor because Texas Tech did not handle the chippiness well, and that's what Colorado does. They do chippy. That's the world that they live in. So it ended up being a good thing for the Buffs, I think. I think they feed off of that type of energy. But it did get out of control at the end of the game. And Colorado did have some personal fouls late, which were stupid. It was just stupid. Like grow up, refs. Like, seriously, we've had some of the dumber things ever. It was a couple weekends ago when I learned you could have a touchdown called off the board for a spot of the foul taunting penalty because you gave the peace sign, right? That was the dumbest thing I've ever. Let these kids have a little fun, man. I mean, seriously.
Fine. I don't disagree with you. They're not going to, though.
They do. They do for most teams. They do. And I hate to be that guy. But I am going to be that guy. It's called differently with the University of Colorado.
Then you got to know that.
The specific peace sign happened twice the same weekend that it happened to Colorado. Nobody else got called for it.
Fine. You're CU. You've got that sort of target on you. You know, you do know better.
But you're not necessarily wrong, D-Mac, but you also got to know this. Prime likes it. Like this is the team that he's building.
Well.
He's building a chippy team. It's like Von Miller, okay? When Von Miller would get his offsides, it was paying his taxes. That's how he got it going. This is what University of Colorado is going to be. They're going to have to pay their taxes with a few personal fouls, with a few taunting penalties here and there, because it's what they drive off of.
All right. I do not mean to be a Debbie Downer whatsoever. I was thrilled for CU. And the fact is they are in the driver's seat because Kansas upset Iowa State. And
they kicked their ass.
It's really, really, really exciting what's ahead of CU right now. I will tell you this, and it does not surprise me. I'm watching in ESPN stuff. Rex Ryan, Stephen A. Smith, Paul Feinbaum, all speculated Prime to the Cowboys with an effort to get Shedeur.
Well, it's only going to get louder. The more success that Colorado has, the Deion Sanders speculation will only get louder.
Feinbaum was really interesting, real quick. His speculation was Prime would just be sick of what you have to deal with all this, college sort of stuff, and that it actually would be more simple at the pro level. That was an interesting thing, which means, like, even though you said you didn't want to coach in the pros, you're more than willing to change your opinion based on new evidence.
What stuff are you talking about?
All of it. The things that you have to deal with in college. That's what
I think the stuff that Deion has to deal with in college is what makes him special. Well, I think that's why why he is having success and why he will continue, because he's one of the rare breeds that thrives in the chaos of the portal, that thrives in the chaos of the state of college football. And once you get to the NFL, and I'm not discounting Deion at all, but once you get to the NFL, you got to play the free agency game. You got to play traditional contracts games. And I think Deion thrives in it. I mean, look, it's going to get louder, and there will be conversations, not just by Dallas. It'll be lots of teams. If Colorado ends up in the playoffs, he will be the hottest name in the coaching cycle, college or NFL. The more I think about it, though, I think Deion's staying put. I do. I think the dude is happy. It looks like we're about to get a flip from Juju Lewis, the quarterback that has been committed to SC. That might come out even as soon as today, is what the rumors are saying. I think he's there to stay.
We'll see. Dallas is a dumpster fire. They're going to move on from McCarthy. And if they can find a way to move on from Dak for Shedeur and Prime, I don't know why they would hesitate to do it. I think the Raiders would want to do the same thing. I think you're probably going to have 3 teams. There might be another outlier team. But with the Cowboys and the Raiders likely to be in the same situation, wanting Shedeur and needing a facelift with Prime, I mean, how could Prime turn down the Dallas Cowboys, guys?
It would be hard, especially if you knew.
The Dallas Cowboys with Shedeur? Come on.
If you went into it and they said, yep, we will do whatever it takes to get your son, it would be hard to say no to.
18.
How are you going to get your son, though, when you got Dak signed for 4 more years?
They just gave him a deal this year. Like 3 months ago, they just gave him a deal.
There'll be teams that will take on Dak Prescott's salary happily to have Dak Prescott. The teams need good quarterbacks. That won't be an issue. They'll be able to deal Dak if they want to, I think. You couldn't get anybody to pick up Russ's salary. I bet you that's different with Dak. Plus, they've seen now the success with Bo Nix.
Dak is coming off injury, though.
Whatever.
When you tear a hamstring, you got to have surgery for that hamstring?
Yeah.
That's legit.
You do whatever you got to do. You start the future with Prime and with Shedeur in Dallas, and tell me that's not a Jerry Jones move. So anybody who says, Prime said he wouldn't, I don't hold Prime to that. Do you? I don't hold him to those words whatsoever. He's free to change his mind.
I don't hold any coach to anything that they say.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what he said in the past. Who knew the Cowboys were going to be this kind of dumpster fire? I didn't.
I'll put it this way. Deion will not take an NFL job unless it comes with a guarantee and a clear path to actually get his son.
Of course. It comes together.
Which now speaks of the Raiders.
But there has to be the clear path also.
And who'd you point out that Shedeur has a relationship with? Oh, the new partial owner of
Tom
the Raiders.
Brady? Well, listen, here's how they can...
And the owner, Mark Davis.
This is not complicated. Shedeur just won't play for you. That's it. He'll sit out. It's not that complicated. It's not difficult to see how the Cowboys will be in this position. How did John Elway do it? What did Eli Manning do back in the day? I mean, there's ways to manipulate things.
Yeah, but hold on. Did John Elway sit out for specifically the Denver Broncos, or did he sit out just to sit out? Did Eli Manning sit out for the New York Giants?
He hated the coach in Baltimore, and his dad hated the coach in Baltimore.
As Eli hated the Chargers, right? And so it's a lot easier when you're willing to sit out to go anywhere than to go to a singular destination.
It's going to be so much fun, though. One way or the other with CU. All I'll tell you this is I hope Prime stays.
By the way, if that was going to happen, if Deion Sanders was coaching the Cowboys, say the Cowboys are selected number 3, I would 100% select Shedeur Sanders at 1 and 2, and I would sit on that thing for 2 years if I had to sit on that thing. I'd be like, you're giving me every first-round pick you got. I want 5 players because you know the leverage you would get with that thing.
Okay. One way or the other. Cowboys are going to get their guy if they really want
Well,
it.
the Cowboys aren't going to have a worse record than Raiders, though. Raiders may not win a game.
Then maybe the same deal's happening in Vegas. I'm just saying, it's appreciate Prime and everybody while it's there, and we should. It's been unbelievable. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler Plumbus here, my friends at Revitalized Health. They're going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. Don't you want all of those things? Those are all issues that we all struggle with. It's commonplace, especially as you get older. Call Revitalized Health because they can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, with hormone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss options, whatever your body needs. You're going to get it at Revitalized Health. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel younger, fresher, better, sleep better, look better, all of the above, guys. It's a cure-all. They're amazing. They've made me feel so much better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Oh yeah, we are very confident. We feel we can compete against a lot of teams in this league. All of them really. We've faced some really good teams this year and been literally a one possession game. Feels like in every single one of them. So we're close. We just got to find ways to get over the hump. We got to find ways to make a play. When they don't, and make the play that wins it. And
Adam Schefter was talking about you this morning, Scott, with the boys.
What did he say?
Wants to know if you're going to believe in Bo Nix or not, basically.
My feelings haven't changed any about him.
Really?
Yeah.
Adam or Bo?
Well, I love Adam. Oh, my God. I mean, what should change?
He led a game-winning drive,
No,
trailing in the fourth quarter in Kansas City. He did it. He did exactly what you need to do. Tyler, did he not have his moment? You're looking for moments. Was that not a moment?
It was a great moment. And I hate to have to talk about reality in front of it, but there was a reality in front of it. But that moment was enormous. And the one thing I've learned about Bo Nix, there's not a moment too big for him. And I've been feeling that way, but we know that now. The dude certainly does not fold under pressure, but to ignore the ineptitude of the offense leading up to that is not a fair conversation about the reality of the game.
All right. What about the effectiveness of the offense in the first half then?
That's part of it, for sure.
So there was 3 drives that weren't great.
I would call it a good game for Bo Nix, for the record. I'm not trying to take it away from him. That was his moment to put himself in the conversation of Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson's. That's what I wanted in the game against Baltimore. That was everything I said.
Right.
I would take a loss from Baltimore as long as we feel like he's in the same category. And that was his opportunity.
And did he take advantage of it or not?
He did in that moment.
Okay.
But it's a big picture thing also.
All right. But, I mean, how many moments are you going to get that's going to top that right there? I mean, I get
hopefully one that ends in a win.
That ain't on Bo right there. That ain't on Bo. And it's important, I think, to emphasize they were not trying to score a touchdown. They wanted to work that clock down and walk it off with a field goal.
I would say that was the right decision, personally.
To do it that way.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, you had everything you wanted. You don't want to give Patrick Mahomes the ball back.
No.
That is as much of a chip. That was the equivalent of getting a PAT blocked.
I agree. Absolutely. In regular football teams, you've been a suck team for 8 years. Go for gusto and play for it. Now, let's go back to this last drive. Here's where Sean Payton maybe has been smart as opposed to the third quarter. Not counting the last field goal. You had 11 plays in that drive, 6 runs. And actually, he had 12 plays, but I'm not counting Bo's little kneel down, whatever. Otherwise, it's been 7 runs, right? Which means now guess what's in play? Play action. You're running the ball. You're getting the boom. But you have 11 plays, 12 if you want to. We can go 12 and count Bo's kneel down.
You're going to be greedy and risky, or you're going to be smart and just do the right thing.
Well, exactly. But you're able to move the ball, their best drive since the first quarter, really.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 12 plays. Okay, I'll count Bo Nix's whatever that was, lose 2 yards, but, get it on the right hash. 7 rushes, 5 passes. That's the recipe. That's what I've been saying all along. I just said he can be the Brock Purdy that puts some more talent around him. I like Estime when he doesn't fumble.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gives you a little spark and speed that maybe you didn't have with Williams or anybody else.
Javonte Williams, 1 carry in the game. They used him as a blocking back.
Well,
that ain't, like Tyler said earlier, that ain't changing. That's the new reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. They tried to use, I guess, Marvin Mims like Deebo Samuel, and that had mixed results.
I don't get it. They did that twice early on. They gave Marvin Mims a toss sweep outside zone hitter, and then they tried to run it out of gun also. Like, why?
No.
We are so desperate to figure out this Marvin Mims thing that we're trying experimental things. He ain't Deebo.
I know. They tried. It didn't work. He's not the guy. And you don't keep a guy around just because he's a good punt returner, which is, minimal in the NFL anyway. So it's disappointing. I wish there was more out of Mims. There really isn't. I mean, they mix it up a little bit. I give them credit for trying. Little Jordan Humphrey, you didn't fumble the ball. Okay. Vele had 4 targets, 4 catches, 39 yards.
And a great catch on a 1/3 down, the ball behind him, and he did exactly what you've been preaching last year. A receivers help your quarterback out.
There you go. And Court, man, dropping that ball at the end of the first half sucked. But overall, Court had a good game, too.
3 great games in a row for Cortland.
Yeah, that's just that drop was just painful there because that's 3 points, and you would stop the Chiefs from doing the score thing. You know what I'm saying? And they got away with that anyway. So, the only time the Chiefs led was right there at the beginning of the fourth quarter, right? When they got that field goal, and you stopped them, you kept them to a field goal, not a touchdown. Chiefs were 1 for 4 in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. That's great. You had a better third down percentage than the Chiefs, who are number 1 in the NFL. That's pretty good.
Your defense is just flat out special. Nick Benito looked like freaking Superman out there.
He was incredible.
They end up changing out their left tackle. That did no good.
They got hurt.
Yeah.
The starter got
Yeah.
hurt.
But, I mean, that did no good. That guy didn't come in and do anything better. Zach Allen continues to wreck shop in there. I know he dropped the interception, but whatever. A lot of D linemen are going to drop that thing. Your defense is phenomenal. You've got a lot of good things going on, man. A lot of good things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's going to bring you back to the point of it's going to be painful when they miss the playoffs this year. And I actually do think they're going to miss the playoffs. My main concern, and look, if they beat Atlanta, I'm all in. All right. My main concern is this team mature enough to handle a few game slide. And a lot of times that's the most difficult thing to overcome when you're trying to get bad juju out of a building. When something goes wrong, are you going to spiral or not? And this Atlanta team ain't no pushover.
I know, but they just lost to the Saints.
I know.
They're not the world beater. They're a good team.
I believe Vegas has Broncos as favored by 1 last I checked. So they're saying it's a little coin flip game.
Okay, I'll take that. Listen, man, you got to win some tough games at home one way or the other. This is a good one to win. The season rides on it. If you can't beat Atlanta, you're not going to make the playoffs. And making the playoffs is going to be tough as it is. Been a lot.
I mean, even if you do beat Atlanta, you still got to be more or less perfect in everything that you need.
Well, the games, at least on paper, will be easier. But at Vegas, home against the Browns, home against the Colts, I mean, not exactly impossible. Not mission impossible in that. You'll be favored in all of them. And, we'll see what you're made of. But this is the test. Here we go.
I don't know if you'll be favored against the Chargers, but
I didn't say the Chargers. I said at the Raiders and then home against the Browns and home against the Colts. This is the 4-game stretch right here. You got to win all these. You got to win all these 4 games. At the Chargers, at the Bengals, that ain't easy. Home against the Chiefs may be easier because they may not be playing for anything. But no, this is it right here, man. This is it. This is a 4-game stretch, and you got to win all 4 of them if you want to make the playoffs. So here we go. Important games, big games, whatever you want to win, must wins, bleepity-blabbity-blue. Can't lose any of these if you want to make the playoffs.
Must win, so this week must win if you want to go to the playoffs.
Absolutely. The next 4 games are must wins if you want to go to the playoffs. You got to be able to win games on the road, and you got to beat a crap team like the Raiders to do so. In Vegas, in controlled conditions. It's not a hostile environment in there. It's a cool-ass place, but it's not an intimidating place to play. And the Raiders, what are the Raiders? What are the Raiders, man? What is that garbage team?
If you're smart, Mark Davis, you don't want to win any more games.
Yeah, you got some teams that are probably like the misery in New York right now with both of their teams. Oh, my
Jets
God.
got spanked by the Cardinals.
Detroit is a 13-point favorite over Jacksonville this week, coming up on Sunday. That's crazy. I'm looking up the Broncos score right now.
That game last night was wild, man. That Lions-Texans game, absolutely wild. 5 interceptions, and you still win a freaking football game?
Do you want to talk about a team of destiny, man? If you can't win it this year, if you're the Lions, you're never going to win it. It's your year. It is your year. By the way, the Broncos are favored by 2.5 points on ESPN.com. I'm sure it's different all over places, but at least on ESPN.com.
Either way, that's a coin flip.
I had a better guy a million years ago tell me in football, if the home team is less than 2-point favorites, take the road team straight up.
Okay.
He said 2.5 and above, always take the home team straight up.
Just talking money line? Is that where you're going?
Yeah, he goes money line.
I'll take the Broncos in a close game.
Listen, they're all going to be close games. I mean, that's.
I don't know about that one. We'll see.
Oh, are we ready to spank some teams?
No. Hey, man, that Chiefs game went exactly the way I thought it was going to go. And frankly, the Ravens game went exactly how I thought it was going to go, too. Falcons, I don't know, man. I don't know much about the Falcons. They seem like an up-and-down team.
Oh, they are.
You can't tell what you're going to get there.
They're absolutely an up-and-down team. And I like the matchup here in terms of our defense, our pass rush, versus a dude that can't move around very well in Kirk Cousins. That should add up pretty good.
All right.
They could eat.
What'd you say? We have 4 out of 5? You started the show today being just Captain Sunshine?
4 out of 5 unbelievably great things happened this week.
All right. Let's dig into ball arena.
Hey, I'm going to go the Avs. I mean, Avs on Saturday night, man. That's a big win against Carolina.
That was a weird game. It was a great game. It was super weird to be at because it felt like the Avs would never, ever score.
And then all of a sudden.
Well, if it was like a faucet being turned on with Cale McCarr on shorthanded.
But a bomb.
Like 10 feet from. Who would ever want to be a goalie? Seriously. What human being would ever think, this is a good idea?
I want to do this. Or in any sport.
What is wrong with you?
Soccer, hockey, lacrosse. Why would you ever want to be a goalie?
Hockey in particular, okay? Soccer, I don't know,
Dude, we just showed that one last-second game the other day.
I get it. But, like, hockey? Lacrosse looks pretty bad, too, by the way. But, we'll get to rays of sunshine for sure. No dumb questions on the way as well. Great news for the Buffs. Really great news for the Buffs. So more ups than downs, except it was 1 second of horror for the Broncos. It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, stop wasting your time. Go to one car dealership. Don't drive all over Colorado. Go to one car dealership and find the vehicle of your dreams with a great price. That's Phil Longford. Tyler Plum is here, and I've been buying all my cars there since my rookie year in the NFL because I built a long-term relationship. I know him, I love him, I trust him, and that's what you're going to do. You're going to build a long-term relationship with Phil Longford. Guys, they respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to get the best price. You're not going to have to haggle for it. It's just what they do at Phil Longford, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, it will be at Phil Longford. The inventory is incredible. It's as strong as it has ever been. We're talking about cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles for as far as you can see. The interest rates are solid. Incentive deals are great at Phil Long right now. There's no reason to not go over to Phil Longford and find yourself a new vehicle. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Longford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Natchez. Aho at the deep slot. Slings it all the way over. Intercepted by Cale Makar. Here he comes shorthanded. Makar. Blast it. He scores! Oh! Hail! Cale!
A bucket here, you can win the game. Hands it to Murray. Murray picks up the dribble. Now Porter. 3 on the clock. Jumper. Good! Michael Porter Jr. Denver leads it by 2 with 6.5 seconds to go.
And now McKinnon's got it through center ice. McKinnon trying to get through a stick take. Does 2-on-1 with Mikko Rantanen. McKinnon, he scores! Oh, baby! The Mac Attack has another multi-point night, Jack!
Throws it off over to Kyrie. 5 seconds left to go. Three-pointer wins it. He goes for the win. Missed it. Rebound tip, no go. There's the horn. Denver sweeps the 5-game homestand. They take care of the Dallas Mavericks tonight by a final of 122-120.
Nice little montage down there at Ball Arena. Good weekend for the home teams, that's for sure. And tonight, the Avalanche host the Predators, who they lost to in Nashville recently. We do have a couple notes for you. Capo Kakinen has been placed on waivers. So maybe they would try to re-sign him and he goes back to the Eagles. But the Avs have obviously decided that we're not going to roster 3 goalies. So I'm not saying he won't stay with the organization, but he's not. They've seen enough about Georgie to feel okay with Georgie and Eustace.
Ottonen was solid.
Good enough there. McKinnon's numbers. You ready for this? 7 goals and 22 assists through 15 games. It is the first player to accumulate that kind of stats in the first 15 games since Mario Lemieux in 2002-2003. So McKinnon, the MVP, is having a season. And it is one of the cooler things, if you haven't been down to Ball Arena, is the signs they have with Jokic and McKinnon, like 2 MVP city, double MVP city, featuring both of those cats. So McKinnon is playing like that. Never mind what Jokic is doing right now, which is, 37, 18, 15. No numbers like that have ever been accumulated in an NBA game ever. And Jokic did that last night as the Nuggets win 5 games at home. Should have won that game in Minnesota. So the streak should even be, it should be a 7-game win streak, or 8. 8-game win streak. They were just that away from doing it in Minnesota.
But it started 0-2, you wouldn't think they'd be 7-3.
Hell no.
Did you guys see after I think it was the Minnesota game, Jokic was asked, have you had a bad game this year? It's like, maybe the first game, second game, something. Like, you had 40 points, but okay.
Well, the first game, he could not have had a good game. They only scored 87. Well, maybe he had a good game.
They scored 87, he had a triple-double.
No, he had a great game.
All right, never mind. He's unbelievable. And you're 10 games in. You're an eighth of the way through the season. He's your MVP.
Let me throw this out in the 10 games.
For whatever it's worth.
For Joker. In 10 games, he's had 6 triple-doubles, 2 40-point games. In the other 2 games, that's 8. The other 2 games, he missed a triple-double by 1 digit. On 2 games.
Unreal.
That's what his numbers are doing. It's kind of like the same thing as McKinnon with those numbers. You got guys with MVPs, and voters hate voting guys multiple and back-to-back. And then the guy that won your MVP in the NHL and the NBA have started the season better than their MVP seasons.
Well,
right?
This season to me feels like it's got a lot of good vibes going on because, number one, Jokic is obviously doing his deal, but that's just expected. It's amazing how the dude can have a triple-double night in and night out, and we're hardly even impressed by it. But what we were so concerned with all last year was the bench of the young guys, and I'd say we all feel pretty decent about that right now. Maybe they're not there, Scott, but it looks to me like Jokic trusts these guys. It looks to me like they're learning to play with them.
Well, there's individuals that have stepped up. Russ played better as a starter than he has necessarily on the bench. Payton Watson has played good the last 2 or 3 games, and guess what he's done? He's been able to start also.
Mm-hmm. 4 of 4 from 3 for Payton Watson?
I know. There's got to be, there's still all 3 of the guys that played off the bench were all in the negatives. We're all, whatever, if you believe in plus minus, whatever, and sometimes that's an overrated stat. But, you win by 2 and Joker's plus 14. I mean, something not good when he went on the floor happened.
Saric, I don't know.
I think he was going to play in this road trip.
He's got to play at some point again. DeAndre Jordan's DeAndre Jordan, and Zeke Naji is Zeke Naji. So you are staring down the barrel of your backup centers, Aaron Gordon. So if that's the best thing for the team, okay. But that is what you're looking at right now. So,
well, remember in that Miami game, they actually put Payton Watson back there, and he played that Aaron Gordon small 5.
Okay. I mean, this is what we're looking at because here's what's happening. Malone's looking down the bench. The game is close. There's 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Yoke, you're in the game. And Bennett from the Post asked Malone about that last night.
Do you do anything to apologize to Nikola when you have to play him so many minutes for such a stretch of games?
No, man. You see his paycheck? You see his paycheck? I mean, come on, man. No, actually.
Oh, great line.
that was a D-Mac line right there.
I told D-Mac we need to save that save a paycheck. Are you seeing his paycheck?
Seen his paycheck?
And then we can just use that anytime we talk about a player. As a man, he's got to play better.
I can't get over the money, guys.
Yeah, seen his paycheck?
That's me, man. You see his paycheck? Pretty funny, honest line right there. Jokic was asked about it afterwards. He's training with Felipe and their training staff. He is in great shape right now.
From where he started, absolutely.
He feels great. He looks great. He's playing great. He's in great shape.
I know he's been missing games, but Jamal does not look like he's in good shape. But does he ever?
No. You know what Jamal looks like to me? Jamal looks like that one level below all-star Jamal. I think that's just who he is. I think it works for this team. I don't know if it would work for every team, but I think it works fine for this team. Jamal's Jamal. I really don't expect, what do you have, 18 last night? 7 of 17 shooting, something like that. 2 of 6 from 3. I don't know. To me, that just feels like Jamal. Like, that's regular Jamal. But Jamal can go off.
That's not a great game, Jamal.
It's not a great game, Jamal, but that's like consistent Jamal. Like, that's Jamal.
Yep.
And you know what? 7 of 17, 2 of 6, 18 points. I'll take it. It's pretty good. It's better than you get from most. It's not all-star. It's not superstar. Maybe it's not worth the paycheck, but it works for this team. So, whatever. I'm not sitting here hoping for more from Jamal. Are you guys? Are you hoping to see more from him?
I just want to see him
I
healthy.
just meant he looked tired. That's all I meant. Not necessarily performance. He literally looks tired to me.
Yeah, I thought he got tired late, in that game. And I said on the broadcast, I thought one of the best things happened that challenged late, or they looked at something late for a long time on that foul, which on Doncic, but that's like a 2-minute rest while they're looking at film. So, I mean,
whatever.
Without having to take a timeout, I think that was pretty good.
I'll tell you who looks just fat is Doncic. I don't know. I'm sure he's not fat because he's in the NBA, but that dude just pulled up by the logo because I don't think he wanted to run down the court and just jacked up like a 42-foot three-pointer just out of the blue. Peyton Watson would wear him down. You know what? Peyton may be a better guy on him than AG, actually, because his length, and he's just a little bit more slightly energetic.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And if you just stay down, you make him shoot over a guy who's got a 7'2" wingspan.
Here's the problem for the Nuggets. Who do they have that can guard smaller guards? Who's that going to be? Because Kyrie lit him up. SGA has his way. However, Oklahoma City, Holmgren.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Not wishing ill will on anybody, but injuries happen. Hip fracture, out 8 to 10 weeks.
Seems kind of quick to me.
Well,
just 2 months for a hip fracture.
That's probably minimum.
That guy's value on that. Yeah, that might be game, set, match for that team this year. You surviving without him?
That's going to hurt big time.
Oh man. Hey, SGA is their best player. I get it, but my God, is he a good player and so important for that team. So that's somebody in front of the Nuggets are in second place. After all of them, they're in second place after 10 games. Here we go. They're on pace for a 56-win season. That puts them, 2, 3 seed at the worst? Maybe 1? Here we go again, guys. Here we go again with the Nuggets, man. I don't know about the Avs, but the Nuggets are going to be right there.
I don't know. The Avs, to me, it seemed like they're all of a sudden playing better. Now, Nichushkin comes back Friday.
Yeah, that's the news there. Betsy announced it yesterday.
Other injured guys starting to come back.
I saw Wood the other night. He'll be back. He's walking around. He's fine. He'll be back soon. Nichushkin back Friday. Drouin and Colton is a mystery. Gabe skated today during the morning skate with some other guys, but okay. At least he's on the ice skating with other players around him. He's not by himself.
Gabe playing this year is frosting on a cake.
It is. And
everybody else 100% healthy.
And nobody's really counting on him.
A cake you weren't planning on eating anyways.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, time for No Dumb Questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Taproom. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Oh, brought to you by Old Chicago.
Yeah,
Old Chicago. I just Nikola Jokic was named the Western Conference Player of the Week.
Which you're like, I mean, is there?
Just came.
Was there really any other
really?
choice?
Okay.
I mean, there's people saying now that he could lead the league in assists. He's 7-1.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
Which I think is pretty
That's
amazing.
Unbelievable.
No dumb question. Can you remember the last great athlete you had on your team that you just kept waiting and waiting to come back from injury? Just really never materialized like it once was.
I do. But go ahead.
I got one.
Jarvis Moss.
Was he injured?
Maybe he just didn't materialize.
Talk about a guy that had a great body and you think, oh, this guy could be something.
Oh, good. Let me think about bodies. Who I showered with.
Well, I'm not talking that type.
Oh.
I remember when Forsberg came back, and it just,
that's a good one.
It was not good. It was sad, actually. It's just like, because
you remember what they were.
Yeah, and it wasn't close.
Forsberg's one of those guys. That's a good one. I forgot all about Forsberg. How about Terrell Davis?
That was a bummer. He came back, wasn't the same.
He had like 100-yard rushing game, but then was hurt after that game.
Yep.
Just never.
It sucked.
Never ever did. But that's what injury does. I mean, we always say, even this Holmgren, we just heard a young guy.
Well, today it's just an assumption that everybody's going to be good. Because, you know what? It feels like more times than not, they actually are. But there's a lot of guys that aren't.
But everybody knows that it's just minor surgery.
Hey, it's not a no dumb question, but I saw something that was pretty funny. So the big gala is tomorrow night.
Gala, yep.
Gala. Dan Tanner tried on a suit jacket of Vic Lombardi.
He had to blow it up.
Now, Dan is not fat at all. By any standard, you would say Dan is actually a skinny guy. It was fat guy in a little suit with Vic Lombardi.
Vic's 5'3".
It was comical. When Vic insisted that Dan try on one of his suit jackets, I don't know what children's department Vic buys his suits in, but Dan, how ridiculous was that?
Around the waist it was okay, but the sleeves were, almost
how
to
were
my
the
elbows.
Shoulders and chest?
It was tight.
It was ridiculous. The concept that Vic is like going to lend a suit to Dan is absurd.
When they went to Vic after the game last night and he's interviewing Joker, the camera angle, it was not a good camera angle for this one, okay? I'm talking Vic's head is like popping out of the lower half of the TV, and then he's looking straight up at Jokic, and all you can see is Vic's like half his face popping up on bottom half of the screen. It was crazy.
Yeah, some guys, Vic is just losing body mass as he gets all these, he is shrinking. Vic Lombardi is just shrinking. He probably still has me height-wise, but I couldn't believe when I saw Dan try on his suit jacket. It was comical.
Well, Vic's actually like the epitome of a healthy human being. I mean, he's actually incredibly in shape.
Well, Vic's 5'3". I don't know what he says he is. And Dan's at least 5'10", aren't you? 5'10 and a half?
5'11".
I mean, the concept that Dan would wear his suit to go to the gala tomorrow, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, that ain't happening. So what are you going to do, Dan, with that? Well, I guess this is the no dumb question. What are you going to do with the gala
He's not going to go.
I'm going to go.
You
I
are?
decided.
Okay.
We know what he's going to do.
What are you going to do? Are you going to go to Men's Warehouse and just get a suit and turn it in? Are you going to do the same thing you did last year?
I might keep it this time.
It worked then. I mean, are we just being holier than thou about this? Or like, because isn't it kind of smart?
What's
I
that?
mean, are we just being holier than thou
mean,
about him returning the suit after he wore it?
I mean, all right, let me ask you this. And the gala was in March last year. It wasn't in November.
He took the tags off him. I mean, they took it back with the tags off. Like, I think that was just smart, Dan.
In a year's time, or like 9 months, because it was in March, not November, was there any other reason at all for you to wear a suit?
No.
That's pretty good. You went
It's always good to keep a pair of khakis and at least a sports coat, because then you can get by.
Yeah. Nobody wears suits nowadays anyways. That's what they wear.
Yeah, I think you ought to.
Well, you don't have to wear shoes anymore. Nobody wears shoes.
And if you want to go solid, go just a dark blue or a black, one of those two, and then that way they go with everything. They both go with gray pants. They both go with tan pants.
Yeah, what are you?
Here, I've got some old ones when I was 300 pounds. You want those?
Right.
You ought to bring in one of your jackets.
It'd be like a tent.
That would be fun. Why didn't D-Mac offer? I mean, you guys are the well, never mind. Did you try Vic's suits on?
There was no way I would fit in Vic's suits.
If he's trying to get rid of them.
There's no way. Vic is like, it's ridiculous. I'm fine. I like how I am right now. I'm good. But Vic he's pixie-like. He is pixie-like.
You mentioned the bad camera angle with Vic and Joker. There was a guy showed me a tweet and some social media thing from, I think it was in Minnesota. And they go, who's the Denver media guy that can look eye to eye with Joker? And it kind of had back in my head, and I'm just sitting there just talking to him.
Vic's on the phone. Hey, Vic, how are you?
Pixie.
I'm here to defend myself. I don't give a crap about, short jokes because I am what I am and we are what we are. But I want to set the record straight, Scott Hastings. I'm not 5'3". I'm a skosh under 5'9". And if you're willing to bet $1,000 on it, I'm willing to put down right now. That's number one. Number two, I'll bet $1,000 to D-Mac. I'll bet $1,000 to D-Mac. I'm at least 2 to 3 inches taller than he is. That's number two. And number three, I will pay $1,000 to Tyler for saying the right thing. I'm the most in-shape guy at the radio station.
There you go.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I'll take the money. I mean, I'm not above that. I'll take the money.
Yeah, we're not crapping on your conditioning. No, we appreciate you. You're stout. You're but five. Anybody
He's taller. Vic is. It breaks my heart, but Vic is taller than me, and trust me.
Really? So you're 5'5". He said he's almost 5'9".
I'm not even gonna fight this battle.
So why can't you fit in his suit?
Who, me? Because I got to outweigh Vic by 20 to 30 pounds. He is Vic.
Hey,
what
Vic.
do you weigh right now?
166.
No way. No. Wow. If
He's
you're
built though. He can curl
then if you're 166, you are in unfreaking believable shape. So good for you. If that's the case,
Work out once in a while.
Okay.
Work out every once in a while, and you'll be okay.
D-Mac gets on the bike every day, don't you know?
I work out every day. I don't look like Vic. If you're 166, that's a lot of muscle. That is damn impressive. If that's true, that's incredible.
I'm not trying to flatter myself. I'm just trying to defend myself that I'm not 5'3".
Okay.
5'3" would be incredibly difficult to do my job. It's tough enough as it is, Scott.
Hey, when I used to do the show with Vic,
judge of heights. I mean, but let's be honest, 5'3" to 5'7", aren't you?
That's a tiny human being.
That's a category.
I mean,
right?
that's
Dude.
there's special words.
I'm
you
going to
can't
stand
say.
up for you, Vic.
Yeah.
There's every inch matters when you're that size. The difference, it's not the same group. The 5'3" to 5. No, it is not. It's not even close.
If you're under 6 foot tall,
way.
like you're weird.
Scott, I'm the same way. It's tough for me to judge weight. Are you like 260 or 450?
Well, 290, so I'm in there.
That's good, Vic.
Vic used to literally stand on a box when I did the Let's Talk Football show with him. He would stand on a box. And by the way, Vic, I don't know who was on the camera last night for the post-game interview, but you got to talk to him about that camera angle because that was not doing you any favors.
It makes me look like a mighty.
5'3". It makes you look 5'3".
Yeah.
Hey, I saw the one that you posted on your Twitter. There was one that was worse. When you first got on, it was way worse than the one you posted.
What, Vic? Watch this. Watch this. How would you describe a guy who's 6'3"?
How would I describe it?
No, Vic, hold on. These guys.
Below average?
A little below average.
Little below average, right? Short.
Yeah.
This is their
Mouse in
world,
the
Vic.
house.
This is their world. This guy
Oh,
6'3"
it's a different
short.
world,
I know. Yeah.
See the difference, D-Mac, between you and me and them. They were born into this life genetically gifted.
Right.
All right. So we
Right.
were not.
Right.
We had to work for everything we've ever gotten in our lives.
That's
These guys
right.
were handed genetics. They were handed an easy way at this path.
No,
we had to work for our path. So it means more to us
That's right.
than it does to them.
Well, that's why you use the word scotch or inches or quarter inches. That's why you use that, because you've had to work for it.
When you say 6'2" to 6'3", I legitimately think that's what the average male is.
Yeah. So they're way out of touch, Vic. The only thing that's good about this, Vic, is they suffer traveling on an airplane and we don't. And we have that forever.
Congrats.
And they will more than likely die at least 10 years before we will. So I'm looking forward to both them.
Hey, you look up the average lifespan of an NFL offensive lineman. It's a bit depressing, pal.
Hey, and Vic, everybody's the same height when you're lying down on your back. So there's that.
Yeah, I used to use that line late at night.
Bye-bye.
See you, Vicky.
Vic. Bye.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know
Vic,
what? But he didn't even
you don't.
get
If you're 5'7" or 5'8", you don't want to hear you're 5'3". There's a gargantuan difference.
Why had you been talking like you were taller than Vic if you knew all along that you weren't?
No, it's pixie-like. It's not just the height. It's like he's
thin.
If he really is 166 pounds,
he's got some
What do
muscle.
you weigh?
I have no idea. I'm probably about $170 or so. But I don't fit. I would never fit into the stuff that Vic wears right now. 166 without an ounce of fat on him. You're probably right. He probably is the most fit guy here at the station.
He is. I mean, second to me, but
you're pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you're straight up and down. You're kind of ridiculous.
Well, here's the difference. There's fit look, and then there's fit.
Yeah, but then there's fat.
I've been hey Scott.
Well, then
Scott,
there's fit fat
Scott,
too.
There's fit fat.
There's fit fat. Yeah.
I've been a fraud my whole life.
Well, what did Schlereth always call a Big Al?
Skinny fat.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's
fat.
definitely
Al's
skinny fat.
Skinny fat, too.
Al is the skinny fat.
Yeah.
All right. What's next for the Buffs? Good news here. See, there's so much good news. We're getting into more good news.
Dang right it is. You know,
Yeah.
you guys want to go negative, negative.
No. You just wanted to start off with puppies and sunshine and rainbows when it was all misery.
I want to start with Pixies.
It's Pitch PhD on 925. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. The Premier Heating and Air show, it's on every Saturday morning at 7:30. My guys, Reed and Tom, join me. Love those guys from Premier Heating and Air and American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Here at 7:30 a.m., podcast available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcast. Give them a holler at 720-547-8009. Temperatures are warming up. You kind of survived, basically, through that cold snap. More is coming. So when you think about the best thing to do for your home, a $49 furnace tune-up is the way to start. Premier is also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card for up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate. Again, this is the company I've known for years and years and years. Personal friends with these guys. They've been involved. I've been lucky enough to be in a couple of homes over 20 years. No doubt about it, Premier is the way to go. 720-547-8009, PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
They've thrown everything but my mom at me. You know, in my career, you got to understand, I played baseball and football, so batteries and all kind of stuff. So this is normal. So we tried to prepare our young men for that. Thank God, a tortilla, that's what you call it, right? It's soft. It's not hard.
Congrats to CU, man. So what poll are we paying attention to here? Because I've seen him on ESPN 16. I saw him on AP 18. Like, what if anything matters? What,
I don't know.
Do you care?
The one where they're the highest.
Well, I saw an ESPN thing they were 16. When I was watching the shows this morning, everybody thinks they're going to get in the playoff. It's pretty cool. Like, all the conversation was CU's going to be in the playoff.
Well, it's the fun conversation, so of course everybody's going to jump on it because it's got dollar tags attached to the conversation anytime you talk about University of Colorado, right? It's still a tough path. Now, they got a lot of football to be played.
Who's the hardest game left?
Well, hopefully it's BYU.
Okay, is that the hardest one? Because it's Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma State,
when I say hopefully,
BYU.
I mean hopefully we get there, right? So that requires getting to the Big 12 championship. I would still put, gosh, Big 12's weird, isn't it? Because now all of a sudden Kansas feels scary. I mean, the way they just dominated the Cyclones,
they were
scary.
one of the preseason favorites to win the league and had just a horrible start to the season.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden they go and beat a playoff team or at least a bowl team.
Colorado, it's crazy the amount of football. If you were to make the playoffs, if you were to make it to the national championship game, there are, I believe, 8 games that you would have to play to get to the national championship still.
Oh, is it 8 to get there, 8 to win it?
Okay, maybe it's 7 to get there, 8 to win it.
I think it's 8 to win it. And
okay.
I can do this for you. You got 3 games left. Then you have the Big 12 championship game.
That's 4.
Then you have a qualifying game, which is at the home of the higher seed, 5 through 12, 5. Then you're in the quarterfinals, 6. Semifinal, 7. Championship game, 8. So you do control your destiny. Somebody was talking about that last night at the Nuggets go, you realize if CU just wins out, they win the national championship. It's like, well, you're right. Actually, if you win out, you win the national championship. But that's 8. What a grueling haul there. But I mean, each game is it. You have 8 straight, theoretically, do or die games.
Yeah, that's crazy.
More likely for Deion to stay if they win 8 and win a championship.
Oh my God, he's gone if they do that. Are you kidding me?
I don't know, man.
If you win a national championship, he's going to get $25 million a year to be in the NFL. They win a national championship.
That'd be tough not to mic drop on all the haters and just say.
I don't think the price tag.
God.
I don't think the price tag will be any different if he makes the playoffs versus winning the whole thing. The price tag will be the same.
All right, whatever. If he's one of the hottest coaches, if he wins the national championship with Shedeur, what is Shedeur going to be if they do that? Maybe it's all the same. Maybe it doesn't move the needle at all. But the hype on it will be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's already pretty crazy. It would be absurd at that point. All right, let me ask you this real quick.
I don't know
if got a national championship out of Prime, would you be okay if that was the last time he ever coached at CU, but you get a national championship?
Of course I would. I mean, I hope it doesn't come down to an either or, but yes.
So you'd rather have Prime just for this year in a national championship than Prime for 20 years and not a national championship?
Yeah. That's an easy answer for me. You won a freaking national championship. That's it.
National championship.
And he's done. And that's it.
That's it. Yes.
You win a national championship on a couple things. Now he brought a different culture and a younger vibe and all that stuff to kind of a stuffy university. Are they willing to go, we need to stay and live in this realm? So now if you win a national championship, does CU not become elevated as far as jobs?
Yeah, well, I don't know. D-Mac's making it all about money, which a lot of times it is. And that's fair. But why did Nick Saban not ever go back to the
NFL?
Because I promise you he could have made more money there.
It's not just money. You're right. It's not just money. It's money and opportunity to coach Shedeur. And probably Shiloh, because he would just drag him along. So, yes, it's so unique. It's beyond unique. It's so unique. Anybody who's out there on the text line, I see him saying, he said this, he said that. Forget that, man. Things have changed significantly. So I'm not holding Prime to anything he said in the past because things are so dramatically different. So if it's such a unique opportunity, I would say this. If he doesn't do it this year, then forget it.
Well,
He probably will never do it.
You win a championship, you know what it's about?
No, man. You see his paycheck?
There's that.
And why did Dion live? Why did Dion leave?
Why did he leave?
No, man. You see his paycheck?
Excellent use of the
right?
drop.
Perfect use.
Excellent. Why isn't Dan Tanner going to go to the gala? Because he has a suit.
No, man. You see his paycheck?
He can't afford a suit. You could do it the other way, too. You could do it
both ways.
Either way. Most important hour of the day coming up next.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
there for the right tackle, Houston. 2nd and 19, Travis Hunter. Tunneling through. Hunter has goal line eyes. Touchdown.
I was watching, what is it, at Texas or something? They was throwing bottles on the field, and it was flags and everything, but we come here, and it was just like they have a whole cleanup crew. Like, they know what time it is, so that was a bit odd. I didn't never heard of that,
Now McKinnon's got it through center ice. McKinnon trying to get through a stick take. Does 2-on-1 with Mikko Rantanen. McKinnon, he scores! Oh, baby! The Mac Attack has another multi-point night, Jack!
A bucket here, you could win the game. Hands it to Murray. Murray picks up the dribble. Now Porter, 3 on the clock. Jumper. Good! Michael Porter Jr. Denver leads it by 2 with 6.5 seconds to go.
Do you do anything to apologize to Nikola when you have to play him so many minutes for such a stretch of games?
No, man. You see his paycheck? You see his paycheck? I mean, come on, man.
35-yard field goal Lux. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lux the kick to win it. The Chiefs have won!
This isn't on the player. This is on all of us. This is on us as coaches. We've got to continue to look at, are we big enough stature-wise there for that, and understanding how the rush was coming.
Best thing, worst thing about the weekend in terms of Denver sports. I mean, the worst thing seems pretty damn obvious unless I'm missing something. We can dig into it. Best thing, worst thing about this weekend.
The Buffaloes are rolling, baby. They're rolling. And they are in control of their own destiny. It's pretty insane. Everything, the stars freaking aligned. You got an absolute ass kicking out there from Iowa State by Kansas, which you desperately needed. And I was looking at the schedule for Iowa State, like, where's it going to come from? I wasn't sure that they were going to lose another game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they might just not be as good as what you thought. But then you go down there to Texas Tech and get a great win. So for me, that's that. Scott?
I would say the Avs Saturday night win against a highly outmanned Carolina team. I don't think they were favored in that game. I think you look at CU, they were expected to win. I think they were favorites. The Nuggets supposed to hold home court, the teams they played. But I don't think the Avs are supposed to beat Carolina, and you end up beating them 6-4.
Best thing to me was the revelation or the reveal that the Nuggets do have a team to win a championship. After a little bit of doubt at the beginning of the season, they actually do have what it takes this year, which is pretty freaking cool. So it's a nice little pat on the back with something that we were hoping, and it exists. The worst thing was Alex Forsythe not being able to block on field goal protection. Tyler, I'm happy to give you the floor if you want to, let us know whether really it's on one dude or not. But the vast majority of Broncos fans are throwing darts at their Alex Forsythe dartboard.
Well, he didn't get the job done, but I've got empathy for the dude based off the job. It's a tough task, man. Everybody looks at field goal protection like what could go wrong, and for the most part, that's true. There's one position where things go wrong a lot, and that is when you're playing the tight end position. It is the one spot where you are outmanned. You get asked to do what feels like impossible task. It's 3-on-1. There are 3 guys going through one dude. You've got to get big. You got to go iron cross. You get your both arms out. You literally give them your chest, right? So most times when you're engaged with somebody, you get 2 hands on them and you're trying to block them. At this position, you go iron cross. You try to take on 3 dudes with pad level, and he didn't get the job done. So I'm not defending him not getting the job done. I've just got empathy for it. And what I feel bad for is all these clips that are rolling around about Forsythe when he's gotten trucked at that spot previously, and how commonplace that is for that position. I had a special teams coach tell me one time at that spot, your job is to die slowly. You're gonna die slowly. That's your job.
That's a great line.
Why then, after the game, did Andy Reid and other players on the Chiefs said, we saw a guy who was light on his toes, we had scouted it out, and we had a game plan against him? Why then does that stand out to them so much? And how did the Broncos not self-scout to realize they had that kind of deficiency?
One team looks at minute details and another doesn't.
I think the Broncos look at minute detail. We got a 30-minute lecture about cleats on Friday.
I think one team is about rebuilding an entire franchise, and one team is knowing that they're going to have to probably win 12, 13 games this year close. And so I think little things in a scheme, cleats are cleats. This is a scheme in a game.
Do you think Ben Kotwica and Sean Payton were caught by surprise that Forsythe was light on his toes and couldn't hold up in a pressure situation like that?
Well, the play would say yes.
Yeah, I don't think they would have him in there if they didn't think he was capable of doing the job. And that's why I go back to pointing out, I don't think the clips that the people have found and is circulated on Twitter like crazy right now, I don't think they're as bad as what most people think that they are.
I've got another slight theory on that. I think they might have known his deficiencies, but they didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Well, yeah,
because they deactivated Throckmorton, who would be way more sturdy because Forsythe is a backup guard.
Yeah, and to your point,
center.
My biggest question mark on it would be, why did you put him at that position? Because traditionally, you put your guys with length at that spot because of what I'm telling you, what they got to do with their arms. They got to go iron cross. We got to eat up a lot of ground here. And your guys with length are not your guards and centers. Those are your tackles. And then what they had there, though, is they put Matt Pert at the wing position, who is your backup tackle. He probably should have been playing the tight end position, which Forsythe was playing, and then just have a regular tight end playing the wing where Matt Pert was. So I would question that. And then, Dan, if you could pull up the comment from Sean Payton that we came in from break on there. Sean actually said something there that was kind of interesting. And if you listen to it closely, he acknowledged we've got to evaluate whether we had the right person. I can't remember the words, but if you play it, he says something along those lines of we got to make sure we got the right personnel there.
Well, that's up to the special teams coach, right? Not Sean Payton theoretically.
Well,
you know, it's funny.
What did Harry Truman say?
The buck stops here. Dude, you got to get a little pat on the back for that one.
Any deficiency on any of your coaches under you, the bottom line is the buck stops.
Play this, Dan. I want to hear it because I think this is Sean admitting we don't have the right guy there.
This isn't on the player. This is on all of us. This is on us as coaches. We've got to continue to look at, are we big enough stature-wise there?
Are we big enough stature-wise? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The physical stature that is required to do that job, it ain't built for an interior offensive lineman.
Well, wouldn't Kotwica, along with Westhoff, determine what's best for special teams? I mean, it's a special teams coach. I heard Prime was asked about a backup center for CU who was in the game.
I love him, Cash Cleveland.
And he goes, I didn't even realize he was in the game, meaning that there's certain autonomy position coaches have to move guys in and out of the lineup
until
right?
It doesn't work, and then it falls on the head coach too.
Yeah, the buck always it always falls on the head coach, right, wrong, or indifferent. You're not wrong. Yes, Kotwica made the decision, not Sean Payton.
Right.
Yes, Kotwica did. I played for Kotwica. Ironically, I'm telling you, I played that position my entire career. Kotwica had me playing that position.
Okay. All right. So now what? With that bitter loss, what are the more positive? I could say positive here, Scotty. I wasn't feeling positive at the time. But what are the positives to take away from what has to be one of the more bitter losses in Broncos history?
Your quarterback was not afraid of a big moment. And I was leaning that direction, feeling like that. Now I know it. Now I know that you got a guy who ain't afraid of the most important plays during a football game, and that's a cool takeaway. A lot of people are acting like Bo Nix had a phenomenal game. He did not. He had a phenomenal drive. But that's something that is something, and I'll take away as a very positive sign for the young man.
Did he have a better game than Patrick Mahomes?
I would say it's similar.
Okay, so you had a similar game to the MVP of the league who's won 3 of the past 4 championships.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're trying to put him in the category of Patrick Mahomes.
I'm not trying to put him in the category. I'm trying to judge the game. How was he in the game?
Pat Mahomes did not play very well. Although he did make a few plays.
He did make some plays when he needed to. Made some plays with his feet.
They were 7 of 16 on third down. You got to give the Broncos. He got helped by a penalty call on Brandon Jones. That was ridiculous.
But the biggest call of the game.
That was absurd. Do you believe in Bo Nix now, Scott?
I never not believed in him. I don't. My opinion on Bo Nix didn't change in this
Do you
day.
believe Bo Nix is the future of the Denver Broncos at quarterback?
By circumstance, yeah.
Are you happy that Bo Nix is the future quarterback from now ad infinitum for the Broncos?
I'm not happy whoever's at that quarterback if they're not going to surround him with talent around him.
Do you believe Bo Nix has what it takes to make the playoffs and give the Broncos a chance of winning a championship?
Not with the team constituted, no. I don't think he's going to raise all boats, just like I don't think Brock Purdy can raise all boats. But you put talent around him, Brock Purdy's not going to turn the ball over, is going to run your offense and keep you in your lane, and you're going to have a whole lot of success.
So he's good enough to build around.
He's good enough to build around. But if you do not build around him, he's not good enough to win you a championship.
Tyler?
Is that fair? But hold on, is that fair?
I'm not trying to argue with you, but I would say that's the same for every quarterback. The amount of quarterbacks that can really do it on their own are so few and far between. Mahomes may be one of them.
Yeah, but then again, I always set bars higher. The quarterbacks that can do that are Tom Brady, they're Peyton Manning, they're John Elway, there are a whole lot of. John Elway won 2 Super Bowls with a guy that wasn't even drafted. Another tight end who was a 7th-round pick, and a guy that was on his 3rd team, wide receiver, and then McCaffrey.
There's a few gold jackets on that Broncos team, too.
To be fair to D-Mac's point, look, there's a lot of guys. Josh Allen ain't got it done yet. So,
Exactly.
What is that what we're saying?
Where's all the talent around him?
He's had a lot of talent.
I think
he's had a sick amount of talent, actually.
The position that I would hope that you're in right now is they have done enough. This is the right combination of quarterback, coach, organization, trust in the GM, hopefully to build around him. It's pretty glaring that they need more offensive weapons. This was more, in my opinion, bad luck than anything else.
Well,
that play gets blocked 99 out of 100 times.
You asked the difference. I thought in the game and why I thought obviously Mahomes played better, but it's pure experience. And I said this earlier. There was 2 or 3 blitzes, and I didn't even bring up this play, where all of a sudden he sees it coming. He just turns his back. Mahomes is moving side to side, stepping up in the pocket, using the pocket, let the blitz go past him, and making a play.
That one 17-yard loss. Come on, bud. We can't do that.
Yeah, he just turned around and started running away from the play. Now no one has to guard anybody because you aren't turned around. And then there was the play also. He saw the blitz where he reared back and heaved it. And luckily, no one saw the ball, and it landed about 30 yards down right in the middle of 8 people. No one ever saw the thing. That to me is a lack of experience in the NFL. That's the only thing I'll say bad about him. He does not have the experience yet.
It's fair to say that we have not felt more comfortable about the quarterback position since Payton left. Yeah, that's fair.
Here's the question you should ask me. More worried about the quarterback or the play caller?
Are you more worried about the quarterback or the play caller?
Play caller.
Let's football go coming up next.
All right, guys, so you're losing your hair and you're looking for answers. You want a simple solution and one that is going to work. And, of course, you want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Well, my friends, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair Restoration has changed tens of thousands of lives and now it's your turn. Guys, they've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unbelievable results. Receding hairline, bald spot, or thinning hair. You can address all of those concerns with the Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. Guys, check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get a free consultation and $250 off. In addition to that, you'll even get 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that has redefined hair restoration. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You're the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. All sorts of crazy things going on in the NFL, aside from the Broncos, but I know we'll touch on that first. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix. We're going to go to Chicago, too, fellas. They're
that's interesting.
They're
That's
melting down in Chicago.
Yeah.
But first, we'll start with Bo Nix post-game yesterday. You guys were talking about this a little bit earlier, positives and negatives from the game. Well, Bo, were there any positives that he took away from yesterday's loss in Kansas City?
Oh yeah, we are very confident. We feel we can compete against a lot of teams in this league. All of them really. We've faced some really good teams this year and been literally a one possession game. Feels like in every single one of them. So we're close. We just got to find ways to get over the hump. We got to find ways to make a play. When they don't, and make the play that wins it. And in this league, that's the line between playoff teams, championship teams, and all the other guys. So,
okay, so Bo says they're confident, they're close. How close do you guys think they are to really competing in the playoffs?
Next year, unfortunately. Probably not this year. Love to see it, though. Starts Sunday against Atlanta, but next year. However, the good news, in 2 years, in 2026, they'll be the AFC version of the Detroit Lions contending for a Super Bowl.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I don't have an outlandish hot take like that, but I'll say this. When they played Baltimore, I knew right then and there that they're not ready to compete with the big dogs. Now, then they followed that up and they competed with the big dogs. So you can call me crazy on that. I still stand by it. There's a big league, and the Broncos are not bottom feeders. They're somewhere in between. They had a good game because they've got a great defense in Kansas City. D-Mac and Mike and everybody was right. They're not the same Kansas City team. They probably will not make the playoffs this year because it's going to require near perfection on the things that have to go right the rest of the season. They easily could, but it's going to require everything to go right, and they're just not that type of team that everything's going to go right.
The all pro sports, maybe even college, are copycat leagues, and they watch other guys. We talk about the blocked field goal. Don't think everybody's going to test that side of the line for the next 2 or 3 games.
We would literally name plays off of film that we watch. We would say, hey, Seahawks. We'd call it an audible or something we stole from them.
Right. So they are going to have to improve what we saw in that block to cost you a game because teams will test that. What I brought up with Bo Nix, I'll be shocked now the defensive coordinators watching that and go, listen, if we can get a rush on him, he's going to turn his back, run around. See if he doesn't have to handle, which can I say is great for a first-year quarterback. And you said it, it's not a playoff team this year. Good. Let him see the kitchen sink these last 7 games or however many's left. Let him see everything because I think what you're going to see the next few weeks is teams trying to blitz the hell out of him and see if he can pick up hot reads. Can he stand in the pocket and step up? I think teams defensively are going to try to put more pressure than maybe he's seen so far this year because of what Kansas City did.
The biggest thing he's got to do is work on his pocket presence. And Shedeur Sanders does the same thing now. So Shedor's got to fix this also when he gets to the next level. But you'll watch Shedeur Sanders, and he gets away with it all the time. But he'll backpedal like 12 yards before, like for no reason. Just he'll backpedal 12 yards. And no offensive lineman has a fighting chance when you do that because everything's based off of angles on your set.
And now you're hoping to pick guys off as he moves forward a little bit. You're hoping to pick guys off.
And guess what happens then? You get holding penalties. That's when the holding penalties come around.
But here's the difference between him and Shedeur. Shedeur's got dudes back there that if he can avoid that rush, guess what? They're going to make a play.
That's fair.
I don't know if Bo Nix has that guy that can come back and make a play now.
It comes down to these next 4 games before the bye week. Got to win all 4 if you want to make the playoffs. And it's about as simple as that.
But do you agree with what I say that you don't think that the field goal is going to get a lot of pressure till you prove you can handle it, and Bo Nix is going to have to prove he can handle a lot of blitzes?
Sure. But I'm so sold on Bo Nix right now. I'm a little bit different than you, for sure. I don't know about Tyler. I think Tyler's feeling pretty groovy about Bo.
I feel realistic about Bo Nix. I feel like you're outlandish on Bo Nix, but I get painted into corners being negative because I give analysis of the guy, but I feel very optimistic about him.
Well,
I've never felt more optimistic about the Broncos having their quarterback since Payton.
I am excited to see Bo Nix the rest of the season because I'm with you. I don't care if it'd be great. Listen, I'm a hard-suffering Bronco fan. It would be great to go to Baltimore in the first round and get our butts kicked again. I love just see the word post
right
by the Broncos name.
Do you remember when the Broncos were a playoff team and in back-to-back years they got their ass kicked by Indianapolis? That was so frustrating because you really are a playoff level team, but you're just not.
Well, in one of those years, you'd beaten Indianapolis 2 weeks before the end of the season and beat their butt in Indianapolis.
You know, there was a time being a Broncos fan where getting to the playoffs was just like, okay,
for granted.
That's just where you start. It's just every year we're in the playoffs.
It's kind of where the Nugs and Avs are living right now.
You can't imagine a season right now where the Nuggets and Avalanche are in the playoffs.
No.
It's kind of funny just to say it. I can't even imagine it.
Right. We would fire people in that scenario. We would give people promotions for making the playoffs for the Broncos.
And there was a time the Broncos were in that same category. But it's been a minute since 2015.
Well, and then listen, it cost you a Hall of Fame coach's career because he went 3 years of 500 type of seasons and couldn't get over the hump. And boom, forget all the good stuff you did. We'll see you later.
Well, it would have been a lot easier had you upset the Chiefs and shock the world. I really don't know about the Falcons. The reason it wasn't just, hey, any given Sunday predicting that they would beat the Chiefs. There were a lot of real fundamental things that played themselves out. I don't know about the Falcons. I don't know them well enough. I think they're a crazy roller coaster team. You should beat the Raiders on the road. You should beat the Browns. The Colts to me are kind of another, I don't know. But listen, man.
They fought Buffalo pretty hard for a half.
Yeah, but as Raj pointed out, I'm not so sure Anthony Richardson might not be back in the saddle by the time we play him. Here's where I'm at on Bo. He's having a very normal rookie season in an optimistic way, okay? Every rookie quarterback goes through their struggles, almost every single one of them. Very few of them, and I know that there's going to be examples, guys that thrive in their rookie year. Very few of them, and all-time greats struggle in their rookie year. But we always point to that like you're going to come out the other side of it alive. And Jared Goff is a great example of it. They pointed it out on the broadcast last night. Jared's rookie season, terrible. Could not figure it out to save his life. And then by year 3, he was in a Super Bowl. But we always assume you're going to get to the other side of it just because other guys do. That's where I'm at with Bo. He's having a very normal, optimistic rookie year, but I'm not ready. I'm not at the point where I'm assuming he's going to make it out to the other side yet.
Well, that's why I'm excited about these last 7-8 games because this is a great it's how many people right now, listen to our voice sitting in this room, would have taken 5-5 after 10 games?
Right here.
Yeah,
I'd be thrilled.
Almost absolutely everybody. And yet now we're like, oh my God, no, this is disappointing. No, everybody would have taken 5-5. That being said, now you've got these last 7 games to really see some, I think, major growth in whether or not, as you say, Bo Nix is going to be your guy for the next 10 years. Yeah. I hope he does.
Well, it's exciting. I'll give you that. And you've got a stretch of 4 games here before their bye week, which is brutally late. It's got to be the last bye week of the year. I can't imagine going deeper than week 14. You got a chance to really see what you're all about. How resilient are you? How good are you? And I hope the team can just take a deep breath, exhale, and then try to kick some ass over the next 4 weeks. And if they can do that, this town will be on fire if they're 9-5 going to LA to take on the Chargers.
And now you take a break, get your legs back underneath you, and you got 3 games to maybe have a little energy that other teams might be dying.
And here's what it is. If you can do that and you get the bye week to take a breath, you're only going to need to win 1 of those games to make the playoffs. Probably. Well, that would be painful. If they won 10 games and for whatever wacky reason they didn't make the playoffs, that'd be brutal. Patriots won 11 games one year. Remember that? And didn't make the playoffs. So I'm not saying, but in general, 10 wins gets you in, and likely it will. They're still in a playoff spot right now, aren't they? Aren't they in like 7th place, like right now, literally right now? So it's not the end of the world, although it was painful. Dan, next up.
All right, fellas, last thing from the Broncos-Chiefs game. There was a little bit of controversy going around Twitter yesterday. So NFL ref Sarah Thomas apparently met with Taylor Swift before yesterday's Broncos-Chiefs game that she was the down judge in.
What do you mean met with her?
FaceTime.
So where obviously Travis Kelce, her boyfriend, was playing it. So apparently, according to Landon Reinhart, who works for KSNT News, was at the game and said he heard and saw Thomas was on a FaceTime call with her family, Sarah's family, and Taylor Swift, making sure they got pictures of them together.
The ref and Taylor Swift?
Yes, and a lot of Broncos fans were saying it was a conflict of interest. Do you guys think it's a big
Wait,
deal?
what does
or
she
not a
do?
big
What
deal?
referee is she?
She was the down judge in yesterday's
All right,
Chiefs-Broncos
what
game.
did down judges do, Tyler? Anybody? Does anybody know what a down judge does?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't really know what any of their jobs are.
Okay, so we don't know what the down judge does. I don't think it's a big deal if she doesn't have that big of a responsibility. Can she throw a flag as the down judge?
Well, no matter what, it's unprofessional. I'm still not like all in on this like conspiracy that the NFL is doing everything in their power to get the playoffs, to get the Chiefs back to the Super Bowl. It feels that way sometimes for sure. I don't think that it affects the game, but it's 100% unprofessional no matter what. I mean, look, you're not like as a media member, you're not allowed to go ask for an autograph inside of Dove Valley. Okay? There should be similar type of rules when you're an NFL employee. You don't get to fanboy. You don't get to do that. But here's what I'm curious about. Taylor wasn't down on the field, right?
No, but she's down on the field or in the tunnel
Probably
pregame.
in the tunnel. It's probably in the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, before the game, she can be wherever. Who knows?
Okay.
I do know what a down
my point
judge
here
does.
is if she was not like with her physically, that means that Travis would have given her a phone.
To
FaceTime with her.
Do you think it was before or after?
Before the game, for
It
sure.
was reported that it was before the game that this occurred.
Wait a second. Why would Travis have to give her the phone? Why?
If Taylor was upstairs.
Oh, well, we don't know where she
I
was.
bet it was when she came in and the officials probably saw her there and said, hey, can I talk to my family? Would you say hello to them?
Yeah, she comes through the tunnel and everything.
And so do the referees, right? They pull in under there too.
Mm-hmm.
The down judge oversees the line of scrimmage, directs the chain crew, and watches for offsides and encroachment penalties. Cortland Sutton did get a flag for being offsides that he lined up offsides.
And the right tackle that was illegal procedure about 80% of the time.
He can just do whatever he
never
wants.
got a flag.
All right, that's enough of a conflict right there. That's bad.
It's unprofessional at the least.
Yeah. She does have some power. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Period. No conspiracy. You can't do that. That's kind of ridiculous. You can do it. Well, no, actually, that would be bad after the game, too. You're going to ref these teams again? That's bad. That's bad, period. Can't do that. Referees can't ask for autographs, can they?
No.
So what's the difference between this and asking for an autograph?
Well, technically, Taylor isn't on the team.
Give me a break.
Yeah, could she ask Taylor for an autograph? Would that be allowed?
I don't think she should have.
That's why it's just unprofessional.
Way unprofessional, and she should not be allowed to ref any Kansas City games moving forward. Period. The end. Now, this is not that complicated.
How about the audio of Patrick talking to the refs? Hey, can you let me know if the guy's back there? Can you let me know?
Well, do you have
guys
that,
hear
Dan? All right, let's go. Next story, Dan.
All right, yeah, here is the audio caught on mics yesterday on CBS of Patrick Mahomes. A lot of people said he was talking to the refs. I've heard a lot of other people say he was talking to his O-lineman.
2nd down, 7, Mahomes. Flag you see. Mahomes on the run and being crunched right there by Brandon Jones. New starter for the Broncos comes from the Dolphins. Gain of 2. Flag thrown on the play.
Can you let me know if he's close?
Yes, Patrick.
He's asking the official.
So,
That's
all
the
right,
one
so,
where
no,
he's
I can
about
tell
to
you,
slide, and then Jones grabbed him by the lower body.
I can tell you exactly what he's talking about here. He's not asking the referee to let him know when somebody's about to hit him from the blind side. He is talking to the ref because you can hear at the very beginning he's talking about a penalty. The word penalty comes out of Patrick Mahomes' mouth, so I highly doubt that's to an offensive lineman.
I see what you're saying.
But What he is talking to the referee about is his right tackle who got called for the illegal formation or whatever it was, and is constantly in the backfield. He's asking the referee to give him a heads up before he throws a flag on him, saying, "Will you let me know when he's getting close to being in the backfield?"
Go out and try to kill myself. Oh, you say before the play?
Yes, yes.
I don't think it's a big deal. Do you?
I think it's funny.
I think he's not the only quarterback that's ever asked for something.
Right.
I think it's funny, and it adds up for all the conspiracy theorists.
By the way, did you catch that Prime was up? And I don't know the answer to this one, but in Prime's presser after the game, said he was talking to a ref, not about a play on the field or the bottles or the tortillas, but the ref said something to Prime that he shouldn't have said, according to Prime.
Oh, there's audio of it that I assume is what he's talking about. But there's audio of Dion was complaining about the bottles being thrown on the field, but you're saying that's not what it's about? Because
Prime said that the ref said
I'll tell you what the ref
should have said.
I'll tell you what the ref said.
Okay.
Prime was out there complaining about the bottles getting thrown on the field. And then the referee, in response to it, said, well, your players are waving at the fans. In other words, your players are asking for it because they're taunting the fans.
Okay. All right, that would make sense. So Prime got upset that
and then Prime got ticked off.
Was insinuating that they deserved it.
Yes, and then Prime got ticked off, and he starts yelling, "That's football! That's football! We're going to taunt! We're going to get," like that sort of stuff, right? He got all ticked off about it because they were justifying that they were allowing the fans to throw stuff.
Ooh, interesting. Good one. Good pickup there. Prime in his rights, right? Is the referee out of line there?
Yes. Absolutely, he's out of line.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the players are doing.
I don't know if he's out of line other than how he may have said it. Because to me, he goes, Coach, if you want us to clean this up, you got to tell your players to quit taunting the crowd.
Okay, let's get into that. Because CU's kind of in this really weird territory right now. And you should hear what some people are saying nationally about Prime's next move. Details next.
They've thrown everything but my mom at me. You know, in my career, you got to understand, I played baseball and football, so batteries and all kind of stuff. So this is normal. So we tried to prepare our young men for that. Thank God, a tortilla, that's what you call it, right? It's soft. It's not hard. But when they start throwing the water bottles and those other objects, that's when you got to alarm the officials and say, okay, now, tortillas is one thing, but, you know, but water bottles and other things, that get a little crazy. But I'm thankful. I think Joey grabbed the microphone and tried, and it was a timeout, and one of his kids was down, and he said, man, I apologize. I said, no, I had to do it last week. So I had to do the same thing. I had to grab the microphone and talk to our students as well about throwing things. So he handled it professionally, and that's indicative to who he is.
They're buddies. They the head coach for Texas Tech, I believe, coached Shedeur in high school. He coached one of the kids, and maybe it was
Bucky.
Bucky?
It's Bucky in high school.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. He's a legend, high school legend, coach in Tech, sounding like a lunatic screaming at the fans.
Down, without question. But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Joey McGuire has a microphone. He said, students, stop throwing stuff on the field. We're going to get a penalty.
All right.
You know the best throwing things I ever saw back in the day, this is probably when you're in high school, when CU would clinch the Orange Bowl, and then all of a sudden
oranges?
Yeah, Folsom Field would just be blasted with oranges
There you
coming
go.
down on the field.
You would deserve a penalty if you were throwing oranges.
Well,
on
I
the
didn't even know
field.
if they did it back then, but they'd always wait towards the end, and they just, I mean, literally 1,000 oranges would hit the field.
Let me put a couple little things together here. You got this ridiculous T-shirt guy with all that crap, 100% crap. Happy Veterans Day today, by the way, to all that served. My dad is a vet. I'm sure we all have vets in our lives. I don't know if you want a second to point anybody out in particular, but
a brother and an uncle. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Best friend.
Found news today. My dad, after being in the hospital for a month, will return home on Thursday.
Oh, very cool.
So how about that?
There you go.
Some good news on Veterans Day for my dad, who is a lieutenant in the Army.
And dated Suzanne Flechette.
And dated Suzanne Flechette. Take that, Suzanne.
That could be mom.
You got the T-shirt guy, easy. You got the T-shirt guy. You got this interesting interaction with Prime and that ref. Like, your kids deserved it, right? Then you got them not calling any flags at all with tortillas being hucked onto the field to the degree where the Texas Tech coach had to yell at his crowd, and the PA announcer made an announcement that they would have to clear out sections. This feels to me weird down there in Texas. Like a little bit of a Texas fix against the big bad Colorado Showtime Buffaloes right now. And I don't like it, man. I think it's odd. There were many times they could have kept things under control, and they allowed it to get like that. Whose side were those refs really on in that particular game?
The ref needs to, the first time it happened, okay, let it go. This is a tradition. Any more of this and stoppage of play, it's going to be a 15-yard unsportsmanlike on the home team. And then it happens again, then you do it. If it happens a third time, you do it. But that's on the refs.
Oh, that's what I'm pointing out now.
At some point, Tech's just got to end the tradition. They just got to end it, because the fact that it hasn't led to problems till now is actually quite amazing.
It is. I don't mean to be Captain Poopy Pants here, but you're throwing objects onto the field. Travis picked up a tortilla and stuck it in his pants for a snack for later.
Shedeur signed one.
Shedeur signed one.
Now that's funny.
It is funny, but sure enough in that game, when the temperatures went up, everything was hunky-dory when Tech was winning, right? Hey, listen, I'm not the idiot who told them to do a fake punt throw that was beyond idiotic. I mean, CU really did kick their ass. If CU didn't get some... And the refs were pretty quick calling those flags on CU, now that I'm thinking about it, for those 15-yarders, weren't they? Pretty quick to, throw those flags. That feels like the fix was in there, bro. And I really do shrug my shoulders about refs, this, that, the other thing.
I don't mind the environment all too much. I really don't. I think Colorado's asked for it, and I'm fine with it. Look, this is the environment that Colorado has bred. They've bred a contentious environment wherever they go, and they got to live in that. And you know what? They thrive in it, and they did thrive in the environment against Texas Tech as well. The problem is, though, when you live in that kind of environment every single game, referees will immediately look at you like you're the bad guy. So I hear what you're saying, D-Mac. I don't know about a big old fix or anything like that. I just think that's what comes with the territory. When you play with fire, that's the territory that you're that you're going to get those things.
All
right?
My guess is 2 of the next 3 games, thank goodness, are at Folsom, not on the road. I'll be very curious about that Kansas
And Dion's
game.
not wrong, for the record. Folsom has been notorious for throwing things on the field. Yeah. Notorious.
Yeah, but it's not like a sanctioned thing.
Yeah,
like,
but it happens.
If it happens, it's a bad thing.
It's not like rats in Miami in the NHL.
Yeah, and listen, when you throw stuff onto the ice, it's not during the play. It's not. Well, if you're thrown out of the game, and bad things can happen.
Yeah.
You don't say, "Hey, isn't this fun?"
The octopus in Detroit.
There's a time that you're supposed to do that. The catfish in Nashville, like I get it, but it's not like when they're on the power play. You see a catfish or an octopus flying out. It's when there's some sort of weird stoppage. It's a strange tradition. I understood the tradition, Tyler. I didn't know what happened. Like when we're trying to return the ball on a kickoff and you're dodging tortillas.
Well, like anything, it evolved. It began as just a pregame tradition because some ESPN announcer said that all you got in Lubbock is Texas Tech and a tortilla factory.
Okay.
So they're like, all right, well, F you. We're gonna throw tortillas at the beginning of the game. And then like any tradition, it evolved into any big moment that they have.
All right, I'm not trying to cry here because they won the game and whatever. But it does feel to me when you put a few things together, we got to watch out for people not wanting to see CU succeed like we do. And I really feel like this is a circle the wagons moment. And if you needed a little more inspiration for the final stretch here, I say thank you, Texas Tech, for giving it to us. And you want an us and them? Hey, man, no more go CU, scope us. Like, hey, I'm feeling, and you were right about CU. Now, do you remember what your prediction was? Do you remember what your prediction was once they were to win 7 games?
No.
It was pretty funny because you had them winning 7 games and then losing 4 in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you did have them losing 4 in a row, but you had them rolling, and then...
It got tough at the end of the year, but it don't look as tough anymore as it did at the beginning of the year.
What do you think?
Oh, I feel great. I think Colorado's going to be the Big 12 championship.
Okay.
Well, I think they got a chance. Oklahoma State's doing their thing. They had a monster win this weekend. Utah, I still think you can't sleep on.
Utah should have beat BYU, and Kansas upset Iowa State.
Big game this weekend. 10 a.m. start, another weird start time.
Yeah.
I'm finally going to the game because I didn't want to go to all these 8 o'clock games, but I'm going to the 10 o'clock start.
Wow.
I got to get up early.
What time are you going to get on the road for
I don't know.
$7:30,
but I am going. But yeah, they finally got a morning start. Huge game. You got Utah this weekend.
All right. Well, to break that game down and the Broncos game and more rays of sunshine, because when you think of 2 rays of sunshine, you go out to Hofbrau to get ready for Monday Night Football with our guys, Nate and Andy. That's next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
35-yard field goal Lux. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lux the kick to win it.
What's your point? What's your point?
I'm going to throw up. I think I'm going to throw up.
Don't throw up.
The nice dinner that I had. I'm going to throw it up.
You're not going to throw up, Dale. You're going to throw up.
Come on.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
It's not supposed to be funny. There's nothing funny about what happened. It's not supposed to be funny. Welcome in, everyone. Stop laughing, Nate and Andy. We're here with you until 6. We're live at the Hofbrau. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you today, 92nd and Wadsworth, lovely Westminster, Colorado. Gorgeous day. Come out and see us at the Hofbrau. Mexican Monday. Our guy Ken is here. He wants to throw a burrito at your face. Not a tortilla. He's actually going to stuff it full of goodness and then douse green chili all over it. And then he'll gently place it in front of you, actually.
And because it's Veterans Day.
Yes.
Free meals for veterans.
Hey.
Come in with your ID, see your wait staff for details. But, yes, if you're a member of the military, former member of the military, come on in.
Eat for free here at the Hofbrau.
Come
yes.
get a burger.
If you so choose. Whoo, Andy, how you feeling today, pal?
You know, oddly all right.
Okay.
Look, they hung in Kansas City with a rookie quarterback.
They did hang.
I don't know how much positivity anybody really wants out of this thing. I can give you some.
There was.
There
was good.
All right. Bo Nix has got things to improve. But you know what I loved? Third down, got to have it. Going to give it back. What'd he do? Made the throw he needed to. They got a first down.
Yep.
The young man showed a little something.
They did everything right except, win the game. At least in terms of the final drive. They got the ball back, 5+ minutes left.
And you sucked the clock down.
Great drive.
That's how you beat the Chiefs. You don't give them the ball back.
You didn't give Mahomes the ball back. You convert on a 3rd down and 6. Great route by Cortland Sutton to beat McDuffie. He had a great day outside of the end of the first half. We'll get to that. But Cortland Sutton made the play that you needed. Bo stepped up. Perfect throw. Right on the money. Bo Nix wasn't fazed. He put together a perfect drive. They did everything right except the part where, you need the left side of your field goal block unit to actually block somebody.
Yeah, man. It was here's what was funny was, and I tweeted this out, and I don't really even know why. I guess I can credit the video games, okay? My son, and I've said this before, but people always find it weird my son's not this rabid Broncos fan that knows us.
Mm-hmm.
I've not been home, though, to cultivate a lot of my game days until he was about 8 or 9 years old. I wasn't around the house. I was at the stadium. So I've been able to force him to watch football or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They did whatever.
But I'm playing guitar.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, or he's playing video games or watching whatever he was doing.
All right.
So yesterday was a new experience.
Dad
for
went
me.
out for cigarettes and
never came home.
Yes,
father of mine. No, but so yesterday he sits down with me, which was cool.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, he just starts throwing hot takes at me, and he's into the game, and he's watching it, and he's excited.
Any good takes?
No. Yeah, he had some. No, he was funny.
No.
He was funny.
Were you roasting him?
No, look, there was a bit of a disagreement at the end of the game because he goes, why didn't they throw it on 2nd down? They should have gone for the touchdown on 2nd down. And I kept going, no, they did exactly what they needed to do. The field goal got blocked, okay? You set it up how you needed to set it up. There was nothing wrong with it. To me, there was nothing wrong with the strategy.
No, it was perfect.
But I did try to warn him.
A 35-yard field goal is that's a chip shot. You're supposed to make it.
I was trying to tell him, though, I tweeted out, I hope no witchery happens at the end of this game to break this poor kid's heart because that's all I've known. So, he's yelling, I'm yelling, we're all mad, everyone's frustrated. And then at the end I go, you know what, Hayden? And I say this to any poor Bronco fan that's his age. He's 15. Here's what you're dealing with. What goes around comes around. And we're seeing it right now. Because you know what? What happened to the Broncos yesterday, the Broncos did to the Chiefs about 1,000 times during the Marty Schottenheimer era.
Yeah.
Elway found a way to do that to them constantly. Peyton Manning found a way to do that to them the last time they won a game. And it sucks that they've got the Elway, and it sucks that the luck's on their side. But I don't know. Here, let me ask you this, because I had no problem with the strategy at the end of the game. I thought it was coached perfectly. I thought you did what you should have done. And then I saw
is that a topic?
Well, here's why
it was a perfect drive.
There's some people that feel like they could have got more aggressive, and I had a few people tweeting me they should have kept going for it. Don't take your foot off the gas. But look, that's
a
easy to say.
35-yard field goal.
Right. It's easy to say till there's a sack.
It's an extra point.
Yeah, and if you get a sack or you turn it over, then everybody wouldn't yell the other way. Here's the only thing I would say to that. Here's the only way where I will say, I sent you the video, and little did I know that would start making around Twitter, but Dan Orlovsky on Get Up this morning broke down all the times that basically Forsythe got knocked down. Okay? On my drive up here, I'm listening to PhD. Tyler says that happens more often than you'd expect at that position, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is the Broncos seem to know they had a deficiency at that position. So if you did know that, then I would have been okay a little bit more, because he got knocked down every play. Every field goal or extra point attempt that was shown on that, he got knocked over.
Go back and watch the PAT after the Sutton touchdown,
right.
And Forsythe got trucked on that play.
He did.
In fact, Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post, and shout out to Parker on this one. He went and did the legwork on this. He writes today, denverpost.com, in a review of the Broncos' 40 combined field goal attempts and extra points so far in 2024. So 21 FGAs, 19 PATs. That's 40 total. The Post found 22 instances of players getting knocked over backward. Of those 22, Alex Forsythe had been the guy knocked over 15 times.
Yeah.
Add in 2 for Matt Pert, and 77% of the knockdowns came from the Broncos' left side. Palczewski had 3, Throckmorton had 1, and Mitchell Furboni had been knocked backwards once. But unfortunately, Alex Forsythe has been the victim there. Now, here's the other part of it. The Chiefs are good at this, okay? This isn't just a fluky thing. They blocked a PAT last year in the Super Bowl. They won the game in overtime. They blocked a PAT against the Broncos, or it might have been a field goal last year against the Broncos in the game in Denver that the Broncos won. And the Chiefs had a block in that game as well. They're kind of good at this.
They are.
And they had it scouted out. There were quotes from Leo Chenal after the game where he said, yes, this was something that we had kind of picked up on as the game was going along. We knew that we could take advantage of that side. In fact, talking to Pro Football Talk, Leo Chenal said Alex Forsythe is light on his toes. And they knew that a bull rush would work right there. Now, the funny thing about all of that is, like, you can do all of that correctly and still not block the kick because everything is just so bang-bang. There's a degree of luck that comes into blocking kicks. You got to get that hand in the right spot. On this one, though, it's the final play of the game. The adrenaline is 100%, and Chenal executed it perfectly and got to block that kick. But there were 4 dudes that were just a waterfall of red all on top of Will Lutz in that moment.
It was embarrassing. It makes me – I mean, I don't hate a team in sports more than I hate the Chiefs. It's just that simple. I hate the Chiefs. I don't think I hate Taylor Swift. I hate Mahomes. I hate Kelsey. I hate their mascot. I hate their stadium. I hate the state. I hate it all. I'm tired of it.
So Missouri, how do you feel about Kansas? Do you okay with Kansas?
I don't need either one of them,
okay,
really.
Okay.
I mean, have I known some fine people from there? I have.
So the entire metropolitan area that splits both states.
Can have it all.
Okay.
The hell with them.
I just want to pinpoint it.
I don't need K-State. I don't need Kansas. I don't need U of M.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need any of it. Mm-hmm. None of it.
I've never heard Mizzou referred to as U of M before.
Yeah, whatever. MU. I got another letter that you can put in front of the U. Whatever. It is what it is. Here's what I'm trying to take. Now, here's the deal.
Yeah.
You can't go the whole second half without scoring. You had a good first half for the most part. You know the play that really killed me, and this is where I think the coaching has got to step it up, all right? Why did you run that damn reverse to Mims? I felt like that reverse to Mims, and I know it's tough to isolate one play, but you kind of were on schedule there, and then the Mims thing threw everything out of whack. He gave the ball back, and they went on another long drive.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like Sean Payton said after the game, we felt like we outplayed them. And in the moment when he said that, and I was watching it, and this is fresh off of me watching it the first time. And when you watch the game the first time, you watch it a little, with more emotion and with the swings of the game sort of on your mind. And in that moment, I was like, yeah, I think he's right about that. I agree with him. Like, the Broncos did outplay them. And then I rewatched the game today, and I came away disagreeing with Sean Payton. I don't think the Broncos outplayed the Chiefs yesterday. I thought they played well. I thought they played well enough to be able to win. But you look at the Chiefs' second half, and when they're able to put up too many of those drives, those stupidly long, they had a 7-minute, almost an 8-minute drive in the third quarter that just choked the Broncos out. They put together another field goal drive that ate, 5 minutes off the clock in the fourth quarter. And you look at Denver's second half possessions, and it's 3 and out. It is a drive that moves 10 yards and ends in a punt that had a big sack on Bo Nix. There was another 3 and out that led to a punt. And then you were good on that last drive all the way up until, you didn't block the field goal. But the Broncos scored a touchdown with 6:39 left in the first half. They never scored again.
Right. Can't have that.
It's really hard to say you outplayed a team, especially when offensively you couldn't sustain possessions and defensively you couldn't get off the field. You made the red zone stops, but you know what? Here's the other thing about it, Andy. The Chiefs are okay with that. They're okay with it. They're just like, okay, we'll play complimentary football. Our defense is awesome. Look at us. We'll suck the life out of our opponent, and we'll kick a stupid chip shot field goal. It's what they do every week.
Young teams have to learn how to win. Broncos need to learn how to win. That's just part of it. Now, again, I do think you can feel good that your young quarterback did not wilt in what is one of the maybe the toughest stadium in the NFL.
Yeah.
Seattle, I like a word with that, and I'm sure there's one more I'm missing, but
the opponent has something to do with it too.
Right, and you can't
Those
hear
guys
in
are
that
good.
place. You can't hear in that place. I've had guys tell me. I've had Bronco alumni tell me back in the day when Denver took pride in that sort of thing, we hate to tell you Kansas City's still louder. You cannot function.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I saw one video going around that wasn't so sure. Alex Forsythe had these struggles. He did not move at the snap either, someone showed. He may not have caught the snap count because that's what the noise
could have been why he got trucked that bad.
Probably. Sean Payton maybe should have thought about the timeout just to make sure everybody was on the same. But again, I didn't have a problem with the way they played out the end of that game. I'm not going to rewrite history just because it didn't, you would think you'd make that kick 90 out of 95 times or whatever you want to say. So, you know what else I saw yesterday? We can get more into this. Every dominant Bronco team, to get to dominant, you've got to have the one guy that makes the first tackler miss. It was Terrell Davis, TD, during the Broncos' early Super Bowl years. It was DT Demaryius Thomas in the later years. But they don't have – and I thought about this when Mims caught that swing pass. He catches a swing pass from Bo. He's on a dead run. The corner comes flying at him, and you couldn't make that guy miss.
303-504-0925. Broncos lose. That means we do point the finger. You may not want to today, but we point the finger after the Broncos lose. We're live at the Hofbrau here today, 92nd and Wadsworth, Westminster. Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Come on out. Have a burrito on a Mexican Monday. Get ready for Monday Night Football. It's all going on, but we're pointing the finger and we're reading your texts when we come back at 303-504-0925. I got a guy I got to point a finger at after the Broncos lose this game. I'll tell you who that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's you know what? It's Monday. That means we're going to talk erectile dysfunction as if you had enough problems this Monday. But it's time to talk about it because if you need to get it dealt with, then you need to go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you, and it's not something to be embarrassed about. Half the men over age 50 deal with erectile dysfunction. With even more of us getting affected into our 60s and beyond, it can even strike you as early as your 30s. Bottom line, this is one of the most pervasive conditions in medicine. ED is a simple medical condition like any other, and for men it's very treatable, which means you could get back to having better sex with the right treatment, but the right treatment's key. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will help you find that right treatment. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some can have you even lasting an hour or more, like Thanksgiving dinner. Go back for seconds. Schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TUPSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. 5 locations to serve you. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, we're live at the Hofbrau today in Westminster. It's 92nd and Wadsworth. That's where you should come see us today. Monday Night Football tonight, Miami and the Rams. LA has elite ownership. They're going for the victory there tonight against the Dolphins, who are trying to climb their way back into some kind of AFC playoff picture. A little bit of good news when it comes to the current playoff standings predicament, whatever you want to call it, Andy, is the Broncos have lost back-to-back games. They're still in playoff position right now, and they're still a game up on Indianapolis, who lost against Buffalo. They're still a game up on Cincinnati, who lost on Thursday night against Baltimore. So the Broncos have it all in front of themselves right now. You win this week against the Falcons, you get back over 500, you're in perfectly fine shape, and you will control your own destiny the rest of the way. You may be able to get in as a 7 seed this year on 9 wins.
You might be able to. See, that's why I don't want anybody to – look, it's annoying as hell to lose to the Chiefs. Don't get me wrong. It would have been great to win in that stadium and in their damn winning streak and all that good stuff.
Yeah, you'd be up 2 games right now.
Yeah.
You'd be in really good shape.
But you know what you can't let this do? This can't be the Hail Mary play for the Chicago Bears. You can't let this crater things.
Yeah.
Because really, the more important game, the more likely – look, the game I more likely thought you would win, I knew they'd compete with KC. They always do. They just have the last few years. Bottom line is you got to get this one Sunday against the Falcons. I know it's not turn the page day just yet, but seriously, Nate, you went in there, you fought, you gave them a scare. You still have big fish you can fry. You cannot let what happened at the end of the game wreck what you have in front of you, like Chicago's letting it.
Yeah, that team is bad.
Oh, they're bad.
Yeah. Has Eberflus been fired yet today?
I don't know. Somehow not. I don't know. Look, I know you're proud you've never fired a coach mid-season. Sometimes he's asking for it.
Sometimes you need to do that.
You know what I mean? I don't know what I don't know what you think you're doing here.
There's a bunch of coaches that you should really think about firing mid-season right now around the NFL. There's some bad coaching jobs going on, which brings me now to Sean Payton, who, Andy, I thought that Sean had his moments yesterday. He did some good play designing. The play that he designed that got Troutman a huge play was fantastic. He was finding green grass in the middle of the field. But his end of first half management was a disaster. And the Broncos let 3 points get away, which ultimately would have been absolutely massive. If you remember how the first half ended for the Broncos, first off, you run up to spike the ball. Cortland Sutton lines up offside to get a 5-yard penalty. Okay. Nix overthrows Lil Jordan on a 1st and 15. They then throw a deep post to Cortland Sutton where Nix and Sutton couldn't connect. The safety was coming in. I think Sutton heard footsteps and wasn't able to make the catch. It was a little high and outside. If you ask Cortland Sutton, I bet he would tell you that he should have been able to make that play. But here's my major issue with that is when you snap that ball, there's 9 seconds left in the half. It's a 2nd down and 15. Why not just run a screen? Why not just run one of the quick outs that Bo loves to throw, hit a connection, you had a timeout left, pick up 7 yards right there, and you go from a potential 60-yard attempt to a 54, 53, 52-yard attempt, which is much more makeable. I don't know how many 60-yarders have ever been made at Arrowhead. It doesn't feel like there would be all that many. They talk all the time about the wind in that place. The grass looked like it sucked yesterday. It was so funny, by the way. CBS was like, oh, the grounds crew was great. And then they showed a shot of the ground, and I was like, I count like 4 blades of grass and a bunch of green dirt. That's all that I see right there.
That's how that place gets this time of year. I've seen it with my own eyes.
But tell me again how great the job that the turf crew did. Either way, you call that play right there, and that's the decision that Bo makes. It was bad. And then you attempt a 60-yard field goal attempt. Tell Mecole Hardman, he ran out of gas because he tried to run from one sideline to the other, but that thing was risky. That was damn near a kick 6 at the end of the half for the Kansas City Chiefs. But the Broncos, once they got up to a 1st down and 10 with 14 seconds left, the execution went to crap. Some of it's a mistake that's out of Sean Payton's control. A veteran like Cortland Sutton should know better than to line up beyond the ball. But after that, you guys, you have timeouts in your pocket. Just hit the easy button. Take the 6-7 yards and get into a makeable distance for your field goal kicker. That was 3 points you desperately needed. That execution was terrible, and in a divisional game on the road, that's a losing sequence right there.
No, you're right. You're right. You got to get those points. I do feel like Cortland probably should have caught that ball, but they didn't.
He would tell you he should have, but it's a hard catch.
No, I'm not saying it's easy, but guess what? Pro football's hard.
You're right.
You got to make some hard plays sometimes. That's all.
Hit the easy button though.
No,
on that
I'm
play.
with you. I'm with you. You can't. The bottom line is you can't have your first points of the game early be the last points again. Sean had this problem a bit last year we saw, where they would come out, sometimes they'd score, and it was like they'd adjust to him, and he'd never offer the counter adjust.
Spagnuolo had a great second half.
Adjust to him.
Yeah.
So I just think this game is on the coaches more than just the players yesterday. I feel like sometimes you can coach up a great play and it doesn't get executed. Well, that's totally on the players. I love some of the things, like how many reverses are you going to run in a game? And go back to the Mims play. How many times are you going to show those guys that?
Kansas City
ready
had that.
For it.
They had that completely strung out too.
And here's the other thing.
The other shame of it too is I like the way Marvin Mims was used yesterday.
I agree.
Good. Get the ball in his hands. Put him in the backfield. I'm fine with it.
Let's still try to throw him some passes. But here's the other thing too, okay? Jeff Legwold always talks about run the offense you have, not the one you want. Okay, how many times – there was the one play where Bo just flung it up, and like his most egregious play was the fling up because the blitz was coming, and he just threw up the 500. Now, his best throw of the year was a touchdown to Cortland. So it's kind of like in the game, I think he had one of each. But they're coming after Bo. Don't put 3 wide. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can't block it today.
No,
He's willing to show up, so you can't give him that opportunity. You got to call a different play.
I think for the day, Nix was sacked a grand total of twice, but those 2 sacks resulted in a net loss of 33 yards.
Yeah, drive killers.
Yeah, and again, Spagnuolo he's the best in the business for a reason. He knows I've got him overloaded. He called 0 blitzes, and Nick Bolton was able to rip through and make that play. Listen to this, okay? NFL.com has this. First half, okay? Nix throws for $160, 2 touchdowns. Broncos average 6 yards a carry. Halftime adjustments. Chiefs limited Denver's offense to 68 total yards in the second half. 68 total yards. The Chiefs' 2 scoring drives combined to take 12 minutes off the clock, and you choked out the Broncos' offense in the second half of that game. There was some good fortune involved in it. Blocking a field goal there's always a degree of luck that is included in it, but also this is all the Chiefs do right now is they win close games. That's all this team knows how to do. In fact, they are now 7-0 this season in 1-score games. The 72 Dolphins and the 07 Patriots, the only teams in the Super Bowl era to go unbeaten for a full regular season, combined had 7 1-score wins.
All right, so let me ask you this, because we got 2 teams kind of like this right now. Detroit living a fine life as proof of last night as well.
Yeah.
Will the luck run out? Because, see, a lot of times, like, I'll take the Bears, the Nagy Bears.
Sure.
The Matt Nagy Bears with the double doink and all that. I kept thinking to myself, sooner or later their luck's going to run out, then we'll see how they handle it.
Yeah.
Man, with the Chiefs, I don't know if you can call it luck when they just know how to win.
Well, can I tell you about a team that had 9 1-score wins in a season and won a Super Bowl?
Was it the Denver Broncos?
Your 2015 Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the luck never runs out.
Or they just know how to be clutch. Look, KC knows how to be. That was clutch yesterday. That one lucky. That was clutch. They knew what to attack. They attacked it, and they got it done.
They did. It was also kind of lucky. Stupid field goal block. Man, it's what's hard about that play, too, is we've all rewatched it 12 times now. Forsythe just got destroyed. And I know guys get destroyed on field goal blocks a lot, but that one was like he did a full somersault backwards.
Yeah, the whole left side of the line suffered, man.
Whew. And Peart had some bad technique going on right there. Stabbed the leg out, and he had no leverage. So it was bad all over the place.
You know what I wanted for Bo to experience was he made the key 3rd down throw so that they didn't attempt the field goal and give the ball back to Kansas City. All I wanted was for that to be rewarded.
It should have been.
You know what I mean?
It should have been. Yes. Like, ultimately, the result doesn't change the way Bo played yesterday.
No.
Which was he played really well. But also
For a half, though.
It does pepper the experience differently.
They can't be as inept as they were in the second half as far as holding on to the ball. But again, part of it is the Chiefs. You know, the offense, how many plays they get in the second half? Because the defense wasn't stopping them until the red zone. What did the Chiefs have? 3 drives for field goals? What was the halftime score? I'm trying to remember. Was it third?
It was 14-10 at the half. The Chiefs had 2 field goal drives in the second half. Both of them were long field goal drives.
Yeah, it just felt like every
Clock
third down play.
Strangling.
At what point, though, at what point does it become a bigger, I don't know, the calls going your way. God, I guess that's what happens when you're good. I did not like the Benito illegal contact because it just happened. So even Trent Green was like, wow, you don't throw that flag.
I think Benito had gotten to Mahomes on that play in 2.4 seconds. And, like, yes, I think it was Justin Watson. It was hard because there wasn't a great angle, and I haven't seen the all-22 yet, but I think it was Justin Watson. It sure looked to me like he just ran into Brandon Jones, too.
Yeah, but because it was the start of the play.
It's so...
That rush was in there so fast.
It was there so quickly. I hate that penalty. And it's, the officials can't have one eye there and one eye on the timing of everything else. You would hope that's one where replay assist could buzz down and be like, nah, pick it up. We're good. Maybe in their meetings this week they'll decide, we probably should have discussed that one a little further and picked it up. They didn't, and the Chiefs score on the damn drive. Unreal. There's always one of those a game.
Yeah,
there's always one of those a game with the Chiefs.
But what was amazing about that one was, again, Benito got in there so fast.
Yeah.
So fast.
Oh, Nick Benito's an absolute stud.
Oh, they're going to have to pay him now.
Yeah, no, Nick
better save a little money for that.
Nick Benito, he played like he saw a tweet about Jonathan Cooper's contract this week.
Could you give him a smack on the rear? We don't normally do that on the old Monday.
Oh, he was dominant.
Not allowed, or
he was absolutely dominant in that game. Mahomes was pressured on 20 of 49 dropbacks, 41%. That is the highest pressure rate that he has faced since Week 8 of 2023, also against the Broncos.
What do you think happens in that last game? You know what could go down? Now, Buffalo's this week for Kansas City.
Yep.
Broncos could be playing to prevent a perfect season. Like, we all keep thinking
There's
Kansas
no way.
City may. What if they're undefeated?
The Chiefs have to lose a game sometime, right?
Well, it should have been yesterday. And probably 2 or 3 others. Seriously.
All right, hold on. Let me look at their schedule the rest of the way.
They got Buffalo next week.
They got Buffalo this week.
And here's what I hope is happening.
They're in Buffalo. The Bills are going to beat them.
They're
at Carolina. Bryce Young's hot. Panthers won 2 in a row.
Don't count out those Panthers.
They got the Raiders at home. I kind of like the Chiefs there. They got the Chargers at home.
That's going to be a tough one.
Good again yesterday, man. At Cleveland, against Houston, bad loss for the Texans last night. Jared Goff throws 5 interceptions. You can't lose that game.
No,
can't lose that game.
Not when you're ahead.
Not okay. Not okay. That's you know what that is. What evidence that is, Andy, is as a quarterback, you can play terrible and win. In the case of Jared Goff, you can be Bo Nix and play well and lose because football's a cruel game. They're at Pittsburgh. Steelers are going to be fighting it out with Baltimore for the division by then. Big win for them yesterday against the Manders, and then they'll finish up at Denver. There's no way.
You know what? So this is what yesterday's game kind of reminded me of.
I say that, and there's definitely a way.
That remembered 1998. Although the Bills are really good against the Chiefs in the regular season, they suck against the Chiefs in the playoffs. What yesterday's game reminded me of, back in 1998, the Broncos were at home against the Chiefs. I went to this game as a fan, and it was like around Christmas time. And they were going for 13-0. The Chiefs got ahead. It looked like most of the game, the Chiefs are going to end the Broncos' bid for the undefeated season.
Yeah.
Broncos come back in unbelievable fashion. They extend it to 13-0, off to the Giants the next week. Giants in the street. The TV networks are so upset because it was supposed to be, had the Broncos gotten past the Giants, much like your 85 Bears, There's going to be Broncos and Dolphins with the undefeated season on the line and Mercury Morris and all those people, and the Giants went and ruined it the next week. So I hope the Bills will do the same thing to the Chiefs this week.
Mercury Morris, by the way, no longer with us. Pour one out for old Mercury.
Pour one out. Well, but he's the one I always think of because he was kind of the ringleader of it, right?
He sure was. He was always the most excited. He was the one always popping the cork. I did a really uncomfortable interview with Mercury Morris one time. Very uncomfortable.
What'd you say? Was it your fault? Did you know it was going to get uncomfortable?
No, it's his fault. Okay. I wanted him to admit he's a jerk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he wouldn't, and I wouldn't let it go.
I feel like there were equal parts of blame probably in what you're describing.
I would argue that he is in the wrong and was in the wrong for decades, but still.
We had one of the most extreme, awkward interview I had to sit through. I was a producer. We're at a training camp, and Reggie Jackson, not the point guard, but the grand slugger from the Yankees, was out here doing some baseball thing, just being Reggie Jackson.
Mr. October.
And so Scott and Dave had to interview him, and Scotty, I have the same issue. You kind of fumble the start of the question or the word here or something. So Scotty stutters on something, and Reggie Jackson's like, "What's the matter, guy? Go ahead and finish the question. You nervous? You talking to Mr. October?" And I thought Dave Logan was going to jump through the phone and beat the crap out of this guy. Oh, I got contentious from there. Reggie Jackson, there are athletes that you know are kind of like, there's people you know that are confident, but they hide it. And then there's Reggie Jackson.
He was the straw that stirs the drink, man.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that guy.
Bro, this interview's enough for me.
Enjoyed the smell of his
I don't
own
need to
butt.
talk to you ever again.
That is darn right.
Oh, I hate that term when you say that.
I know. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make anybody comfortable.
That's why I think there's equal blame to go around on your Mercury Morris thing.
4:45. Bobby Pesavento will join us. He's freshly back from Lubbock. How many tortillas plunked him in the face? We'll find out from Bobby Pesavento coming up at 4:45. Quick break. When we come back, Andy, things may not have been good at Arrowhead, but they were pretty damn good at Ball Arena this weekend. We're talking about the greatest basketball player on the planet next.
He'll be the inbounder. Throws it off over to Kyrie. 5 seconds left to go. Three-pointer wins it. He goes for the win. Missed it. Rebound tip, no go. There's the horn. Denver sweeps the 5-game homestand. They take care of the Dallas Mavericks tonight by a final of 122-120. Game winner, Michael Porter Jr., Nikola Jokic, back-to-back 30-point triple-doubles. Man, what a win for Denver.
Cause last night, good stuff. Can't believe Kyrie didn't get that one to go down. Everything was going down for Kyrie in that second half last night. He went for 43, 17 of 22 from the field, but he missed when it mattered the most. Porter got the game-winning floater last night. MPJ, huge clutch shot, goes for 17 last night. But, Andy, the story, Nikola Jokic, 37 points, 18 rebounds, 15 assists, along with 3 steals. Nobody's ever done it before. Tom, stop me if you've heard this one. Nobody has ever put up that stat line before in NBA history in a single game. Nikola Jokic just winning everybody's fantasy league for him in one night. Another unbelievable performance. Like Kaz said, back-to-back 30-point triple-doubles. He did it against Miami on Friday night as well. 2 huge victories for the Nuggets. They open up, they go 5-0 on the homestand ultimately, but they open up with kind of the 2 easy wins. The next 3 were going to be tough. I didn't have them going 3-0 in those games.
No.
And they did it. They beat OKC, they beat Miami, they beat Dallas, and now it's off until Friday for some IST action down in New Orleans. Andy, are all early season concerns alleviated? 5-game win streak, 7-3. Now OKC is dealing with a major injury situation with Chet Holmgren. Are we fine now? Are we good?
Yeah, I don't think we totally hit the panic button on this show. Now, am I ready to proclaim, this team's going to go claim the first seed again? I don't know. No, we'll see how it goes. What I like from what I've seen lately, what I think is awesome, is you actually do have some dudes.
Yeah.
Okay? I think for a while, a lot of our angst, collectively, media, fans, whatever, was, Calvin Booth, what are you doing? And Calvin Booth kept saying, well, I don't know. Maybe these guys need to play.
Yeah.
And now, because of the injury situation,
they're playing.
Maybe they should have played.
And they're playing
well.
well.
You know what I mean? But Malone's coaching the hell out of them. I think it's great. But I think you actually got some young guys on the bench that I think from the coaching staff to the rest of us, I think I don't mind trusting you a little bit. Quite honestly, and I understood, I don't know if you heard Malone's postgame last night. He was talking about the matchup, so that's why our guy Hunter Tyson didn't make it in. But I wouldn't have been afraid to see Hunter Tyson out there. Now, again, especially as Marlowe and Hastings said a number of times, when you got Kyrie on one like he was last night, you're not going to risk your defensive matchup. But, my God, this has been a fun week, Nate, and it's been much needed. I think now, let me ask you this. Say 6 months from now, where are we at? March? They're battling for that 6th.
March is in 4 months.
Okay, then it's early. My point is, towards the end of the year, it's not in 4 months.
Yes, it is. It's November plus 4. March.
End of November. My point being, if they're not the top seed because you played some younger guys, don't you feel like they got a little something to them? Don't you feel like there's no way you could be as concerned as you were 2 weeks ago?
Christian Brown is cemented. He's good to go.
Oh, he's better than I thought he'd be. Come on, you know what? Let's smack some rears for him.
Christian Brown gets a smack on the rear. Jamal Murray has played well. Not perfect, but he's played well.
Finding himself again, though.
Clearly still has some rust and clearly some conditioning things going on. But Watson's been terrific. You get more good minutes. You get 23 minutes out of Strawther last night. Zeke was bad, but he's Zeke Najee. What do you want? Westbrook had a bad shooting night, but last night wasn't about your bench. Last night was about your starting unit and about Nikola Jokic and what he's capable of being able to do. And he's really, the other thing about it, too, is like last night, you could make a strong argument that's the 2 best basketball players on the planet that are out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, no matter what happened, we got a taste of what it feels like when Nikola can't miss.
Yeah, Luka's pretty damn good, but Nikola Jokic is just on a different planet.
Well, but when Kyrie's shooting like that,
yeah,
you said it forever. I mean, there were sometimes, I'll tell you, a little too obsessed with Kyrie for me. I got it last night.
Oh, he's
when
good.
He's shooting like that.
Oh, he's
that
good.
was flipping ridiculous.
Yeah. No,
because it didn't matter where on the floor he was. That thing was going down.
That dude is something, and he was going last night, and you survived it and got that victory. The other part about it too was 15 assists for Nikola last night, and they were 14 to 29 from three. I feel like usually after a Nuggets game, you'll kind of look back and you'll lament like, oh man, missed opportunities here and there. They hit every shot they needed to last night.
Okay, you know who I was most proud of last night, and this probably sounds silly or whatever to some people because I know some people are believing no matter what. I thought a huge growth moment in my mind for MPJ.
Yep.
Because at the end of the game, he went and got the ball from Jamal, and he then turned around and he went and shot.
Put the ball on the floor,
you know what?
too.
Give me a few more of those.
Yeah.
Because we talk about it all the time. There's too many times, and he's been guilty of this plenty of times with Nikola. At the end of the game, when you know they're not going to let Jokic have the shot, somebody else has got to be. They have to raise their hand and say, "I'm not afraid to shoot this."
Yep.
And Russ would be that way, but right now I don't want Russ shooting it at the end.
Only
of the
so
game.
much, guy.
God bless him, but
only so much.
But I was very proud of MPJ because you know what? It wasn't even his classic three-pointer. He got in there, got himself a good shot. Smack on the rear to MPJ.
The physicality that he played with, he put a lot of work into his body in the offseason. He looks bigger. He looks healthy right now. He's playing really well, and I love that the game-winning bucket was on a floater. It was a put it on the floor, get to his spot, rise up above everybody. You can do that because you're 6'10". Great shot. Great shot, great win. Nuggets get a few days off now.
By the way, how about all the analysts, all the player analysts just handing him MVP number 4 already?
Who's playing better than him? He's unreal.
They'll concoct a reason.
He's unreal.
But I love that the players who know what they're looking at are like, no, this is the dude. There were 3 different podcasts last week with 6 different players going, no, he's the best. There's just no denying it.
It's really hard to have a bad possession with him. Even if you miss, even if he misses, he'll just tip it up to himself and then put it in. Good big tipper night last night out of him. Avalanche did beat Carolina on Saturday.
God, what a fun game.
Scored a lot of goals in that thing,
Did you
6-4.
see the Cale Makar howitzer?
He is.
When he was shorthanded.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's back, man.
I don't know how that thing didn't go through the net. And then you know what
Point
else
streak
I love?
is started up again.
How about nasty Nate McKinnon with just a little bit of the shimmy shake?
Mm-hmm.
He breaks into the zone, looks like he's going to go to Ranton and said, no, I'm not, brings it right back. I'm telling you, you know what blows my mind about modern hockey players? The way, again, just a guy coming from lacrosse, I swear the puck feels like it's stuck to their stick the way we cradle in lacrosse. You know what I mean? Like the ball, but it's sitting in. I don't know how these guys keep it on their blade like they do now. I don't even remember most of the first Avs Cup run having the ability to just do whatever. Like they go wherever with the puck, and it's not even like an inch away from the blade. It's like it's just stuck to the stick the whole time. McKinnon was nasty. And by the way, Georgie's back. They waived Capo Kakinen today.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's to put him down at the minors. Maybe Spring can give us some insight on that. But I'm telling you, dude, Georgie had himself a hell of a night the other night. He was just cheating on that backside shot because apparently we aren't going to play defense against it.
6-4.
God, I love that game.
High-scoring affair.
Didn't love that game in the first period, but I loved it the last 2.
Nashville tonight over there at Ball Arena. Connor's got the call. L.A. comes in on Wednesday, and then it's Washington on Friday. So that's what's going on the homestand right now for the Avalanche. The Nuggets just conclude an excellent homestand. The Buffs are
buffing
well on their way to a Big 12 championship game right now. Win out, and you're in the Big 12 championship game.
Did you watch Utah BYU? That after I got done with the Avs, I switched to Utah BYU.
Watch Utah choke that
what
game away.
In the hell? Okay, who got the worst call? Nick Bonito with the illegal contact on his sack, or what they decided to call at the end of the BYU game?
Unreal.
Woo!
Unreal. Yeah, Utah choked that one away. Should have had it. 2-score lead at the half. They lose by 1, so it's BYU and the Buffs that are on a crash course in the Big 12 championship game. 4:45, Bobby Pesavento is going to be with us on the show to tell us what it was like in Lubbock.
He dodged tortillas. I asked him.
Andy, that scene
he was like,
ugly.
I don't know what the hell was going on.
It was ugly. It was ugly.
This guy played in Nebraska multiple times. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing.
Get that thing under control. Unbelievable.
That town sucks.
And then Dion is yelling at the refs
And they're yelling back.
And they're just like, well, tell your players to stop blowing kisses. I'm sorry. Blowing kisses is one thing. Throwing projectiles at people is something completely different. Crap.
And that crew.
Absolute crap
That was
behavior.
a 4-hour game because they couldn't quit calling stuff.
Yeah, that was a game that wouldn't end. Buffs were marvelous, though. Another wonderful Travis Hunter game. I think he played 161 snaps in that game. It's not bad.
Average day at the office.
I'd still be asleep if I had done that. Guy is absolutely incredible. So we'll talk to Pesavento about that. But a quick break when we come back. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Besides blocking a little bit better on a field goal attempt, what could the Broncos have done to have changed the outcome yesterday against the Kansas City Chiefs? Jeff Legwold tells us next. Hey, guys, it's Nate Kreckman for Rad Power Bikes. Hey, you want an affordable way to be able to get yourself an e-bike? Go to Rad Power Bikes. Talk to them because, number one, their bikes come in at a great price to begin with. Then you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per bike to make it that much more affordable. Oh, and on top of that, Rad Power Bikes is now offering financing through Affirm, 6, 12, and 18-month options. Now you can be in an e-bike pretty quickly at a really affordable price. You're not going to go broke getting a new bike. And hey, even more, tell them that you heard this spot on Altitude. You get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of a bike, a basket, a cargo bag, a pet carrier, a child seat. You can do all of it on your Rad Power Bike. Replace your expensive car with a super easy to ride, very comfortable e-bike. Anybody can get on one of these e-bikes from Rad Power Bikes and go rip it up. You don't got to be wearing spandex to get on there and go and have some fun. I was riding mine around the neighborhood yesterday. There's still ice and snow on the ground. I was blazing right through that stuff. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go to altitudesportsradio.com to sign up to win your own Radster Trail e-bike. That's the bike that I ride. Hopefully you can win one of those because I know you will love it. Yeah, Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, there's a lot of ways to lose a football game. Sometimes you lose because you didn't play well enough. Other times you lose just because the other team was better. As you've had a chance to digest the entirety of the Broncos' visit to Kansas City, was that an execution loss or a talent loss for the Broncos?
Yesterday it was an execution loss. I mean, that's, other than the Ravens game, which is, is what it was. We all saw it. But other than the Ravens game, they have played playoff-worthy defense. They sacked Mahomes more times than they've sacked him in any game they've faced him. They, Jaquan McMillan fell down in the end zone, but they largely handled Kelsey. They kept Hopkins he had one big play when Surtain wasn't on him, and even that was an 18-yarder. It wasn't like a bomb or something. So they played well enough on defense. 16 is, that should put you in the ballpark of winning. It's just, they have a penalty that makes it a 60-yard field goal at the end of the half. I think at one point in the third quarter, they had 10 yards of offense and then the block kick to end the game. So, I mean, it's an execution thing on offense right now. And they had two really good drives. I thought the one long touchdown drive was as good of a play calling sequence as Payton has had with the Broncos. But then in the second half, they again go away from some of the things they did when it was going okay. And, they're still kind of baffling on offense. And I think in the end, it was an execution on offense. They could have put the game away with, one more better red zone trip.
All right, Jeff, what does happen in the second half? Is it self-inflicted, as maybe you suggested there, because you quit calling those same plays and running out those same personnel groups, or is it adjustments made by the other team that forces them to go into some of these stall-outs offensively?
Well, it's a little of both, Andy. I mean, you're never in the NFL. If you're playing anybody good, you're not going to keep, sort of being able to bang the drum the same way over and over again. I'm just saying, in the first half, they were slightly more diversified. We saw some more tight ends. We saw, just some different or some route combinations they haven't used a lot of this year. And I think it was helpful, and they really can't seem to find a way to fit a sort of traditional running game. They're trying to create a running game with Mims in the backfield and some fly sweeps and, all of these things to the perimeter. And, will that avoid some 3 and outs if they pound on the run game a little bit? I don't know that for sure. I just know that when they get away from at least having the threat of Nicks under center a little bit or some play action, that defenses have an easier time, and that's what defensive coaches are telling me.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, the blocked field goal at the end. Leo Chenal gets through. Forsythe put on his back. Matt Peart kind of a step to the outside, and the entire left side of the line just absolutely crumbled. You go back and watch the PAT after the Cortland Sutton touchdown. It looked like that was already the case. How would you grade this out? And it's always tough to make these adjustments in game, but was there a coaching staff failure that led to that final play going Kansas City's way?
Well, I mean, you're always going to say yes because of the way it turned out. And that's, it's a bottom line business. Even coaches would tell you that. But, I mean, the Chiefs were pretty I know some folks with the Chiefs, and they said that Chenal had come to the sidelines, or the other players had come to the sideline after the PAT and said, this is something we could come back to. And they did. And, the Broncos have created some plays on special teams when they find a weakness or, a crack. That's just good scouting. That's going to happen sometimes. I don't think, you can just say, oh, it's Forsyth's fault and, that's it. We had some help there in terms of, the outside edge cave too. And, I thought the kick was a little low. I don't have my protractor out to measure it, but in real time, it looked a slightly low to me. And I thought, even looking at it on video, it may have, because he got it with his wrist. He didn't even need to get it with his hands or his fingertips or whatever. So I think there's a lot of things going on there. And yeah, some of it is coaching that you don't know, that maybe they did notice and thought we can get away with it. We'll get it next week, because it's hard to switch personnel on special teams when guys, Matt Pert has a role in the offense. It's hard to switch guys around without injuries or anything on special teams sometimes during games.
Wait a minute, Leggy, you just made me realize something. Okay, so every player in the league with the next gen stats, they all have a chip, so you can put the speedometer on guys, find out whatever their top speed was on a breakaway. I mean, launch angle and velo, like we have it in baseball, like exit velo and launch angle.
Yeah.
When are we going to get it on field goal and PAT attempts? This feels to me like the next most logical step now for the networks.
You would think the chip in the ball would help you with that kind of
Right.
stuff. But, yeah, first downs, too. I still don't understand the reluctance to ditch
Still
the
using
chain.
chains. What are we doing?
Yeah. But anyway, I think it's just exacerbated by that they were so close. I mean, they did everything right for most of that game, especially defensively. I'm not sure Mahomes has been under that kind of consistent four-man pressures. I mean, they had a three-man pressure that got home. I mean, they were on a heater yesterday. Everything they called on defense, for the most part, was a win. The lone touchdown they give up, Jaquan McMillan, who slipped a couple times this year in coverage, just slipped coming out of his back pedal, when he tried to move to the ball. And, again, you would think giving up one touchdown against the Chiefs would put you in the ballpark, and it did put them in the ballpark. And they handled the last drive. Everything except the kick is perfect. They used up the clock. I mean, there's nothing left there but the game winner.
All right, we're at the midway point of the season, right? 9 games now officially. Or what was it, the whole half of –
halftime of the Baltimore game.
That's right. I guess it's 10 games, too, because now they're 5-5. Look, Leggy, here's my reason for asking you this. From my side of things, there's still some stuff I want to see Bo Nix do better, obviously. There's still some accuracy stuff I'd like to see, or some downfield stuff. But, man, that throw on third down to pick up a first down, guys have wilted in that situation. I thought he maybe had his best ball of the year to Cortland Sutton on the touchdown. Where are you? Midpoint grade, if you will. Probably should have asked you a week ago, but whatever, our show. Midpoint grade. What do you like? What do you want to see fixed a little bit?
Well, I think they've put so much on his plate, his footwork's just going to have to wait. Now, they're probably not. They probably think I make too big a deal of it, but it's just my training over the years from coaches and scouts who've helped me, digest film and evaluate players. But his footwork needs some addressing, and that's, perfectly natural when you go from doing whatever you want as one of the best athletes on the field in high school and college, and then you get to the NFL and you gotta dial it in a little more. That's just the way it is. But I do, I like talking to Bo about, his approach to things. I think he's got a good perspective on where he is as a player, and I do like that. And that is, that's a big deal in a developmental, in a developmental way. Like, he is honest with himself. He knows what needs to happen moving forward. And even yesterday, he was one of the real, as a young guy, he was one of the real players to sort of stand up after that game and just say, hey, we want to be the team, making that last play to win. And you can't stop until you are that team making that last play. And I thought that was an important thing. And I know it's a loss and everybody's mad. And, I see the stuff when the prop bets don't work out for people. There's a lot of angst with that. I get it. But I thought I've been in a lot of locker rooms over the years. I thought that one handled a crushing loss just about as well as you can. I mean, they understood what it was, but they also understood they're still sort of the number 7 seed in the AFC, as they wake up this morning, and they play the 2 teams behind them in the weeks ahead.
Jeff, we got 1 minute here, but earlier this season, Sean Payton lamented the challenge of getting 3 different backs carries. Now he's using 4 different backs with Estime up and Marvin Mims now being used in the backfield. What gives with the run game?
I think Estime is going to get more work moving forward. That's just my gut. I mean, that's the way they're now. He said that today again. He said today Estime is going to get more touches. Now we'll see. He said that before, and it hasn't come to fruition for some guys, but they have practiced that way last week. We'll see what this week looks like, but I think they like Estime's decisiveness. I think the stat line looks a lot different if that 17-yard carry holds up when Ben Powers was called for a hold. So
yeah,
I think they like his decisiveness between the hash marks, and that's where they can, if they can get a run game in there, you watch the kind of room that creates for Bo Nix, and that they need something in between the hash marks in the run game, and then suddenly the quarterback to the perimeter is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, Estime looks like a fresher, younger version of Javonte Williams. Jeff Legwold, everyone, ESPN. Go to ESPN.com. Read his latest. We talk to Jeff on Mondays and Fridays. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, excellent work. Thanks, man.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, the great Jeff Legwold with us there on a Monday afternoon. Yeah, Andy, the run game has certainly found something. We'll dive into that. Plus, an unexpected controversy came from Bo Nix yesterday. We'll tell you what that is when we return. Hey, the weather has gotten chilly. It is time to call up my friends over at Apple Air. They are Denver's HVAC experts that truly do care. They care about your home. They care about your bank account by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest price possible. Give them a call today, 303-733-2813. In fact, right now, Apple Air is offering a furnace safety checkup for just $43.95. That is a new customer exclusive offer. Again, $43.95. You're not going to get a better price anywhere. They came out and took a look at my furnace unit and they said, this thing's in trouble. Well, guess what? I also got one of their specials, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace, a 2-stage furnace, and the house has never been warmer and cozier. Apple Air, they were pros. They got it done quickly, and they got it done at a great price. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that
Kansas City's defense number 15 in third down defense. And the Broncos bottom 6 in third downs. But here's a 3rd and 1. Nix deep. He's got his receiver. Touchdown. Sutton. They beat McDuffie. The All-Pro Cortland Sutton lassos a 32-yard touchdown pass. And Nix with his 2nd touchdown pass today.
Has Cortland Sutton ever been All-Pro?
No.
That felt a little generous there from Kevin Harlan.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't recall. He's
Pro
been
Bowl.
He's been to a Pro Bowl.
Not All-Pro.
Not All-Pro.
If it was, it would have to be like his 2nd year.
Yeah, I don't.
But I don't think so. He hadn't had a quarterback to get him there.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what? If he was All-Pro his 2nd year, I think that was a Case Keenum year. Or no, that would have been his rookie year.
Yeah, his 2nd year was the year that he put up numbers. Yeah, I don't think he's been All-Pro.
With like 9 quarterbacks.
I don't need to fact check the great Kevin Harlan.
By the way, we've got Osiris here, who plays a little football for the TJFL.
Cool.
He's a defensive end.
All right.
Who do you think his favorite player is? I mean, he plays a lot of positions.
Okay.
But his favorite player?
TJ Watt.
Oh, that's not a bad guess.
No.
Max Crosby.
Not one of the Boses?
He said he's going to go to UNLV. He's got it all mapped out.
Okay, he's going to play.
And then I assume he wants to be drafted a Raider.
He's going to play for Barry Odom.
So I said, hey, Shedeur Sanders might be their quarterback next year. He said, nah, I'll take Aiden O'Connell. So, Dad, are you Osiris's dad? We might need to work on the hot takes with the quarterback stuff. That's all. Aiden O'Connell over Shedeur seems like a rough go. But we can raise them in your house wherever you need to.
You know what I have to say to that take?
What? Here comes Dad.
No Cyrus.
No Cyrus. Okay. All right. Yes. He said that he'd
Dad
prefer
knows better.
Aiden O'Connell over Shedeur Sanders for the Raiders.
Shedeur Sanders, pretty damn good.
He was pretty good this weekend.
Down in
pretty
Lubbock.
Good. So
pretty good.
Your son's a joy, though.
Buffs have won 3 in a row. They win at 41-27 down in Lubbock. Shedeur's final numbers, 30 of 43, 291, 3 tutties. Basically a little bit of a slow start. Texas Tech jumped out to a 13-0 lead. Buffs defense figured it out. They dominated the rest of the way. It was 41-14 after it was 13-0. That game really wasn't even as close as the final score indicated. Andy, I told you I love this matchup for the Buffs going into it, and they kicked the ever-living snot out of Texas Tech. Travis Hunter, 9 catches, 99 yards, and a tutty in that game. He also played 85 of 87 snaps defensively for the Buffs.
How about that pick that didn't count? I mean, you want to
the
talk
free
about
play?
going to the top floor? Good night.
My favorite thing about that was it's free play.
Yeah.
So he goes up and snags the thing. He knows the pick's not going to count, and he just chucks it back at him.
Gets up and chucks it
It's like,
back.
here, I don't even need this. This is yours.
Yeah, it was
Unreal. Unreal, the athlete that this guy is. He's amazing. He just keeps on doing it. And he was the best offensive player on the field, along with Shedeur. He was the best defensive player on the field. The Buffs were a nightmare for Texas Tech to have to deal with. And Colorado, if they win out, is on their way to the Big 12 championship game. Of course, Andy, the other subplot of this game, Texas Tech fans. Interesting lot. So they throw the tortillas, which is harmless enough. The problem is when it goes from tortillas to full projectiles, which started getting fired out onto the field. Now, there was a play in the second half in which there was a review that was going on. And the play, it was a face mask that wasn't called, a targeting that was, but was later rescinded. And then during the review, while the telecast is trying to talk to Dean Blandino to get his take, really, it was kind of some unfortunate timing, and you never count on these things happening, but Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire then requested a microphone so he could yell at all the rubes in the stands and tell them to stop throwing garbage onto the field. Here we go, a very angry Texas Tech head coach yelling at his fans and telling them to try and have some sort of decorum. Roll it, Spring.
But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Joey McGuire has a microphone. He said, students, stop throwing stuff on the field. We're going to get a penalty.
After review, there is no foul for targeting.
And this isn't going to help.
The play is a sack for a turnover on downs.
That was so funny because I'm watching it on TV, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Quit throwing it on the field. And then he sounds all nutty. Like, did he not sound like a little bit like Dan Hawkins?
Because that's
the Big 12, brother.
Because the PA guy had already made his announcement, and he was just like, attention, ladies and gentlemen, please stop throwing garbage at everybody. That was all he said. McGuire's screaming at everybody, stop throwing things on the field. And then, for good measure, he adds a please at the very end of it.
Please.
It's like when my kid asked me for a granola bar, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you want a what?
Taylor Swift corrected the security guards, I guess, yesterday.
There you go.
No, it was quite interesting there. We're going to talk to Bobby Pesavento, like you said, coming up here in about 15 minutes or so, about what he witnessed there. Because, again, this is a guy he went in a Buffs uniform into Lincoln, Nebraska, and he told me about an hour ago, still the nuttiest thing he'd ever seen there.
So what's going on with everybody throwing junk on the field
Well,
this
they're
year?
allowed to do the tortilla thing.
And that's harmless enough.
Sure.
Throwing them on the field is stupid.
Right. Throw them at each other, I guess.
I like that Travis Hunter picked that one up and shoved it in his pants.
Right. And then Shedeur signed one.
I wonder if he later then, when he went over to the sideline, frisbeed it back up. Just with a little something extra.
Just
on
a little
a little spice.
A little all sweated up.
If you will.
Yeah.
This happened in the Alabama LSU game too.
Right.
They started throwing garbage on the field. LSU fans mad about a face mask getting overturned, and they're
already mad.
Butts handed to them.
They don't like Chip Kelly, I don't think, right now.
By the Tide and Brian Kelly too. And,
right. Well.
And Kirk Herbstreit in the booth, and old Kirk's had enough as well.
There's some debris getting showered on the field. Going near the Alabama bench.
Why does that have to become a thing this year? Some idiots do this at Texas, and now all of a sudden we see it popping up in college football. Enough's enough, clowns. Just, what are you doing?
Agree. And it's not the first bottle ever been thrown on the field here. I can promise you as a sideline guy working in the 80s.
This is just stupid.
Yeah. These were water bottles. Back in the day, they were other kind of bottles. But, and now it's a copycat situation.
Yeah. It's great. That's your home cheerleader.
And guess what? They're not going to review that and take the face mask off the board.
Just embarrassing to LSU. It's embarrassing to college football. And just around the country. Just enough's enough.
Well, look, people warned when Texas had that stoppage.
Yep.
And it was enough for them to figure out
to overturn the call.
To overturn a call.
Yeah.
That you just
set
a bad message. Now, I'm not saying that's what led to this. People, here's it. You know what? Let's just cut through the crap. How about that?
Okay.
People are frustrated with the officiating. Now, I'm not justifying. Don't throw stuff on the field. Don't get somebody injured. Chances are really highly likely you're not even going to hit your intended target.
No.
You're going to tag somebody else and cause injury to somebody who's just trying to take in, or even worse, a child.
You got Shiloh throwing trash back up.
Well, yeah, he goes, hey, you missed this. Like, he was trying to be cheeky about it. But here's the deal, okay? People, we saw it. We saw some stuff in the Chiefs game yesterday. There was the stuff in the Utah-BYU game. There's some interesting. I tried to watch, who was it, Air Force, and who was Air Force
Fresno.
playing? I watched a little bit of that. There was a situation there for a minute. Everything seems to be a conference. Everything takes forever. I just think fans have had enough of this. And I'm not saying it's not the right reaction, but I do think you are now starting to see people have had enough that this happens every dang week, Nate. There's high frustration with the officiating, so how do you get it? Again, I'm not saying it's the right reaction, but how do you get the officiating better? Because, look, I will say this from a Buff standpoint.
The officiating can't get better. Seriously, we throw more rule changes, more reviewable plays into this sport every single year. And here's a perfect example of it. How many Bronco fans are putting screen grabs on Twitter today of the illegal contact on Brandon Jones that wiped out a Nick Bonito sack in what was eventually Kansas City's touchdown drive? Guys, the more you whine about it, the more that the sport then tries to confront that and do away with those penalties, because ultimately their only concern is getting it right. However, getting it right every single time means it takes more time, which means when you're at home and you're watching it on your couch, you get 1,000 replays, right? So no matter what, the content is fresh in your face. If you're at the stadium, you're sitting there bored out of your mind.
Okay.
But we've done it to ourselves,
Fair enough, Nate. So then let's get more of the damn video assist. Let the guys with the TVs in front of them, like the rest of us at home, there's the game's all. I don't care what the sport is.
But the more assisted is, it's just more time. It's just more time.
Not if you just say buzz in and say, hey, this happened. Don't have to. Why does the guy have to go over and look at anything?
People have to be able to live with the fact that this stuff is all going to just take longer the more review that you put into it. The more that we complain about it, the more the sport tries to address it, and the worse it all seemingly gets.
Fair enough. Let me ask you this, though. Why, let's go back to the CU game. And look, I'm going to bring up the Buffs got away with a face mask. There was no targeting, but there was a face mask.
They can't even review it.
That's
what's so dumb about
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Change it. Just say, like the NBA did this year, if we happen to notice a foul, as we go back and look at what you were challenging, then we reserve the right to go, whoops, we missed that. We're now assessing that. Because, again, there was no targeting. It was a dumb call.
Right.
But you missed a face mask, and now you've shown the replay because that's all they've got to do to wait to see what anyone's going to decide. Replay gets shown, and everyone's seen 5 times in a row there's a face mask there.
But is that going to make a difference, or is it simply the fact that Deion's team is polarizing?
Well, no, there's absolutely
whipping your
that.
butt.
Yeah.
And to the point where Deion is pissed off about the fans throwing things on the field, and the refs look at him and go, well, your players are blowing kisses after they score. Are you out of your mind?
Right.
That's your justification for throw things at the players?
I'm with you.
That have some emotion, that are getting unbelievable insults showered down upon them. I mean, we get a Buffs player getting called. I think it was Jimmy Horn gets called for taunting in the end zone.
Doing the peace sign on his way to the end zone.
You can get pelted with garbage. That's fine.
Well,
but the moment that you talk a little bit of trash on the field, I'm sorry, that's a flag.
It was DJ McKinney that you tweeted about.
Yeah.
I remember seeing your tweet after it happened. DJ McKinney said something back to the receiver, gave him a point, and that's when they flagged him and gave him
that was the
one.
You're right. You're right.
The other corner. So
are we out of our mind here? What is going on?
Real quick, you had brought this up in the tease, so I want to circle back to it because you talked about Bo Nix, some good and bad. I had told you about the player. Perfect highlight from spring.
Yeah.
How bad? God, I wish the Broncos had some shot at Travis Hunter, man. Travis Hunter, for what this offense looks like it's going to be for a little bit with Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is the guy you need. The guy that can take that pass, make a dude miss. How many times? Dude, LeJontay Wester's pretty good at it too. How many times did they just tiptoe down the sideline,
Unreal
right
speed.
through a tunnel?
Unbelievable.
Broncos have got to get a guy like that for Bo.
Think about that. The Lions come back last night and beat Houston, and Detroit didn't play well. Okay, but what was Ben Johnson's solution in the second half? Just keep giving the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's going to make a play. He's going to break one. Just set him up with throws into the flat, and that guy is unreal, and he's going to make a play, and he did. And ultimately, that was the difference. Is sometimes it really isn't X's and O's, it is the Joes, and they get that with the Detroit Lions. Broncos don't have that, dude.
No, not in any position.
Buffs are loaded with those dudes.
They got 2 or 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
You need one of them. It's like I said, Broncos have got to find their guy that makes the first tackler miss, okay? So the play goes for more than what you just drew it up for.
I know yesterday's post game it would not have been the appropriate place. Hopefully this Wednesday everyone's in a slightly better mood. The question that I want to hear asked to Bo Nix during his media availability on Wednesday.
Oh, I can't wait for this. That's right.
Was the Rice Krispie treat was that of the prepackaged variety or was that homemade?
I seriously almost bought
of them to bring in for you and me today. I was at Target earlier. I was so close to buying some.
I need to know. I'm glad you didn't because I don't care for the prepackaged Rice Krispie treat.
Oh, you need the fresh one?
I need it made in a kitchen because I need more marshmallow fluff and I need more butter.
Have you had the Cocoa Crispy version of it?
I mean, I've had Cocoa Crispy Rice Krispies, but again, I'm anti prepackaged.
So then make them with Cocoa Krispies. You know they sell those still.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, make
You can make them with Fruity Pebbles.
Could you have requested your lovely betrothed to make some?
She does make them from time to time. The problem is the kids get a hold of them and then they start putting sprinkles on there, and I don't care for that.
No, you don't need all the extra mess. Sometimes simple's best.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of all the famous sideline foods because, remember, here's what I think is funny about the Broncos. We truly have a young team, apparently, because they're known for eating all the Uncrustables in the league, and now Bo's popping. That's right, and now Bo's popping a Rice Krispie treat on the sideline. I thought it was awesome. He's there in the middle of hardcore business in this big old, testosterone-fueled sport, having a Rice Krispie treat. You know what, though?
You don't need orange slices.
I think that's an acceptable. I would take that choice over Jerry Glanville and his glizzy any day.
Oh, the mid-game hot dog.
Yeah, remember? And then Chuck Noll wanted to fight him because he thought he was being cute.
Wasn't Glanville's excuse like that he was like going into a
diabetic
coma?
And he was getting low blood sugar, so he had to eat something.
So he had to crush a hot dog.
But then he got to the handshake afterwards, and Noll drags him in. It was like, "I'll whoop your behind."
I think if you're a coach, you're free to eat whatever you want.
Yeah, come on.
That's the other thing that's funny about it is like if you're up in the booth, they show those guys and they have like 1,000 Diet Cokes and like cans of chew.
Dude, at the Irish
bowl of pretzels.
The Ireland game earlier this year, they had the broadcast crew housing Guinnesses.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee was so lit he couldn't stand up. Do you remember in Home Alone where they go to the cop? They're calling into the cop, and he's eating the donut, and a huge chunk of donuts sitting there on the phone. I want a guy to eat something in the booth and then just have it sit. I want a coach to have it right on the mic as he's trying to hide everything and doesn't realize you got a huge chunk of something right there on the mic.
Bobby Pesavento got a huge chunk of tortillas thrown at him down in Lubbock. He was on the sidelines for Learfield. He will join us to tell us what it was like as the Buffs beat up on Texas Tech on Saturday. That is on the other side. Oh, the holiday shopping season is here, everybody, and the hottest gift this Christmas, it's an e-bike. Rad Power Bikes make the best e-bikes in the industry. You can replace your expensive car. You save on gas. You save on car insurance. You save on maintenance, and you get yourself a super fun e-bike. You can test ride the entire line over at Rad Power Bikes Service Center and Showroom. They got a great store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. They have a super friendly staff. Keegan and John and everybody over there at Rad Power Bikes can help you out. They will show you the complete lineup of customizable e-bikes. You can test ride any bike that they have in the shop. I promise you, once you get on one of these, you're going to want to ride it everywhere. Again, that's 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Tell them you heard this on Altitude. You get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. RadPowerBikes.com. Check those out. You can also go to our website, AltitudeSportsRadio.com, and you can register to win your own Radster Trail e-bike.
They've thrown everything but my mom at me. You know, in my career, you got to understand, I played baseball and football, so batteries and all kind of stuff. So this is normal. So we tried to prepare our young men for that. Thank God, a tortilla, that's what you call it, right? It's soft. It's not hard. But when they start throwing the water bottles and those other objects, that's when you got to alarm the officials and say, okay, now, tortillas is one thing, but, you know, but water bottles and other things, that get a little crazy. But I'm thankful. I think Joey grabbed the microphone and tried, and it was a timeout, and one of his kids was down, and he said, man, I apologize. I said, no, I had to do it last week. So I had to do the same thing. I had to grab the microphone and talk to our students as well about throwing things. So he handled it professionally, and that's indicative to who he is.
You know, if you toast those tortillas, they can become very dangerous projectiles.
You know, I've learned a new toasting technique. We'll talk about it later. Little melted cheese on your taco, street taco style.
I want to hear this. I'm excited about it.
I don't know if Bobby cares.
Now you're speaking my language.
Bobby might care.
Everybody loves melted cheese. Joining us right now, Bobby Pesavento, legendary Buffs quarterback. But, man, he had to talk about dodging pressure. He was ducking and dodging all over the place on Saturday afternoon there in Lubbock as he was reporting from the sidelines along with Mark Johnson and Gary Barnett for Learfield. Bobby, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
Great, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you as always, Bobby. Let's just start with what was it like out on the field? We were watching on television. Obviously, we heard Joey McGuire yelling at his student section. What was it like to be down on the sideline with a shower of garbage and tortillas and everything else coming down?
Man, let me start by saying that might be the dumbest tradition I've ever seen at a college football game. But, you know, it was you know, when it started out, it seemed like it was just fun, right? Like they were balling some of them up and throwing them down at the sideline, but a lot of them were full tortillas that were kind of just being thrown out on the field. I mean, we were dodging them, we were getting out of the way of them, but when things got a little chippy and some calls went the wrong way, you know, and those kids started throwing, I mean, I probably saw at least 10 full water bottles come out of the stands and come down towards our sideline, and some of them landed on the field. So, I mean, it's kind of stupid that they allow them to do it. Like, they allow them to throw stuff on the field. But, I mean, they actually have, like, a group of guys standing on the sideline waiting for the tortillas to hit, and they all run out there to clean them all up, the ones that actually land on the playing field. But, yeah, kind of a goofy deal. Got unsafe there for a second when they started, you know, and they were full water bottles. They weren't empty water bottles. So, silly deal. I mean, luckily nothing happened to anybody, but a dumb tradition in my opinion.
Where do you think it hit its highest like temperature? Would you say, Bobby? I mean, what was kind of the peak of all that nonsense?
You know, it was about in the third quarter. There were a couple penalties like back to back against Texas Tech where, you know, they were calls that they disagreed with that could have gone either way, I think, and so then their student section started getting fired up, and that's, you know, and I think there were some guys on our sideline that were running their mouths back at the kids when they were throwing stuff down. So I don't think we were helping the situation at all, but it was definitely in that third period time frame when the water bottle started coming. I mean, the tortillas are nonstop every kickoff, but definitely in that portion of the game where we were pulling away and some calls went sideways for Tech is when the water bottle started flying.
All right, I know you played with some characters, especially that, what was it, the 02 team, the 03 team. I'm an old man now, Bobby. I forget them all. But, you know, you had some guys that didn't mind talking a little bit. Victor Rogers talking some trash to me, just not really to me, but telling me about trash talk used to always make me laugh. You had Andre Gerard, and I don't know that Daniel talked a lot. But, again, you played with some characters. Have you ever seen a team thrive on that hostile environment like you described, the way that they do? Because, like you said, they did the same thing at CSU, Bobby. They egged the crowd on.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a different athlete these days that, you know, I think everybody's wired a little differently. Our group, we talk trash to the other teams. I don't think we ever talk trash to the fans. But, you know, I mean, I can get where they're coming from. When folks are running their mouth and they're throwing stuff on the field, you know, you get fired up and you want to talk back. But these guys are, you know, you know, they talk, but they back it up. They fire back at the other team. They fire back at the other fans. But they're out there playing great, and they're backing up all the talking that they're doing.
Talking to Bobby Pesavento, he was there on Saturday as the Buffs really in the end blew out Texas Tech after being down 13-0 in that game. Bobby, what was the atmosphere like down on the Buffs sideline, sort of, the quarter break between the first and the second, down 13-0? What did you see out of that Buffs sideline at that point of the game?
Yeah, I think that the thing that impressed me the most was, in the past years, right, when they got down early, they kind of just crumbled, right, put their tail between their legs, and it was just like, oh, here we go again. But, right, this is a different group led by a different staff, and it was impressive to see nobody hung their head. Nobody was frustrated. They just kept, working together, picking each other up, not getting frustrated, and knew that it was just going to take time the way Tech was playing defensively to move the ball down the field. And they were taking big plays away down the field. That's just what they did defensively all night. So, that was the thing where I think we've grown up. We've gotten to a place now where it's okay to be down. It's okay to be down on the road, right? You're good enough. Sometimes it just takes a little more time in the game to figure out how to be successful against a team. So that was great to see, in my opinion, and that's why they were able to turn it around and win by 2 scores.
What do you think of Shedeur? You and I haven't had really a chance to talk. Obviously, we don't ever work the same games, but I've been impressed with Shedeur, and I guess I would add on to that. What do you think about how he handles Travis Hunter? Because, man, the cameras catch him, and I see it in the huddle sometimes. I'm sure you've had a receiver, maybe you'll tell us which one, is always telling you that he's open, but it feels like Travis has been pretty demonstrative about getting the ball.
Well, Dan Graham was always open. It didn't matter what was going on. He was always open, in his opinion. But I think Shedeur, I guess my take on him just as a player, I think he's the best quarterback in the country. I think he's the first quarterback off the board. He can make all the throws. He's smart in the pocket. Sometimes, with their offense, he hangs on to the ball a little more than I would like him to. But I don't think he ever really. I don't see him get down on his guys when he is getting hit. So he's tough, right? He picks himself back up. I think he's a hell of a football player, and without him, I don't know where this team is, honestly. I think they're 7-2. They got a lot of great guys, but I think he's the reason they're 7-2. But I think him and Travis have a great relationship where, Travis probably thinks he's open every play, and he wants the ball as much as possible because that's just the type of guy he is. But Shedeur does a great job of handling that and manage that, and that just goes back to the relationship they have and how close they are. But overall, I think, he's probably the best one we've ever had here, in my opinion. And I think he's the best one in the country right now.
Yeah, Travis ended up going 9 catches, 99 yards, and a touchdown, as well as playing 85 snaps on defense. Bobby, speaking of that defense, and again, Bobby Pesavento joining us after he was there on the sidelines for the Buffs' victory over Texas Tech. They sacked Baron Morton 7 times in that game. And the front seven, again, really after a kind of a rough first quarter, they dominated that game the rest of the way. What have you seen from that group in terms of improvement over the course of a season? Because they're starting to fully dominate these games.
Yeah, I think, they're the reason why we're winning football games, that front seven on defense. Can you guys even wrap your head around the fact, a year ago that we're talking about how good the defense is? I think give Coach Livingston a ton of credit. Give those guys a ton of credit for buying into his scheme and how he wants. People will score early, but Coach Livingston does a great job of figuring out what they're doing and shutting it down. But those guys played great. Up front, the pressure they're getting on the quarterbacks, the way they're stopping the run. And it allows us to play man to man on the back end, right? And that changes the game around. So. They are playing lights out, and we're going to need them to keep doing that if they want to get to where they want to get to.
Yeah, plus don't forget Nakai Hill-Green at that interception. Unbelievable play that he made. Bobby Pesavento, he was there in Lubbock dodging tortillas and God knows what else as he was covering Colorado and Texas Tech as the Buffs are now 7-2 and getting ready for Utah this week. Bobby, good work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Good talking to you.
All right, good stuff right there. And, look out for the tortillas. Some of that is, okay, we encourage the throwing of tortillas. We have a crew.
We encourage fun.
We have a crew of tortilla picker-uppers that do this job of running around the field to scoop these stupid things up. Like, it's one thing if you want to toss them amongst yourself. When you start throwing them out onto the field, aren't you basically encouraging, like, just keep throwing things on the field?
Yeah, a lot
it's
of
a bad
people think
environment.
it's not too far a thought to say that. What would you rather? Would you rather tortilla picker upper or the guy following the elephant at the circus?
Oh, I'll take the tortillas.
You don't know where those tortillas has been.
That's just it, though.
I mean, was a tortilla licked to get a little some on there?
I mean, it's gross. It's all gross.
At least guy following the element has tools.
Do they have, like, pooper scoopers for the tortillas?
I don't know if it work or not.
Or you have to
some
bare
of those
hand
dumb rakes
things.
like I got from my dog, they aren't always reliable.
No,
you
they're
end up
really not.
flinging the turd at you. I don't know if it do that to their tortilla or not.
That's our new show tagline. The Craigman and Lindahl Show, flinging that turd at you.
That's our new segment coming Monday.
We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including Jerry Jones' newest enemy. I don't think he can dispatch this one. We'll tell you who it is next. Oh, we got basketball and hockey in full swing. Football is rolling. Monday Night Football tonight. Dolphins, Rams. Perfect time to go to getsporttrade.com. Download that Sport Trade app onto your phone. You can use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. One of the things I like about Sport Trade, and they're really introducing this with basketball and hockey. Really fun way to bet these sports is that you can view the odds as probabilities. So, for example, you can bet the Avs to win pregame at 40% odds. You can then sell your bet at 70% after they take a 2-0 lead in the first period. For first-time bettors out there, it's real simple. It's called buy low, sell high. Everybody gets that concept right. You don't have to worry about confusing odds like plus 115 and minus 160 on the money line. Again, you simply view the odds as probabilities, buy low, sell high. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Download Sport Trade. Again, use the code NATE. That's N-A-T-E. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your very first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. We got football news. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. Let's get right after it right now. Spring is back at the shop. We are live at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Monday Night Football, Dolphins-Rams. But, man, what an eventful Week 10 Sunday around the NFL. Let's get after it, Spring.
Let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos lose 16-14 in Kansas City yesterday. Will Lutz had a 35-yard field goal attempt to win it as time was expiring. The kick was blocked. There was a good push on the left side of the offensive line, particularly on Alex Forsythe. Sean Payton was asked today, talking to the media, if he had concerns coming into yesterday's game about their field goal protection on the left side. Here is Sean Payton.
Look, I think fair question, and we're constantly each week making corrections, making not just with the field goal unit, with the offense, with a certain protection, with a certain coverage. And so, and look, when something like that happens, and it's not the first, like it could be a trick play or it could be whatever. It's pretty common for the team that had success with it to say, hey, we saw, and credit them for that. You know, they exploited an area that we obviously felt was fixed and stronger, and yet not fixed enough. And so, look, I read all the comments afterwards, and I think that it's tough to lose a game that way. And this isn't on the player. This is on all of us. This is on us as coaches. We've got to continue to look at, are we big enough stature-wise there for that, and understanding how the rush was coming. So it's disappointing, and yet it's not something that's new when a big play is made at the end of the game.
Some of it has to be on the player, right? Stick up for your guy all day long, but he was on his back.
Okay, I'm
kind of. It happens a lot. I get it.
I haven't talked to my guy David Treadwell in a while.
But you got to slow these guys down.
Here, I was like, we got to talk to Treadwell.
Yeah.
So he's going to come on at 5:30. Of course, he's been through this a lot because I asked him, is some of that on Will Lutz? I mean, Jeff talked about the angle of the ball. I can't wait to talk to Jeff, get his insight on a guy that's lived through this exact play a million times. But Nate, so Tyler was on the midday show, and he said, guys get knocked over more than you think, especially at that certain position, because we're not worried about it. We're watching the kick. I guess a lot of us don't notice that. But didn't you have the stat earlier? Didn't you say there was the stat earlier of all the times that a guy's been knocked down? Forsythe has been knocked down how many?
Parker Gabriel had this in the Post today. In a review of the Broncos' 40 combined field goal attempts and extra points so far this season, 21 field goal attempts, 19 extra points.
Right.
Parker Gabriel found 22 instances of players getting knocked over backward, 22 out of 40. Of those 22, Forsythe had been the guy knocked over 15 times.
15 times.
2 for Matt Pert, so 77% means 77% of the knockdowns came from the left side. So that is the vulnerable side. And so my assumption there is generally the opposing scouting, and the special teams coaches got to do something during the week, have looked it up and said, hey, we think we have a chance to be able to make a play right here. Kansas City is no different. Now, a part of what happened here as well was that Leo Chenal, who ultimately blocked the kick, the linebacker for Kansas City, and he's a darn good player, said after the game, he said, I don't want to point out anything specific, but each week as the game goes along, it's more of a feel thing. Are they blocking high? Are they giving help to our best get-off guy, Justin Reed? A lot of times they'll go out there and leave openings up the middle. He then later talked to Pro Football Talk and reportedly told the outlet that Alex Forsythe was, quote, light on his toes and that he thought a bull rush would work. On the PAT, after the Sutton touchdown, go back and watch it, Forsythe gets trucked.
Well,
and it happened again on the game-winning field goal attempt. It just so happened that on that play, Kansas City blocked the kick.
Remember, and part of me does feel bad. I don't like when I hear stories about, and I heard some people tell me, everybody was adding Forsythe on Twitter, and guys had a bad enough day, and you're going to, because you lost some money, you're going to go make sure you know he
knows you think he sucks or whatever.
Also, you should have just taken the points. It was free money for you.
There you go. But here's my thing, man. Forsythe was the guy that was tossed aside last week in the Baltimore game playing center.
Yep.
Fairly easily. Strength is one of the things that we've heard about him. So I think Sean Payton is right. It is on some of the coaching. You probably should have a different guy in there.
Yeah, did they put him in a good situation? Some of this is also just it goes back to, Andy, this is where the Broncos are at.
Yeah.
They just haven't had a lot of draft picks. They don't have a lot of resources.
You're right.
The depth isn't as good. Hopefully next year they're able to draft another bevy of offensive linemen, and that group is good enough to eventually say, hey, Alex Forsythe, it's been real. But this is sort of where the Broncos are at. This team just doesn't have very good depth, and one of the results of it is your field goal team is getting their butts kicked out there.
Plus, Super Bowl champions know how to win, and you're still learning that.
To that point, last year, they blocked a kick against the Broncos last season in the game in Denver. Last year, they blocked a PAT in the Super Bowl by the 49ers. That game went to overtime, and the Chiefs eventually won it right there. They win this way a lot of the time. They're very good on special teams. It's one of the reasons the Chiefs do the things that they do. They pay excellent attention to detail, and they take care of these things, and it's an area where the Broncos clearly need to get a little bit better. That said, for the most part this year, the Broncos' special team's been really freaking good.
Yeah,
they really
were pretty good during the game.
And they had another good coverage play yesterday where Traymon Smith made a good tackle down inside the 5. That was great to see. I know Riley Dixon didn't have his best day punting the football, but for the most part this year, the Broncos' special teams have been good. Just turns out the Super Bowl champs do it a little bit better. Broncos lose. We'll talk to David Treadwell about field goal blocking coming up at 5:30. Next story, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Cowboys got crushed at home yesterday, 34-6 by the Eagles. Cooper Rush got the start. He will start for Dallas next week when they host the Houston Texans. That was announced today by Mike McCarthy. The Cowboys fell to 0-5 at home. And they won the opening coin toss yesterday, and they elected to receive the ball, which let the Eagles choose which side of the field to defend. They chose to defend the end zone, in which Cowboys receivers would be looking back into the sun, because at AT&T Stadium there are windows on that side of the field that allow the sun to get into the eyes of, in this case, Cowboys receivers. And CeeDee Lamb, this directly affected him at the end of the first half when the sun was in his eyes on a throw in the red zone from Cooper Rush, and he never saw the ball. It would have been a touchdown. After the game, CeeDee Lamb said he wants curtains over those windows. Jerry Jones, talking to the media in a scrum after the game, he brought up himself the sun at AT&T Stadium.
So we do know where the damn sun's going to be. In our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains up? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun and CeeDee's eyes.
Let's just tear the damn stadium down and build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not, you don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the sun is and not calling
I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. Get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the sun, and what about the sun? Where's the moon?
Dude, do you remember this? See, this is not a new thing. Do you remember when the Broncos had that insane game against the Cowboys with Manning and remember he pulled the fake, and it was a problem that day too.
This is not a new thing. So Cowboy Stadium lies on a southwest-northeast axis, and the southwest end of the stadium has a giant glass wall that lets the blaring setting sun, especially after daylight savings, shine directly into the eyes of that end zone. They showed a shot of it on the telecast, and you couldn't see a thing.
No.
You couldn't see a thing. No wonder CeeDee Lamb didn't react to that ball at all.
It was like playing first base for the Rockies on one of those days when the sun's going down.
And he just says, hey, why don't you put up curtains? Perfect solution to glare coming into a room. Jerry Jones just said, I'll just tear the damn stadium down.
What is wrong with all of you questioning me all the time?
He's complaining because
What's your point?
They weren't defending the right end of the field. It's a coin toss. Meaning you have to win the thing. I guess they should have chosen the end better in that situation, but they were more worried about, I don't know, having the damn football.
In order to pick the end of the field, don't you also have to you give up the ball, right? In the second half,
they wanted the ball.
choose ball, and the Eagles got to choose which end of the field to defend.
FIFA has guidelines about which way that fields are supposed to face. Major League Baseball has it as well about guidelines to be able to avoid these situations. We actually get a little bit of it over at Coors Field.
Yeah.
The first baseman, when the sun is setting, the first baseman can have a hard time seeing throws from third and from short. They always say, throw the ball low, like bounce them early in the game, so I'll be able to see the thing. It's easier for me to scoop it than it is to try and catch it out of the air. But this is one where it's just like, dude, I have a simple solution. They're called curtains, okay?
But what kind? Faux wood, where someone goes up there and just twists the big thing and they shut down? Do you want to actually pull some blackout curtains across? I mean, what's your favorite curtain?
So apparently,
curtain draft?
A blackout curtain, they do have them. And they use them for other events,
but
just
not for
not
football.
Cowboys games when they're being played at that stadium. It's just a real simple blackout curtain, and hey, I can see the football.
Do they use it?
Kent's got him here at Hofbrau.
I'm curious, would they use it for the NCAA tournament or something like that?
I'm sure. Yeah, concerts, whatever you
You're
want to do.
not going to ruin the ambiance in my damn stadium.
This is the same guy that lets people walk around his stadium and stare at guys while they eat and work out.
Did you see the story last week where they're not really a TV draw as much anymore either? He's having a horrible year. Jerry hates his life more than anybody.
Who needs to watch that team?
No, it's awful. Oh, did you see they're like the next 4 primetime games?
I know.
We got Monday night. They got a Thanksgiving one.
Horrible. Yeah, nobody wants to watch this team. Spring.
High five.
Hey, the Chicago Bears lost their third straight game, 19-3 at home, as Drake May did slightly outplay Caleb Williams. Caleb went 16 of 34, 120 yards. He doesn't have a touchdown, albeit he also hasn't thrown a pick, but he hasn't thrown a touchdown in this 3-game losing streak. Matt Eberflus talked to the media today. He was asked a variety of questions, finalized with whether or not Caleb Williams is still their starting quarterback.
When it comes to changes and adjustments, what all is under consideration here?
Yeah, I mean, just in-game communication, in terms of that, it's got to be better. The adjustments, the tactical adjustments need to be better. With that, on all sides, and everything's on the table, and it's important that we look at everything and we take the time to get that done.
What is the process and the timeline for you of getting to the end of that?
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be fairly quick. I just think that right now it's to come out here less than 24 hours and make all those changes or the changes that you want to make and state. When I have those answers, I'll get them to you. And I'm just not at that point right now.
Matt, are you going to make a change in quarterback?
No, Caleb is our starter.
They play the Packers this week. Caleb got sacked 9 times. Nine times yesterday by the Patriots. Andy, it really is. This is the classic example of nature versus nurture. Right now, Bo Nix is in a golden spot here in Denver, being propped up by an organization that is fully invested in his development. Caleb Williams is playing for the Chicago Bears.
Dude, and they showed some of the plays this morning on Get Up because everyone's required to talk about Dallas. It was unreal how many times they were just letting free blitzers at him every time.
Yeah.
They don't even have good protection schemes.
Oh, he's just getting rocked back there. No, absolutely hideous. 9 sacks yesterday against Caleb Williams. Bo Nix only sacked twice yesterday against the Chiefs. David Treadwell's going to join us coming up at 5:30. He's going to tell us about blocking field goals. Where did the Broncos go wrong? I have an idea, but we'll find out from David Treadwell coming up in a few.
35-yard field goal Lutz. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it.
What's your point? What's your point?
I'm going to throw up. I think I'm going to throw up.
Don't throw up.
I'm going to throw it up.
You're not going to throw up, Dale. You're going to throw up.
Come on.
All-time Nad kicker right there. Kick blocked. Broncos did everything right. Get the ball back. Bo Nix drives him down the field. They get to the opponent's 17-yard line. 35-yard kick. Executed to absolute perfection. Andy, that final drive, Denver gets the ball back. This is after a Harry Butker 20-yard field goal. After Mahomes missed Travis Kelce, by the way. Open the door up for you. Those two don't fail to connect
just
all that
airmailed
often.
It.
But he just sailed the thing over Kelce's head. Butker kicks a 20-yarder. You take over down 2. 5:59 to go. My assumption when they took over was, okay, Broncos will go down, kick a field goal, and then Mahomes will get the ball, and that's how this thing's going to end. That was my assumption. What the Broncos did, though, perfectly, number one, they got unreal field position because Butker kicked the thing out of bounds, gave him the ball at the 40. So right away they start with great field position, which allowed them to be able to run the ball a whole bunch. When you're already starting at the 40, I mean, they gave the ball to Estime. I think he had, I'm counting 3 carries on that drive. You're just chewing clock right there. And Estime was good. Keep playing the kid. Just keep playing him right now. Number one, I like the way they used Marvin Mims in that game yesterday. Yeah, toss him the ball. Let him pick his holes. He's a very good punt returner. It's not really all that dissimilar. If you give him a toss and get him in space, he knows how to find a crease and hit it.
Well, you know what both throws perfectly? The wheel route.
That too.
Might be his best pass.
Yeah.
Get him out on a wheel route one day.
Yeah, that could be effective. So they do that. They keep chewing up clock. They convert on a 3rd down and 2. Nix throws to Cortland. They convert on a 3rd down and 2. Boom, that's a first down. They set themselves up with a 3rd down and 1, and Estime slams ahead, picks up the first down. Clock run. You get a 3rd down and 6. And Nick steps up and hits Sutton. That's game-winning play.
Huge play.
Game-winning play.
Tons of pressure. Crowd going nuts.
Yep.
If you don't get this, you're giving the ball back to the Chiefs, and Bo goes up and makes the throw he's got to make. I thought a huge moment for the young man. And then you can't finish it off.
You're at the 17-yard line, and Will Lutz lines up for a 35-yard field goal. The odds are completely in your favor, and the Broncos they can't finish. They just can't get it done. Lutz's kick is blocked. Broncos lose. Just crushing. It
is, but like I said earlier, I'm going to reiterate the point. You can't let this be the Chicago Bear Hail Mary game for you. Just can't be, okay? You've got a ton of winnable games left on your schedule.
Yep.
The playoffs are still right there. Guess what? Jets stink. Jets are not getting back into this thing. Their season's all but done. Aaron Rodgers practically admitted it at the podium yesterday. Houston's all of a sudden starting to struggle. Now, I don't know if you get more than just the division winner out of that division. But my point being, Nate, you and I went over the percentages of all the teams they got to worry about. Well, the Jets are taking themselves out of it, right? Who do we say? Was it Dolphins, Chargers, and Jets? Wasn't that who you mainly had to worry about?
Yep.
Well, hey, look, Jets ain't going to do it.
Chargers are going to be a playoff team. They're good to go. That team has found their identity, and Herbert's balling out, so they're good to go. The Jets are done. They're toast. They're finished.
Did you see Devontae Adams had like 17 yards on 34 targets or something ridiculous like that?
Hideous. Just dropped a touchdown.
Yeah.
In that game.
That ain't happening.
That team is horrendous. I'm not that worried about Indianapolis. Cincinnati. It comes down to Cincinnati.
Indy may be back to Anthony Richardson by the time you play him if Joe doesn't play any better.
It comes down to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And that game against the Bengals this year might determine.
But I think you need
who
this
goes
one this
to the
weekend.
playoffs.
You need to get this one this weekend, but
Yep.
this isn't impossible. I mean, Atlanta's good.
They just lost to the Saints.
Well, not only that, but Sean's feasted on the NFC South.
Right.
Just keep that trend going.
You're going to be favored at home. You should be able to beat Atlanta. It's going to be a tough game. Atlanta can score points. They're extremely talented.
Yeah, but do what you just did.
Yeah.
Control the ball.
Yep.
Run Estime.
possess it.
And ultimately, I mean, Andy, if you want to go beyond just the final play, the biggest difference was in the second half, Kansas City controlled the ball.
Yeah, Denver could not pick up first downs, and the offense kind of just went the other direction.
And that's what they do. The Chiefs just
they adjust.
8-minute field goal drives, and they held Denver to under 70 yards in the second half of that game. Spagnuolo, he solved a couple of problems. It ultimately didn't matter, though. The Broncos still went right down the field on the last drive when they needed to, and Nix made the plays that he had to. It is crushing that you lost that game. You had a chance to hand Kansas City their first loss of the year. You had a chance to get a huge divisional victory. You had a chance to give yourself 2 games of separation against Indianapolis and Cincinnati in the AFC, and it all went away on one play, basically.
Yeah,
it's a killer.
Did, all because you couldn't execute at the very end. Again, we'll talk to Dave Treadwell here couple of minutes, get his opinion about how it should have looked and is there more that the kicker could have done and all that. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I just feel like you didn't think you were going to win that game anyway. I think it's fine to be disappointed. You got to flush this one. You got to wash this one off. I don't know what else to say, Nate, because, again, they could still make the playoffs. And at the end of the day, making the playoffs is still something huge for you.
Did you realize Will Lutz has missed only 2 of 34 kicks under 40 yards since he joined the Broncos in 2023, and both of them were kicks that were blocked by the Chiefs.
Really?
Yes.
No, I did not know that.
It was the one last year in Denver and the one yesterday.
I got to tell you, I thought his 60-yarder was good, or whatever that
was. It was right down the middle. It just
gosh.
didn't quite have the distance.
Do you remember when the Ravens did the old, what'd you call it, the kick six?
Kick six.
And Keith Burns got annihilated by Ray Lewis.
Oh, I remember that play.
It was a Monday nighter.
I always go right to Auburn on that, but yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it for Will. Yeah, the 60-yarder, but that was another play where, you don't convert on second down and 15, and you end up having to try a 60-yard field goal. I hated the play call. I really did. Run a screen, get yourself a more manageable kick. It's a higher degree of difficulty throw. Bo Nix is still a rookie. You still have to give him easy buttons in the offense. Instead, they attempted a difficult throw. I think Sutton heard footsteps from the safety, and he didn't make that catch. He normally makes that play. And granted, maybe I'm excusing it. To your point, he's a professional wide receiver. He's got to make that play. But he didn't.
Bo
right
put
there.
it where he needed to. So, all right, let's welcome in a guy that I've done a lot of radio with. We were working across the street. Matter of fact, Nate, believe it or not, we used to do shows our first year here at Hofbrau. It was me and David Treadwell. Come on here tonight if you'd like. They're giving veterans a free meal. Talk to your wait staff, but it doesn't matter if you're active service or not. Come on in, bring your military ID, and they'll get you hooked up. We welcome in David Treadwell to this old location. Broncos kicker, former Broncos kicker. Now, I got one question about your career before we signed off because, honestly, David, you told – I'm going to get you to retell what I think is my favorite story of our time together. You made the Pro Bowl in 1990. You were the kicker against the 49ers. Wasn't that your rookie year? You and Atwater had the same rookie year, didn't you, David?
We did, and thank you for having me on. Great to be back on with you, Andy, and Nate. Enjoy it as well. Back at the old stomping grounds there at Hofbrau. Tell Ken Harrell I said hello. But yeah,
not a single thing has changed, by the way, David.
Well, that's good. Then the place must be full, and a bunch of people are there to watch Monday Night Football.
You're right.
All right, so David, end of that game yesterday. Broncos attempting a 35-yard field goal. Will Lutz on the attempt gets it blocked by Leo Chenal. We saw the left side of the Broncos line really struggle to hold up against Kansas City's rush. You did this 1,000 times in your life. You know what it looks like when it's done correctly. Take us through that field goal attempt and the various different areas where the Broncos came up short.
Well, I can tell you it's the worst sound as a place kicker you can have, that double thump, that pop-pop. And you know right away that someone's gotten a hand on it. And it is. There's a lot of moving parts to kicking a field goal. We've gotten to the point in watching our games these days because kickers are so good and so accurate from distance, we just take it for granted. You think, a 34-yarder, that's a chip shot. That's basically the new extra point, 2 yards further and over to the right. And obviously they put it where Will Lutz wanted it. because on third down, Bo Nix kneeled down and he moved over to the right hash. So it's where they wanted it, but it's an operation that has to hit on all cylinders. First off, you got to have a great snap, you got to have a great hold, and you got to have a great kick. That all looked pretty good. And then you got to have the protection. That's a big part of it. And Dave Tobe, who's the special teams coach for the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the best in the business, and based on the point you just made, Nate, I didn't know that either, that Will Lutz has only had 2 kicks blocked, and both of them were by the Chiefs. Obviously, he knew something, and he was working on it. You have to go back and look and see if he blocked it from the left side last year as well. But they felt like they had an area that they can exploit. And if you let up for a split second, that's what can happen. I had a old coach in college, my head coach at Clemson, Danny Ford, when I first started kicking. He would sit right there, right by me, right next to my holder on one knee, chewing his tobacco, holding his stopwatch, making sure I was getting every kickoff in 1.2 seconds. He was adamant about it. 1.2 seconds, 1.2 seconds. And I'd kick it and he'd go, too slow. Kick it again, too slow. He was like a drill sergeant, making sure I got it right. I don't think Will Lutz was too slow. Everything looked pretty good. You know, you can go back and look at the tenths of a second. But in those situations, every tenth of a second matters, and there was a breakdown. But you, just like a team, you win as a team, you lose as a team, you make a field goal as a unit, you miss a field goal as a unit. And in that case, they had a breakdown. They'll get it fixed. It'll be right next week, I guarantee you.
Okay, so Dave, this is what I'm curious about again for the layman there. How hard is it to switch one of the guys if you know, because, you know, Sports Center showed it, Forsyth was getting put on his can all day long. Now our buddy Tyler Columbus was saying that's not terribly unusual for a guy to get popped or whatever, would you guys, pop canned or knocked on his backside or whatever, flat backed. Pancaked, you'd go with, okay. But does it happen every play? Were you aware of it if you were a kicker? How hard is it to switch that guy out if you know he's not holding up?
As a kicker, you're not aware of it. That's not your job. Your job is to go out there and focus on the field goal, the kick. You're blocking everything else out. You're not worried about the rush. If a kicker and you're worried about the rush, you're screwed because then you're not focused on kicking the football. So that's the last thing you worry about. That's why, first thing I said, that double pop is the worst thing you can hear as a place kicker because you just don't anticipate it happening. Now, I've seen a lot of teams, especially at the college level, they beef up nowadays. They'll go grab a D tackle or two and bring them in at guard or tackle on the field goal protection team if they've had block issues. And that's okay to do, switch people out. If to get the best people you need up front to make sure that there's no penetration, think about it. These defensive linemen are so good nowadays. The D tackles, the defensive ends, the outside linebackers, they're so big, they're so athletic that the least little bit of crevice that they can get, and they always talk about it. Carl Mecklenburg used to talk about it. Get skinny, turn sideways, get in there, get that little crease, get your hand up. And that's what guys are doing. And because they're so athletic, you think about it, those D linemen are probably better athletes. I know Tyler Columbus and some of the old linemen probably don't want to hear that, but they're probably better athletes than most of the offensive linemen. So maybe match fire with fire. Bring in some D tackles that can match the athleticism and the beef and make sure you keep those guys at bay, especially up the middle. I think they get so focused on the outside, sometimes you create rifts in the middle, and that's really the worst place because if you're getting it off in time, like I was saying, 1.2 seconds, and in the pros you can usually you get a little more time, 1.25, maybe it's a 1.3, but in that moment, adrenaline's going, everybody's going, it was probably 1.2. But you're probably if you're getting it off in 1.2, there's no way they should be able to get around the edge and block that field goal.
Our guest is David Treadwell, 106 field goals made in a Broncos uniform between the regular season and the postseason in 64 games that he played in a Broncos uniform. David, in a situation like this, so the PAT after the Sutton touchdown, Forsyth got knocked on his keister, which was the same thing that happened on the game-winning field goal. How often, what ultimately ended up being the game-losing field goal, but how often in your career, David, did you guys get those reads during a game, say, okay, we're getting beat on the right or we're getting beat on the left, and maybe move personnel around in-game? How often did that happen? How much are those adjustments made inside the play of the game?
In-game, almost never. Mm-hmm. And the only time you would make a change like that if there was some sort of injury. And then you would switch somebody out. But very rarely. But if it was that obvious that somebody was getting beat on a regular basis, then that's up to the coaches. That's up to your special teams coach. That's up to somebody that's charting it from above, watching it. They got all these digital pictures now and everything. They should be able to see that if there's a weak spot and he got knocked over on the extra point and say, hey, we got to shore this up. What do we got to do? Or make him more aware. I'm sure he was aware if he was knocked on his back that he had to do better. But, sometimes you need a little reminder, and that's what the coaches are supposed to do. But I would say almost never do you see in-game changes. Now, if you get one blocked early and then you got to come back and try an extra point or field goal, maybe you've made a change then. But if it didn't get blocked, it's kind of like if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. So nothing broke until the game winner or the game winner attempt, unfortunately, end up being blocked. But you don't see it that often.
All right. Before we let you go, and we're kind of tight on time, but I got to get this story out because I loved it when you told it. It was, I believe, 1992, Dave, where you had the kick that sent you guys on to the AFC Championship. You're in Mile High. You're facing Jack Pardee and the Houston Oilers, the run-and-shoot offense. You guys had trouble with them. It was a gritty game. It was like the drive to. Remember, John Elway, I know you remember, you lived it. John Elway went from the 2-yard line, got you guys into field goal range. Tell Nate and the rest of the listeners the story about that bad snap and what was going through your mind as the game's on the line and you got to figure out whether to kick it or not.
Well, what's even more amazing is we kicked the field goal on third down. In case we had a bad snap or something, we could redo it again. As long as I don't kick it, you get another shot. Like if Coob got a bad snap, he could stand up and just kind of bury it in the dirt and we get another shot at it. And in that case, I don't know, for whatever reason, our long snapper, I'll leave him nameless for now. I know who he is. He knows who he is. You can look it up, but I'm not going to throw him into the bus. It just came out of his hands horrible. And it was almost like it rolled back there. And I took my kind of initial step because you're in a rhythm. You're going, and you're watching the ball, and it's kind of like, bam, bam, it's got to happen quick, like I was saying. So I'm already kind of moving, and I see the bad snap coming, and I'm like, I don't know if Coop's going to get that down or not. Maybe I should just hold off. And somehow he has the magic hands and gets that ball upright. And I just kind of took like one step and punched at it because it was only 28 yards. And we got it through. And the photos afterwards, I looked at Coob almost in shock, like, are you kidding me? What? How did you even get that down that we could kick the thing? So it was an amazing time winning that game. We were down most of the game. We were down big in that game. And to come back and win it Mile High was just, an epic atmosphere. Couldn't get any better than that.
The 28-yard punch ball.
Dude. And I remember, you could see it on TV. I was literally in high school. So you could see it on TV that it was not a good snap, man. I mean, he had to corral it. And so I can't believe you guys pulled it up because, again, dude, Houston – Dave, it's not unfair to say Houston had your guys' number that year, right? Didn't the Oilers work you guys earlier in the year or whatever, that damn offense of theirs?
Yeah, they were unbelievable. And they had us on the ropes there at Mile High, just completely off kilter. But Elway's drive, I think we had 2 fourth-down conversions on that drive. It was so much fun. And what a great way to come back in that environment in a playoff game.
It's fun to talk about a fun Bronco game for a change. David Treadwell, everybody. Excellent Broncos kicker, Pro Bowler in 89. 1.2 seconds, Andy. Just remember, 1.2 seconds. That's what it's all about. That'll do it. David, good stuff, man. We really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Quarterbacks have it easy, don't they? They got 2 seconds.
That's right.
I only get 1.2. What's going on?
They can run around. You get 1.2. David Treadwell with us right there on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. I think Alex Forsythe got in a car accident on that play. Avalanche tonight against Nashville. Monday Night Football and much more before we wrap up on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, you know what? I was pulling up next to a truck today, and guess what the guy didn't have? A bed liner, or a bed cover, I should say. Excuse me, bed cover. You know, I'm always talking about the bed cover. Well, you can get one at Colorado Off-Road so you don't have a pile of snow sticking up past the line of your bed of your truck. They got them over there. They take about 90 minutes to put in, most of them that he has, if it's not a power one. But if you want a power one, he has one. Jerry Jones is he. He runs Colorado Off-Road. Get on over there. He's got a great showroom. He can demonstrate how all the different bed covers work, and he's got plenty of other stuff for you, too. Things like the floor mats that you can put in your cabin so that all the gunk, like last week was really messy, a lot of water, a lot of snow, all that kind of stuff. You're able to get in and out of there without it causing a big mess. Those are great. I've got those. You got the step rails, the remote start. Remote start's huge this time of year as it gets colder and colder because you can get into a warm vehicle as soon as you get out to the car because you can start it ahead of time. Colorado Off-Road, located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. Call them at 303-761-1264. They like to say Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
All right, we are winding it down here on a Monday out here at Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster.
Real quick, I'm sorry to cut you off, Nate. I'm jumpy today. Had too much of the soda.
I can tell. Real quick.
I normally have Ken here.
Yeah.
I kind of failed him. I can't get the dang interview to send. So we want to remind everybody, veterans.
Nice going, Andy.
I know. For a lot of reasons, not just that. But no, he wants you to know, come on out. There's a free pool tomorrow, I believe. They got the trivia. They got the bands coming up later this week. We've got an early CU game. But most importantly, Veterans Day, come on in with your military ID. You eat free. Talk to your server.
Well said right there. Hofbrau.
That was the sum of what we got to chat about.
Real quick.
And he said everybody tabbed out. If your team loses, don't you hang around for a Bloody Mary or an extra mimosa or whatever you're pouring that
The
day?
way that
or do
thing
you just
went,
tap out and leave?
No,
He said they had a great crowd, and then it was just like, meh, meh.
That game was death. the way that thing ended. No, Andy, I mean, you know me. I have no emotional attachment to it whatsoever. I'm taking detailed notes so I can talk about it on my radio show. Even I was just like, what the bleep?
Yeah, I saw your tweet that said cool rivalry.
Yeah.
I actually felt a little bit of hate.
Like, come on, man. You're gonna do that. You're gonna run that drive. Like after Kansas City went ahead in the fourth quarter, seriously, I was just like, okay, they're gonna lose. And my assumption being that the Broncos would go down, take the lead, they'd give Mahomes 70 seconds, which he only needs 13.
Right.
But they'd give him enough time. Kansas City would go right down the field, and they'd kick the field goal and that they'd win. The
field goal, I figured whatever the Broncos score, I like you was like they'll give them a minute and a half, and no matter what the Broncos score, they will go and match it because that's what the Chiefs do.
Instead, the Broncos did everything right. They converted 3 third downs. They ate up all the clock. You call it 4-minute offense. That was 6-minute offense. Done flawlessly. How do you beat Patrick Mahomes? You give him no time. Sean Payton called that timeout with 1 second on the clock. 1 second. He wasn't going to take any chances at all. And they blocked the damn kick.
I told my son, because, again, he's like right by the TV. I go, watch, they'll block the kick.
You said that out loud.
Yes, because I just was like, how could they screw this up? I don't know why. Because I didn't feel like Lutz would miss it. I go, they'll probably block it.
Andy, think about the narrative, too. CBS is showing sad Mahomes on the sideline, sad Kelsey on the sideline, frustrated Andy Reid on the sideline. They're all standing there just helpless of like, well, there's nothing we can do now. Except for the part where the Broncos' left side of their field goal block unit couldn't block anything.
Your rookie quarterback in his first start and maybe the most hostile environment he'll face throws a nails 3rd and 6 pass to pick up the first down so that you beat the Chiefs at their own damn game and you can't kick. You don't even get the dang kickoff, man.
Oh, did you hear David Treadwell talk about the pop-pop? The double thump?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Will Lutz just going, mother bleeper. You got to be kidding me. Yeah. And interesting stuff from Treadwell, too, where he talked about in-game you don't make adjustments there, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Everybody knows exactly what their assignment is. You don't want to mess around and get a false start or something and move back another 5 yards. So you roll with it. And to his point, they had made the 2 PATs.
That was the biggest thing. You're thinking we're getting it off too quick for them to really execute what they needed to. Anyway.
And the 60-yarder, you missed it, but also it's a 60-yarder.
Well, yeah. And he dang near made it.
Yeah.
He certainly had it. He had
it
in the right distance,
Yeah, it was online. It
a
just
little short.
Little short. Yeah. Bad loss for the Broncos. Avs got Nashville tonight, 7 o'clock. Connor's got the call here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But the major Avalanche news of the day is that Val Nichushkin is going to be returning. Jared Bednar confirming he will play Friday against the Washington Capitals. He is eligible to return on Wednesday. His first game will be on Friday. The Avalanche are going to get Val Nichushkin back in a season where they have had nothing but bad luck with Gabriel Landeskog. They got Lehkonen back, and he's been good.